Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 13 of What If Naruto Was in Maken and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Everyone stood silent as they remained in the same spot for a few moments. Naruto was being hugged by Sakura, while his roommates, sister figures, best friend and fellow shinobi Fu were staring at the two team members of Team 7. Azuki and Sakura were actually glaring at one another, knowing the other was trouble. Okay. If no one else will say it, then I will. What the hell's going on? Takaru exclaimed. That's also something I'd like to know, Naruto said, looking down at Sakura. Sakura-chan. Sakura looked up to him and smiled with a blush. How? What? How'd you get here? I mean, this is a different world. Oh. Sakura pulled back and took out the ripple. I used this. What is that? Naruto asked. It's called the ripple. Odd. Naruto thought with dull eyes, looking to the side as he remembered JoJo's Bizarre Adventure just from hearing the word ripple. It's a device that the Great Toad Sage kept in his possession. We had to collect these jewels from 5 ancient guardians in order to complete it. Once making it work, Sasuke and I came here to get you. Sakura finished explaining with a smile. Sasuke's here? Naruto questioned with shock. Oh boy, Takaru said with new fear. So, you came here just to pop up and leave, huh? Azuki said with her arms crossed. Sakura turned and gave Azuki a dull glare. Azuki, be more careful, Cha-Cha whispered. You're talking to the Sakura Haruno, Kimi whispered. And I'm supposed to be impressed? Azuki rhetorically asked, obviously not caring about pissing off a pink-haired girl who can break Earth apart. Fu marched past them and stopped right in front of Sakura. Hi, I'm Fu. Let's be friends, Fu exclaimed with a grin as she extended her hand to Sakura. Don't I know you from somewhere? Sakura asked. Did you take the Chunin exams recently? Fu asked with a smile. Now I remember. You're the crazy girl who broke through the window and fought that large creature back at Suna. Sakura exclaimed. Yep, that's me, Fu said with a grin and her fists to her hips. How did you get here? Sakura asked. Naruto saved me from Mayanaka Moon Shikai. Sadly, I was the only one he could save, Fu explained. Only one? Wait, there's more, Sakura exclaimed. Yeah, but let's not worry about that. Let's be friends, Fu said with a grin, grabbing and shaking Sakura's hand. So Sakura, how long will you be here exactly? Haruko asked with a smile, trying to be nice. I was actually thinking of leaving now, Sakura said. Now, Naruto exclaimed, making Sakura look to him in surprise. I mean, it's so sudden. You just came here. You can't expect me to leave everyone out of the blue. That's rude, Naruto tried to reason with his pink-haired friend. And selfish, Azuki added, making Sakura glare at her. Don't mind her, Cha-Cha quickly said as she and Kimi suddenly appeared in front of Sakura. Hi, I'm Cha-Cha Akaza, Cha-Cha introduced herself with a grin. And I'm Kimi Sato. It's nice to finally meet you, Sakura, Kimi said as she bowed while Cha-Cha grabbed Sakura's hand and started shaking it at a fast pace. Nice to finally meet you two face to face as well, Sakura said with a nervous smile. She looked down at Cha-Cha's breasts, instantly feeling jealous. Oh great, how'd I compete? Sakura thought with a frown. Oi, Sakura turned her head to see Naruto staring down at her with a stoic, yet serious expression. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked, causing everyone to look at him. This is the first time you've met them, so how come it sounds like you already know who they are? Naruto asked, shocking everyone. Well, you see, well, it's kind of a long story. Sakura didn't know how to explain things. I mean, how do you explain to someone that you have been spying on his personal life in a different world, which clearly would anger him since he voiced it on one of your viewings? Naruto's eyes widened a bit as he sensed some dark feelings. Naruto looked over with a serious stoic expression, catching everyone off guard. Takaru shivered as he felt a chill down his spine. Why do I feel so cold and creeped out? Takaru wondered to himself. He slowly turned his head, only to see the face of Sasuke Uchiha. Takaru screamed, jumping back, getting behind Himegami. Oh joy, Himegami said with a frown and her arms crossed. Dobi, Sasuke spoke. Naruto responded. I want to know the truth. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion. What truth? The truth about the Uchiha massacre. The one you've discovered, Sasuke said, shocking everyone. What do you mean? How would I know that? Naruto questioned. I saw you talking about it with this moron and the other one, Sasuke said, gesturing to Takaru. Hey, what the hell? We just met. No need to call me names, Takaru complained. Naruto narrowed his eyes, taking a few steps forward. How in the world did you know about? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. No, Naruto realized something, as he turned to a now nervous Sakura. You've been spying on me. Naruto shouted with new anger. No, at least, not all the time. Sakura bashfully answered. So all those times I felt someone watching me from afar, it's been you guys. Who else? Well, maybe, everyone else. Sakura admitted. Naruto gave a groaning shout with annoyance. You know, you all have got some real balls thinking you could spy on my personal life. Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Sakura. We were all worried about you. Sakura retorted. But did that give you the right to constantly observe me like an animal in the zoo? Oi, I never saw you like that. Sakura shouted. Enough bickering. I want answers, Sasuke said. Naruto looked to him with annoyance. Well, I'm entitled to keep anything to myself, Naruto said. Sasuke's Sharingan blazed, alerting the others, as the Maken Ki group got into their fighting stances. Naruto's eyes glowed gold as golden flames appeared and danced on his shoulders and the back of his neck. Sakura stared in shock, never seeing this from Naruto before. Naruto and Sasuke started walking over towards one another, and stopped as they were in front of one another, showing a great height difference between the two as now Sasuke is the shorter one. Oh my kami, Naruto's got a good 5 inches on Sasuke. Sakura thought with shock. She had been so wrapped up in excitement, that she didn't even notice that Naruto grew 6 inches since their last encounter. How the hell did she miss that? Naruto and Sasuke stared at one another with stoic glares. One pair of eyes shining blood red staring into another pair of eyes that glowed gold. The two continued to stare at one another for a while. Not that this isn't interesting, but if this is the highlight, I'd rather get to school. Himegami said bluntly with a dull look as she started walking away. TCH. Naruto turned around and started walking away. You're so cold, Imouto. Maybe we should inform the principal about this, since this is something that needs to be addressed. Haruko suggested. Alright. Sounds better than a staring contest against a Dujutsu user. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his neck as he continued on for the moment, before placing both hands in his pockets. Sakura and Sasuke stared at Naruto, surprised by his new form of attitude. He has definitely changed more than they thought. As the rest of the Maken Ki members followed, Sakura finally snapped out of her daze and quickly ran up to Naruto's left side. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his left arm, making him look down at her. Why are you doing that? Naruto questioned. You know, in case I get lost, Sakura said with a blush as she looked down to the side. We're on a single road leading to school. Azuki mumbled with her arms crossed. It's better to have a guide, you know, Sakura said with a smile. Why would that be needed? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. Because, I'm new here, Sakura quickly said. True, but that's never stopped you before. You're one of the most capable people I know, Naruto said. Sakura blushed red as she looked up to Naruto in surprise. She suddenly smiled and snuggled closer to his body, unaware of the slightly discomforted look on Naruto's face. This is new. All the while Azuki glared at Sakura, as she, Kimi, Cha-Cha and Fu were feeling jealous. Sasuke decided to follow the band of idiots, postponing his interrogation for later. Best to do things in private, since it looked that Naruto's new friends were ready to intervene if he tried anything. Sasuke knew things wouldn't go smoothly, but this woman they were brought to was more annoying than the Dobi himself. So since you'll be mooching off of our hospitality for a while, let me be the first to give you a warm welcome to Tenbi. Minori said with a grin and sake bottle in hand. Principal, your hand, Haruko shouted. Minori looked to her free hand. I guess it is getting kind of blurry. No, I mean the bottle in your other hand. We have guests, Haruko complained. PFF'd. Please, these are child soldiers. They don't give a crap if someone drinks in front of them. She actually was right there. Anyway, any of you want a sip? It tastes like honeydew, Minori said with a grin, falling onto her seat with the bottle raised up into the air. It does, Fu asked. At least to me it does, Minori said with a shrug. Oh joy, Sasuke could tell from this respected authority figure that things would go very smoothly. Naruto was currently sitting on one of the couches in the office, with Sakura sitting next to him, still having her arms wrapped around his left arm as she rested her head against his shoulder, with her eyes closed as she smiled with bliss. Who would have thought she'd actually do this with Naruto? Naruto was feeling pretty disoriented. Sasuke was acting as he expected, silent and giving off a cold attitude and aura. Sakura on the other hand, she was acting like a fangirl. Oh boy, Naruto thought with a frown. He hopes to the kamis themselves that that's not true. I mean, how could it be? She's Sakura Haruno. She never gave him the time of day, but now she is acting like a clingy girlfriend. What the fuck? So Tilda, what's the deal with wanting to leave so early? Minori asked with her fist to her cheek. Well, Minori-sama, Naruto has been missed by everyone in our world. We just feel it's right to bring him back home, Sakura said. Well then, what about us? Huh. Well, of course, spending time here. Naruto has made new friends who love him as well and who have fought alongside him, shedding blood, sweat, and tears. We'd miss him just as much as you all have been. So, what would be your method of bringing him back? Surely it can't be that easy, yes? Minori questioned. On the inside, she was smirking as Sakura just stared at her in surprise with a hint of nervousness. I'll give her one thing. She has a wicked silver tongue. Sasuke thought. Well, honestly, I haven't really thought that through. Sakura admitted with a nervous smile as she scratched the back of her head. Oh, Tilda, so basically you want to take Naruto and act like all that's happened in the past months never existed, is that it? Minori asked with an innocent look. Thank you, Principal, Azuki thought with a smirk. Rokuju-san, you must understand, Naruto is needed back in Konoha. Sakura said, regaining a calm composure. In what way? Minori asked. Well, from what I've heard, there are other strong people back at your village. Including your boyfriend over there. Minori pointed at Sasuke. He's not my boyfriend, Sakura said with narrowed eyes and a displeased expression. Naruto, along with Cha-Cha, Kimi, and Azuki blinked their eyes at this, noticing the tone in Sakura's voice on how she rejected the idea of Sasuke being her boyfriend. Things must really have changed more than they thought. They'd have to remember that. Regardless, what difference would a single person do for a military country? Minori countered, leaning back into her chair with her fingers together. Naruto's not just any person. Sakura exclaimed. If this is about the fox in his gullet, Naruto has that completely under his control. Then that's good. Konoha needs that. Why would they need it? They have strong people. Plus, from what I've heard, the fox doesn't like anyone in your world, so how would the chance of a raging monster being set loose work? Is Naruto a weapon to you? No, Sakura shouted. Then he's a weapon to your village. That pissed off Sakura enough to let go of her hold on Naruto and stand up from the couch. No, Sakura stopped herself and she took in a deep breath into his nose and exhaled out her mouth. Naruto is a shinobi of Konohagakure first. Whatever he is here holds no importance over there. Oh ho, you said over there, but here he is important. Minori said with a smirk. And why is that? Sakura questioned with narrowed eyes. He's a member of Maken. Azuki answered with her eyes closed and arms crossed. Look, no offense to your club, but that has nothing against the needs of an entire village. Sakura said, turning her gaze towards Azuki. Tenbi Academy has just as much importance as your village. We fight, protect and serve every day, just like you. Azuki retorted. But you're small, Sakura said. And does that really matter? Does small really matter to you? Oh, Tilda, Cha-Cha and Kimi said in a low tone at Azuki's jab. Sakura growled as she glared at Azuki and Azuki glared at Sakura. Alright, no bickering. No need to turn things into a fight. Minori said. Naruto, you know you need to come back, right? Sakura asked turning to Naruto. Yeah, I know, Naruto said, catching everyone by surprise. What? Seriously? Azuki exclaimed. Well yeah, I need to take care of Akatsuki. There's only like, what? 5 members left. Sounds easy enough, Naruto said with a shrug. You realize that they're a group of S-rank shinobi. Sasuke said with his arms crossed. Yeah, no shit. And I defeated their oldest living member, who went head to head against the first Hokage, and that was back when I only had chakra in me. Now, if I can beat a guy like that with just one punch, what pause can the others give me? Naruto said, nonchalantly. Doesn't the figurehead of the group have the Rinnegan, as in the eyes of the Raikudo Sennin? Fu asked, making Sasuke and Sakura stare at her in shock. Yeah, but what threat could he bring after a monster that dwarfs the tailed beasts themselves? Naruto rhetorically asked. That's a good point. Fu said, scratching her chin. The eyes of the. Wait. Naruto, do you know vital info on the Akatsuki? Sakura asked. Everyone does around here, Cha-Cha said with a smile. Then you need to come back. Konoha needs this information. It's your birthplace. They need you. Sakura tried to reason, grabbing his arm. He could just write everything down for you to take back. Azuki said. You stay out of this. Sakura warned, pointing at Azuki. I will not. Naruto is precious to me. To all of us. You can't just go and take him away without a way for him to come back. Konoha needs him. Tenbi needs him. Like some school is more important than the entirety of a village. Sakura yelled as she took a step forward. What importance would a village that has caused someone pain for most of their life have? Azuki shouted back, taking a step forward. Don't talk about my village like that, you dumb bimbo. Then don't talk down to all of us, you big-headed bitch. The two got in each other's faces, boiling with anger, ready to fight. However, Naruto stomped his foot hard into the floor, causing the whole room to shake as everyone was bounced off of the ground, making surprised noises, except for Minori, who had a dull look as she stayed sitting in her now flying chair, before they all hit the ground. Shut up, Naruto said. Everyone looked to Naruto to see he was hunched over with his hands together, and his head hanging as his eyes were shadowed. Konoha is important to me, that much is true, but Tenbi is also important to me, becoming my home as well. Both are important to me equally, both need my attention. I don't want there to be bad relations between either of them. Now we can all talk like rational adults or you can all shut up, because I don't want to hear another insult. Naruto said in a serious, harsh tone, sounding like a father scolding his children. Sakura stared at Naruto in shock. Is this really him? Is this really the happy-go-lucky, slightly immature knucklehead that she had been put in a team with so long ago? Sasuke just stared at Naruto in shock. How did he do that? Has he really gotten so powerful that he can just cause a room to shake just from a stomp? How much has he changed? Okay, everyone please get off my floors. We just waxed, Minori said with a dull look and her fist pressed against her left cheek. No you didn't, Takaru said. Well then I'll personally do it with your faces. Now make your choice, Minori said with a dull glare. Everyone got back to their feet. Minori-chan. Naruto spoke, earning the principal's attention. Pass me a bottle, Naruto said with a hand up. Minori grinned, digging into her drawer and tossed over a bottle of sake that Naruto caught with ease. Naruto uncorked the bottle with his thumb and started chugging the alcohol. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura shouted. Drinking, Naruto said as he pulled the bottle away from his lips. That's not healthy. So, a lot of things weren't healthy for me, like punches to the noggin. How else was someone going to teach you otherwise? You're always so stubborn, a good punch to the head was the only way to catch your attention. Minori said. Okay, I'll give you that. Naruto admitted. He really can be more stubborn than a mule. Still, I like it. Naruto said, drinking more. Naruto, it's not good for you. Think about what your mother. Naruto glanced at Sakura with annoyed eyes, making her chuckle nervously as she scratched the back of her head, looking away from his annoyed stare. It looks like the roles have reversed. Cha-Cha whispered to Kimi with a smile, making the petite girl giggle. Look, take it from me. I've always been looking out for you. Sakura tried to reason. A. That's a lie. B. Years ago, you always walked away from me, avoiding me the best you could, and punching me for getting a little persistent, only really caring about getting his attention. Naruto pointed to Sasuke. So don't go saying you, always, looked out for me. See, I'm a mature young man who has gone through much experience and learned new things from people who have actually took the time to help me mature, and from fights with enemies that would make you shit your pants. And D. Shut up. Naruto said as he drank more sake. Sakura just stared at Naruto in shock. He just told her off in such a harsh manner. She should be pissed off, but, does she even deserve the right? Naruto wasn't wrong. Sakura never really was there for him. Hell, now that she thought about it, she wasn't even one of the closest to him. Far from it. She used to consider him annoying, and granted she wasn't wrong to feel that way, but the least she could have done was warm up to him, getting to know the real him, but instead she tried her best to stay as detached to him as possible. And for what? No, seriously, for what? She had no excuse. Honestly, now that she thought about it, this moment has been a long time coming and she deserved it. She's hurt him, abused him, and even used him. How can she even call herself his friend, let alone girlfriend material? Sakura stayed silent with a sad expression on her face. Haruko felt bad for Sakura. Granted, Naruto wasn't wrong, but that didn't mean he had to be so harsh. Haruko walked over to the couch, now getting behind Naruto. Naruto, you don't need to be so Suddenly the door slammed open. What's the disturbance? Furin exclaimed as she and the rest of Maken entered the room in their battle stances with their Maken out, but they all froze in shock as they noticed two new people in the room. Naruto's teammates. Oh, hello, Yuka spoke. What in the hell? Kengo spoke with disbelief. I need some air, Naruto said, getting up and walking past the others, walking out into the hall. I'll go see if he's alright, Takaru said, walking out the room, following Naruto. I'll do the same, Kengo said, following after Takaru. Sakura sighed, before turning to Minori. Minori-san, please understand. Naruto is needed back in Konoha. Oh, I understand. I'm just curious on how he could come back if he wanted to. In fact, how did you get here? Minori asked. Oh, well, it's simple. Sakura took out the ripple and a scroll. She unsealed what was inside, revealing Naruto's old orange and blue jumpsuit jacket with white collar. I wrapped the ripple up with this and sent chakra into it, and it just created a portal that Sasuke and I jumped into to get here. So let me get this straight. Using an old piece of clothing that Naruto used to wear, you managed to open a portal that led you to where he was, correct? Minori asked. Sakura nodded. Then how are you going to get back? Huh. Well, the reason you got here is because you had a piece of clothing that had Naruto's DNA in it. Then what do you have that's going to connect to the DNA of someone back in your world? Minori clarified her question. Sakura's eyes widened in an exaggerated form. She looked to the ripple, realizing that now she was stuck in Maken world. Sakura moaned with her head hanging. She was so down, but then she got determined. I'll find a way, Sakura exclaimed. Well, I like your spirit, Minori said with a grin. Excuse me, Sakura-san. Sakura turned to look at a purple-haired young lady with smaller breasts than her. Huh, somehow that rose her spirits. Where did your friend go? Yuruchi asked, pointing to the spot where Sasuke once stood, but now was gone. What? Oh tilde, Sasuke, Sakura shouted as she ran out, past the others, to find him. Naruto was walking down the hall with an annoyed expression on his face. Yo, Naruto, hold on, Takaru called out before he and Usui managed to catch up to him. Look dude, I don't want to get on your nerves, but, well, maybe that last thing you did back in the room was a bit of a dick move. Takaru said with a nervous smile. How could I not get annoyed? Naruto shouted as he spun on his heel and looked to them with his hands raised up with annoyance. Those two come here and say I have to come back to Konoha, as if it's a part of my duty. Naruto shouted with annoyance. Okay, I'm lost here, Kengo said. Sasuke and Sakura found a way to come here, and now said Naruto should go back to Konoha with them. Takaru explained. Well, what did you say? Kengo asked Naruto. That's the thing. They didn't let me say a thing. You should have seen Azuki-chan and Sakura-chan. They were fighting over where I should stay, as if they could decide for me. It's my decision, damn it, Naruto yelled. Okay, no need to throw a hissy fit, man. Kengo said with his hands up in defense. Naruto sighed. Sorry guys, I need to be alone, Naruto said, walking away with a slumped visage. Kengo sighed with his arms crossed. Chicks, they think they can make every decision for us, Kengo said with a frown. I wouldn't say every decision, Takaru said. Kengo just looked to him with dull eyes. Okay, maybe they can get a little involved, Takaru said with a shrug. Naruto pushed open the door to the roof. He walked over to the center of the roof, and sat down cross-legged. Naruto sighed with his head slumped. He brought the bottle towards his lips, but stopped. I can't even sulk in peace with you around, can I? Naruto said. Sasuke was atop of the doorway structure, you know what I mean, but I don't know the literal term for it, looking down at Naruto with serious eyes. I don't know. Don't lie, Sasuke said. I'm not lying. I don't know if I should say. Naruto said. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Do you know how much pain I've been through? No, but you've never experienced my pain either. Naruto shot back. Sasuke jumped down onto the roof. I had experienced the worst terror anyone could experience. Anyone with family. I've suffered great pain too, Sasuke. Pain you will never understand yourself. Enough. The reason I came here is to know the truth. What is it that you know of that damn night? Sasuke demanded answers. Naruto just slightly turned his head to Sasuke, staring at him with a stoic expression. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, knowing what that meant. Sasuke slowly started to unsheath his Chikudo. Naruto sighed. He got up to his feet, holding the bottle up, as it suddenly vanished from sight, shocking Sasuke. Sasuke managed to notice that the bottle was left on the side far away from them. How did he? Sasuke looked back to Naruto, who was just staring at him with his stoic look. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto. Getting into his stance, Sasuke ready to attack, while Naruto just stayed there, staring at him with disinterest and his hands in his pocket. Now getting very annoyed, Sasuke charged at Naruto at top speed. Sasuke sent a slashes, but Naruto just casually walked back from them. Sasuke sent roundhouse kick, but Naruto continued to move back, however Sasuke's follow-up attack was a rising slash. Naruto sensed there was something more to the attack, so slid to the side, noticing a thin line of lightning coating the blade. Chidori Senbon, Sasuke said with a hand as he shot lightning Senbon at point-blank range. They seemed to have went through Naruto, but he actually faded away, as if he were a mirage. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. He sensed a signature behind him, so he spun and sent a horizontal slash, but Naruto actually punched it away, causing Sasuke to lose proper balance, allowing Naruto the opportunity to kick him straight in the gut, sending him flying into the railing on the edge of the building. Sasuke groaned as he held his stomach. The strength behind the kick was powerful. Sasuke slowly got up to his feet, trembling as he got up. Sasuke coughed up a bit. He gritted his teeth and glared at Naruto, who continued to stare at him with a stoic expression. He never thought the day would come that he would find an annoyingly cocky and happy grinning fool of a Naruto to be more welcome to him than this one showing no real emotion staring at him. Sasuke growled a bit as his eyes changed to Sharingan. Sasuke dashed over towards Naruto, his Chikudo bursting with electricity, as he started slashing at Naruto, who just effortlessly dodged all the slashes, and avoiding the lightning it was creating from harming him. Sasuke sent a rising slash again, making Naruto walk back from it, but Sasuke actually managed to make hand signs with one hand, causing Naruto blink with interest, as Sasuke blew a flamethrower-style fire release technique at Naruto. After a few moments, Sasuke stopped only to find out Naruto wasn't there anymore. He turned to see Naruto behind him again. Sasuke quickly used his Sharingan to use a genjutsu on Naruto. Naruto sensed chakra sent to Sasuke's eyes, so obviously he retaliated, by simply poking him in the eyes. Sasuke groaned, grabbing his eyes, and Naruto followed with a punch to the gut, making Sasuke bend over with his cheeks puffed, before kneeing him in the jaw, and delivered a successful hammer fist down onto his face, causing Sasuke to slam into the ground. Sasuke groaned and his blood came down the side of his mouth. Naruto just stared down at him, still possessing a stoic, uninterested look. That just pissed Sasuke off. Sasuke's Sharingan shined as he made a crossed hand sign, surprising Naruto as it looked familiar. Suddenly a second Sasuke appeared out of a cloud of smoke, flying in front of Naruto with a Chikudo ready. Shadow clone. Naruto thought in shock. He quickly punched the Sasuke clone, before it could successfully slash at him, however it bought Sasuke enough time for his greatest jutsu. Chidori. Sasuke shouted as he tried to stab the Chidori right into Naruto, but Naruto grabbed Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke was visibly shocked. Naruto had stopped his attack at point-blank range. An attack that was at lightning-fast speed. How is that possible? That's enough. Naruto shouted, pushing the Chidori away and sending a punch straight into Sasuke's face. The punch went straight to his face, breaking his nose as he was sent flying away, breaking through the railing, but before he could fall from the great height, Naruto grabbed his ankle, and slammed him hard into the roof's floor. Naruto sat onto Sasuke's back, cross-legged style, then grabbed his head and slammed his face into the roof's floor. Sasuke groaned, gritting his teeth in rage. Chidori. Nagashi. 1000 birds current. Naruto flew up into the air, still with his legs crossed, as Sasuke's body alighted with streams of lightning. Look at me. I'm Caesar Zeppeli. Naruto mentally cried with a small smile. You little nerd. Kurama said with his eyes closed. Sometime his own Jinchuriki can be a little, what's a nice way of saying pathetic? Embarrassing. Naruto landed his feet on the railing, his expression back to stoic with his eyes closed. Sasuke charged at him with a lightning-covered Chikudo, but Naruto created a golden kunai out of nothing in his hand and blocked the lightning blade, a literal one, with it, effortlessly holding it back with one hand. What would it prove? Naruto asked. What? Sasuke growled. What would the info I have proved to you? Would it help you sleep at night? Would it shed some light on an already dark chapter you never want to revisit? What would these special set of words I have give to you? Naruto asked. You bastard. Sasuke shouted as his Sharingan shined red. Don't you dare call me that. Naruto said in a menacing tone as his iris shined gold. Naruto burst with golden fire, sending Sasuke flying back from the strong force and skidding across the floor. Naruto hopped down from railing as the kunai vanished. Why the hell would you want to know something at the cost that it could bring you nightmares? Naruto asked. Shut up. Sasuke screamed. Answer me. Naruto said, starting to get annoyed. Sasuke roared as he charged forward, going at top speed, but Naruto was suddenly in front of him, punching him in the face with a right haymaker punch into his left cheek, causing him to spit out blood and a tooth. Naruto left jabbed Sasuke in the middle of the chest, then the gut, followed by a knee to the chin. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's head and head-butted him straight in the head, brought his head down to knee him 3 times in the face, then he wrapped his arm around Sasuke's neck, squeezing his head between his right arm and right side of his body, as he slammed the heel of his left foot into his face 4 times and finished by letting him go, only to send one final hard kick to his stomach, sending him flying into the railing again, only this time instead of breaking through, his body dented into it, leaving it bent back past the edge. Sasuke moaned with pain. Never in his life has he felt so weak. Except 3 years ago, against Itachi. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he managed to find strength to get off the railing, but he was trembling. You can barely stand, Naruto said. Sasuke, despite the pain that I've felt being your friend, throughout this path as an avenger that you've carved for yourself, isolating yourself from any bonds that came your way, in the end I still consider you a friend. And yet you constantly persist in this endeavor, and for what? Just to know something that might put you back on that path. A path you left behind when the deed was finished. Is what I have really so important to you that you'll risk going back to being a missing nin, hunting down another only to get an even worse result? For the love of Kami, if it wasn't for Ba-chan, you'd be in prison. Are you really prepared to feel more pain, to cause more pain, for something like this? Sasuke gritted his teeth with so much anger. His Sharingan shined bright, like no other, rage fueling him as he glared at Naruto. Naruto stayed silent as he had somber eyes. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. What you'll say next is, don't lecture me. You will never understand how I feel no matter how many times I tell you. Naruto said, turning his back to Sasuke. Don't lecture me. You will never understand how I feel no matter how many times I tell you. Sasuke shouted, only for his eyes to widen. How did Naruto know his next line? Has he predicted every step? Sasuke's instincts told him something was coming from the rear, making him turn his head, only for a pair of clackers to slam into his head. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he felt his whole body go numb. He fell right to the ground as the clackers flew towards Naruto, who grabbed them easily. Clacker boomerang, Naruto said with the clackers hanging off his shoulder. Ima Iwata. Now it's done. Naruto pocketed the clackers, but they vanished via golden flames. Naruto did not face Sasuke. Sasuke laid there on the ground, defeat. He gritted his teeth, feeling so much rage in him. Only the thing is, that rage became something else. Naruto heard water drop to the floor of the roof, thanks to his advanced hearing. He turned to see a sight he thought he'd never see. Sasuke was crying. Sasuke's face was scrunched up in sadness and pain, as streams of tears ran down from his eyes. Sasuke sobbed. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing, and honestly Sasuke couldn't believe it either. He was an Uchiha, a member of the main household. He wasn't supposed to show any signs of weakness to others. And yet he couldn't help himself. He just lied there and cried. Naruto gently walked over towards Sasuke, stopping right in front of him, staring down at him. I guess that answers my question, Naruto said, possessing a stoic expression. He suddenly placed the bottle of sake from earlier in front of Sasuke. Take some. It eases the pain a bit. Both of them, Naruto said. Sasuke just stared at the bottle. Actually, you might need more for the shit I'm about to spill, Naruto said, placing another bottle of sake, only this one is full, in front of Sasuke. Sasuke blinked his eyes as he stared at the bottles. He reached over and grabbed the opened one. He never had sake before, but after the punishment he received, the thought of drinking some sounds welcomed. Sasuke groaned as he picked himself up a bit by balancing on his arm, and drinking some of the sake. It hurt a bit, burning his throat, but it was still welcomed. Now get up. I already healed you a bit, Naruto said. Sasuke pulled the bottle from his lips, looking to Naruto, but he suddenly realized that he indeed did have the strength to get to his feet. Sasuke slowly picked himself up to his feet. He still felt a hell of a lot of pain, but he was healed enough to stay on his feet for a bit. How the hell did he do that so fast? Sasuke wondered. Naruto walked over towards the railing, sitting on it. His eyes were closed, with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke stared to Naruto, expecting him to spill. Sasuke's heart was pounding. What is this truth? Thinking about Naruto's questions before, is he really prepared for this? Did he even believe he would make it this far at all? Before I spill, I'm telling you right now, if whatever path leads you to hurting innocents, those who never had a hand in anything, taking your rage out on a community instead of a specific person, and if you get anyone hurt or killed along the path you're going to carve, Naruto looked to Sasuke with blood-red eyes with slit pupils. I will cripple you. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. I'll beat you senseless, or I'll kill you, or something else was what he expected, but to cripple him. Sasuke doesn't think he's ever heard anything like that before. Definitely a new one. Naruto's eyes shifted back into cerulean blue with regular pupil eyes. Naruto stayed silent as he tried to find the words to explain the situation. Sasuke waited patiently, but he didn't have much considering this could change his life forever. Naruto could only think of one sentence to say right now. Your brother is not selfish. Silence stayed for several moments. What? Sasuke questioned. Sasuke, do you remember what happened on the day of my birth? Naruto asked. How the hell does that explain? Do you remember what event was on the day of my birth? Naruto asked. Once again, this time in a stern tone as he gave Sasuke a stern stare. Sasuke stayed silent. The Naruto in front of him is definitely not the same. This Naruto is one who does not play anymore. How he became this way, Sasuke may not know, but he did know not to cross him. Sasuke nodded in response, unable to speak. What happened? Naruto asked. Sasuke stared down at the ground. He was silent, but so was Naruto. Naruto refused to continue the conversation if Sasuke remained silent. Sasuke could tell this, which annoyed him, so he decided to respond. That was the day the Kyuubi attacked the village, Sasuke said. Correct. And why did he do so? Naruto asked. Sasuke remained silent. He wasn't sure why that mattered. After a few moments, he decided to answer since Naruto showed no signs of continuing until he got a response again. Because he loves destruction and death, Sasuke said, making Kurama growl inside of Naruto. That's everyone's answer. But not the truth. Naruto said, surprising Sasuke. History lesson. Naruto said, bringing a finger up. Hashirama Senju, the Shadaime Hokage, made it his mission to bring peace. In order to gain harmony between the 5 hidden villages, Hashirama took it upon himself to capture all 9-tailed beasts by himself after his battle with Madara Uchiha. And he succeeded. Call upon the first Kage meeting, held in Konoha, Hashirama gave the 4 other villages 8 of the 9-tailed beasts. Shukaku the Ikibi to Suna, the Nibi and Hachibi to Kumo, Sanbi and Rokubi to Kiri, and the Gobi and Yonbi to Aiwa. Don't ask me how Tokigakure got the Nanabi in their possession, but they acquired it most likely by either as a gift, something stolen from another village, or captured by themselves after another village lost track of him. In the end, Konoha kept the Kyuubi. Now normally this would have been seen as a selfish act by Hashirama. Understandable, of course, but do you know why Konoha kept the Kyuubi? Number. Sasuke said, shaking his head. It is because since he has the most chakra, a normal being would have died from the sealing process. Jinchurikis are made to be weapons. At least that's how it was to the other villages. However, none of them had the required person to possess the Kyuubi. In fact, there is only one clan that could have the Kyuubi sealed inside of their members. Do you know who they are? Number. Of course not. Because for whatever reason, they were never put into our class lessons. Which honestly disgusts me. Do you know why? No. I am disgusted, because this clan had helped with the birth of Konoha. They are the cousins of the Senju clan. They had built their own hidden village, known as Uzushiogakure. The village was the sister village of Konoha, and as a sign of camaraderie, Konoha had put their clan emblem, the red spiral, on the uniforms of every Chunin and Jonin of Konoha. They were ranked high up, equaling the Senju and the Uchiha clan. They were masters of sealing techniques. They were feared for their chakra, longevity, and life forces. They are even able to survive a hole through the chest for at most 10 to 15 minutes. What in the hell? Why have I never heard of this clan before? Sasuke thought with shock that the academy decided to never teach their class about this clan, since they helped the Senju build Konoha. Do you know the name of this clan? Naruto asked. Sasuke stared at Naruto for a few moments, but then realized something. Naruto had said only that clan could be the holder of the Kyuubi. Which means. Sasuke's eyes widened as he gasped. That's right. That clan is the Uzumaki clan. Naruto shouted, shocking Sasuke even further. This Dobi is part of a powerful clan. Sasuke's mind replayed the fights he's seen Naruto in and the fights he's had against him. Now it all makes sense. I am the 3rd Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The first was the Shadaime's wife and the grandmother of the Godime Hokage, Mito Uzumaki. The second was my mother. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. My mother was chosen to be the next bearer and was brought to Konoha. After her immigration, some of the shinobi world's nations banded together to destroy Uzushiogakure, because the Uzumaki clan was feared by all, believing they had too much power, they made it a priority to destroy it. And sadly, they had succeeded. Only a handful of Uzumakis managed to escape. You actually know another. A certain red head with glasses. Karen. Sasuke thought with wide eyes. Years later, my mother was conceiving me, which was not good. Not for the fact that I was born, if that's what you think I was implying, but because when a female Uzumaki who is also a Jinchuriki is in the process of labor, the seal that contains the tailed beast weakens, giving the creature inside the perfect opportunity to break free. As my mother gave birth, my father, who had learned sealing jutsu from my mother, and possibly Jiraiya, had been tasked to keep the seal strong while my mother was giving birth to me. Sadly, on that day, despite being protected by numerous Anbu, a single person killed them all, including the Sandaime's wife, Bawako, who was one of 2 midwives. That person had used me as a hostage to separate my father from my mother. Succeeding, he split the Kyuubi from my mother, leaving her in a near-death state. What kind of idiot would release a tailed beast, especially the Kyuubi of all of them? The monster would have killed him. True, Sasuke. However, I want to ask you a question. Naruto said, folding one leg over the other. Did you know that there is a powerful dujutsu that can control a tailed beast's mind? Naruto asked, making Sasuke's eyes widen again in shock. No. Yes. And Uchiha controlled the Kyuubi. He was masked. Although I know his real name, you probably know him better as the fool with the orange spiral mask, hanging out with that bomb maniac Deidara. Naruto said, shocking Sasuke even more. He used his Mangekyo Sharingan to control Kyuubi, just like his predecessor Madara Uchiha had done before, only instead of using him for a fight against Kage, he used it to attack Konoha. After his plans had failed that night, thanks to my father, the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he went into hiding for a bit. My father had decided to seal half of the Kyuubi's chakra, the yang half, along with its soul into me, while sealing his yin half inside of himself. My father and mother lost their lives that day, saving me from being killed by the Kyuubi's claws. Kurama's eyes saddened. How he wished to reverse time and stop that from even happening. That way, At least Naruto would probably still have his mother. The aftermath was I was orphaned and despised by the adults in the village, who also raised their children to avoid me at all costs. I became a pariah, but that's not important, is it? You want to know the truth. Sasuke stood silent for a few moments, before nodding. The truth is, Konoha's higher alumni were suspicious of the Uchiha clan, because only an Uchiha could have been possible for that night. This caused much distrust. In turn, the Uchiha felt betrayed. To be suspicious, despite their service to Konoha, had brought such rage, that your father along with the higher-ups of your clan, had decided to initiate a coup. Sasuke gasped as he stared at Naruto. You're lying, Sasuke said with disbelief. Do I look like I am? After the time we've spent together, do you really think I would make up something so horrible? Naruto retorted. Sasuke stayed silent. He couldn't believe it. A coup. And his father was the ringmaster. Your father put your brother Itachi into Anbu, the Hokage's right arm, as they are known, for him to act as a spy. However, your brother had other plans. Your brother was more loyal to Konoha than he was his own clan, that he decided to be a double agent for Konoha. A double agent? Sasuke questioned, still in disbelief. Yes. Your father became suspicious of him, so he had Itachi's best friend Shisui to spy on him, but Shisui shared the same views as Itachi. The truth is, Sasuke, is that with this coup, a civil war would have been brought, in turn bringing attention to other villages who would no doubt stage another attack. Creating another shinobi world war. The elders had two decisions. Go with old man Sarutobi's idea of a peaceful negotiation between the Uchiha, or go with an old war hawk, Danzo Shimura's idea of exterminating your clan. Sasuke lost balance from shock, falling onto his bottom. Shisui had an ability called Koto Amatsukami, which would have brainwashed the Uchiha into dropping the coup. However, Danzo, seeing it as a waste, stole Shisui's right eye. Without a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui could not activate the Genjutsu. So instead, he gave his remaining eye to Itachi, who put it inside of me via one of his crows. What? Long story, Naruto said looking to the side. Anyway, on that day, Shisui committed suicide. The experience was so traumatic, that Itachi had awakened his own Mangekyo Sharingan. So, I never did have to kill my best friend to earn it. Sasuke realized. Seeing no other way, Itachi went along with Danzo's plan, but only upon one condition. That you would be spared. Sasuke looked to Naruto in shock. Before that night, Itachi had found the masked man who controlled the Kyuubi and made a deal. Believing him to be Madara Uchiha, he offered him a chance to get revenge upon the Uchiha, but in actuality he most likely wanted to stop the coup as well, as he saw it would only bring more despair. He didn't want a world war, at least not yet. Itachi and the masked Uchiha did as planned, but as he went to face off against your parents, they instead surrendered their lives to him, letting him kill them. They rather would have died by their son's hands than fight him. Sasuke grabbed his forehead, not believing what he was hearing. To-san. Ka-san. Naruto stared at Sasuke with sad eyes. He waited a few moments for Sasuke to take it all in. After a few moments of silence, Naruto continued. Your brother cried twice that day, Sasuke. Naruto spoke. Sasuke's eyes slowly looked up to him. He shed tears before killing your parents, and he shed tears before he left you. Sasuke's memories of that night flashed through his mind, realizing now that he had seen Itachi shed tears before he fell unconscious. He never had the strength to kill you, Sasuke. He truly does love you. What he did to you that night was also you could hate him. He felt he needed to be punished for his sins, and the only one who could do that was another Uchiha. He wanted it to be you, Sasuke. He wanted you to avenge and redeem the Uchiha. He left everything to you. Naruto said. Sasuke started to hyperventilate. Naruto pushed off the railing and walked over towards Sasuke. Kneeling down, Naruto placed his hands on Sasuke's shoulder, and brought him closer, hugging him. Sasuke continued to pant, but his breathing started to slow as he felt Naruto's warmth, calming him. After what seemed like hours, but were several moments, Sasuke calmed down enough for Naruto to continue. He never wanted you to find out. Naruto said as he pulled back. He pleaded with the third to keep the coup a secret. To let the Uchiha have a little dignity. Also, so no one would resent you, like they did me. Naruto said with sad eyes. Sasuke looked to Naruto, still in shock. Despite using you in a horrible manner, all he wanted was for you to be the light of the clan. To be his judge, jury and executioner, that would lead the Uchiha back into greatness. Greatness. What greatness is there? My clan went nuts, Sasuke shouted. Only because they love too much. It's considered the Uchiha's curse. Their love is so deep, that they are willing to fight against the world, and start an entire world war to avenge what they have lost. Naruto said. Sasuke stayed silent for a few moments. His tears started to pour from his eyes. Who do I have to kill? Sasuke asked. Naruto's face became stoic, yet stern as he saw blood mix in with those tears. Who must I kill to avenge Itachi? Sasuke asked once more as his eyes transformed into his Mangekyo Sharingan. You already know. Danzo Shimura, Naruto said. But don't be hasty, and above all, don't involve any of the others. Danzo is the ringmaster who to this day is still a threat to Konoha. Even though he loves it, his views are far from the teachings of the Shadaime and the Nadaime. I don't care. All I want is his head on a pike. Sasuke shouted with anger. And you will get that. But we can't do this as shinobi, or avengers. We got to be like JoJo's and use our heads. Naruto said, tapping the left temple of his head. The area became silent for several moments. JoJo's? Sasuke questioned. He did not know what that meant, but it sure did sound stupid. Yar. Sorry about that. Makes sense if you know what I'm talking about, Datbeo. Naruto said with an embarrassed grin, eye smiles and rubbing the back of his head. Sasuke just stared at him with a dull look. Sasuke sighed as a new thought came to mind. Naruto. Why are you saying this? Sasuke asked. Naruto remained silent. Months ago you would have tried to tell me not to try anything so far as murder. Why are you saying it's fine now? Sasuke asked. Sasuke, if there is one thing that I've learned in this world, it's that it's okay to hate. Naruto said, shocking Sasuke. Okay, now he knows that Naruto has changed. The old Naruto would never say that. Just don't ever let it consume you, or it will own you. Letting your emotions make every decision for you is wrong. It's no way to live. We have to remain in control of our mind. Besides, Danzo is a disease that needs to be stopped. His goal is the Hokage seat, and he is the last person I want to see sitting there and wearing that hat. Naruto explained. So you're willing to get rid of him? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, and the best way to do that is to expose him for the dark rotted root he truly is. Naruto said with a smirk and finger up. Sasuke stared at Naruto for a few moments of silence. Suddenly, he started to smile. Where was this side of you when we were kids? Sasuke questioned with a smirk. Oh please, don't go acting like you wouldn't have still found me annoying. Naruto said with grin. Naruto and Sasuke laughed at this. Here, Naruto said handing Sasuke a bottle of sake. Drink up, Naruto said, gesturing with his hand for Sasuke to chug the drink. Sasuke stared down at the bottle in his hand. Shrugging, he decided to drink up, but when he did, his face scrunched up in disgust. Tastes like piss, Sasuke said, staring down at the bottle. Pansy, Naruto said. If you like it so much, you take it. Sasuke said, extending the bottle to Naruto. No way, it's got. Sasuke spit on it. Naruto said with his hands up. However, he suddenly grabbed a curved knife from somewhere and sliced off the top piece. There, that's better, Naruto said with a smile as he grabbed the sliced bottle and drank from it. Be careful not to cut yourself, Sasuke said. Oh please, Uzumakis can naturally recover faster from any injury and exhaustion than any other people in the world. Also helps that I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, plus getting an upgrade. Naruto said with a smile as he continued drinking. Maybe I can get an upgrade. Somehow, Sasuke thought, wanting the power Naruto was given. Unknown to the two, or so it seemed, perhaps one knew someone was watching from behind the door leading to the roof. Sakura had managed to find Naruto, thanks to the helpful information Sakura got from Naruto's new best friends, Takaru and Kengo, who were very helpful in, willingly, giving her Naruto's location. Only when she came up to find him, she saw him fighting Sasuke. Well, really, it was giving him a beating. Honestly, she never thought she'd see the day Sasuke would be in a one-sided fight with Naruto, where he was the one getting his ass beaten. The only thing she thought she'd never see at all more than Naruto whipping Sasuke's ass like Jonin against a genin, so pretty much like the bell test Kakashi had for them after they graduated from the academy, was Sasuke actually crying. She never thought she would live to see the day. I don't think anyone did. She had seen and heard everything. She took a few steps back. Pure shock written all over her face. How could this all be true? Her own home hiding such a great clan that was once the closest allies to Konoha, relatives to the Senju, the Uchihas planning a coup and one of the top bracket of Konoha going behind everyone's back to exterminate them, using Sasuke's own older brother as a scapegoat. So you want to get rid of Danzo, because he's a threat to Konoha, huh? And he's a threat to me. He wanted me in his root program, so I could be used as a weapon of war. I could have been more fucked up than Sai, Naruto said, as he downed more of the bottle. Sakura's eyes widened with pure shock. She couldn't hear anymore. She's heard enough. Sakura decided to run off, leaving the two alone. Yeesh, I don't like that guy. He gives people the worst nicknames, Sasuke said. Singing to the choir, my friend. My special nickname was Dickless, Naruto said, sipping some of the sake. Spoiler alert. Untrue. I've heard, Sasuke said. I hate you so much. You guys even saw me make out with Cha-Cha. You better have not enjoyed it, Naruto said. Sasuke just stared at him with a stoic expression. Naruto burst with laughter. Yeah, right. Sasuke Uchiha getting turn on. Hell might freeze over when that happens. Naruto said with a grin. You're a dick, Sasuke said. I have my moments, Naruto said with a smile. So, what was your nickname? Naruto asked with a grin. Sasuke stayed silent. Oh, let me guess. Duck ass. Because of your hair. Oh, Mr. Emo, because you're the perfect emo. No. His comments are usually insulting, and from what I remember, he only gave Ino the nickname Ms. Beautiful, because he thought using the opposite was better since he gave Sakura the nickname Ugly, so that would mean that the opposite of what you're known for is Konoha's most desired bachelor to the women of Konoha, you're Sasuke. Naruto laughed his hard, falling onto his back, holding his gut and making sure he keeps his bottle up, keeping it from spilling. Not even a drop fell out the cut glass. Sasuke just stared at the laughing Naruto with a stoic expression. I want to kill you right now. You're welcome to try, Naruto shouted with a grin. Sakura was walking around the courtyard, her mind replaying all those moments on the roof. How could things be this horrible? So much she knew was a lie. Or at least that's what it feels like. She felt so bad for Sasuke and Naruto. She also felt bad for Kushina-sama and the Yondaime Hokage. Danzo sounds like a horrible man. To think he's a high-ranking member of Konoha. Maybe if Naruto returns, he can help bring him out of power. Although she was most worried about this masked man with a spiral mask. Whoever he was purely dangerous. No doubt he'll come after Naruto someday. She stopped in the middle of her tracks. Wait, what am I worried about? Let that masked man come. Naruto's on a whole new level of strength. He can beat him, Sakura thought with a determined, confident smile as she pumped her fist and grabbed her bicep. And, Sakura brought her hands down, grabbing them together as she had a soft smile and soft eyes with a red blush on her cheeks. And I'll be by his side. Sakura's smile widened as she gave a small giggle. Sakura-san tilde. Sakura turned her head to see Cha-Cha and Kimi sitting at the fountain, with Cha-Cha waving to her and Kimi looking to her with a book in hand. Come over here, Cha-Cha called out with a grin. Sakura blinked her eyes as she looked to them. They seemed nice, so what would the problem be of talking to them? Sakura walked over to them. Cha-Cha-san and Kimi-san, hello. Sakura greeted the two as she had a smile on her face. Ah, just call us Kimi and Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha said with a grin as she stood up and slapped her hand on the back of Sakura's back, making Sakura stumble forward with wide eyes and gritted teeth. We're friends after all. Too strong. Sakura groaned with pain. Cha-Cha was actually very damn strong. Safe to say she could give Sakura trouble. Here, Kimi exclaimed as she extended her book to Sakura. Sakura took it into her hands, and looked to the cover, to see that on the cover was a drawing of Naruto with his arms crossed and head slightly down with red eyes. Behind him were bigger drawings of what looked like that Deidara guy, Zetsu and Sasori. Kami, she has not thought of that guy in a long time. Turn the pages, Kimi said. Sakura blinked her eyes. She turned the pages only for her eyes to widen as she saw what looked like drawings of her battle with Sasori. She stared down at the pictures. Her eyes stared down at the drawing of herself. She, admittedly looked pretty good in drawing form. Not bad, huh, Cha-Cha said, wrapping her arm around Sakura's neck. I figured that you would like it, since it's your best battle in the series. Kimi said with a smile. The only real battle sadly. Which sucks. Sakura-senpai is so cool. Cha-Cha thought. I figured since, well, in case we might never see you again after all this, well, Kimi put her hands behind her back, looking down to the floor as she twirled side to side in embarrassment. I figured this would be a nice gift to remember us by. Sakura stared down at Kimi in surprise. She suddenly smiled as she placed her hand on her shoulder, making the petite girl look up to her. You're a wonderful girl, Kimi-chan. I'm glad I got to meet you. Sakura said with a smile. Kimi stared at Sakura with wide, shimmering eyes. I've been complimented by Sakura Haruno. This is one of the greatest days of my life. Kimi thought with inner glee. You bet she is. Cha-Cha cheered, wrapping her arm tighter around Sakura's neck while her finger gave a thumbs up. Cha-Cha-san, you're choking me. Sakura managed to choke out as she turned a bit blue. Oops, sorry, Cha-Cha said with an embarrassed grin as she pulled her arm away. Sakura managed to breath, holding her neck. So, you're really going to take Naruto away, huh? Cha-Cha asked with a sad smile. Yes, I'm sorry, but he is needed back in Konoha. Sakura said. So you're never bringing him back? Sakura turned to see Azuki, sitting on a branch with her arms crossed and her eyes closed. You want us all to say goodbye. Listen, Azuki-san, Konoha needs. Shut the fuck up, Azuki said as she opened her eyes and glared at Sakura. Do you think we're stupid? Konoha has nothing to do with this. Azuki started walking over. It's all you. You just want him back, because you want him all to yourself. Sorry sweetie, but your little selfless act is a load of crap. Azuki said as she stopped in front of Sakura, who glared at her. It's not an act. Many people want him back, including myself. Sakura said in a rising annoyance tone. Oh tilde, so you admit that you're acting selfish, wanting him all to yourself. Azuki said with a smirk. I'm selfish. You want to keep him for yourself as well. Sakura said pointing a finger at Azuki. I'll admit I don't want him to go. At least I'm straight with it. Azuki said. Sakura narrowed her eyes at Azuki. Honestly I don't trust you around him. You come here, acting like a slut, rubbing up against him. Don't you dare call me a slut. I love him. Sakura shouted with anger. And how did that happen, huh? He told me that he heard you say those same words to your precious Sasuke-kun. What changed? What made you decided to go for the blonde who threw himself at your feet since day one? Azuki questioned, now getting into Sakura's face. He was the one who complimented my forehead. Sakura said. That was a great moment. Kimi whispered. That's it. God, you are so pathetic. Azuki exclaimed. Watch it. Sakura shouted. Azuki tilde, I think you should ease up. Cha-Cha said with a nervous grin as she and Kimi took a few steps back. All because now you learned he was the one who said it. Yes. Do you know the pain I went through with this? Sakura pointed to her forehead. The constant taunting and bullying. The same treatment you delivered to Naruto, if I do remember from your harrowing tale as a genin with a full team. Fine. I was wrong, but my love is pure. Sakura retorted. Bullshit. You're so self-absorbed that when someone compliments your forehead, you throw yourself to them. Now that you know it was Naruto, you just want him for that compliment. Let me tell you sister, that's not love. Love is what Naruto has given me, Cha-Cha, Kimi and all the others. He took the time to know us. He was there for us every step of the way. We fell in love with him the right way, and it took time and effort on both sides. That's love, not this stupid shit. Love doesn't start from a single compliment. It doesn't start from admiration. It starts after you get to know them, and even so you might not even notice it yourself. That's how love starts. This love, you have for him, is just that of a fangirl. Don't call me that. So you want a lie to make you feel better. You are the most selfless person ever and the greatest female role model in Japanese history. Azuki said the last sentence in a sarcastic tone, causing Sakura to gain a pissed-off vein on her forehead. You are a real piece of work. You and your emo boyfriend. Don't you dare call Sasuke my boyfriend ever again. Sakura growled through her teeth as she glared heatedly at Azuki. Oh, what? Now that you know what Naruto said, you are disgusted by the idea of you and the Tem. What happened to all that effort to get close to him? Those 2 times of saying I love you. And begging Naruto to bring him back to you. All of that, was that all for nothing now? None of it means anything to you anymore. All those tears you shed and attention and love you gave to him, all gone like a cloud of smoke. You are a real bitch. You and Sasuke Uchiha deserve each other. Azuki said with a glare. That was the final straw. Sakura roared as she sent a punch to Azuki, but the red-haired maiden blocked it with the heel of her Maken boot hawk. A shockwave was created, that caused harsh wind to pick up, blowing up the skirts of the 4 girls in the area. Although Sakura was the only one who wore something else over her underwear to keep it from being exposed. Oh yeah, this is what I was expecting. Azuki exclaimed. I hope you enjoy your beating. Sakura shouted as she and Azuki jumped back. Get ready bitch, because I'm gonna rock your world. Sakura said with an anticipated grin as she cracked her knuckles. That's my line, you indecisive whore. Azuki said with a grinning smirk. Girls, please tilde, don't do this. Kimi pleaded. Yeah, fighting here isn't allowed. Cha-Cha said. So long as there is no witness. Azuki said. Witness? Sakura questioned with a raised eyebrow. Around here we do things differently than in your world. Maken Key's job is to keep the peace. One of those ways is to monitor a fight. A member, mainly one of the Kenkibu like Cha-Cha and myself, will monitor a fight as the official, as both sides give their demands expected from the other if they achieve victory. Azuki explained. As that's so, not a bad system. Sakura said. Please don't make that bet. Kimi said to herself, hoping they don't. Fine. If I win, you back off and I get to have Naruto come back with me. Sakura said with a smirk. Selfish bitch. Fine, if you want to play that, then I'll make the wager that when I win, Naruto stays, and the only info you'll get is written on toilet paper. Azuki said with a grin. Oh no, Kimi whispered with sadness. Cha-Cha, Kimi, one of you will be the official. Azuki called out to them. But I don't want to. Kimi said in a low tone, not wanting to see this fight. I'll be the official, Cha-Cha exclaimed with a grin and hand raise up high. Cha-Cha, Kimi exclaimed her best friend's name in shock. Oh don't be like that Kimi. This is a fight anyone would be glad to see. Cha-Cha said with her usual grin, but she suddenly leaned closer to Kimi and whispered. Go get Naruto-kun. He's the only one who can stop this fight. Kimi looked to Cha-Cha, before gaining a new determined look as she nodded, before rushing off. Okay, let's get things started. Cha-Cha cheered as she walked right over. Raising her hand, she began the duel ceremony before every fight. Right here, both sides, two different paths are intersecting. Azuki thrust her fist forward, and Sakura, not knowing what to do, mirrored Azuki. In order to discover your own path, in order to prove yourself, right here in Tenbi, you have to wager your souls. The way of the children of the sun. We swear to heaven. Azuki cried out. To heaven, Sakura said, still new to this. Azuki and Sakura got into their dueling stances. Sakura tightened her fists, while Azuki dug her feet deeper into the ground. After a few moments of silence, they both lunged at one another at the same time. Azuki thrust her Maken foot forward, while Sakura sent a punch. Azuki's hawk slammed right into Sakura's cheek and the tip of Sakura's fist managed to hit Azuki's ribs. Sakura's eyes widened in pain at feeling the pain in her face, while Azuki gritted her teeth at feeling some of her ribs crack. The two buckled back, but Azuki was quick to react first. Azuki jumped and started sending a barrage of kicks to Sakura, forcing her to block them with her arms up, but that was leaving bruises on her arms at the force behind the kicks. Azuki stopped, landing on the ground. Sakura took this as her opportunity, but once her guard was down, Azuki performed a bicycle kick with her Maken hawk, slamming it straight up Sakura's chin, sending her hovering in the air a bit. Azuki landed on her hands and knees as she then jumped up, appearing over Sakura and screamed as she kicked Sakura straight in the face, sending her into the ground, and finally dived down, slamming hawk straight into Sakura's gut. Sakura's eyes widened in pain, but she gritted her teeth as she grabbed Azuki's leg and slammed a hard right hook into the side of Azuki's knee, making her shout in pain as she felt her knee crack. Sakura immediately slammed Azuki into the side of the ground, before getting up and starting to slam her into the ground repeatedly. After slamming her into the ground for the fourth time, she tossed Azuki up a bit, only to slam her fist straight into her back, sending her straight into the fountain, breaking the side of it. Azuki. Cha-Cha shouted her friend's name with worry. Is that all you got? Sakura said, but flinched, holding her gut in pain as her left eye closed and her teeth gritted. Azuki, now wet, tried to pick herself up, as she glared at Sakura. Bitch. Naruto looked in a certain direction. He was sitting back on the railing, drinking with Sasuke sitting beside him. He stopped drinking as he looked to a certain direction. Is something wrong? Sasuke asked. Naruto continued to stare at the direction, feeling conflict. Azuki dashed at Sakura, managing to scratch her with hawk, leaving a cut across her arm and torso. Azuki repeated the process, multiple times at a fast speed, cutting up Sakura. She kicked Sakura in the lower jaw again, balancing off her hand, sending the pinkett up a bit. Azuki bounced off her hand as she sent a barrage of kicks from both her legs, sending Sakura up higher, and finished with a kick from hawk right into Sakura's side, sending her down into the ground. Azuki landed onto the ground, looking to her work, only to see Sakura roar as she dashed at Azuki with her fist cocked back. Azuki quickly brought up hawk to block the punch, successful, but still feeling the painful vibrations of the punch. Sakura roared as she sent another punch, but Azuki quickly sent a kick to the side of Sakura's temple, causing her to stagger in pain and shock. Azuki quickly grabbed Sakura's shoulder as she hoisted herself up, spun as she wrapped her strong leg around Sakura's neck, choking her a bit, before she leaned back with all her strength, managing to pick Sakura off the ground, shocking the kunoichi. Azuki slammed her hands into the ground as she threw Sakura through the air, making her scream until she hit the ground. Azuki placed her feet against the ground, now on her hands and knees. Azuki got up from the ground and turned towards Sakura, only for her eyes to widen in shock, as Sakura charged at Azuki with a fist cocked back. Azuki simply dodged to the side, causing Sakura to miss, but using the momentum of her fast hard punch, she allowed the force to lean her body forward, where she quickly slammed her hands into the ground and managed to slam her boot's heel into the side of Azuki's head, right in the temple, making her eyes widen in shock and pain, as she was sent flying away into the ground. Azuki tried to get to her hands and knees, but she had a dark bruise on her temple. The pain and after effect was excruciating. Sakura roared as she jumped into the air, ready to dive down to slam her fist into Azuki, but Azuki growled with rage as she managed to quickly get up and roar as she thrust hawk up, colliding with Sakura's fist, causing the ground below Azuki to crack as a large shockwave was created through the clash. Cha-Cha stared at the fight with a serious expression. The battle was awesome to say the least, but the two were damaging one another brutally, with Sakura's strength and Azuki's speed and agility both being powerful factors. Azuki was able to lay more attacks upon Sakura, leaving multiple wounds upon her body, while Sakura's strength was potent enough to cause serious damage just from one attack. A few were strong enough to bring any opponent to their knees. Cha-Cha was worried for both girls. From the way they were going, they were going to severely damage one another both externally and internally. Hurry up, Kimi. Sakura and Azuki bounced back, and then roared as they sent another attack to one another. Kimi ran down the halls of the school hurrying toward the club's room. Kimi made it to the doors, bursting through them without a second thought, gaining the club members' attention. Kimi panted with her hands on her knees, some sweat on her brow. Whoa, where's the fire? Yuruchi asked. Outside pant need help, Kimi said as she continued to pant. What happened? Haruko asked with concern as she and the others got up. Is it Mayonaka Moon Shikai? Furin asked with worry, yet stayed strong. No, Sakura-san and Azuki-senpai are fighting one another near the fountain. Kimi said, finally getting some breath back. Oh, then I hope Azuki kicks her ass. Kengo said. Kengo, how could you say something like that? Haruko exclaimed. That pink-haired beast roughed up Takaru and me just to know where Naruto was. He wanted to be alone, so he stayed shut until she used violence. Kengo said with his arms crossed. For all I care, Azuki can dunk her head in a toilet. But it's still not right. They're fighting to see where Naruto-kun stays. If Sakura wins, Naruto goes back to Konoha, and if Azuki wins he stays here. Kimi said. What? That's horrible, Furin exclaimed, however she and the others had gained a fearful look on their faces. I know. That's why we need Naruto-kun. He's the only one who could stop them. Kimi said with worry and concern. Everyone stayed silent as they still had fear on their faces. Kimi was confused on why everyone was like this, but she suddenly sensed a raging aura behind her. Her head slowly turned to see Naruto, with a stern look on his face, but his eyes were shadowed. NN Naruto-kun. Kimi spoke her boyfriend's name with fear. Naruto turned and walked out the room. Naruto-kun, wait, Kimi called out as she ran off to catch up to him, with the others quickly following. Although as they all rushed off, Haruko stopped as she sensed someone else nearby. She turned to see Sasuke, beaten up pretty badly, leaning against a wall. Oh my gosh. Haruko ran over to him, and wrapped his arm around her neck. Naruto, what did you do to him? Haruko called out, but he and the others were too far off to hear her. Haruko sighed. Baka o Tudo. Haruko turned her head to Sasuke. Do you have enough strength to walk with me? Haruko asked. Sasuke stared at her for a moment, before nodding. Good. On the count of 3, you push off the wall. 1, 2, 3. Sasuke pushed off the wall as he and Haruko started walking off. However, when they reached the end of the hall, Haruko instead turned a different direction from where the others went. Where are we going? They went the other way. Sasuke put in his 2 cents. We are not following them. You need medical attention, Haruko said. I'll be fine, Sasuke said. No, you're not. You're battered and bruised, with no doubt some internal damage. We are taking you to Aki-sensei and that's final, Haruko said. I said, I'll be fine. I have taken worse hits before and I don't need someone to. Shut up, Haruko said with a stern look and her eyes closed as Sasuke glanced at her. Do I look stupid to you? Haruko questioned as she opened her eyes, staring sternly at Sasuke. You're damaged to the point that no regular man could stand upright. You were leaning against a wall for support just a few moments ago. If I let you go now, your condition will just get worse, and you know it. I am not taking the chance for you to fall down to the floor with pain again. I am taking you to the school nurse to be treated, and if you still want to go and see what is happening then you're going to have to get out of my hold and crawl there on your own, understand? Haruko finished reprimanding Sasuke. Sasuke stared at her with wide eyes. He honestly has never met a girl like this before. She appeared to be kind and gentle, but at the same time she was being stern and disciplined. Usually people listen to him, but this girl was not doing so, because she viewed the situation of taking him to be treated as common sense, and she wasn't afraid to go against him when he said he was fine, when in reality they both knew he wouldn't be. He actually respected this girl. He could see in her eyes that even if he tried to break out of her hold, she would use force to bring him to the nurse, but more out of it was the right thing to do. Instead of protested he closed his eyes and sighed. Haruko took that as his way of saying, "UWN," so she continued to walk him to Aki's office. He can be as stubborn as Naruto. No wonder they're friends. Azuki and Sakura were panting, both bruised and beaten up. Sakura had multiple wounds on her body, ranging from bruises and cut wounds from Azuki's fast movements and Maken. Azuki didn't look as bad as Sakura, but she had some bad-looking injuries. She had dark bruises on certain parts of her body and she was visibly shaking. Sakura may not have the speed to match Azuki, but with the strength she was packing, she was able to severely damage someone with one good clean hit. Both had been going at each other that it was taking a toll on them both. Cha-Cha was visibly worried. The two were so skilled, that they were dealing too much damage upon on another. They looked ready to fall over and die sooner or later. Cha-Cha wanted to stop the fight, but how could she get between this? It was the job of a member of the security committee to monitor fights and only get involved when necessary, but between these two's tenacity she didn't know where to draw the line. When it looked like Azuki got the upper hand, Sakura came back more ferocious than ever. When it looked like Sakura got the upper hand, Azuki just came back more determined than ever. The two were so determined to kick the other's ass that neither was ready to quit. Kind of like Naruto and Sasuke in a way. Azuki roared as she charged towards Sakura. Sakura dashed forward with a punch ready, but suddenly Azuki summoned a second hawk boot to her other leg and leapt into the air with it, dodging the punch, and then Azuki used her other mechanical boot to slam it down onto Sakura's head, slamming her into the ground face first. Azuki jumped back, readying herself as Sakura managed to pick herself up from the ground, glaring at Azuki as blood came from her forehead. Sakura growled as she suddenly roared, bursting towards Azuki. Sakura sent a combo of punches: right hook, avoided, gut punch, sidestepped, uppercut. Azuki moved back, a jabbing kick to be slammed into the redhead's gut, but Azuki managed to jump back and move to the side to avoid it. Azuki quickly kneed the back of Sakura's kicking leg, but Sakura managed to pull a smart move, by bouncing off her other foot, spinning and sending a hard kick into the side of Azuki, damaging the same ribs she managed to punch at the beginning of the fight, sending Azuki flying away. Azuki rolled against the ground, until she came to a halt. She held her side in pain, gritting her teeth from the pure pain. As she managed to get to her feet, she gasped as Sakura was already in front of her, with a chakra-covered fist cocked back. Azuki quickly leapt back, but Sakura managed to tear apart the front of her school shirt with a fast, strong uppercut, exposing Azuki's and her bra. Damn it! Azuki cursed as she landed back. Sakura roared as she charged over and sent a punch, but Azuki spun around, wrapping her arm around Sakura's neck, pushing Sakura's arm she used for her punch with her shoulder, bringing it straight up so she couldn't use it, effectively putting Sakura in a grapple. Azuki quickly summoned more of her Maken to cover her right leg into a complete mechanical leg, and suddenly started kneeing Sakura straight into the gut, causing her to yelp in pain from the constant abuse to her stomach. Azuki brought her right arm down, grabbed the hem of Sakura's shirt and used her left hand to grab the back of her shirt's collar, and with all her might, Azuki roared as she threw Sakura far. Sakura rolled against the ground, until she was now on her back, groaning in pain, holding her gut. Azuki walked over towards Sakura, panting as she prepared for anything, but as she got close, Sakura's arm shot towards her, successfully grabbing her right leg and starting to punch the knee, over and over again, making Azuki scream in pain. Sakura quickly kicked her feet up, hitting Azuki in the forehead twice with two separated kicks, then sent a final hard right kick straight back into Azuki's forehead, sending her flying back into the ground. Azuki held her now bruised forehead. She slowly managed to get to her feet, but Sakura was already on the attack, sending a hard punch straight into Azuki's gut, causing her eyes to bulge as she spat out saliva mixed with blood. Sakura grabbed the back of Azuki's hair, lifting her head up as she punched her in the face twice, slammed her knee into her gut and sent a devastating headbutt to Azuki's forehead and sent another, before she lifted her up and slammed her into the ground, back first, hard. Sakura got atop of Azuki and started to punch her in the face, bruising it, but Azuki managed to quickly slam a headbutt into Sakura's face, forehead meeting nose, causing Sakura to fall back with a now injured and slightly bleeding nose. Azuki quickly crawled to Sakura, slamming her hand down onto her throat, crawled to her side and starting to knee her repeatedly into Sakura's side, making the pinkett cry with pain as her side was being physically abused. Sakura quickly grabbed Azuki's throat, making her choke up a bit, as the redhead was tossed away to the side. Azuki moaned as she managed to get to her feet, but Sakura slammed her fist into Azuki's face, breaking her nose, causing her head to shoot up. Azuki! Cha-Cha screamed her friend's name with worry, fear and concern. Sakura sent a right hook across Azuki's, an uppercut to her jaw, grabbed her by the hair and slammed a headbutt into her again, before sending a hard kick into her gut, sending her skidding across the ground. Azuki moaned in pain, holding her gut. She slowly got to her feet again, only to get punched in the face, sending her skidding hard against the ground. Okay, that's enough, Cha-Cha quickly said. No, Azuki shouted as she was trying to get back up in a trembling manner, but as she was on one knee, Sakura came over and slammed her fist into Azuki's face, causing her crash back into the ground, creating a crater. Azuki laid there with her arms and legs out, in a defeated state. Sakura panted as she looked down at the mess of a red head. I win, Sakura said. Sakura panted, walking away, holding her side. On the floor, Azuki shed tears, feeling defeated. However, she saw an image of Naruto in her head, smiling at her, but his eyes soon became sad, as he started walking away, fading into sand blowing in the wind. Something snapped inside of Azuki. Cha-Cha was running over towards her, but suddenly Azuki's eyes shot open as they became blood red with the pupils being slit. Azuki burst with orange energy, shocking Cha-Cha and Sakura. In one swift motion, Azuki got to her feet by just lifting up, in those slick motions, like when a vampire rises from its coffin. Her eyes closed, had suddenly opened as she glared at Sakura with frightening blood-red eyes that were slit. Sakura's eyes widened with fear. That looks like. Sakura thought with fear. Managing to get outside, Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he sensed a familiar presence. That's my chakra, Kurama quickly shouted. Naruto sped away from the others, hurrying over towards the energy source. Azuki growled at Sakura with a frightening glare as her teeth, now elongated, were gritting intensely. Sakura was just frozen with fear. How is this possible? How does she have its chakra? Sakura thought with fear. Azuki. Cha-Cha said her friend's name in fear. Suddenly Azuki growled and roared as red chakra burst from her back, tearing through her clothes as they looked like giant red hands, but they started to morph into red wings. Azuki got into a runner's pose, before she shot forward towards Sakura. Naruto managed to arrive, only to stare in shock as he saw Azuki race toward Sakura. Dull claw, Azuki shouted as she flew over towards Sakura and sent a straight flying kick, speeding past the kunoichi. Time seemed to slow down, as everyone in the area was silent. Suddenly blood gushed from Sakura's side as a new burning open wound tore open. Sakura groaned audibly as her eyes were wide and her pupils shrunk and shaking. Azuki landed across from her, as Sakura landed on her hands and knees. Azuki stood up straight, making intense noises as she panted with her face still scrunched up in a furious manner. However, the aura surrounding her started to fade, the red wings started to dissipate. Azuki's intense eyes softened as the pupils returned to normal and her iris to return into a shade of violet, her teeth also shrinking back to normal. Instead of an intense visage of power, she looked vastly tired, ready to fall flat on her face. In fact, that's what she did. She fell down to the ground face first. Sakura fought through the pain, trying to get to her feet, but the new wound was so deep and painful, along with the burning sensation, that she was having a hard time trying to find strength. Get up, Sakura chanted to her head over and over again. No, Azuki growled as she slammed her hand onto the ground. I refuse to give up. Azuki started to pick herself up, trembling from the effort. Azuki, Cha-Cha said her friend's name with concern. Worry etched all over her face. The rest of Maken finally arrived, only to look shocked and worried as they saw two battered and bloodied warm-haired fighters trying their best to get up. Cha-Cha, end the match, Harem shouted. Right, Cha-Cha agreed with a nod. No, Azuki shouted, shaking as she got to her knees. Things haven't been decided yet. No one has won yet. Azuki got on one knee. I refuse to let this end in a draw. Azuki shouted with an intense, determined expression on her face. You're damn right there. I won't let it end like this. Sakura shouted with the same expression as she was now on one knee with a hand on it. Naruto's expression became stoic. He showed no emotion. Naruto-kun, do something. Kimi begged, but Naruto stayed silent, staring at the two as they got to their feet. Naruto-kun. Naruto stayed silent as Azuki and Sakura turned to one another. Naruto-kun, why aren't you doing anything? Because they don't want me in this fight, and I don't want to be a part of it. Naruto said, shocking everyone. Nani? Most of the Maken crew exclaimed. But Kimi's eyes started to get teary-eyed. They wanted this fight, then they'll have it. Azuki doesn't like it when I get involved and Sakura would reprimand me for stopping something she's so passionate about. Let them settle things themselves. They're both grown women, Naruto said with closed eyes. But, Kimi grabbed Naruto's school coat. Naruto wrapped an arm around Kimi, bring her closer to him. You don't have to watch, Naruto said. Kimi's eyes got even teary as she dug her face deeper into Naruto's torso. Azuki's dug her Maken deeper into the ground and Sakura tightened her fist up, both ready for their next attack. They glared at one another with rage. This was the final straw. They roared, charging at one another. Sakura cocked her fists back and Azuki picked up speed. Azuki jumped at Sakura, cocking her leg back while Sakura cocked her fist back even more. They glared heatedly at each other, both determined to end it all. Sakura thrust her fist forward and Azuki thrust her leg forward. Azuki kicked Sakura in the face, hard, but with it being the same leg that Sakura damaged, her knee bent, as Sakura's fist found its way to Azuki's face. Time seemed to slow down as Azuki and Sakura fell back to the ground. They skidded across the ground until coming to a halt. Both were now unconscious, unable to move anymore. Everyone watched with pure shock and worry. The two warm-haired tsuneres lied against the ground, all battered, bruised and bleeding. Kimi started to shed tears onto Naruto's coat. Naruto stayed silent with his eyes shadowed. He mouthed two words. Golden Asura. Suddenly Azuki and Sakura were covered by golden flames as their injuries healed up. Everyone stared in shock as once the golden flames vanished, Azuki and Sakura were now fully healed, as if they weren't in a fight. The two opened their eyes, shocked that they had somehow regained energy. Sitting up, they rubbed their heads to relieve some mental strain. What the hell happened? Did I win? Azuki wondered. A pair of feet stopped in front of them, making them look up to see a very stern Naruto standing over them with his arms crossed. Naruto. Sakura started, but was finding it hard to explain herself under Naruto's stern gaze. We were settling things the way we do it here. Azuki said. We were just having a regular fight too. Yakamashi. Uto Shisa. Shut up. You're damn annoying, Naruto screamed with anger and authority, making Azuki and Sakura flinch in fear. I don't care if you two beat the crap out of each other. So long as you don't kill each other, I won't interfere. Naruto said, surprising the two. But this is the dumbest and most despicable thing you two have ever done. The two questioned. Don't. Me. You two fought over a decision that wasn't even yours to begin with. The decision whether I stay or go is mine and no one else's. But Naruto, everybody misses you. And once the council finds out. Fuck the council of Konoha. Naruto said in a stern tone, shocking Sakura. Around here, things are different. No one from the shinobi world, not the council of Konoha or even the Hokage have a say about anything in this world, because in this world, they have no political power or even influential power. Here, I make the choices in my life and only I have the final say in anything I do and desire. That's it. Yes, Azuki whispered with a grin. You think you're off the hook. You're just as guilty as she is red. Naruto shouted, shocking Azuki. I may not have known you for as long as I have known Sakura, but I've still spent more time with you than I have with her. That stung for Sakura, and I am shocked and appalled by this. You say for me to never interfere with your fights and endeavors. What gives you the right to not respect the same from me? Naruto shouted, causing Azuki's eyes to widen in shock and realization. Sounds very hypocritical, doesn't it? I expected better from you, Azuki. As a friend, partner and lover. I am disappointed, Naruto said as Azuki hung her head with a shamed expression on her face. And you, Naruto shouted, turning his head to a now scared Sakura. I don't care how long it's been since we've seen each other, and I don't care how long we've been nakama. You don't rule my life and you don't make my decisions. You're not my older sister, you're not my superior, and you're not my spouse. You have no right to come here and tell me to come back, despite how many people want me back. You wanted me to be responsible and more mature, well here it is. I'm mature enough to make rational decisions, but like everyone else I need time to make one. You've always scolded me for doing stupid things, and saying that I should use my head more. Well, what's your excuse for something you know was wrong to begin with? Naruto scolded Sakura, making her also hang her head in shame. I'm going to take a walk and clear my head of all this frustration. When I come back, I might have made a decision, but I also might not. Deal with it. And with that, Naruto walked away. Everyone looked to him in shock at his scolding of the two girls. Oh, now I see why he let the battle go on, Himegami said with her arms crossed. Why? Kimi asked, wanting to know why her boyfriend was so harsh to her fellow girlfriend and to his old friend. He knew the battle was pointless. These two or even anyone from both worlds fighting could fight one another for what they believe is best for him, but in the end it would still be a fruitless fight. Naruto has the final say in any decision that affects his life. We could have our own beliefs and says, but in the end the only one who can control what Naruto decides is himself. Seeing this, he decided to let these two have it, bringing each other to the brink as a form of punishment. Harsh, but effective. I do not give him enough credit, Himegami said with a smirk, impressed by her brother's method of teaching a lesson. Azuki and Sakura now felt even worse. Azuki felt like the biggest idiot on the planet. She had done something that if Naruto had done the same with her, she would have scolded him too. What was with her? Was she really so scared to lose him? Or was she scared that when she saw Sakura, that he would leave her and go to her, having all the time they've spent with one another, slowly falling in love with one another, would have all been for nothing? Like it would all be just considered a fling and that's it. Is she really scared to lose him that much? Is she that deep in love with him? Love is a bitch. For Sakura, it was like her whole world was shattered. What just happened was nothing like before or what she expected. Granted, she did do something stupid, but for Naruto to let her get severely damaged in a fruitless battle as a form of punishment and scolding her afterwards was far from the Naruto she knew. It was harsh and stern, like a leader's decision. And the way he looked at her, in pure disappointment, like he expected more from her. It was official, the Naruto she knew months ago is no more. Instead he is replaced by this man. Sure, he has some of his old qualities, but he's changed so much that if it wasn't for appearance she would have confused him for an entirely different person. She missed the old Naruto, but at the same time she can't help but find a new respect and admiration for this Naruto. It still hurt on what had happened a few moments ago, but she couldn't be upset with him in any way. She really needed to apologize. Love, or whatever she has for him, is a bitch. Well, that was an ordeal. A new voice spoke, making everyone look to see Minori eating chips in a tree, sitting on a branch. What? How long have you been there? Azuki shouted. A while after that first clash. I got curious, Minori said as she jumped down and crumpled up the now empty bag in hand. And you didn't do anything to stop it? Furin exclaimed. I got too excited. It looked like a good fight. My money was on both of them knocking each other's asses out. Minori said with a grin as she rubbed the back of her head. That's not a model decision that should be made from a school principal. Furin shouted. Sakura stared at Minori with a dull look on her face. This woman was like the Naruto she knew times 10. She had a similar personality, but despite being a professional, she could be very irresponsible and more unpredictable and do stupid things to a new degree that honestly could make Naruto look a little more tamed. Hey, where's Haruko-senpai? Yuruchi wondered. What? Takaru looked around. Oh no, Haruko. Takaru shouted as he ran off back into the school to go find his girlfriend. Haruko-senpai, I'm coming. Yuruchi cried out as she ran to the school with Takaru. Hey Kimi, do me a favor and fix the fountain with your spirit. Minori said, pointing to the damaged fountain. Oh, of course Principal Sama, Kimi said. Violet haze. Kimi's purple spirit came out from her body and quickly used her right index finger to reconstruct the damages done to the fountain, fixing it. Good work, Violet haze. Kimi said with a smile and eye smiles, with her spirit smiling at her as well with a pair of eye smiles too. Now that that's taken care of, Miss Haruno, I believe we need to discuss. Minori stopped when she noticed both Sakura and Azuki were both gone. Ah, where did they go? Minori cried out with her hands against the sides of her head. In the infirmary, Aki was cleaning Sasuke's face of any accumulated asphalt and blood from his fight with Naruto. Sasuke had his arms crossed as he let the brunette fix him up. Oh my, Naruto-kun showed no mercy. Is this how you two used to roughhouse back at your village? Aki asked, finishing cleaning his face. Pretty much, Sasuke simply answered, although I was usually the one who was superior in every fight. Sasuke wouldn't tell this, because he felt it would sting his pride if he told anyone that he was suddenly beaten down by Naruto in a one-sided fight after a few months of training, especially after countless victories against the blonde in the past. He's not the same as before, isn't he? Aki said with a smile as she reached over to the bandages. Sasuke simply responded. Oh dear, these bandages are too far up. Sasuke looked, only for his eyes to widen in shock as he saw Aki's green panties showing from her short pencil skirt, trying to reach up to get the bandages atop the shelf. Sasuke turned his head and closed his eyes, refusing to stare at the school nurse in a perverse manner. Haruko was in the room, deciding to watch over Sasuke to make sure he didn't leave the room immediately after she left. She couldn't help but giggle at how Sasuke was so embarrassed. Honestly, she never thought she'd see the day where a male refused to be a pervert, especially when it came to the undeniable beautiful Aki Niju, who was pretty much every heterosexual male's fantasy. It actually seemed kind of refreshing and cute. Especially with Sasuke's embarrassed blush, that only got redder as she giggled. Let me help you there, Aki-sensei. Haruko offered assistance, walking over towards Aki. Oh thank you, Haruko, but I'm sure I can get them. Aki said with a smile. Just use a chair, Sasuke said. Oh, of course, Aki said with a smile as she grabbed a nearby chair and used it as a step ladder to successfully obtain the bandages. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. You're very intelligent, Aki said with a smile. It doesn't require intelligence to solve a problem like that, Sasuke thought with dull eyes glancing to the side, but still retained a blush. Haruko. A voice was heard in the halls, making the three in the office turn towards the door as it opened a moment later, revealing Takaru. Aki-sensei, have you seen? Oh, there you are. I got worried, Takaru said, making Haruko blush at his concern. Haruko-senpai. Takaru was suddenly knocked away by Yuruchi, surprising the others. There you are. I was so worried, Yuruchi said with a relieved and joy-filled smile as her eyes shimmered. Ow, that hurt, Yuruchi-san. Takaru moaned. Man up, Oyama, Yuruchi said as she gave a dull, uninterested gaze to Takaru. This one's kind of harsh, like Sakura. Sasuke thought. Give me your arm. Sasuke turned to see Aki in front of him with the bandages ready. I don't need bandages, Sasuke said. Trust me, with a hairline fracture in that bone of yours, you need something to keep it together, especially since you are like Naruto. Aki said with a calm smile. Sasuke raised his eyebrow. Well, you are both young men always ready for a fight. Aki grabbed his arm and started wrapping the bandage around it. After all, from the stories he's told me, your village sends you young ones out on life-threatening missions. Health care should be a necessity for people with an occupation like yours. I can't help but want to make sure no one ends up with an even worse injury. How did you know that I had a hairline fracture? Sasuke asked. Aki's head perked as she realized that she didn't even have Valhelm out. I'm not sure, Aki said as she finished bandaging Sasuke's arm and moved on to the next one. Normally I'd summon my Maken Valhelm to search for any dysfunctions and injuries in the human body. Yet I could just. No. I believe it has to do with chakra in my system. You have chakra? Sasuke questioned with shock. Oh yes. Naruto-kun had actually given the members of Maken Ki and Venus chakra when he exploded with energy atop of Amanohara. Aki briefly explained, still smiling as she finished bandaging Sasuke's other arm. Are you suffering any injuries on the torso area? Sasuke stared at her. Naruto can give you all chakra, Sasuke stated, earning new attention from Aki. Could he give this other power you all are born with to me? Oh, well I believe so. Naruto, did what? Sasuke and Aki turned to see a frustrated Haruko, scaring Uruchi and Takaru with her rage. I don't know whether to be angry at him for letting them go so far, or let it be since Azuki-san and Sakura-san were being selfish idiots. Haruko groaned with frustration. Well, I don't think it really matters, Haruko-senpai. After all, everything's done and… Uruchi, how is Naruto? Haruko asked. Naruto-san is, He went for a walk to clear his head. Takaru answered for Uruchi. Haruko sighed. Then we'll wait for him. Let's go join the others. Haruko said. Takaru and Uruchi nodded as they all started to leave. Oh, one thing though. Haruko stopped at the doorway, making Takaru and Uruchi turn back to her. Sasuke-san. Sasuke stared at Haruko's back. A word of warning for you. I know I'm not as imposing as Naruto, but if you try to harm him again that isn't related to a sparring match. Haruko turned to him with a smile. I'll deal with you personally. Sasuke's eyes widened. Who is this woman? She's nice enough to bring him to the nurse's office to get him treatment, firm enough to make sure he doesn't stubbornly leave before the nurse gives the okay, and now she's threatening to injure him if he ever harms Naruto. He just nodded, seeing as it seemed she wasn't going to leave without seeing he acknowledged her threat. Haruko gave a pair of eye smiles before she left with Takaru and Uruchi. Sasuke just stared at the doorway, still surprised by what transpired. Honestly, he now really respects Haruko. Lift up your shirt. Sasuke turned towards the nurse, to see she had some sort of scouter over her left eyes. I see multiple contusions all over your torso. I'm going to need to heal them immediately. Aki said. Sasuke just stared at her for a few moments, before sighing and starting to take his shirt off. Naruto sighed as he walked back and forth in the forest, near Amanohara. He held his head, rubbing it with his fingers. He was annoyed, and a little pissed, but he was still annoyed. Sure, he was pissed at Sakura and Azuki for their selfish actions, but they meant it in their own, caring, yet still equally selfish, ways. He was just annoyed with the situation. For months he's been wanting to find a way back to Konoha, but because he has it so well made here, with people who love, respect and admired him, all without the need to do something huge, like become a respected and loved government official, he isn't sure he wants to return to a place that would just put him right back out onto the field, keep a close eye on him daily, seeing as he's considered the village's strongest weapon and last resort, restrict his privileges to go out of the village, even for missions. And of course most definitely not let him come back to this world. Though the thing is, he does miss the friends, or acquaintances in a more accurate term, he's made in Konoha. The little family he has left, mainly being Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hell, and despite the horrors of the dark side of humanity he's experienced in the village, it's still a place he grew up in and had a soft spot for because he has met nice, and tolerable, people that prove to him that even a place where you've had bad experiences could have some goodness in it. But then again, if he leaves, wouldn't that make Ten be easy pickings for Mayonaka Moon Shikai if they decide to attack? After all, they have members that make Akatsuki look like rookies who just came fresh out of the academy. Hell, make that newly years into the academy since they have a man with the power of the Shinigami, a woman who could absorb you dry of life energy and devour your soul with a single kiss, Wabisuke Hayato and his two friends, that's more than enough to give pause, and their leader who was able to stop his heart with a pinky, that shot out energy that split the island in half. But his parents sacrificed their lives for Konoha, along with keeping him safe, so wouldn't it in a way be making their sacrifice a waste since they sealed Kurama into him to protect Konoha? Oh what joy. This decision just gets better and better. Naruto sighed. He groaned with aggravation. Crossing his arms, he closed his eyes as he thought some more on his choice. Thinking. Naruto screamed in frustration. He ran over to a tree, grabbed it and slammed his head into it, only causing it to break off and fly far away, breaking through other trees from the sheer force of the headbutt it suffered. Naruto had his eyes closed, with pieces of the bark still held into the tight grip of his hands. Naruto faced his head up, taking in a deep breath through his nose and brought his head down, exhaling the air out of his lungs. Naruto stayed silent with his eyes closed for a minute. He opened them and turned his head to see Sakura staring at him with wide eyes. She had seen what he had did out of frustration, and honestly, it could even give her master, Tsunade, pause. The two just stared at one another, one with wide eyes and the other with a stoic expression. Silence passed by, with the only sound being the blowing wind. Moments felt like minutes, and minutes felt like hours, until a proper response was uttered. May I help you? I was just worried about you. Sakura said, looking to the ground. Naruto just stared at her. Are you mad? Sakura asked, looking to him. I'm surprised. Why? Because usually I'm the one asking you that. Sakura could help, but giggle, making Naruto smile. I really did miss you, Sakura-chan. Naruto said with genuine care, making Sakura look to him in surprise, before looking back to the ground with a smile and a pink blush adorning her cheeks. Naruto. She looked back up to him. Have you made a decision? No, but it's a pain in the ass. Naruto said as he started walking back and forth. The people here have become really important to you, haven't they? Naruto stopped with his back to her. He turned his head and said. They're my family. Sakura's eyes widened in shock. Family. They're that important to him. His eyes became somber as she looked to the floor. So you won't be coming back? To Konoha, I mean. I don't know. Naruto said, making Sakura's head perk up. Why are you not sure? Because, I'm scared. Naruto shouted. Scared of someone? Sakura asked in shock. No, well, more like people. I'm just pissed. Why? Because why? I already told you. No, you only told me that you are afraid. What are you afraid of? Sakura asked. It's nothing. Naruto said, turning away from her. Don't shut me out, Naruto. Sakura said as she walked over to him. There is something you want to say out loud. Sakura placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, I know I was never that much of a great friend. I was never like these people here, but I want to be. Seeing how much you mean to them, the fact that Azuki was ready to confront me with no fear just to keep you around, I want to be that to you. Someone you can depend on. I know that I shouldn't deserve any extra chances, but I still want to be a person you can rely on, that you could love. Sakura looked to the ground with a somber expression and blush. Sakura looked up to him. He slowly turned his head to see him crying. I'm scared of making the wrong choice. Naruto confessed. I know Konoha needs me, but so do the people I have made bonds with here. I'm just as important here as I am to Konoha. Naruto said, turning away from her again. There's going to be a war coming to our world. The Fourth Great Shinobi World War. Naruto said, shocking Sakura. Despite things being different from what I've learned was the supposed fate of our world, there is still the threat of war to our world. One that can shake the core of our world. Of our way of life. I'm needed to stop it. Stop the Akatsuki. Stop the dream of Madara Uchiha, but, the enemies I've faced here are unlike anything back at our world. I mean, Akatsuki. Madara Uchiha. They're nothing. Naruto shouted, immediately spinning towards Sakura, causing her to flinch, but then she got a little fearful as she saw Naruto's iris turn blood red. A guy with the powers of the Shinigami. A woman who can devour your soul and make your abilities her own. A man able to split an island in half, effortlessly I might add, with just his soul pinky. They're monsters. No one back home could come close. They make Akatsuki look like a pair of shitheads in over their heads. Naruto screamed as he hovered over Sakura, making her more fearful, but of what? Him or these enemies that have actually brought someone as powerful as Naruto to the brink of fear. I'm confident. I really believe with enough training I can beat them, but I'm afraid to leave because I believe they might come and kill everyone I love here. That they'll take everything from me. They'll take half of my life and I won't be able to come back from the depths of despair and hatred. I'm scared that they'll take everyone away from me, if I'm gone from this world for even a second. Naruto started to cry, fear etched all over his face. I don't know what to do. I'm too scared to even speak to someone about this. I want to make up my mind, but I feel that no matter what. Naruto started walking forward to Sakura, causing her to walk back. I'm going to make the wrong choice. I feel like a kid again. When I felt that no matter what, everything I do or say is always wrong, that my thoughts are poison. I'm scared to be that child again, Sakura. I don't know how I'll live if I just. Suddenly Sakura shot forward, embracing him. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Sakura is hugging him again. He could feel the warmth of her body and breathe against him. He was completely frozen. He didn't know what to do. You poor person. I never wanted to bring you this harm. Sakura said. Naruto stared ahead, his eyes shimmering as he felt them water. No matter what, you should never be afraid to speak your mind. You are a smart, strong person. You are, and always have been the strongest person I have ever known. And the only regret I have with you, is that I was too blind to actually get to know you, and be the person you needed to be by your side through all this pain. Sakura said as she shed tears, staining his shirt. Naruto's eyes softened. You would have gotten hurt. I know. But you felt worse. I just want to be here for you now. Please let me. Naruto was silent for a few moments. He closed his eyes. Sakura. He wrapped his arms around her form. Thank you. The two remained there hugging one another. Unknown to them though, they were being watched. Azuki was watching from behind a tree. She had sad eyes as she stared at them. Sighing, she decided to turn and head back to the others. She needed to say something. Sakura snuggled her head deeper into Naruto's chest. She felt his muscles against her head, but she didn't register them that much. What attracted her attention the most was how warm Naruto was. He was so warm. Like he was a sun that could never hurt her, but could singe anyone who tried to harm her. She couldn't help but smile. I'll do everything I can for you, and try my best to be a person deserving of your love. Even if it takes until the final moments of my life on my deathbed. A morbid thought, but one that did show genuine love for a person who never left her side. And now all she wishes is to return the favor. Naruto and Sakura walked their way back to Tenbi Academy. Both were silent, but it was a silence they welcomed. It was not awkward. It was not cold. It was just a silence that any friend was used to. They just walked back enjoying the other's company, and they didn't even need to talk. And seeing as this was Naruto and Sakura, that's rare. As they made it back to the front of the school, they noticed the entirety of Maken there, with the teachers that Naruto had come to know, Minori, Aki, General and Tomiko. Naruto and Sakura walked over to them. Yo, Naruto said with a raised hand to greet them, but as he got close to Minori, she slammed her fist down atop his head, slamming him, face first, into the ground, leaving an indent, shocking the members of Maken and Sakura. Naruto. Haruko exclaimed her brother's name with concern. Miss Principal, what the hell? Furin shouted as she looked to Minori. Sasuke was a bit away from the group, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Not a bad approach, Sasuke thought. Naruto groaned as he managed to lift his head up, only to see Minori crouched down in front of him, and grabbed his nose in between her middle and index finger. You really think we can't handle ourselves when you leave for 5 minutes? Minori questioned with a grin. Naruto questioned in a nasally voice. Azuki told us about how concerned you were. Takaru said. Naruto looked to Azuki, who had her arms crossed. I'm sorry about being selfish earlier, but don't you dare underestimate me. Azuki said with an annoyed look, as she looked down to him. Don't go thinking just because you're stronger than the majority of us means you have to worry about being a sort of guardian angel to us. If I'm strong enough to leave a concussion upon you and the others are able to actually harm you, then you shouldn't worry about us, no matter how sweet you are. Believe it, Minori said with a grin. Naruto stared at Minori with wide eyes. He couldn't help but smile at her. Okay Minori-chan, but when I leave, don't miss me too much. Naruto said, nasally, with a grin. Well that'll be impossible, Minori said with a grin. She then leaned in and whispered with a seductive look. But when you get back, my warm welcomes would be explosive. Minori whispered seductively. Oh, Naruto said as he giggled perversely with a toothy grin, blush on his cheeks and his nose bleeding a bit, while Minori gave a toothy grin too, chuckling. Suddenly Sakura slammed her boot onto the back of Naruto's head, slamming his face back into the ground. That's the Sakura I know. Naruto's muffled voice spoke, while Sakura still had her boot on the back of his head as she had her arms crossed and her eyes closed and her eyebrow twitching while a visible tick mark throbbed on her forehead. Sakura sighed. Well it doesn't matter, Sakura said, taking her boot off of Naruto's head. Like Minori-san pointed out earlier, the only reason Sasuke and I made it here was because I had your old jacket so it led us to you with your DNA, but we don't have anything from our world that has DNA connected to it, so Sasuke and I are pretty much stuck here as well, and there is no way for us to connect to our home, because the ripple is the only thing that we had to even connect us here. Sakura explained as Naruto got up from the floor, as if nothing happened. Oh, is that it? Naruto asked, nonchalantly. We have crystals that can get you back to Shinobi World. Anaho said with a cat smile as she raised her hand. Nani? How? Sakura exclaimed with an exaggerated shocked face. She suddenly heard buttons being unbuttoned making her turn to see Naruto unbuttoning his shirt a bit to reveal his rock-hard pectorals. This was the first time she had ever seen them up close, and Sakura was loving it, if the drool hanging down the side of her open happy smile and hearts for eyes was anything to infer. She of course wasn't the only one admiring his impressive chest. Of course his girlfriends ogled him, they are his girlfriends. Here, Naruto said taking off his necklace and handing it to Sakura. Your necklace? Sakura questioned, looking down at it in her hands. I'm not sure if I ever told you the story behind it, but you see, when Ero Sennin and I found Tsunade Ba-chan, she wasn't very fond of the idea of Hokage. the position and the beliefs of the past ones who had fallen before her. So after I tried to take her on, failing of course, I made a bet that I would master the Rasengan in 3 days. She instead pitied me and said that she'd give me a week to do so, and threw in this necklace. It was the first Hokage's. She's worn that dang thing for years. It probably has more of her DNA on it than my own. Naruto explained with a grin pointing at the necklace. Sakura stared at it in wonder. She never knew the story behind it. Why is it that she never heard any of these interesting stories from Naruto? Then again, she never asked, and she possibly wouldn't have really listened back then. Or who knows, maybe he did tell it, but she ignored him. I doubt it. You train so much that it must stink of your sweat. Kengo said with his arms crossed. Hey, screw you, Naruto shouted, causing everyone to laugh. Even Sasuke chuckled with a smile. Naruto sighed with his hands on his hips. Yar days, Naruto said. He turned his head to Sakura. So you gonna do it? Naruto asked. Oh right. Sakura quickly took out the ripple from her pocket and placed the necklace over it. She sent chakra to the ripple. Everyone looked to see what would happen. Suddenly the jewels on it glowed their individual colors. The mechanics within the device spun inside as streams of energy poured out of the ripple. The streams of energy came out and started spinning with one another, becoming a miniature tornado that soon transformed into a portal. Everyone who hadn't seen it before stared at it with wide eyes, shocked by what they were seeing. That's so awesome! Cha-Cha yelled with excitement. Naruto slowly started walking towards the portal, stopping in front of it. He stared at it with wide eyes. Ba-chan. Naruto called out a bit, hoping to hear an answer. Of course, no response. He started to lean his head forward, but as his face got closer, something came out and smooshed into his face. Naruto blinked his eyes as he instantly recognized this feeling. His face was being hugged by a huge pair of breasts. Naruto jumped back as he stared in shock. Well, this is a sight, Tsunade said with a smile. Suddenly Jiraiya jumped through the portal as well, before it vanished. Hello Tenbi. Jiraiya cheered with a joy-filled grin. It's really him. Takaru and Kengo screamed as their eyes shined with admiration for one of the greatest, if not the greatest pervert to exist. Quiet down you fool, Tsunade said with a frown. What? I have been waiting for this moment for months. I have the right to get excited, Jiraiya said with a grin and his arms crossed. Oh no, most of the girls of Maken said with deep frowns. The king of perverts has now invaded their world. May the gods have mercy on them all. Why? Jiraiya and Tsunade looked to see Naruto staring at them in shock. You're really here, Naruto said breathlessly. Well, hello Gaki, long time no see, Tsunade said with a smile. I see you've finally grown some. About time you did, but you're still a squirt in my eyes, Jiraiya said with a smirk and his arms crossed. Naruto continued to stare at them. He walked over towards them. Once he was in front of them, he suddenly embraced them in a tight hug. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked to him in shock. Naruto had never displayed this kind of affection before. Safe to say they never expected it from him. Naruto closed his eyes as he just enjoyed the embrace. Some tears fell from his eyes, but he focused his energy to evaporate them, turning them into steam. Naruto pulled back, turning his head to the side with his arms crossed, trying to put on a calm, stoic face, but still had a red blush on his cheeks. I just felt like doing that, just once, Naruto said, trying to act stoic. Jiraiya and Tsunade just looked to him with wide eyes, but smiled at him. Naruto cleared his throat. So, I see you're still looking young, Ba-chan. And you're still a super pervert as usual, being so excited to be here, Aro Gigi. Naruto said, still not looking at them in embarrassment. Aro Gigi. Jiraiya shouted with annoyance, while Tsunade giggled at the new nickname for her old teammate and closest friend. Real charming Naruto. Still calling me a grandma, after saying I look young, Tsunade said with a smirk. True. But you are my Ba-chan, Naruto said as he turned and smiled at Tsunade. I am no one's grandpa, Jiraiya said with his arms crossed. Welcome to my world, Tsunade said. That reminds me, you owe me 13 years worth of birthday presents, Naruto shouted pointing at Jiraiya. Why should I brat? Who do you think has been paying for your stay at that raunchy apartment? Jiraiya retorted. Was that really the best place you could give me? Geez, you really need to stop spending your money on booze and floozies, Naruto said with his arms crossed. They are not floozies. They are professionals, Jiraiya said with his head held high and his arms crossed. Wow, that just sounded so wrong right there, Naruto said as he started laughing. Agreed, Tsunade said with her arms crossed. HMPH. Jiraiya turned his head away, refusing to look to the two annoying blondes. His eyes then landed to Minori and Aki, or more specifically their busts. Jiraiya grinned as he sped over to them. Hi, I'm Jiraiya, Naruto's loving mentor and guardian. Jiraiya introduced himself to the two bust women, surprising Aki, while Minori had an annoyed look on her face with her lip out, knowing what kind of man Jiraiya is. It's very nice to meet you two lovely ladies. The pleasure is all ours. Minori said sarcastically with a smirk to match her tone. Let's be friends, shall we? Close friends. Jiraiya said as he quickly extended his hands forward towards them, but as it first looked like a handshake, it was obvious by how much closer the hands got that Jiraiya intended to cop a feel from them. Naruto's eyes turned crimson as he suddenly vanished and appeared beside Jiraiya, sending a hard kick up to his jaw. No touching. Naruto shouted as his kick sent his godfather rocketing high into the air. Everyone looked to where the toad hermit was flying, very high up I might add, better than anything Tsunade could send, and soon enough started to fall towards the ground. Yar yar. You can be so embarrassing, Jiraiya Gigi. Naruto said with his eyes closed, arms crossed and had a bit of a pout as Jiraiya hit the ground below. So close. Jiraiya said. Oh my, Aki said with a hand over her mouth as Minori laughed at the sight. Well, safe to say you've definitely improved, Naruto. Tsunade said with a smile. More than you think, Sakura whispered. Sakura. Yes, Shisho. Sakura looked to her master. What happened? My library became a freaking jungle. Why did you take the ripple? Tsunade wanted answers. Well, you see, Sasuke. I just realized she doesn't add the kun anymore. Naruto thought. Wanted to take the ripple to see Naruto. He wanted my help, but when I refused, I was afraid he was going to take it. Safe to say my intuition wasn't far off. Sakura glanced to Sasuke with an annoyed expression and her arms crossed. All the while, Sasuke showed no signs of regret. He just had his normal stoic face as always. And the reason for my new jungle gym? Tsunade asked. Zetsu from the Akatsuki had managed to breach our village and attempted to steal the ripple himself. Sakura said, shocking everyone. However, suddenly they all froze as they sensed a deep rage and killer intent, along with potent yet controlled energy. They all turned their heads to see it was Naruto, who had a glaring, yet calm angered face and his arms crossed as golden energy pooled around him like a flaming cloak. I owe that damn plant a good beating the next time I see him. Naruto said in a threatening tone, as the ground beneath him cracked under the pressure of his raw power. Sakura, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Sasuke stared at Naruto in shock as they felt his potent energy, half of it being a great amount of chakra they've never felt before. Naruto, Sakura thought. Oh my lord. Gaki, you feel as strong as Ji-san. Tsunade thought, remembering one of her sparring sessions with her loving grandfather. Holy shit, is this really the Gaki's power alone? Jiraiya thought with shock. Sasuke stared at Naruto with gritted teeth and shocked, wide scared eyes. Is this really the power of both chakra and this world's power put together? Sasuke thought as he shook with sweat going down his face. Suddenly Naruto was whacked atop of the head with a bakken, shocking everyone. Baka o Tudo, Haruko shouted. Ow, what the hell Ne-chan? That's kind of harsh to get me to calm down. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. That wasn't just to calm you down. That was for damaging Sasuke-san so badly. For goodness sakes Naruto, you left him so banged up that he needed to lean against a wall for support. Haruko scolded Naruto, and shocking the others. Well, I at least healed him a bit before. He looked way worse, Naruto said. What? Haruko shouted with an anime angered expression. Wrong thing to say, Naruto said with a nervous expression and his hands up. Geez, Naruto, Uruchi said. Hey, I still healed him. After you had a pair of flying metal clackers slam straight into my temple from behind. Sasuke said. Dude, you used the clacker boomerang on him. Harsh, Takaru said, but was grinning. Baka o Tudo tilde, Haruko said with raging anger as her bakken started to rise, making Naruto back away with a fearful look, with fearful grin and his hands up in defense. Clacker boomerang? Tsunade questioned with a raised eyebrow as she looked to Naruto, who laughed in an embarrassed way as he scratched the back of his head. It's a move he adopted from a manga series he goes fanboy over. Kengo said with a smirk and his arms crossed. Yusui, you are lucky. I'm afraid that your girlfriend would castrate me, or else I would be wringing your neck right now. Naruto said with an annoyed look on his face. Kengo just chuckled with a grin as a humming yucca brought up a kunai out of nowhere, causing Naruto to flinch as he had an exaggerated fearful look on his face. Tsunade looked to Naruto, before smiling. I already like the girls here. So tilde, Tsunade-sama tilde. Minori suddenly appeared next to Tsunade and wrapped her arm around the elder blonde's neck. Since you're here, how about we talk about this little between worlds situation in my office? I have a special 150-year-old Daiginjo Shusake that I think you'll love. Minori said with a toothy grin and a pair of eye smiles. Sister, you are speaking my language. Tsunade said with her own toothy grin and eye smiles. Go have fun being drunk. Naruto said with a smirk. Hey, it's not about getting drunk. It's negotiation, Minori said with half-lidded eyes and pointing at Naruto. Correct. Maybe you'll understand someday, Gaki. Tsunade said with her own half-lidded eyes. The two seemed to slide away a bit, before they quickly ran into the school to get drunk, to negotiate. Everyone just sighed at the two powerful officials' behavior while Naruto just grinned. Great. God knows how long they'll be there. Azuki said with her arms crossed. I'm gonna go read some JoJo. Naruto said walking away. Oh no you don't. We still need to do our paperwork. Furin said. Oh man, I totally forgot. Naruto said with a frown. Can I make clones? Naruto asked with a hopeful look. No. Furin said with her arms crossed. Aw man. Naruto said hanging his head. Well since you'll be gone doing paperwork for a while. Jiraiya said as he then appeared in front of Aki. Aki-san, please allow me to help you with your medical work. I am pretty skilled in shinobi medicine that I think you'd like to know more about. Jiraiya said with a grin and his hands together. Oh, well I guess that could help me. Thank you, Jiraiya-san. Aki said. Oh please Tilda, my lovely young Harem, call me Jiraiya-kun. Jiraiya said with a wider, excited grin. Oh hell no. Sakura, you go with Aki and teach her shinobi medicine. Takaru, Kengo, you go with Jiraiya. Naruto said, quickly taking charge, surprising Sakura and Jiraiya. I, sir. Takaru and Kengo said with excitement and huge grins as they saluted. Let's go, Naruto said, grabbing Aki's hand, surprising her, and walking away from Jiraiya. Hey, come on Naruto. Nothing against your friends, but why not let me help with Yakamashi? I said you stay with Takaru and Kengo. Don't defy my orders, old man. Naruto said with a stoic yet annoyed face expression, as a red menacing aura surrounded him. Jiraiya looked to him in shock and new fear. Jiraiya could tell by that look and tone that Naruto was acting more as an alpha male trying to protect its mate from another male who could pose as a threat. Just looking at him, Jiraiya could tell that crossing him right now would lead to a real ordeal for him. Kind of the same when dealing with the blonde's mother. Alright, Jiraiya simply said. He suddenly noticed Aki buckle her knees together as she moaned with a red blush on her cheeks as she looked completely aroused. Hell, all his girlfriends looked aroused, even Sakura, but to a lesser degree as she only showed a blush. So manly Tilda, Aki whispered as she felt herself getting hot from Naruto's dominant nature. Damn it, that kid got her all horny. I haven't felt this jealous since, ever. Not even Minato was this much of a ladies' man. Jiraiya mentally raged with jealousy. Sakura, Naruto spoke. Hi. Sakura snapped out of her aroused daze, and looked to Naruto to see his menacing red aura vanished and his look softened into a normal stoic expression. Come on, Naruto said as he started walking away with the still super aroused Aki in his hold. Hi, Sakura said as she ran up to catch up to Naruto. And Sasuke, Naruto said, earning the Uchiha's attention, but Naruto didn't look to him. Don't cause any trouble. Other than that, do whatever the fuck you want. Naruto tilde. Haruko moaned with tired disapproval from her little brother's behavior. Everyone just walked away towards the building, while Sasuke stared at Naruto with a slightly surprised expression. Sasuke simply said, sort of. Takaru and Kengo stayed behind, grinning to one another as they appeared before Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, we are big fans. Takaru said with a large toothy grin. You are every pervert's most idolized figure. Kengo said with an equally large and toothy grin and his arms out. Well, it's nice to finally meet some people with the proper respect for the gallant Jiraiya. Jiraiya said with a smug smirk as he held his chin between his thumb and index finger. Oh, we possess great respect for you, sir. Takaru said with pride. In fact, we feel you might like to read our little data book that we've made, categorizing all the bust, waist and hip sizes of all the women we managed to collect here at Tenbi. Kengo said, taking out a black-covered notebook. With pictures, of course, sir. Takaru quickly said. Really? Tilda? Jiraiya grinned as he took the book and opened it only to gain a perverted look and nosebleed as he saw all the numerous stats and pictures of the beautiful young ladies here at Tenbi. It's not even all of them though. Takaru said, feeling disappointment that the data book didn't have all the information required. We're determined, sir, but sadly we are not as skilled as you are when it comes to the underappreciated art of gathering research like you. Kengo said as he and Takaru had sad, self-disappointed looks. Jiraiya looked to them. He smiled as he suddenly grabbed their shoulders, making them look up to him. My boys, I have much to teach you. Jiraiya said with a smile. Takaru and Kengo gasped with new excitement and hope, before turning to one another and giving each other a high five. Now, first lesson. Always take in your surroundings. Anything can disturb your research. So it's always essential to chart down everything within a 20 to 25 foot radius. Jiraiya shared his teachings as he, Takaru and Kengo walked away. Sasuke was left alone, leaning against the tree, having nothing at all to do. However, he felt a thin finger tap his right arm, making him turn to see the petite blonde pigtailed girl of Naruto's new friends looking at him with a smile. How would you like to hear some very interesting stories about the fox Baka? Himegami asked with a mischievous smile on her face. I'm listening, Sasuke said with a smirk. Naruto and the rest of Maken have been doing paperwork for about an hour now, and luckily with Naruto and Furin's fast writing and attention to detail, they were going through the paper at a quick pace. Naruto is really grateful for his precision and hand speed. Training really helps. No one is worried that Himegami-senpai is not around. Yuruchi asked. Nope, Anaho said nonchalantly. Not really, Azuki said. Not even you Naruto, Manaya asked the tall blonde. Nah, Imouto is strong enough to take care of herself. Besides, the only suspicious emotions I sense are nonviolent mischievous intent. Naruto said. Must be those three perverts. Yuruchi said. Naruto, why did you leave Take-chan and Yusui-kun with Jiraiya-sama? Haruko asked. Why else? To keep that old pervert busy and away from Aki-chan. She's his #1 target around here. Naruto said, not losing focus on his writing. Oh tilde, Naruto-kun is getting possessive. Cha-cha likes it, Cha-cha said with a grin. It is pretty hot, Fu muttered to herself. You know, you've been uncharacteristically quiet lately Fu-san. Yuruchi said. There just never seemed a time where an opinion of mine was needed. Fu said with a shrug. Naruto looked up at the clock, seeing what time it is. I'm going to go to Minori-chan's room. You know, to see if either of those two drunks need a new liver or kidney. Naruto said, getting up from his seat. Yeah, it would be best. Principal Minori is a handful on her own, especially with her drinking habit, but now with a drinking buddy, Kami-sama only knows what's happening in there. Haruko said. I'll be back in a few. Naruto said as he left the room. He made his way to Minori's office and once getting there, he sensed some drunk nature inside. He knocked on the door, feeling to rather be safe than sorry since Tsunade hates it when people come into her office unannounced and the same irks Minori. Come in tilde, Minori chimed from the other side of the door. Naruto opened it up and peeked his head inside to thankfully find that Minori and Tsunade were sitting in chairs, drinking their sake, with other bottle on the desk separating the two as they were both still fully clothed. Oh, Naruto, good timing. My new best pal, Tsunade, and I have come up with something good. Minori said with a grin. Which is? Naruto questioned as he entered the room. We've decided that you should at least spend a month in Konoha to see how you adapt to it nowadays seeing as you've matured a bit. Tsunade said with a smile. How would this help? Naruto asked. It'll help you decide where you want to stay. Minori clarified. Elaborate. I don't even know what that means anymore. Minori said with a drunk smile. How would it help me decide where I want to stay? Don't get pushy. I heard you the first time. Minori said with a hand up while Naruto stared at her with a stoic look. What we mean is that you spend a month back in Konoha, see how you feel, and decide where you want to stay as your place of stay. Whether you decide to stay here and visit Konoha or you decide to stay in Konoha and visit Tenbi from time to time. Or third option, we could just keep alternating you between worlds. Minori explained. To be honest, not a bad idea. You're both okay with this? Naruto asked. Yep, we've reached an agreement, Minori said with a smile. What about the council, Ba-chan? Naruto asked, looking to Tsunade. Hey, fuck 'em, right? Tsunade said with a smile. Naruto couldn't help but smile too. All right then. Great, let's take a drink to celebrate. Minori cheered with a bottle raised up high. I love the way you think, Minori-san. Tsunade said with a grin. Cool, Naruto said as he walked over to the desk and grabbed a bottle, only for his hand to be smacked away by Minori. Take a cup, Minori said with a calm, yet stern look as she placed a small shot glass cup in front of Naruto. Placing two more next to it, Minori poured some sake into the cups. The three grabbed their glasses and downed the shots, sigh with delight once the burning liquid went down their throats. A calm silence surrounded them, until Naruto took one of the bottles and ran out the door. Hey, get back here with that, you thief! Minori shouted as she chased after Naruto. Tsunade watched Minori leave out the door, but she turned back towards the desk, rubbing her hands together as she had a smile of true delight since numerous bottles of sake were left on the desk, unguarded. More for me. Later on, everyone took a break and hanged out outside. Naruto had managed to spot Sasuke and Himegami hanging out, both actually smiling, and talking to one another. Well, I'll be damned. You two are actually talking to one another. Naruto said. And why wouldn't we? Sasuke-kun has some very interesting stories about you. Like when you wanted to show off your masculinity by choosing a large dog to walk, only for it to drag you into an active minefield. Himegami said with an amused smirk, while Sasuke just said a small, continuing to smile. Naruto stared at the two with a dull look. Of course. Two people I'm close to, yet really know how to aggravate me, get along so well by talking about my bad times. Classy. Naruto said with a dull and sarcastic tone. Well, I think the negotiation went well. Tsunade said with a smile. I agree. Minori said with her own smile. Now where did that old pervert get off to? Tsunade questioned, looking around a bit. Did someone call for me? Jiraiya suddenly appeared with Takaru and Kengo. Oh good. So where have you been? These two fine young men gave me a nice tour around the school. My favorite place being the pool area. Jiraiya said with a wide grin and his hands on the shoulders of the grinning Takaru and Kengo. Well, at least you found some form of entertainment. Sorry if we kept you all waiting. They all turned to see Aki and Sakura walk over to them. Oh, not at all Aki-san. There's no need for apologies. Jiraiya said with a grin. HMPH. Look at him kissing ass, just to get her favor. Damn old fool, Tsunade thought. She cleared her throat before speaking again. Alright Sakura, hand over the ripple. Oh, yeah, about that. I don't have it. Sakura said scratching the back of her head. You what? Tsunade shouted. What did you do with it? Naruto asked. Well you see, a little after you left Naruto, a man who looked kind of like Azuki-san came out of nowhere and asked to see the ripple. Aki-senpai trusted him, so I allowed it and he said he would give it back later. Sakura briefly explained. You know, you don't have to call me senpai if you don't want to. Aki said with a calm smile. Ni-san came to you. Azuki questioned. Oh, so the near identical appearance wasn't coincidental. And I see that you replaced your shirt. Sakura said. Yeah, and you owe me a new one. Azuki shouted. I owe you nothing. Sakura retorted. Suddenly an orange mirror appeared on the floor and out came Tien-san with the ripple in hand. Here you go Sakura-san. Thank you for letting me borrow it. Tien-san said, handing the ripple back to Sakura. Tien-san, why did you want the ripple? If you don't mind me asking. Yuka asked. Easy. I just let the boys back at the lab take a quick look at it, and they managed to manufacture their own version of it. Tien-san took out a device that looked similar to the ripple, but instead of multiple jewels put into separate chambers, only one jewel was placed in the center with marking surrounding it. Now we have our own versions that can not only take us from world to world, but also it works through mental commands sent to it via energy pumped into it. So now if you want to see a certain someone, a group of people or even a place, all you have to do is think it, pump energy into it and voila. An instant portal that leads to it. Everyone stared at him in shock. Your men actually did all that, in just less than 2 hours. Furin questioned with disbelief. Our men back at the division are skilled. Especially the head of technicians and research, Susumu. Tien-san said with his ever-present smile. Anyone want to be the first to test it out? Naruto raised his hand. He walked over and took the new device from Tien-san's grasp. Naruto stared down at it. He had a thought that came to mind. The rest of the Konoha 11. Naruto thought as he pumped his energy into the ripple prototype. Suddenly the same process as with the original was occurring, but of course with only one jewel glowing. A small tornado made form streams of energy happened and transformed into a portal. Cautious of it, Naruto slowly walked over towards the portal. He slowly leaned in closer. He pushed his head right into the portal, only to see Teams Guy, Kurenai and Asuma were staring at him with wide exaggerated eyes. Oh, hey guys. Naruto greeted them. Naruto-kun. Lee cried out with joy as he pounced at Naruto, going right through the portal, crashing into his body, enveloping him into a hug, pushing him back a bit, as the portal vanished. In Konoha, the rest just stared at where the portal once was. What? Tenten questioned. Over in Maken World, Lee hugged Naruto close, crying anime tears of joy, happy to see his friend and rival again. Good to see you too, Lee. Naruto said with embarrassment as he patted Lee's head. It is so great to see you again. Lee exclaimed with joy. He suddenly jumped back as he gained fire in his eyes. Now then, Naruto-kun, please fight me. Lee exclaimed with his fist pumped and an excited smile on his face. Naruto just stared at him with a stoic expression. Why? Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side. Why? Because you and I are rivals. It is our passion to shine our fiery flames of youth through a mighty meeting of fists. Lee shouted with pure energy as the flames in his eyes grew. Oh boy, Uruchi said with a frown. Oh well, I guess better than a pervert. Lee finally noticed the others. He knew Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sakura and Sasuke, but these others seemed new. However, it was when he saw the beautiful violet-haired, big-busted beauty he had seen before through one viewing through Sakura's crystal ball. It was none other than the gorgeous, youthful Haruko Amaya. Lee stared at Haruko with a red blush, while Haruko felt very uncomfortable under his gaze. Suddenly Lee appeared in front of Haruko. You are the lovely Haruko Amaya, yes? Lee asked. Yes, I am. Haruko said. Lee suddenly got down on one knee and grabbed her hand. Please be my girlfriend. I will protect you forever. Lee exclaimed, shocking everyone. Hey, Takaru shouted with new annoyance that someone was hitting on his girlfriend. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as his eyes were shadowed and teeth were gritting. Well, you are very sweet, Lee-san. Haruko said with a nervous smile. Then will you go out with me? Lee asked with hope etched all over his face. Well, you see, the thing is, Haruko didn't know how to explain it to him. I mean, come on, Lee is a sweetheart. How can you hurt his feelings when he looks at you with a hopeful gaze? However, she got lucky as Naruto's hand grabbed Lee's head and pulled him away from Haruko, as the blonde placed Lee's head in a one-armed headlock. Passionate ain't he, Nei-chan? Too into it for his own good. Naruto said with a forced grin as visible tick marks surrounded his head. Well, Nei-chan? Lee questioned within his mind. He looked up to Naruto to see that despite the grin, he could sense a protective nature from Naruto. I see. Naruto views Haruko-san as an elder sister figure, so he is very protective of her. So in order to gain the honor of dating Haruko-san, I must earn Naruto's blessing. Lee thought, before his eyes lit with fire again and his face was etched in new determination with his fist shaking. I will succeed. Well, at least it works. Now you can go from here to Shinobi World on your own. Minori said. True. Looks like things are looking up. Naruto said with a smile as he looked to the Ripple prototype in his hand. So, does this mean you'll be leaving now? Anaho asked, with a sad cat frown and sad eyes. Naruto looked to his little sister in shock. He looked down at the Ripple again. Well. No, he's not. Minori spoke, making everyone look to her in shock, seeing she had her eyes closed and her arms crossed. Not without a proper farewell celebration. Minori said with a new grin. Celebration? Naruto questioned. He felt a hand tap his arm, making him look down to see Lee's eyes widened greatly in an overly exaggerated manner as he was turning purple. Oh shit. Naruto quickly released Lee, allowing him to breathe again. Sorry, Lee. Don't deep inhale mention it. Lee said. So what do you mean by farewell celebration? Fu asked. What I mean is exactly that. In showing our love and appreciation for the blonde baka, we're going to throw a farewell festival, right here at Tenbi. Minori exclaimed with a grin, surprising everyone, but also bringing smiles to their faces. You don't have to do that. Naruto said, shocked by Minori's words. Nonsense. You're important to too many people here that it would be an insult to let you leave without giving you the proper send-off. A festival to show how much we all appreciate you is the perfect way. Minori said with a finger up, a grin and a wink. That sounds perfect. Anaho cheered. Hell yeah, let's throw a blowout. Fu cheered with a grin. For Naruto-kun, anything to show how much we love him. Kimi said with a smile. Amen. Cha-Cha cheered with a grin. Everyone from Maken was showing their agreement for the celebration. Naruto stared at them all with shock. He didn't realize he was this loved. He is happy. He couldn't help but smile. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Sakura smiled at this. Well then, you must have a lot to do for the festivities. Do me a favor. When you're done, call us for the celebration. Tsunade said. You bet your ass I will. Minori exclaimed with a grin. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. He activated the prototype Ripple again, causing a new portal to be made. This'll lead you back to Konoha with the others in my graduating class on the other side. Naruto explained briefly. Excellent, Tsunade said. She walked over to Naruto and suddenly hugged him, surprising him. It was great to see you again, Naruto. Naruto smiled as he slowly wrapped his arms around Tsunade. You too, Ba-chan. Tsunade smiled warmly. Despite not being a fan of being called grandma, she knew that nowadays it came from a very special place in Naruto's heart. She separated from him, leaning up and kissing his forehead, surprising him. Great, now I have to put in effort. Tsunade joked, making Naruto chuckle. Tsunade turned around and headed for the portal. Before she jumped in, she turned back to Naruto with one last smile. See you later, Gaki. She then jumped through the portal. Jiraiya walked over and slapped Naruto's shoulder. Well, it was good seeing you, Gaki. Keep living the good life until we come back. Jiraiya said with a grin. Trust me, I will. Naruto said with a smile. And you too. Jiraiya pointed to Takaru and Kengo. Remember what I taught you and keep up the good work. The old pervert said with a grin. Hi, Sensei. Takaru and Kengo exclaimed as they owed to Jiraiya with respect. Now see, why can't you be as respectful as they are? Because you need to earn the proper respect you're looking for to get it, you old fool. Naruto said with a dull look. Still a pain in the ass as ever. Jiraiya said with a smile, chuckling a bit. Oh well, better than getting weird by talking about your feelings. Ew. Gross. Naruto said, causing Jiraiya to slap his shoulder again as the two laughed it out. I'll be watching Gaki, Jiraiya said as he headed for the portal. Wait, what do you mean you'll be watching? Naruto exclaimed. Can't hear you. Going into a tunnel, Jiraiya exclaimed as he quickly jumped into the portal, causing Naruto to sigh. Sasuke walked over towards the portal. He stopped in front of it, deciding to turn back to face Naruto. The two nodded at one another, before Sasuke walked through the portal. Lee gave a thumbs up to everybody, but he gave a wink to Haruko and blew her a kiss, causing Haruko to get nervous as a heart came towards her, but Uruchi quickly grabbed it and crushed it before it could make contact. Lee performed a backflip, jumping into the portal. Now all who was left was Sakura. She turned to Naruto, but she looked to the ground with a blush, unable to have the courage to look him in the eye. Naruto stared at her for a few moments with a stoic expression. Disliking the fact that she wasn't looking him in the eyes, Naruto gently grabbed Sakura's chin and raised her head up for her to stare into his eyes. I'll miss you, Naruto simply said with a soft smile. Sakura smiled warmly as she leaned forward and hugged him. Naruto looked down to her, giving her a brief hug. Sakura was about to pull back, but she shocked Naruto by suddenly kissing his cheek and whispering into his ear. I love you. Naruto's eyes widened as Sakura pulled back from him with a smile on her face. Sakura walked over towards the portal, but stopped once she was in front of it. Azuki-san. Sakura spoke, earning the redhead maiden's attention. Sakura turned to her with a solid look upon her face. Good fight. Azuki nodded in agreement. Sakura turned back to the portal and jumped into it. Once she did, it vanished soon after. Naruto sighed as he looked down to the Ripple prototype in hand. Well, Minori clapped her hands together. Enough dozing off. It's time to go and make preparations for the celebration. Minori said with a smile, but seeing as no one was moving, she got a bit more serious. Move. Her scream made everyone flinch before they all ran inside. Naruto remained in the same spot, unable to move. Did he hear that right? Did Sakura adjust? He felt a hand on his shoulder, making him turn to see a smiling Minori. He couldn't help but smile back. He was happy here. That much he did know. So Tilda, yeah, you can keep that Ripple you got, just to let you know. I mean, after all, we have more back at the lab. Tien-san said. Naruto and Minori looked to him with questioning gazes. Well, adios. Tien-san said his farewell with a smile and wave, before a mirror appeared at his feet and he was sucked right into it. Naruto and Minori stayed silent, staring at the spot where Tien-san stood a moment ago. He's a very strange man. Minori said, looking to Naruto. Oh, I hear ya, Naruto responded. It has been a few days since that day. Naruto was happy now to know there was a way back to Konoha, but right now it didn't matter to him. Right now he was cooking breakfast for the girls as he did every morning. However, he stopped battering the pancake batter as he realized something. A month in Konoha. That means, for 30 days I'll be waking up within a place, all by myself. Naruto's eyes softened. That's so far the first and one of the biggest downside to this. At least it'll be for just a month. I can survive a month. Naruto thought as he continued to cook breakfast. I hope. Naruto heard yawning, making him turn to see Azuki already out of her room, stretching with her arms up high. Naruto noticed that her yellow button shirt was unbuttoned a bit, showing off Azuki's entire cleavage. Her breasts bounced, and with her cleavage exposed, Naruto gained a nosebleed and felt his pants get tighter. Azuki scratched her head, moaning a bit. Opening her eyes, she noticed the way Naruto was staring at her. What? It's not like it's nothing you've never seen before. Azuki said. I know, but you're still one hell of a looker, Azuki-chan. Naruto said with a grin as her scratched the side of his head with his left finger. Damn straight. Azuki said with a proud smirk and blush. Suddenly a pair of arms wrapped around Azuki's neck, pulling her back into an embrace with a huge pair of soft jugs pressed against the back of her head. I'm pretty hot too, don't you think? Cha-Cha chimed with a smile. See Cha-Cha. Azuki exclaimed her friend's name in embarrassment, as her cheeks turned red, still remembering that night on the island between them perfectly. Naruto chuckled with a grin, seeing Azuki's face flushed in embarrassment. Can I help? Kimi, who appeared next to Naruto somehow, asked. Sure, Kimi-chan, Naruto said. Oh, let me help too, Cha-Cha exclaimed, releasing Azuki and running towards them, letting Azuki fall to the floor. Azuki groaned, rubbing her tailbone. She looked to her three roommates, seeing Cha-Cha and Kimi prepare to help, while Naruto, no matter how many attention grabbers came his way, was still completely focused on the task at hand. Azuki smiled to see those three happy. A thought came to her mind, making her frown. She stood up and walked over to them. She grabbed an apron and wrapped it around her waist as he started helping them. Naruto smiled at Azuki, making her smile back at him. This felt nice. After cooking together, The plate was filled with a great and filling breakfast, composed of waffles and pancakes with maple syrup, butter and even fruit on them, eggs both boiled and not with the latter being used to cracked open and mixed into the rice bacon, sausages, fruit salads, miso soup, grilled fish, and omelets. Damn, this looks like a banquet. I don't think the four of us can finish this meal by ourselves. Naruto said. Make that 5. Fu exclaimed, coming out of the hole in the wall that led to her dorm. Oh good, Naruto said, but then there was a knock on the door. Naruto walked over and opened it to see it was Takaru, Haruko, Himegami and Anaho, holding Manji in her arms, standing outside the door. Sup, Takaru greeted with a hand up. Oh hey, what brings you 4, I mean 5, here? Cha-cha senpai invited us over for breakfast. Anaho said with her cat-like smile. When did you do that? Naruto asked his mocha-skinned girlfriend, who just grinned and gave him a peace sign. Well, you're welcome to dine with us. We got more than enough for everybody. Naruto said with a grin. Anaho started sniffing a sweet, delicious aroma, making her have hearts for eyes as she started floating up off the floor. I smell the sweet aroma of maple syrup. Anaho said as she floated into the dorm, making Naruto laugh at his little sister's behavior as the other walked right in. Geez Fox Baka, you should really hold back on the servings. Or do you plan on actually fattening your girlfriends up a bit? Himegami joked with a smirk. Don't go there, Azuki said with narrowed eyes as Naruto closed the door behind him. After breakfast, everyone decided to get dressed in their original dorms. Naruto was dressed in his new, usual attire. His black leather jacket with white fur collar, white with black trimming undershirt, shadime necklace, leather black pants, black ankle boots and black fingerless, open knuckle bike gloves. However, this time he changed his belt. Wrapped around his waist was now a new slick black belt with the metal piece of his old Hitayate that displayed the Konoha insignia now being his new belt buckle. Naruto smiled looking down at the metal plate. Not a traditional way to show your pride in your birthplace, but come on, Lee wears his Hitayate like a belt, so who gives a damn? You ready, Naruto-kun? Cha-cha's voice chimed. Naruto turned around to see his roommates all dressed. Cha-cha was dressed in a leopard pattern half tank top, exposing her well-toned stomach, white khaki short shorts with black belt and black open-toed sandals. Azuki was dressed in a blue sky and white horizontal striped strapless shirt, jean short shorts with white belt and white open-toe sandals. Kimi was dressed in a purple with white plaid design sundress with frill lining at the bottom of it and the top between where it met the straps, white sandals and a white frill bracelet around her left wrist. Whoa, you girls look great, Naruto said with a grin, making them grin. Here, Cha-cha extended a blindfold to Naruto. What's this about? Naruto asked as he grabbed the blindfold. Just put it on, Azuki said with her arms crossed. Naruto just stared at the blindfold for a few more moments, before shrugging and putting it back on. Suddenly a pair of nose plugs, courtesy by Azuki, were put up his nose. What the hell? Naruto exclaimed in a nasally voice. Suddenly Cha-cha put earplugs in each of his ears, and Kimi jumped onto Naruto's shoulders and covered his eyes. I'm already blindfolded, what's this about? Naruto questioned as Cha-cha put her fingers in his ears. Same with my ears. Don't worry about it, Azuki said as she grabbed Naruto's arm and started dragging Naruto towards the door, which Cha-cha following to keep her fingers in his ears. Oh, I almost forgot. Azuki grabbed something. Kimi and Cha-cha pulled their fingers from Naruto's blindfolded eyes and covered ears, allowing Azuki to put a special necklace around Naruto's neck. What is that? Naruto asked, wondering what wrapped around his neck. Nothing important, Azuki said, grabbing his arms again. It's a necklace of garlic, Kimi said with a smile as she put her hands back over her boyfriend's covered eyes. What? Naruto questioned as Cha-cha put her fingers back into his earplug-filled ears. Naruto was dragged out of the dorm, then down the stairs, getting to the bottom where they walked down the path towards Tenbi Academy. Okay, what's the surprise? Naruto asked. No questions, Azuki shouted. Yeah, what fun is the surprise if you know about it? Cha-cha said with a grin. You three know I can sense energy signatures, right? Naruto said. They all stopped, forgetting Naruto's sensory ability, so the three females concentrated their energy to radiate, making it hard for Naruto to sense other energy signatures. Well played, Naruto complimented. The three continued on, with Naruto none more the wiser of what was really happening. Yar yar, these girls sure are pretty sneaky. Got to respect them for that. But, I so want to know what the surprise is. Naruto mentally whined with a pout. However, he suddenly felt something soft slide against his cheek, making him shiver as his cheek became wet, but he suddenly chuckled with perverse pleasure. Cha-cha, why'd you lick Naruto-kun's cheek? Kimi asked, alerting Azuki. To keep him guessing, of course. Cha-cha said, smiling with her tongue still out. Bullshit, you just wanted to be pervy. Azuki said, making Cha-cha giggle with a grin. Kimi decided to wipe the saliva on Naruto's cheek away with part of her sundress, having to take her hand off one of his blindfolded eyes to do so. Naruto blinked his eyes as he managed to see something, albeit shadowy, despite the blindfold, alerting the girls. What's that over there? Naruto asked. Kimi tried coming up with an excuse, but when nothing hit her, she quickly rubbed her hand onto Naruto's cheek, making him shiver with moan before giving a happy purr. Sugoi ne tilde. Naruto moaned with delight, before Kimi put her hand back over his covered eye. Naruto's head perked up as he got out of his daze. Wait, what happened? Naruto questioned, making the girls giggle at his innocent, yet slightly perverted behavior. They continued to walk. The girls smiled and grinned while Naruto remained silent. What's with them? We're close, Kimi said, although Naruto couldn't really hear right. The girls really were determined to keep him from finding things out. There, we're here, Azuki said. Kimi and Cha-Cha pulled their hands away, allowing Naruto to see some shadowy figures and hear voices, along with music. What's going on? Naruto asked. The girls ceased their energy flares as Azuki took out the nose plugs, quickly throwing them away. Cha-Cha unplugged his ears and Kimi undid the blindfold before jumping down off his shoulders. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw all the students and even teachers of Tenbi at the front gates of the academy as a festival was being held. Ohio Naruto-kun. We'll miss you. Everyone cheered with grins. Naruto blushed as he stared at everyone in shock. What's going on? Naruto asked. It's the festival, Cha-Cha exclaimed with a grin. You know, for your departure. Kimi said as she, Cha-Cha and Azuki frowned. Well, no need for frowns. Today we're going to celebrate, alright, Azuki said with her arms crossed. Naruto's lip quivered as he started to smile. He grabbed the three and brought them into a hug. Arigato. Naruto cheered with a happy grin. The girls blushed and smiled as they returned the hug. Everyone watched with smiles on their faces as well. Yosh, let's celebrate. Naruto cheered with his fist thrust into the air as everyone cheered. Up high atop the roof, Minori was watching with her arms crossed and a smile on her face. Well, you weren't wrong, Minori-san. This does give a great view of the festivities. A voice spoke as someone was now standing next to Minori. Told you so. And also, I love the look Tsunade-sama. Minori said with a grin. Tsunade was dressed in a white with dark blue lining and trimming spaghetti-strapped top which revealed a good portion of her cleavage and had 4 blue-eyed grass flower designs on the left side of her top with blue markings that looked like blowing wind on it. She wore an open white dress jacket over the top, a royal blue pencil skirt with a slit on the side and black open-toed laced heels. Why thank you Minori-san, but why aren't you dressed? I've always felt comfortable in this tracksuit. It's my favorite after all. Minori said stretching her arm across her chest. Plus, it drives Naruto crazy. Minori said with a grin and blush, making Tsunade sigh. Still can't believe the Gaki landed you and Aki-san. Tsunade said with a small smile. You should feel proud of him. Minori said with a grin as she wrapped an arm around Tsunade's neck, their breasts pressed against the sides of one another. After all, to land bombshells like Aki and myself makes him one hell of a man. That's something no person his age, let alone men around our ages, could accomplish. I guess, but I'm not completely sure that I should be so proud. Tsunade said with a smile and her arms crossed. Well, I am. A familiar voice spoke as a pair of arms wrapped around the two, making them gain dull, annoyed looks. The Gaki sure has matured over a few months. I'm just so proud I could just cry. Jiraiya said with a grin as he brought the two beautiful busty women closer to him. Then allow us to assist with that. Minori said with a smirk as she and Tsunade back-fisted Jiraiya's face with smirks on their faces. Ow! Jiraiya cried, holding his nose as Minori and Tsunade grinned former and smiled latter at one another. Shall we go enjoy the festivities, Tsunade-sama? Minori asked with a smile. Why yes, I believe we deserve a little enjoyment. Tsunade said with her own smile as she and Minori walked over towards the door. Hey, wait up, Jiraiya exclaimed as he ran after them. Naruto was walking through the festival with his roommates. It was huge. They had all kinds of games, attractions, they even had those beautiful decorations like lanterns, balloons with different designs on them, papier match creations up and hanging like dragons, tigers, stars, foxes. And they had masks of all kinds. Wait, is that a mask of his own face and Kurama's? Well, whatever. And of course, what festival would be complete without food? Oh, shaved ice. Kimi cheered as she grabbed Naruto's arm and dragged him over towards a food stand. They skidded in front of it. 2 please. 1 grape and 1 lemon. Kimi ordered. Hey, I want some too. I want orange. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she ran over towards them. Azuki sighed, shaking her head, but she had a smile on her face. Cherry. Azuki said as she walked over. It's on me. Naruto said taking out his wallet. Gamma-chan. No need man. The vendor, who he remembers as a male student at Tenbi, said with a smile and hand up. He had brown-orange hair that seemed similar to Takeru's but had more shaggy hair layered in the back. He was wearing a white headband that spelled shaved ice galore in kanji on it and wore an open haori that was orange with black lining and the kanji for the word celebrate on it, with a white obi tied around it, tying it to his waist, while he also wore a simple white shirt, along with black pants and sandals. Huh, why? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Because this festival is for you. We all came to agreement that you will be the only one who doesn't pay, along with anyone who is with you. The student said with a smile. Seriously? Well, I honestly don't know how to feel about that. Naruto said with his index to his chin. I'll tell you. You should feel great. Cha-Cha said with a grin as she wrapped her arm around Naruto's neck and brought her boyfriend closer to her, making the side of his face smoosh up against the side of her breast. 15 for me please Tilda. Cha-Cha cheered with a grin. No Cha-Cha. Naruto and Azuki said in unison. Ah Tilda, what the heck? You two need to take advantage of things more when life presents them to you. Cha-Cha said with a pout. Here you four go. The vendor said placing a tray of their ordered cups of shaved ice to them. Arigato gozaimasu. The four said as they took their shaved ice. They all took a small spoonful and moaned with delight. Have a good day. Please come again. The vendor said with a grin. Arigato Hiroshi-kun. Naruto said with a grin as he and his girlfriends left. The vendor, known as Hiroshi, smiled. He remembered my name. During school, Hiroshi's body shook as he was in front of a very attractive brunette with a large G-cup bust. G Gomen. I have two, Gomen. The brunette said as she bowed apologetically to Hiroshi, before running off. Hiroshi shook with a wide-open mouth frown, his eyes shadowed as a gloomy aura surrounded him. Slowly he broke down to the ground. He was lying on his side in a fetal position. He shook with sadness, but refused to shed tears. After a while, he felt a finger poke the side of his head. Oi, you okay? Hiroshi's eyes glanced over to see a blonde with spiky hair look down at him. I know that look. Girl dumped you. The blonde asked with a frown. Hiroshi just stared back ahead as he started to shed anime-styled tears. The blonde sighed. He grabbed Hiroshi, stood up, lifting him up in his arms, turned to the wall and placed him there, now letting him sitting against the wall. The blonde sat down next to him and was now holding a soda can in hand, opening it and handing it to him. Hiroshi looked to it with sad eyes. He reached his hand over and grabbed it. He heard another soda crack open, making him turn to see the blonde giving him a sympathetic smile and a soda can up. If you need to talk, I'll listen. The blonde said. Hiroshi blinked his eyes as he stared at him. Only now did he notice the whisker marks on the blonde's cheeks. Name's Naruto Uzumaki. And trust me, I've taken those same hits more times than you can count. Naruto said with a calm, sympathetic smile. Hiroshi blinked his eyes at the blonde, before he lifted up his own can of soda to Naruto's, bumping it lightly. Hiroshi. I'm grateful that you were there for me, Naruto-san. It meant a lot and got me feeling better. I know that everyone here will miss you, despite your departure being only for a month. Hiroshi thought with a smile. Oh Tilda, hot cola, Naruto exclaimed as he noticed a stand selling Hong Kong hot cola. I've got to try some. Naruto exclaimed, running over. Wait up, Cha-Cha exclaimed as she, Azuki and Kimi hurried after their boyfriend. Hiroshi's smile widened and his eyes closed into eye smiles at the four's antics. Naruto drank up some of his hot cola, and sighed with delight. Oishi Tilda, delicious. That's some good cola, Naruto said with a grin. So all they do is boil cola. That's weird, Cha-Cha said. They can do more than that. They also put ginger and lemon in their cola, Azuki said as Kimi drank some of her hot cola. Tilda, it's so good. You can really taste the ginger, Kimi said with a smile. Yo, Naruto. Naruto stopped and turned to see a familiar face he hadn't seen in a while. It was none other than Kiba, sporting his usual leather jacket, but this time wore regular black pants and black shoes. He was leaning against the support of a game stand. Hisashibari Dane. Long time no see, Kiba greeted his friend with a smile and hand up. Kiba, Naruto exclaimed his old friend's name with a huge grin, gaining the attention of his girlfriends. Naruto and Kiba grinned at one another as Naruto stopped in front of him. Holy shit dude, you've gotten taller, Kiba exclaimed as he was now actually look up at Naruto, who looked down to him. Huh, guess I am taller than most of you guys, huh? Naruto said, now realizing he was probably the tallest out of everyone in the Konoha 12. He suddenly sensed a presence that felt like person with thousands of tiny chakra signatures inside of their body. Hey Shino, Naruto greeted, surprising Kiba and his roommates. I'm shocked that you actually noticed me. They all turned to see Shino, dressed in a long black trench coat, black shirt underneath, black slick pants, black shoes, a black scarf wrapped around his face and a black fedora. You've grown, Naruto. Shino complimented. Thanks, but, why did you decide to dress like that? Follow-up question, why do you and Kiba have new looks? Naruto asked. A shinobi, no matter where he goes, must always remain discreet, even when there aren't any real enemy shinobi around. Shino answered. Trust me, you don't look discreet. Naruto said with a frown. Normally a man dressed like Shino, ironically would attract attention as a dangerous person. We also got these new clothes thanks to your friends here. They really hooked us up. Kiba said with a grin. Huh, seriously? Naruto questioned. Yep, Cha-Cha answered. All of us at Maken actually went on a shopping spree with your friends back at Konoha to get them clothes for today as a sign of friendship. Kimi explained with a smile. Everyone. Really? Wow, you guys really are the best. Naruto said with a smile, making Kimi giggle and Cha-Cha grin with blushes on their cheeks. Kiba looked to Naruto's roommates, eyeing Cha-Cha and Azuki's breasts as they bounced a bit, as if knowing someone was watching them. Kiba gained a nosebleed and perverted smile, but he quickly straightened out when Naruto gave him a stern look, basically saying, look somewhere else. Hey, where'd you get those shaved ice? Kiba asked, pointing at Naruto's cup of lemon-flavored shaved ice in his hand. Over there. Naruto pointed his spoon to Hiroshi's shaved ice stand. All right, come on Shino, Kiba exclaimed with a grin as he ran off to get an icy treat. I'll keep an eye on him, Shino said, looking to Naruto. Thank you Shino, Naruto said with a smile. Wait, am I taller than you? Naruto asked. By 3 inches, yes, Shino said before walking away. How did you know he was there, Naruto-kun? Normally people never really notice an Aburame. Cha-Cha asked. I just sensed him. I guess it's just a natural ability. Naruto said. Wait, I just realized that they don't have yen. Kiba, Shino. Don't worry about it, they were given some along with the others here. Azuki said. Huh, really? Yep, Minori gave them enough spending money for the day and the next. Cha-Cha said with a grin. That sounds like a lot. Naruto said. It's nothing to worry about. Tenbi has gained more money thanks to Tengoku no Mon. Azuki said. With the amount of money they get from assisting governments around the world, they're willing to give a few 100,000 to Tenbi. Kimi said with a smile. 100,000. Naruto exclaimed in shock. Anyway, let's not worry about anything. Azuki said as she grabbed Naruto's hand. Let's go enjoy the rest of the day. Azuki said, dragging Naruto with Cha-Cha and Kimi following. As they walked, they finished their shaved ice, and now Kimi and Cha-Cha were playing the catch the goldfish game, while Naruto and Azuki waited beside them. Don't you wanna try? Azuki asked Naruto. Nah, with my skills and precision I feel like I'd be cheating. Naruto responded. Sugoi tilde. Naruto and Azuki turned their heads to where they heard the cheer. I got one. Kimi cheered. Yes. Cha-Cha cheered with a fist pump. That's so amazing tilde. Kimi and Cha-Cha turned their heads as well as now all 4 roommates saw Haruko showing her Maken, Murakumo, to Tenten, while Takaru was walking a bit behind them. To call upon the powers of the heavens themselves. I can't believe it. Tenten exclaimed with shining bright eyes. She was wearing a high-collared form-fitting white with pink lining cheongsam, better known as a kipao, with pink dragon design on the left side and a pink flame at the bottom right with a white flower in the center of the flame. She wore black bangles with spikes on them, odd, but cool looking, and black short heel lace-up heels. Well actually Tenten-san, I actually conjure the surrounding element in the earth and absorb them into my Maken to deal out even greater damage. Haruko said with a smile. Haruko was wearing a white sleeveless blouse with a small purple bow on the chest, and navy blue collar, a black belt with gold ring belt buckle and midnight blue skirt, with underneath it being her usual pantyhose, black shoes and frilly bracelets. Takaru was sighing behind them. He wore a simple white shirt with a black jacket over it with the sleeves rolled up enough to show his wrists and forearms, revealing a black angle covering the right wrist and half of the forearm with a chain hanging from it with a silver cross at the end, and on the left was a silver watch. He also wore blue jeans with black with white sneakers and he had a black belt around his waist with a golden cross with wings as the belt buckle, and a chain tied to it that led to his left pocket, and finally he had a green ascot wrapped around his neck. Sugoi tilde. Tenten cheered with a huge grin and her fists to her chin. Yo tilde. The 3 heard a voice making them turn to see Naruto greeting them with a hand up and a smile, while Azuki, Kimi and Cha-Cha were behind him. Azuki had her arms crossed, Kimi smiled and Cha-Cha grinning. How's it hanging? Naruto said. Naruto. Tenten exclaimed the blonde's name, shocked and happy to see him again. Giving Tenten-chan a little exposition on your Maken, Haruko ne. Naruto said with a grin, causing Haruko to smile. Tenten-chan. He's never called me that before. Tenten thought with her fist to her chin as she unknowingly blushed. Naruto looked to the kunoichi looked her up and down. Nanda. Tenten questioned why Naruto was staring at her like that. Nothing. It's just you look really good today, Tenten-chan. That look suits you, Naruto said with a grin and his hands behind his head. Tenten's eyes widened in surprise at Naruto's statement. She suddenly smiled as her cheeks heated up, her eyes looking to the ground bashfully. Arigato, Naruto-ku. Haruko-chan tilde. They all looked to see Lee running towards the groups, or more specifically Haruko, dressed in a green Gakuren jacket that had the sleeves rolled up to the elbows and had a pink lotus flower design on the back of it, a black shirt underneath his Gakuren with a gold outline design tiger's eye on it, green pants with a design of a green scaled dragon on the left side of it, black fingerless fighting gloves with holes on the back of them and black shoes with gold buckles on them, and had a white headband around his forehead with the kanji, heart, courage, and youth, on it in that order, and his belt was his usual Hitai-8 belt. Haruko flinched at Lee's suddenly charge towards her, but Takaru growled as he got in front of Haruko, surprising her. However, as Lee got close enough, an arm extended out, causing Lee to run into it, slamming his neck into the arm and falling onto his back. This arm belonged to Naruto. Hello, Lee. Naruto greeted the energetic taijutsu expert with a calm, stoic expression. Hello, Naruto-kun. Lee greeted the blonde in a groggy voice. Tenten and Haruko sighed at the two males' behavior, Tenten from Lee's behavior and Haruko from Naruto's, while Kimi and Cha-Cha giggled, Takaru smiled, Azuki smirked and Naruto had both hands in his pockets trying to act cool. Lee suddenly got to his feet in a flash. Haruko-san, please be my date to this festival. Lee pleaded with youthful energy. Well, Haruko didn't know what to say. She already has a date. Me, Takaru said with new confidence, showing off an assertive, yet protective side, catching Haruko's fancy. Tacky. Haruko stared at her boyfriend with a touched and loving smile and her cheeks turning red. Lee managed to see this and now understood what was happening. I see, so you have feelings for Haruko-san. Lee said with his head hanging and eyes shadowed. Yeah, I do, Takaru said. That just makes me more motivated to win her love. Lee cried, causing nearby people to cover their ears, for the fact they weren't used to this kind of intensity. What? Takaru exclaimed. Oh boy, Haruko said, not liking this one bit. From now on, you are my rival of love for the lovely Haruko-san's heart. My name is Rock Lee and I will not lose to you. Lee exclaimed with a tightening fist up as he felt his body pump with invigorated determination. What the foo? You've got to be kidding me. Takaru shouted. Naruto sighed with his arms crossed, shaking his head, while Tenten had her arms semi-crossed as the fingers of her right hand pressed against her forehead as she had her eyes closed. Oh Lee, no matter how long people know you, your personality will always be too much to handle. Oh, Tenten said looking in a certain direction. What's wrong? Naruto asked, following Tenten's line of sight to see Choji at a huge buffet. He's going to have all of it before anyone could have a taste. Tenten said. It's a time of celebration. Let an Akamaiki enjoy his time. Naruto said with a smile. Let's just hope nobody makes a fat comment. Azuki said. That just worried the two Konoha-born residents. I better go there just to be safe. Naruto said walking away. Good call, Tenten said. And another thing, bushy brows. I don't appreciate treating Haruko like a. What is your name? Lee asked, cutting Takaru off short. Takaru paused, staring at Lee. Takaru Oyama. Takaru introduced himself. I am Rock Lee. Pleased to meet you. Let us have a fair competition for the heart of Haruko-san. Lee exclaimed with his hand out. Takaru just stared at him, like he had a second head. What are you? Takaru questioned, not believing a person like this existed. Despite being a well-known character in a very famous manga and anime series. I am the beautiful green wild beast of Konoha. My name is Rock Lee. Lee cheered in a nice guy pose. Of course you are, Takaru said. Naruto quickly power walked his way over towards Choji, greeting back people who greeted him on the way. He suddenly noticed Himegami walking by, nearing Choji. She was wearing a dark purple with black lining corset, a black fluffy skirt, what looked to be a maid headband atop of her head and high black boots with fishnet stockings, also having a black frilly bracelet wrapped around her left wrist. What looked funny about her today was that she had a Neko, or is that a Pikachu, mask wrapped around her head with the mask facing away to the side, a cute stuffed bunny in her right arm's embrace, cotton candy held in her left hand, bags wrapped around her right arm, and a chocolate banana on a stick in her mouth. Okay, maybe it wasn't funny, but Naruto did find the look cute. However, he stopped thinking that way when he noticed the slightly disgusted look she was giving Choji as he grabbed and scarfed down as much food as he can. Himegami groaned. Do you really have to be so gluttonous with the buffet? Himegami said, causing Choji to stop. It's not like more won't be coming. Don't just scarf them like that at the risk of getting even FA. Suddenly a hand was placed over her mouth, causing her voice to become muffled and her chocolate banana on a stick to be squished against her chin. Choji turned to see Naruto, holding a shorted blonde with his hand over her mouth. Oh, hey Naruto. What was that your friend was saying? Oh, it's nothing important, Naruto said with a grin, before leaning to his sister's ear and whispering. Don't insult an Akamaiki's weight, unless you want an early casket. Himegami groaned with dull eyes as Naruto pulled his hand back. Era tilde. Choji, it's been too long man. Naruto said with a grin as he walked over to his big-boned friend. You look bigger now. You gained muscle while I was gone. Nope, but I have gotten bigger. Choji said with a smile as he patted his stomach. You know, when I bumped into some of the others, I had heard that you all got new clothes, but this, Naruto looked to Choji to see him just wearing a simple button-up white shirt, blue jeans, and black and white sneakers. I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting more. Well, I was expecting you to wear at least one piece of orange, so I guess both our expectations were shattered. Choji said with a smile. You got me there, Naruto said with a smile. Unknown to any of them, Anaho, who had manji atop her head, was walking along the buffet taking food and immediately eating them while humming a tune with a cat-like smile and her eyes closed without a care in the world. Just look at the dessert table. A voice called out, making Anaho open her eyes as she was now ready. All of these desserts. Gelatin, cakes, pies, cupcakes, fudge, cookies, even ice cream and gelato that somehow stayed cold. Choji exclaimed with shimmering eyes. I think someone used their elemental power to keep the frozen stuff in a personal cold space. Naruto deduced. Well, whatever it is, it's working. Choji cheered, turning to Naruto with a grin. Now to have some of that delicious cake. Naruto noticed Choji had a shocked and sad look on his face. Naruto looked to the buffet, only to gawk in shock as it seemed that all the sweets were now gone. What in the? Naruto heard a sigh, making him turn to see Anaho cleaning her cat-shaped mouth with a napkin, looking satisfied. She was wearing a mahogany-colored blouse with puffy short sleeves, light yellow short shorts and white schoolgirl shoes. She also had a charm bracelet around her left wrist that had kitten, candy, cakes and cupcake charms on it. Happy now, Anaho said with bliss. Imouto. Geez, you couldn't have left some for others. I'm sorry Naruto-ni-sama. I tried my best, Anaho said with a bashful look complete with closed eyes, embarrassed cat smile, and rubbing her right hand against the side of her head in a paw-like motion. Well, you don't need to apologize to me, Naruto said, turning his head to the saddened Choji, having a gloomy aura around him, and somehow a rain cloud over his herd pouring on him. Oops, I'm sorry, I just can't control myself around sweets, Anaho said. Choji just moaned with sadness. Here, I managed to not eat all of these, Anaho said, grabbing a tray of cupcakes and extending them to Choji. Choji glanced towards the tray of cupcakes, but he noticed the girl holding them. Choji gasped as he turned to her with a blush. It was as if time was now moving slow. She had a beautiful innocent smile, shining ruby red eyes, orange or light brown hair with small pigtails tied in just the most adorable way, but her charm, he could see a radiant kindness shining off her. It was like staring into a beautiful sun with the only worry that instead of your eyes frying, they instead might never be able to look away. Anaho laughed a bit, causing Choji's heart to stop as his cheeks glowed. I like her, Choji thought. All the while, Naruto looked between the two with a curious yet confused expression. Arigato, Choji said as he reached his hands over to grab the tray, but when he did, his hands touched Anaho's, causing sparks within Choji as he blushed more with a gaped mouth, while Anaho continued to smile. I like her. Oh tilde K, Naruto said as he moved away from the scene, now standing next to Himegami. That's just freaky. I'm not sure how to feel on this. Looks like your big brother instincts are a little out of working order, Himegami said with a smirk, as Naruto stared at her with an annoyed stoic look. Whatever, Naruto said as he started walking away. He walked for a few steps, before noticing another old face leaning against the wall of a food stand. Sasuke-tem, you came too? Naruto questioned. Sasuke was dressed in a simple white shirt with an open blazer over it with its sleeves rolled up to the elbow, dark blue jeans and black shoes. He was just leaning back against the wall with his arms crossed in his usual manner. They forced me to come, Sasuke said. Oh, I see, Naruto said. Let me guess, they did the same with Shikamaru. I'm guessing he's here. He is, but he wasn't forced. He actually was okay with coming over on his own free will, Sasuke answered. Oh, well that's surprising, Naruto said. Uchiha, you will be my escort, Himegami said, walking up to Sasuke, causing the Uchiha and Naruto to look at her in surprise. Why should I even bother? Sasuke said. It's better than resting here with nothing to do except try your best to ignore any other girl trying to flirt with you, Himegami said. Good point, Sasuke said, pushing off against the wall. So long Fox Baka, Himegami said to Naruto as she started walking away. Later Dobi. Sasuke said, following Himegami. Naruto just stared at the two with dull eyes. Funny. An unlikely friendship that was possible through the many experiences they had with me. Guess something two people like to complain about can bring about a new friendship. Naruto said with a frown and arms crossed. He suddenly heard the sound of impact, making him turn in the direction where it most likely was and ran over towards that area. He managed to make it in time to see Sai lying against the ground with his cheek steaming and a tan big busted brunette student, hair tied in a ponytail, over him with her fist steaming. That is the worst nickname ever. The girl shouted with rage. Goddamn it, Sai, Naruto said with a tired frown. It just fits so well, Sai said as he was getting up to his knees. Please don't say it again. Big busted whore, Sai said. You are fucking insane, Naruto mentally screamed. Seriously, after getting an ass whooping from Sakura just by giving her the nickname ugly whore, you'd think he'd learn not to do so with women, especially since he learned with Ino. Maybe he just thought women here were different. Baka. The big busted student growled with rage as her teeth gritting. Shinyu. Baka. Die, idiot. The brunette sent her fist down at Sai, but suddenly a hand extended in front her fist, stopping it upon impact, shocking everyone. The hand tenderly wrapped around the fist, holding it gently as it was lifted up a bit. Sorry about my friend's behavior. He is a bit socially awkward. I hope you can understand, Anima-chan. Naruto said in a soft, yet husky voice as he stared down into the brunette's eyes. Hi. It's no problem, Naruto-kun. The brunette, known as Anima, said with hearts for eyes as she held her left blushing cheek. Oh, hello Naruto. How have you been, dickless? Sai greeted his friend. He is not dickless and you shall show him respect. Anima yelled with an angry anime face and pointing at Sai aggressively. Anima, calm yourself, Naruto said. Hi, Naruto-sama tilde. Anima said with sparkling eyes as she stared up at the blonde. Please don't call me that, Naruto muttered. He released her hand and extended his own to Sai. What were you thinking? Naruto questioned as Sai took his hand. I figured since you like the women here so much more, that they would appreciate nicknames. Sai said as Naruto helped him up. You're an idiot, Naruto said. Yeah, Anima exclaimed with a righteous smile and pointing at Sai as if she had triumphed. Naruto just gave her a stoic look, making her cease her gloating nature as she just now stared at him bashfully. Once he turned back to Sai, she blushed as she looked to the side. Sai, a human woman of any kind is still a woman. You shouldn't expect no different when it comes to a situation like this. Understand, Zombie-kun. Sai blinked at Naruto as Anima giggled. Zombie-kun. Sai thought with confusion. That was when he realized that Naruto gave him a new nickname. I don't like it. Great. So it'll stick, Naruto said with a grin as he placed his hand on Sai's shoulder. But I don't like it, Sai said. Naruto leaned in closer with a finger up and his grin not leaving. It fits. I hate you, Sai said, making Naruto laugh. I finally one-upped you. Zombie baka, Naruto thought as he continued to laugh, but then he stopped as he sensed new chakra sources. He turned his head to see Neji standing near a small red pillar with his arms crossed. Neji was wearing a white blazer with black dress shirt underneath that was unbuttoned a bit to reveal his collarbone along with a silver cross necklace, white slacks and white dress shoes. He kept on his headband, for understandable reasons, the caged bird seal. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to see Kimi running up to him. I finally caught up to you. Azuki, Cha-Cha and I got worried when we saw you run off. Kimi said as she stopped in front of him, panting with her hands on her knees. Oh, sorry. I got a little worried when I heard sounds of conflict. Naruto said as Kimi looked up to him. Maken key duties come first to protect the innocent, am I right? Naruto said with a fist up. Kimi blinked her eyes as she then smiled with a blush on her cheeks. You're the greatest person I have ever known and the best member Maken key could ever ask for. Kimi thought with a bright smile as her eyes shimmered. Hello. Kimi turned her head to see Sai. Oh, Sai-kun. I'm happy that you know of me. Sai said with a smile. Kimi-chan, I know this is sudden, but do you mind keeping an eye on Sai for me? Naruto asked. Kimi looked to Naruto to see his eyes pleading. She understood immediately. Don't let Sai-kun nickname anyone. Kimi thought with a new determined expression. Yosh. Kimi exclaimed with a fist pump. Arigato. Naruto said with a bow, before he kissed Kimi on the lips, making her blush and nearby girls whine with envy at Kimi's luck with Naruto. I'll see you later, Naruto said as he jogged away. Kimi and Sai then looked at one another. I'll call you. Sai was interrupted by a hand on his shoulder and with a little pressure, he gave a cry of agony. You give her a nickname, I'll kill you. Naruto said with a stern tone and stoic expression, but his eyes flashed red. You understood. Sai exclaimed with a pain. Good, Naruto said with a grin as he released Sai and left. Sai moaned with pain as he tried rubbing his shoulder to ease the pain, while Anima laughed at his misfortune and Kimi giggled at her boyfriend's behavior. Naruto jogged up to Neji. Yo Neji. Naruto greeted the Hyuga. Hello Naruto. It's good to see you again. Neji said with a smile, but he looked in surprise to see Naruto was 4 inches taller than him. You've grown. Yeah, you're not the first to say that. Naruto said with a smile as he rubbed the back of his neck. So how have things been? Naruto asked. Fine, although things are a bit boring without you in Konoha. Neji said. Even with Guy and Lee around? Naruto questioned sarcastically. I said things were boring, I never said they weren't hectic and exhausting. Neji said with his eyes closed, making Naruto chuckle with a grin. Behind the red pillar, a shy pearl-eyed young woman peeked to stare at the now tall blonde. And Naruto-kun, it's really him. It's really him, smiling. The girl thought with a blush. However, Naruto glanced to notice her making her go, eep, before hiding back behind the pillar. Naruto leaned his head over to try and see the girl, but she quickly hid herself more to keep from him look at her. Neji just sighed at his cousin's behavior. All she spoke about since he vanished was that she wanted to see him again so much and finally have the guts to talk to him on a normal basis and be by his side, just like she always dreamed, but now it seems she was still as shy as ever in his presence. Naruto tried walking around the pillar, but Hinata continued to scoot around to keep from him seeing her. So it's going to be like that, Naruto thought with a smirk. Naruto whistled as he strutted around the pillar with his arms behind his back, while Hinata continued to scoot around to keep from making contact. Naruto picked up speed, which caused Hinata to pick up speed as well. A glint in Naruto's eyes appeared as he quickly started going around the pillar at a fast speed, with Hinata surprisingly keeping tempo. Neji just stared at the whole situation with a stoic expression, but truthfully he did find it amusing. It looked like a tornado was forming around the pillar from their speed. Naruto suddenly stepped back, standing next to Neji with a smile on his face as he watched Hinata run around the pillar, while Neji looked to him. Hinata stopped in front of them, her back turned to them, not knowing where Naruto actually was at the moment. She slowly peeked her head to see he was not on the other side anymore. Where did he go? Hinata wondered. Suddenly someone tapped her shoulder, making her go, eep, as she turned to be face to face with Naruto. Ohio Hinata-chan. Naruto greeted with his famous grin and a hand up. Hinata turned red at the sight of him. NN Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed, feeling nervous to be in his presence. Naruto looked Hinata over to see she was wearing a long yellow sundress with orange sunflowers at the hem of the dress, an open red sweater jacket and yellow flats. I like the look, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata's face glowed red with steam coming out her ears. She was about to faint, but Naruto caught her, wrapping his arm around her form, making her gasp as she was now being carried by Naruto. Kind of hard to have a conversation with you when you're falling unconscious all the time, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata's eyes shimmered as she stared into Naruto's cerulean blue eyes. Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke his name breathlessly. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up, only to be tackled into a hug, forcing Hinata out of his grip, which led to her falling to the floor. I was so worried about you. Don't run away like that again. Cha-cha exclaimed with a pout as she hugged Naruto tight, causing his face to be smooshed into her breasts. Neji watched the sight with slight discomfort, but he noticed Hinata on her rear moaning with pain. Hinata-sama. Neji exclaimed his cousin's name with concern as he quickly helped her up. Watch where you're going. Neji shouted at Cha-cha, causing her to look to him. Hey, you're Neji. Nice to meet you. Cha-cha said with a grin as she released Naruto and grabbed Neji's hand with her own, crushing it a bit unintentionally as she shook his hand. The name's Cha-cha Akaza. Please release my hand. Neji pleaded as his hand was turning red from the pain of Cha-cha's strength. Nei-chan. They all turned to see Fu running over towards them, waving at Cha-cha with a smile on her face and a cotton candy in her hand, and Yuruchi was following behind her. Fu wore a green with dark green trimming undershirt and blue jean short shorts and white sneakers. Yuruchi wore a denim jacket with the sleeves rolled up, a red-violet tube top, jean shorts that stopped to her knees, black and white sneakers and black bangles around her wrists. Imouto. Look. Cha-cha called back to her pointing at Neji. Oh, it's you. Fu cheered as she grew her insect wings and flew over. Fu-san, wait up. Yuruchi hurried over. Cha-cha released Neji's hand, to the Hyuga's relief, and back away to allow Fu to land in front of him and grab his hands. It's so great to see you again. Fu cheered. Do I know why? However, Neji instantly remembered who this mint-haired girl was. You're the genin from Taki that was being trapped with the case cage back in the Chunin exams. Yep. Fu's the name in case you've forgotten. Fu reintroduced herself with a smile. It's so good to see one of Fu's old friends. Oh, you two met before? Naruto asked as Yuruchi stopped right next to him. Oh yeah, Naruto, this is. Neji Hyuga. I know. We're acquainted. Naruto said. How did you end up here? Neji asked as he pulled his hands away from Fu's grasp. Oh, you see, after the Chunin exams, I was abducted by Kakuzu, a legendary missing nin from my village, along with some creepy guy with a triple-bladed scythe. Fu said with a smile, but Neji and Hinata stared at her in shock. Kakuzu and Hidan, so that means. Yep, I am, or at least I was, the Nanabi Jinchuriki. Fu said with a bright smile and pointing both fingers to herself. Forgive me for repeating myself, but how did you end up here? Neji asked. Oh, well, that's a secret I need to keep, but I can tell you that I was brought back from the dead here and Naruto saved me. Fu said with a grin. I see, Neji said as he looked to Naruto, who was staring at Uruchi. What? Uruchi stuttered as she noticed Naruto staring at her. Never took you for the tube top kind. Naruto said with his hands to his hips. Don't stare, you pervert, Uruchi shouted. You're not even my type. Naruto said with a sweat drop down the side of his head. No, but I am. Cha-Cha said with a hop, causing her breasts to jiggle, which made Naruto's nose squirt blood. See, Cha-Cha said with a proud grin as she crossed her arms and pushed up her breasts for Naruto's enjoyment, causing Uruchi to sigh and Fu to grin while Naruto covered his nose and looked away with a blush. Hinata frowned as she stared at the ground with sadness. Neji noticed this, and not wanting to see his precious cousin cry, he decided to take one for the team. Naruto, why don't you and Hinata take a stroll? Neji suggested, causing everyone to look at him, with Hinata blush red. Okay, but, I'll stay with Fu-san and the others to get to know them more. Neji said. I'm fine with that, Fu said with a smile and shrug. Okay, Naruto said. He extended his arm to Hinata. Shall we? Naruto asked with a smile. Hinata stared at him in shock. Is this a dream? Oh no, it's not. As soon as she wrapped her arm around Naruto's own and her hand against his bicep, feeling it, which made her blush, she knew this was real, because she felt sparks. I'll see you four later, Naruto said with a smile as he started walking away, now being Hinata's escort. Okay, bye, Fu said as she waved bye to her favorite blonde. As he was away, she sighed dreamily with half-lidded eyes and a wide smile as she stared at his retreating form. Oh he's so hot. Fu cooed. He sure is, Cha-Cha said as she stared at Naruto's backside, with her eyes on his backside. Cha-Cha just giggled with perversion as she stared at his perfect buns of steel. Neji stared at the two and sighed. He noticed Uruchi smiling at him. You're a really nice guy, doing that for your cousin. I respect that, Manaya said with a smile and her fists to her hips. Thank you, Neji said with a soft smile. At least he wasn't the only calm-minded person in the group. Naruto, with Hinata holding onto his arm, walked around the festival seeing all the sights. Holy crap, we had the budget for a Ferris wheel, Naruto shouted as he stared up at the Ferris wheel in shock. He noticed that Hinata was staring at the ground, shaking nervously as she was in such close contact with Naruto. Oi Hinata-chan, Naruto spoke, making Hinata flinch, but not in fear but in her joy. He called me Hinata-chan again. Hinata thought as her face became entirely red. Would you like to go up on the Ferris wheel with me? Naruto asked. Hinata's heart skipped a beat as she flinched from hearing Naruto's proposal. He wants us to go on a ride together, Hinata thought as she felt her heart increase. Her heartbeats increasing. I can hear it, Naruto thought. Or we could forget about it and do something else. No, Hinata exclaimed, causing Naruto to look to her. I mean, I would love to. Hinata spoke shyly as her face glowed red a bit. Oh, great, Naruto said with a smile as he led Hinata towards the Ferris wheel. When they got on, Hinata was sitting in the pod with her hands on her knees and her face completely red as it looked that her mouth disappeared and her eyes shrunk into dots, all the while Naruto was just sitting next to her, with his hands in his pockets as if it's just a regular day as always. Or as regular it can be for him since he's been constantly fighting some real baddies. Here we go, Naruto said as the Ferris wheel started up. They too sat as the Ferris wheel took them up and around. Naruto was smiling, enjoying the ride, while Hinata was staring at the ground, but despite the way she seemed, she was actually paying more attention to Naruto than anything else. I'm actually here. I'm actually with Naruto-kun. We're on a ride together, Hinata thought with a small smile. Wow, look at that view, Naruto said, looking out the window of the pod. Hinata looked to him. Damn, Tenbi's so big. I've only been here a few months, and yet I still can't believe it. Now that I think about it, I've never gotten a bird's eye view of this place, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata blinked her eyes. She suddenly smiled, happy to see Naruto smiling and enjoying himself. Hinata then had a thought come to mind, making her blush a bit. She stared at the space between them. She scooted closer to him. Her heartbeat increased. She scooted closer. Her heartbeat was beating faster. She scooted closer. Her heartbeat was going so fast she could hear it. She scooted a little bit more. She was now so close, if she scooted more she'd make direct contact. Naruto looked to her, making her flinch in shock from being under his gaze. She quickly slid away from him, now being on the other side. Naruto blinked his eyes at her. Hinata stared down at her lap as her heart rushed with beats and her whole face was bright red. She was too nervous to do anything more than staring down at her lap. She, however, felt a new warmth next to her, making her perk her head up, only to look in shock as Naruto was now right next to her. He smiled at her while she was so nervous. Naruto looked ahead. I like being here, he spoke. Hinata's eyes widened. Her face lessened in color as now only her cheeks were red. Hinata looked away, but had a smile on her face. Naruto's eyes softened as he continued to stare ahead. Hinata, a very precious person of mine showed me how important a little bit of time with someone you care for so deeply could mean the world to them. I know you've eyed me from afar and I wish you could have walked up to me and asked to be friends, even though I know you want to be more. However, even though I can't say I love you in that special manner, you are important to me, despite how little our interactions have been throughout the years. I want you to be happy now, and if just spending time with me is all that will make you feel true joy, then I'll spend the whole day with you if that's what you'd like. Naruto thought with a soft smile. He suddenly felt something on his shoulder, making him look to see Hinata, blushing red, was resting her head on his shoulder, but was too nervous to look him in the eye. Even so, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Well, I guess it's working. Naruto thought as he looked ahead smiling, while Hinata's own smile widened as she closed her eyes, enjoying the moment she was sharing with her most favorite person. The two never even noticed that they had stopped at the top. Nani, you never had Pocky before? Naruto questioned as he walked side by side with Hinata, holding a box of Pocky sticks. That's weird. Sorry, Hinata apologized. Don't feel sorry. It just seems odd to me, Dadbeo. I mean, I figured that with you being the firstborn of the main branch that you'd get a lot of tasty treats when you were a kid. Naruto said, making Hinata look to him. At least that's what I guessed. I mean, I never knew how normal children's childhoods were like, but. You are normal, Hinata exclaimed, causing Naruto to look to her, making her blush red. I mean, it's just, well, Hinata's eyes softened. Don't let yourself believe you're any different from myself and the others. We're all, in a way, the same. Hinata said with her fist to her mouth as she blushed with her eyes shimmering. Naruto stared at Hinata with wide eyes. His eyes softened as he smiled at her. He extended the box to her, causing her head to perk up to see him smiling at her, bring up a Pocky he took himself and putting it in his mouth before giving her a wink. Hinata blushed. She looked to the box for a moment, before taking a Pocky and putting it in her mouth. Hinata smiled at him, making him grin. So you two on a date? Someone spoke, making Hinata glow red as steam shot from her ears. Naruto turned his head to see one of his best friends leaning against a support beam of a food stand. Yo, Kengo greeted with a smile and his hand up. He was dressed with a simple white shirt with a navy blue open zip-up hooded sweater with the sleeves rolled up a bit, dark blue jeans and white sneakers. He also had a silver angel wing cross necklace and a bangle around his left wrist with a silver chain hanging off it with a cross on the end of it. Sup Usui. Naruto greeted. Hinata-chan, this is one of my best friends, Kengo Usui. Naruto said with a smile as Kengo walked over towards them. It's an honor to meet you, Byakugan Haim. White-eyed princess, Kengo said with a smile and bow. Be Byakugan Haim? Hinata questioned as she flinched with her whole face turning red. I think you're officially the first one to call her that. Naruto said with a smirk and a hand in his pocket. Oh tilde, is that Pocky? Can I have a few? Kengo asked, pointing to the box in Naruto's hand. Sure man, Naruto said extending the box to Kengo, who took 6 of them. So where's Yuka-senpai? Naruto asked. She and Miss President were a bit busy, so she told me to meet her here by the funnel cake stand. Kengo said as he put a Pocky in his mouth. I see. Even on a day to unwind, Furin-chan will always find some work to handle. Naruto said thinking about his girlfriend. She's coming too. Hang back here with me and you'll see her. Kengo said. Alright, Naruto said with a smile, but then he remembered they weren't alone. Oh, Hinata-chan, Gomen. No, it's okay Naruto-kun. I'll leave so you can be with your friends. Hinata said with a sad smile as she turned away, but Naruto grabbed her hand making her blush. No, Naruto spoke, making Hinata look into his eyes. I won't let you be alone. Not here, Naruto said with a calm, stoic, yet reassuring expression, making Hinata blush. Good call. Hinata would be a prime target for the boys here. Kengo said finishing the Pocky in his mouth, making Hinata go, eep. As she hid behind Naruto. Naruto just looked to Kengo with a, seriously, man, expression on his face. What? It's true. Hinata's a very beautiful girl. Kengo said with a shrug. I know that. Doesn't mean you had to put that thought into her head. Naruto exclaimed, but he did not notice Hinata's shocked expression as her cheeks reddened. Naruto-kun thinks I'm beautiful. Hinata thought with shimmering eyes. It's too much. Hinata thought as her whole face was glowing neon red as steam came out of her ears. Dude, I think she's overloading. Kengo said, pointing a Pocky at Hinata. And whose fault you think that is? Naruto exclaimed. Not mine, man. Kengo said, staring off to the side as he put another Pocky in his mouth, ignoring the dull glare Naruto was giving him. Yusui-kun tilde. Kengo and Naruto turned their heads to see Yuka and Furin walk over towards them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yuka said with her ever-present smile as she waved to her boyfriend. Yuka was wearing a sleeveless leather jacket that was short, stopping at the middle of her torso, a white sleeveless shirt underneath, leather pants, black lace-up heels, a belt with what looked like the whip emblem as the belt buckle and a pair of black leather gloves. Holy damn. Kengo cheered with hearts for eyes and his tongue out, letting his Pocky fall out of his mouth, but Naruto quickly caught it faster than the eye could see to keep it from hitting the ground. Well, she sure dressed up. Naruto said, but then his eyes widened when he looked to Furin. Furin had her hair down nowadays. She wore a green sundress that stopped at her knees, white heels, a pair of white long gloves, two brooches of a fox and a falcon next to one another on the left bosom of her sundress, and she was wearing blush. Holy. Wow. Naruto said as he was now mesmerized by Furin's appearance. Hinata looked to Naruto to see him blush and staring at a blonde spectacled young lady. She felt saddened that Naruto now had his full attention on her. And honestly, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yusui-kun. Yuka said as she went up to her boyfriend. Don't worry about it. Kengo said with a wide smile. Hello, Naruto-kun. Furin greeted Naruto. Hi Furin-chan. You look really pretty, Naruto said with a wide smile, making Furin blush. Arigato. Furin said, looking a bit away with a smile and reddened cheeks. You look great, Yuka-chan tilde. Kengo chimed as he couldn't take his eyes off of his girlfriend's hot appearance. Arigato. Yuka chimed with a smile. She then started rubbing herself against his body. I dressed this way all for you, Yusui-kun. Arigato, but you should have told me, so I would have done the same. Kengo said with a grin as he wrapped his arms around Yuka, making her blush. Oh Yusui-kun, you're so sweet. Yuka said with a happy smile, but she noticed a young lady hiding behind Naruto. Oh, hello. Yuka greeted her. Huh. Naruto turned, only to remember Hinata was with them. Oh, Hinata-chan. Gomen. Naruto quickly apologized. And no, it's alright. They're your friends and you were excited to see them. Hinata said with a nervous blush. Oh, you're Hinata Hyuga. Furin said as she walked over towards her. It's nice to meet you. I'm Furin Takaki, the president of the student council in Maken Ki. Furin said with a smile as she bowed to her. Oh, no, the honor is mine. Hinata quickly said as she bowed to Furin respectfully. Furin here was my tutor. She helped me advance in school. Thanks to her, I'm pretty darn smart now. Naruto said with a grin as he tapped the left temple of his head. I owe so much to her. Nonsense Naruto, you owe me nothing. Furin said with a blush and embarrassed smile as she held her hands together. Of course I do. I wouldn't be the man I am today without your help, Furin-chan. Naruto said, smiling at her. Furin stared at him with wide shimmering eyes as she had a red blush on her cheeks. Hinata looked between the two with sad eyes. She could tell that these two had feelings for one another. She wished Naruto could view her like that. Kengo cleared his throat. Alright, enough mushy stuff, Kengo said. Naruto looked to Kengo, only to see him glancing at Hinata for a moment, before looking to Naruto. Naruto realized that Kengo spoke up to stop the moment he and Furin were having so Hinata wouldn't feel sad looking at the sight. Damn it. Gomen Hinata-chan. I don't mean to hurt you, but, Naruto's eyes softened to sadness. How can I make you happy when I'm in love and in a relationship with 8 beautiful women? Suddenly something was in front of his face, making him look to see Kaiomi, Kengo's brother, extending to him an orange popsicle to him. You look troubled. I figured this would lighten your mood. Kai said with a smile. Oh, thanks Kai, Naruto said as he took the popsicle. Kai was dressed in a white dress shirt under a black blazer, black dress pants, and black dress shoes. Actually he wore the same formal attire he had the last time he saw him. The only difference is that he was now wearing a black blazer. Who are you? Furin asked. Oh yeah, this is Kaiomi, Naruto said, introducing the white-haired young man. Nice to meet you all, Kai said with a smile and a bow. He walked up to Yuka, and grabbed her hand. It is an honor to meet the young lady who has given my brother such a great life so far. Kai said, bowing his head. Be brother, Furin exclaimed with shock. Oh yes, Yusui-kun has told me about you. He says you are very nice and look up to him, Yuka said with a smile. Well, he did save my life, or more accurate gave me the chance to live. Kai said with a smile. Naruto. Furin spoke, making her boyfriend look down to her. Is he a Yamato Takaru clone? Furin whispered to him, but Hinata overheard because of how close she was. A clone? Hinata thought with confusion. Yeah, he is. Just like Kengo. Kengo saved him during an escape plan that sounded like he orchestrated. Although he got left behind. Don't know what happened to him after that. Naruto whispered back. I see. Furin said as she brought her fist up to her chin and grabbed it with her thumb and index finger. And so he tossed me with all his might onto a boat from afar where I met my adoptive guardian, Koshi Aomi, although it cost him his freedom. I went to find him, but after days, I gave up. I'm just happy he is living a great life by the looks of it. Kai said with Yuka. Yuka squealed as she hugged Kengo. Yusui-kun. You were so brave. I'm so happy that you've always been the hero type. Yuka said with a truly joyous and proud smile as she cuddled up to her boyfriend. It's no problem. Kengo said with a blush and bashful smile as he rubbed the back of his head. He's so amazing, isn't he? Minerva said as she cuddled up to Kengo's other side. He sure is. Yuka said with a smile. It took a few moments, but Kengo and Yuka realized Minerva's presence. Oh, hello Minerva-san. Kai greeted the sky brunette with a smile and hand up. Sup Minerva. Naruto greeted with a hand up. Minerva was wearing a sky blue sundress with white-laced sandal heels, and a blue sun hat that had a golden shooting star emblem on it. Minerva-san. Kengo exclaimed as he finally realized that Minerva was cuddling him. Hello Yusui-kun tilde. Minerva chimed. Yuka-san. How are you? Minerva greeted. Very good. Thank you for asking. Yuka said with a smile. The two were both emitting a dark and frightening aura, while poor Yusui was ghost white being, literally, in the middle of it all. They're so intimidating. Hinata whispered as she took a step back. Yeah, they sure are. Naruto said trying to act cool with his arms crossed, but he had a nervous smile and half-lidded eyes that held fear in them. Oh, Naruto-kun, Yan and Demetra are looking for you. Minerva said turning to Naruto. Huh, really? Naruto perked up. Yes, I believe they are at the west side of the festival. Minerva said with a smile. Oh, great, Naruto said with an excited grin. Hinata looked to his happy smile. These girls, they make him smile so much. Hinata thought as her eyes softened. I want to make you happy like that someday, Naruto-kun. Oh, wait, Naruto turned to Hinata. I said that I would escort you. I don't want you to feel lonely, Hinata-chan. Naruto said in a soft tone. Hinata stared at him with shining eyes and a blush on her cheeks. Oh, so this is Hinata Hyuga. Naruto-kun's future wife, nay. Minerva said, causing Hinata to squeal in shock as her whole face glowed red with steam coming out her ears. Wife. Hinata exclaimed with shock and feeling nerve-wracked as she shook with her hands up. Naruto looked to Minerva with a stern glare making her flinch in fear. Era tilde. Naruto-kun can be so scary sometimes. Minerva whispered nervously, but still had her ever-so-present smile on her face. Naruto groaned as he continued to stare sternly at Minerva while Hinata was shaking, her face still entirely red as her fists were to the bottom of her mouth. Wife tilde. Hinata thought dreamily as her face glowed neon. Gomen Hinata-chan. Minerva-san didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. Naruto said looking to Hinata with a soft expression. No, it's fine. I mean, not that it wasn't overwhelming, but I don't feel any discomfort from Minerva-san's comment. Hinata quickly said waving her hands up in defense, trying to put on an assuring smile, but it came off more as embarrassed. Especially since her face was still entirely red. So, you wouldn't mind being Naruto-kun's. I think that's enough, Kengo said with half-lidded eyes as he gently grabbed Minerva's shoulder. Hinata then looked to the ground as she held her hands together. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked worried as he saw Hinata hanging her head. You don't need to worry. Hinata said, confusing Naruto. She looked up to him with a bright smile on her face. You made me more than happy today just by spending time with me. Please, go see your friends. Hinata said with a bright reassuring smile. Naruto's eyes widened. He smiled. Arigato, Hinata-chan. Naruto said with a soft, happy tone. But I still don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. I'll watch her, Furin said. I will, as well. Yuka said with a smile. Same here, Kengo said. Minerva nodded with a smile. You all sure? Naruto asked. Of course. Today is your day. I'll take it upon myself to show your friend perfect hospitality. Furin said with a smile. Naruto smiled at her, before hugging her. Arigato, Furin-chan. Naruto said with a smile, as Furin blushed upon contact. Furin smiled as she closed her eyes, returning the hug, enjoying the warm embrace. After a moment, Naruto gave Furin a kiss on the cheek, making her blush more, before they separated. You sure you'll be fine, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, looking to the Hyuga princess. Of course. Go spend time with some of your other precious friends. You've done more than enough for me. Hinata cheered with her bright smile. Naruto smiled to her. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand, surprising her as he brought it up in front of his face. Arigato, Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he then lightly kissed Hinata's hand, making her lightly gasp with wide eyes. Naruto leaned his head back as he now stood erect. I'll see you later. Ha, hi, Hinata said with a bashful smile as her entire face was red and steam was puffing out from her head. Yash, I'll see you all later. Naruto exclaimed as he ran off. Naruto-kun kissed my hand. I can't believe it, Hinata thought with an open-mouth smile as hearts flew around her head, her face still red and hand still extended out. Should we? Kengo didn't know if he should be concerned. No, let her have her moment. Furin said with a smile and her arms crossed. Boy, I know how she feels. Furin thought with a blush as her smile widened a bit. Naruto was at the west side of the festival, looking around for any of the members of Team Venus. He saw Syria, but she was chasing Takaru, with Haruko chasing her to stop and Lee chasing after Haruko to confess his love. Other than that, he had not seen Yan, Demetra, the Finian twins or Akaya. Thank the gods for that last one. Although he will admit, he does kind of like Akaya, in a very odd way. Naruto sighed as he stopped next to a fountain. Yar days. Where the heck could those two be? Naruto questioned with his arms crossed as he looked around. Suddenly he felt a pair of slender arms wrap around his arm. This feels foreign. It's not one of my girls. Naruto thought. He turned his head, having a stoic, yet somewhat serious look on his face, but he dropped it as he looked to the person with wide eyes. Yep. You guess it. It's another old friend from Konoha. Naruto tilde. It's so good to see you again. It's been so long. Have you been training more? Your arms feel so strong. Full of muscle, Ino said with a smile as she squeezed Naruto's arms, feeling the hard muscles he had gained throughout the months. Ino, Naruto exclaimed in shock. He stared at her for a few moments before speaking. What are you doing? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes and his lips out. What? Can't an old friend say hi to someone she hasn't seen in what feels like ages? Ino questioned, still smiling. It's not that. I always figured that you'd always rather hold a frog in your hands instead of ever making any physical contact with me, unless it was to kick my ass. Naruto said in a calm manner with a stoic face back on. Ino looked to him with a hurt open mouth smile and wide anime eyes. Was I really that bad to him? Ino wondered to herself as she couldn't believe that's how Naruto viewed his relationship with Ino. Man, that was heavy right there. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a warm welcome turn cold. Naruto and Ino turned their heads to see a certain pineapple head. Yo Naruto. Hisashibari Dane. Shikamaru greeted with a wave. Yo, Shika. Good to see you man. Naruto exclaimed with a huge grin as he walked over towards Shikamaru, dragging Ino as she had not released her hold on his arm. See Chato Mat. Wait a moment Ino said as her feet skidded across the ground as she was being dragged along for a ride. Damn man, it's been so long. Naruto said with a grin as he brought his right hand up to Shikamaru for a high five. Shikamaru stared up at Naruto, surprised by his new height, getting a good 4 to 5 inches on him, but he kept his usual disinterested look on his face to mask his surprise. Sup Naruto. Shikamaru greeted as he high-fived Naruto, only to go, ow, and wave his hand to ease the pain a bit. Damn man, you hit hard. Sorry. Guess I don't know my own strength. Naruto said grinning as he rubbed the back of his head. That's an understatement. By the way Kit, you got something stuck around your arm. Kurama said. Naruto looked to his right arm, which was the arm connected to the hand he was rubbing the back of his head with, to see Ino still hanging onto his arm, with her feet off the ground. I forgot how short you were. Naruto said, annoying Ino, giving her a dull glare. Well excuse me for not being as freakishly tall as you. Ino shouted, making Naruto laugh. Gomen, but at least that doesn't matter since you're very beautiful. Naruto said with a grin. Ino looked away as her cheeks turned red. Just learn to talk to a lady better next time. Ino said with her eyes closed and head held high. Always am. Naruto said with a smile as he lowered his arm to let Ino back onto the ground. I doubt that, Shikamaru said. Trust me, if you knew the experience with girls I have here, you'd be biting your tongue. Naruto said with a dull look. Well I can understand why. I mean with how you train so much, no doubt girls go crazy over these muscles. Ino said with a grin as she placed her hand on Naruto's chest. You're invading my personal space. Naruto said. Ah tilde, but didn't you say I was beautiful? Ino questioned with a pout. And that's supposed to allow you to touch me like this, because? Naruto questioned with a stoic expression. Shikamaru chuckled with a grin, while Ino continued to pout while her annoyed eyes looked to the side. So these are your new clothes courtesy of Maken Key, huh? Yep, I am going to make all the boys' jaws drop. Ino said, getting into a pose, with her hand on the side of her head and the other on her hip. Ino was dressed in a simple light purple tank top, a short dark purple skirt and dark purple laced up heels, with her nails painted purple. Well, that's understandable. I mean it does. Naruto looked Ino over, only to stare at her cleavage, which was revealed pretty well. Leave little to the imagination. Naruto said, looking to Ino's face before she noticed him staring at her breasts. Naruto turned his head to Shikamaru and saw his clothing. I see you managed to keep things simple as always. Or at least the best you could. Naruto said with a smirk. Shikamaru was dressed in a gray shirt with a dark green no sign or reject sign, whatever you want to call those circles with the cross over them that was seen in like ever. No. Sign on the streets like no jaywalking, a forest green open flak jacket, baggy black cargo pants and green with white sneakers. The girls here are pretty troublesome. Although I'll give them credit that they're less troublesome than the ones back home. Shikamaru said. Yeah, the girls here are pretty cool, aren't they? Naruto said with a grin and his hands behind his head. What, so we girls from Konoha are pains to you? Ino questioned with half-lidded threatening eyes. I never said that. All I said were the girls here are pretty cool. Naruto said with a smile, but then he got a gleam in his eyes. Or what? Are you saying you're jealous that they have my attention more than you do, Ino-chan? Naruto teased, leaning close to a surprised Ino's face as he gave her a smirk and half-lidded, seductive eyes. As if, Ino exclaimed as she stuck out her tongue and pulled the bottom of her left eyelid to reject Naruto. Naruto just leaned back and laughed, making Ino grin and giggle while Shikamaru shook his head and smiled. Yep, Naruto's changed all right. For better or worse, can't safely say, but at least he knows how to talk to girls a bit better now. Shikamaru thought, still smiling. Although, Ino said, as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Naruto's own and pressed herself against his side. If you wanted my attention, you are welcome to try, Naruto-kun tilde. Ino purred as she put on a seductive, flirtatious face as she pressed her breasts against his arm for good measure, but Naruto just stared at her with a stoic expression that showed no interest, at least on the outside. He's staring at me with that disinterested look that always drives me so crazy. When did he finally become so cool tilde? Oh, I will enjoy this. Ino thought with a smirk. Geez Ino, even Naruto now. First Sasuke, then Sai, now this. What's with that head of yours? Shikamaru thought with dull anime eyes and a frown. Naruto-kun tilde. Suddenly someone tackled him into a hug and pushed Ino off of him. What the hell? Ino exclaimed with shock as she was roughly pushed off of Naruto. Back off, harlot. He is not some pleasurable item you can rub yourself up against. Garrett exclaimed as she pointed her Maken, magic sword, at Ino as she had a displeased look on her face. Harlot. Ino screamed with new anger. Oi, Kanua. Naruto spoke, earning Garrett's attention. Why yes. Garrett responded as she turned to Naruto with a red blush. Please, don't call an old friend of mine such a rude comment. Ever again, understood? Naruto said with his stoic look. Hi, Naruto-kun. Garrett said with shining eyes as her cheeks became redder. What the hell? Shikamaru thought with wide eyes and a shocked look. No way. Ino thought with wide anime eyes. Both could not believe what they were seeing. A girl, very beautiful one no less, is cooing up to Naruto, obviously possessing feelings for him, and is not afraid to show it. Hell, she is acting like how Ino used to act with Sasuke in the past. Ohio, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to see Garrett's friends. Oh, hey Akemi. Naruto greeted. He knows my name. Akemi thought with a blush, her fists over her wide smile and hearts bursting all around her. Ohio I. Ohio Naruto-kun. I said with a smile as she adjusted her glasses. Sorry to intrude, but we were a bit worried when we saw Garrett-san run off in such a rush. You two are real good friends. Naruto said with a smile, making them blush. Arigato, Naruto-kun tilde. Akemi chimed as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's left arm. Akemi, wait, I whispered with concern as she noticed the annoyed look on Garrett's face. Hey, how come you girls get to feel up Naruto-kun like that? A random girl yelled. Yeah, another screamed. I want to hold him too tilde. One whined. Suddenly Naruto was surrounded by girls who wanted to feel him up. Back you animals. Garrett shouted as she poked as many girls with the end of scabbard of her Maken as best as she could as they swarmed around her and Naruto. Shikamaru and Ino stared at the sight with their jaws dropped. This was not a sight they could comprehend. Throughout their youth, Naruto was considered the village's, held to their young minds, the world's worst choice as boyfriend material with his loud, annoying, devious prankster and class clown-induced behavior, and yet now he was the #1 target for every girl here. Which is understandable since it appears he does not possess those traits anymore, but still, this is a sight they thought they would never see in their lifetime. All the girls continued to crowd around him, trying to feel him and get his attention. Naruto was a calm man, at least he tries to be most of the time, and even though he was trying his best to keep these girls calm and stop pushing up against him, even he had his limits. Especially with them tugging on him, scratching their nails on his jacket and even accidentally pulling his hair, he had enough. Naruto growled as his eyebrow twitched. He couldn't take it anymore. Yakamashi. Naruto yelled, causing Win to pick up and everyone to stop and look to him. I am not some doll or clothing you can just grab all on and fight over. Quit it, now, Naruto shouted. Everyone stared at him in shock, while he had a stoic look on his face yet had slightly annoyed, calm eyes. Hi Tilda. All the girls around him cooed with smile and blushed on their faces. Ino and Shikamaru, along with a lot of other guys, face faulted to the floor at the absurdity of all the girls' reactions. He said that to me. A girl exclaimed with joy. No, me, one other exclaimed. Nah, me. Now all the girls around Naruto were arguing about who Naruto said those words to, when in actuality it was to all of them. Ino screamed with her hands to the sides of her head as she stared at the scene with an exaggerated shocked look. What the hell? I can't believe this is happening. To Naruto of all people. Ino shouted with pure disbelief. The girls here are even crazier for a guy than Konoha. Shikamaru said with a tired look, just by staring at the scene. Naruto gritted his teeth a bit as his eyebrow twitched, keeping his stoic face. Naruto just sighed with his eyes closed. Yar yar. Naruto spoke. Shikamaru stared in surprise at Naruto's reaction. No way. Is he really? Ino said with a pure shocked look on her face as her eyes were super wide, not anime style or exaggerated, just very wide. Looks like it, Shikamaru said with a smirk and his eyes closed. Looks like Naruto realizes how troublesome girls can really be. Guess I respect him a bit. Naruto just stared ahead with his arms crossed as the girls continued to fight over him. He noticed someone running towards them, with someone else behind them. That spelled danger. Incoming, Naruto said pointing forward, gaining everyone's attention. Naruto quickly flashed away in a golden light, shocking everyone, Ino and Shikamaru especially, as he was suddenly next to them. He grabbed Ino with one hand and hoisted her above his shoulder, making her give a noise of surprise, while he grabbed Shikamaru's arm and flashed away again. Look out! Takaru screamed as he ran right through the group of girls, pushing through the crowd, accidentally feeling their soft spots, as he dashed past them. Hey, he touched my boob, some of the girls screamed. Takaru-kun tilde. The crowd of girls turned, only to scream as they were all sent flying into the air like bowling pins by a charging Syria. Come back into my arms, Takeru-kun tilde tilde tilde. Syria chimed with her arms out. Syria was dressed in a red sleeveless high-collar vest that was zipped down enough to show a generous amount of cleavage, white short shorts, long black gloves that covered most her forearm with red circles wrapped around the cloth there, and long black knee-high biker heels. Geez, that Syria-san never gives up. Up in the sky, Naruto was standing on the air itself, still holding Ino onto her shoulder, but was now holding Shikamaru by the belt of his pants. And here comes Haruko-ne. Naruto said, noticing Haruko chasing after Syria. Syria-san. Stop it. Can't you see you're making him uncomfortable? Besides, he's mine, Haruko shouted. And now Lee, Naruto said with a dull look. Ah, Haruko-san's favor is much for Takaru-san, but I shall not give up. Lee exclaimed with prideful tears. Haven't they told him yet that they're boyfriend and girlfriend? Naruto questioned with a dull look and his bottom lip out. And Naruto, you pervert. Ino exclaimed. Naruto looked to her. Why your hands on my butt? Ino cried with a red blush. Oh, sorry. Naruto apologized, moving his hand up north. Not my lower back too tilde. Ino whined as she shivered with pleasure as her cheeks burned red. My hands can't move up any further, deal with it. Naruto exclaimed with a slightly annoyed look. Damn you tilde. Ino whined with a wobbling frown and her eyes closed as she had her fists to her bottom lip. Naruto noticed Ino's strange behavior as something else. Is she turned on by just having her bottom and lower back rubbed? Guess she's sensitive there. That's something to remember, Naruto thought. When Ino opened her eyes, she managed to look down, only to finally notice they were in the air. Ino screamed at a high-pitched volume, making everyone look up, only to gain look of shock and disbelief, but then amazement as they all stared up at Naruto, literally standing on the air itself. What the hell? How did we get up here? Ino shouted. Not so loud, Naruto said with a calm look. Himegami Imouto trained me to stand and walk on air. Naruto said as he started walking down towards the ground, making everyone cheer in awe, with squealing at how cool Naruto is, while the boys cried tears of pride and envy at how cool Naruto was. No way, Ino said as she looked to Naruto with shock. How did he get so cool? Down at the ground, Lee cried with jealousy and pride in his friend. Naruto-kun has only gotten stronger with time. I have too much work to do if I wish to surpass him. Lee cried. You can say that again. He is really powerful, right Takaru-kun? Syria spoke with a smile. As she got silence, she and Lee looked around only to notice both Takaru and Haruko were gone. They screamed with shock and disappointment. I lost Haruko-san. I lost Takaru-kun. The two suddenly gained looks of determination. I will not give up. Lee and Syria exclaimed with determined expression, feeling fired up as they fist pumped. The two nodded to one another, got into and sprinted off to find Takaru and Haruko. Naruto managed to land safely upon the ground as he gently placed Ino and Shikamaru onto their feet. You alright? Naruto asked. Yeah, Ino nodded as she looked away with a blush. Better than being tackling by a raging fangirl, huh? Naruto said with a smirk. True, Ino admitted. I guess I should know. What about you, Shika? Naruto asked, only to notice the wide eyes Shikamaru had. Yo, Shika. Naruto waved his hand in front of his face, but no response. What the? Temari is here too. Naruto exclaimed. What? Shikamaru looked only to see she was nowhere in sight. He turned his head back to Naruto, only to see him and Ino grinning cheekily at him at his sudden display of interest for Temari. Shikamaru looked away with his eyes closed as slightly gritted teeth, only speaking the words. Troublesome blondes. That was impressive, Naruto-kun. Very much so. Naruto turned to see the Finian twins. Oh hey, Ailalu, Lilu, how's it been? Naruto greeted with a grin as he walked over to them. Good, Ailalu said. Thank you for asking, Lilu said. You two look great by the way. Naruto complimented. The twins both wore dresses that were strikingly similar in design. The only difference were the colors. They wore dresses that had frilly skirts that stopped at their knees, vests, long white stockings, and flats. The difference between them, like their hair, their clothing are different colors. Ailalu, the blonde, wore a white dress with a golden vest with white trimming and silver gold buttons on it, and white flats, and Lilu wore a red dress with a black vest with red trimming and gold buttons and black flats. Thank you, the twins said in unison and gave a curtsy bow. Oh my Kami, they're so cute. Ino thought with wide anime eyes and her jaw gawking. They look really creepy, Shikamaru thought with a weirded out look of half-lidded eyes and frown. By the way, have you two seen Yan-chan and Demetra-chan anywhere around here? Naruto asked. They heard you were at the north side. Ailalu started. So they went there to find you. Lilu finished. They back there. Naruto exclaimed with shock. I better go. Ya-ne. Arigato. Naruto shouted as he ran to the north side at top speed. Ino and Shikamaru watched with calm, shocked expression as Naruto seemed to have vanished after a few steps. He's gotten really fast now, Ailalu said as she and her sister looked to where Naruto left. Very much so after being on Okinoshima. Lilu said. Excuse me, Ino spoke making the twins turn to her. But who are these girls Naruto is excited to see? Ino asked. Oh wait, first, I need to introduce myself. I'm Ino Yamanaka, Ino said with her hand out to them. Another. From the manga. Huh, Ino looked to them in confusion. I'm Ailalu Finian. Ailalu introduced herself, shaking Ino's hand. And I'm Lilu. Lilu introduced herself, shaking Ino's hand after her sister. They're so cute Tilda, and their hands are soft. Ino smiled with a blush. What's with her? Shikamaru thought with a dull expression. Yan is the coldest member of Venus. She believes in strength so much that she dislikes everyone, believing they are weak until proven otherwise. Ailalu said. She even insults them, usually with amusement. She can come off as very mean. Lilu added. Sounds like Sasuke, Shikamaru said, as Ino had a nervous smile and her eyes closed. Just hearing about Yan made her uncomfortable. Nah, actually she sounds a bit colder than him, Shikamaru said, holding his chin with his thumb and index, now that he thought about it. Demetra is nice, but can be cold in her own way. Ailalu said. She is very blunt and direct, but is always calm. She is like a perfect soldier, and she rarely smiles. She will show no mercy to those who are a threat to the mission, even if they were friends beforehand. Lilu finished. Man, sounds like she'd be a good shinobi, Shikamaru said with surprise. These girls sound cold as ice, Ino thought as she got an anime wide eye and now had a wide open mouth nervous smile. They're Naruto-san's girlfriends. The twins spoke in unison. Ino and Shikamaru blinked their eyes, being silent for a moment to take in what they had just heard. Girlfriend. Ino screamed with shock and an exaggerated shocked face, complete with gawking mouth, while Shikamaru had a slight gaped mouth and his eyes shadowed. Yes, Ailalu said. At least two of them. Lilu said. Two of them. This time both Ino and Shikamaru screamed together in shock. Naruto quickly looked around, trying to find Yan and Demetra. Where the hell could they be? Naruto wondered. He noticed two family faces eating what looked like caramel candy out of bags. Oh, Gen, Tomiko-sensei. Naruto called out, walking to the pair. Gen wore his usual black coat with sleeves rolled up to the elbows, low-cut white shirt, dark pants, double belt around his waist and sandals, and Tomiko's outfit was a short-sleeved sky blue blouse with white trimming and showed some cleavage, a blue long skirt and white flats. She also had a black wristband around her right wrist. Have you seen Yan-chan and Demetra-chan? Naruto asked. Yeah, I think they went to the east side. I saw Yan threatening some guys with violence if they didn't tell her where you were. Gen said. But I was looking for them over at the west side. Naruto said. I guess Yan was so frightening that the boys gave her a random direction out of fear. Seems their instincts to survive were faster than their common logic. Tomiko said with a calm smile and her hand to her right cheek. Yar days tilde. Naruto whined as he ran off to find them. Ask for their phone numbers the next time you see them. Gen called out. Oh, yeah, Naruto said as he continued to run off as he waved goodbye to them. How come I never asked for their contact information before? Naruto wondered to himself as somehow letters spelling Baka was on his forehead. Ah, love, it's sweet, isn't it? Tomiko said with blushing cheeks as she continued to hold her right cheek. I guess so, Gen said as he popped a caramel ball into his mouth, only to choke a bit, but luckily he managed to swallow it whole and sigh from the effort. Naruto looked around the place, growling a bit as he was annoyed with not finding them yet. I mean, what are the chances that he bumps into the rest of Venus before them? Well, he didn't bump into Akaya, which was a plus to him, knowing that guy's personality. Damn it tilde, where are those two? At this rate I'll most likely meet Akaya next. I can already hear him say, so you are finally leaving, Naruto-kun. Well, it was a nice run while it lasted, but I guess this is where we in our world parts ways. Too bad, so sad. Abayo. And he'll say it all in that stuck-up tone. Man, what an irritating person. Naruto said with a lips out and hands in pockets as he walked, unknowingly passing by said person dressed in formal attire, sitting down on a bench enjoying ice cream with chocolate fudge in a waffle cone. That is how I would say it. Akaya said with a smirk. He glanced towards Naruto's retreating form with a smile. I would miss you, in a way though, Naruto-san. Naruto made a hoarse lips sound as he continued walking, but he stopped and noticed a very tall pole. Ah, a vantage point. Naruto said as he effortlessly hopped to the top. He looked around the festival, standing atop of the pole as if it were natural. The festival sure is big. Whoa, what? We have a roller coaster. Naruto shouted as he saw a roller coaster over at the far west side. Damn man, we need a map for this place or something, because there is too much stuff around for people to notice everything or memorize things. Naruto said with himself. Down below, someone stopped and looked up at Naruto. Their cheeks turning red as they felt deja vu. The person smiled as they stared up at Naruto. Taking in a deep breath through their nose, the person exclaimed. Naruto. Naruto perked his head and looked down to see none other than Sakura. Sakura-chan. Come down here. Sakura called out with a smile on her face. Naruto walked off of the pole, shocking and scaring Sakura at the careless move, but as he came down he gently landed on his own 2 feet better than any cat could. Baka. Sakura exclaimed as she punched Naruto atop his head. Don't scare me like that. Sumimasen. I guess I'm so used to doing that stuff around here, I forget how you remember me months ago. Naruto said, rubbing his head as Sakura blew on her hand from the pain of punching Naruto's even denser head. She didn't even think that would have been even possible. Naruto suddenly noticed Sakura's new look. Oh. Sakura was dressed in a black tube top with red trimming, a red leather jacket over it with the shoulders being puffed, black fighting gloves, black jeans and long black knee-high boots. After a moment of blowing her hand, she noticed Naruto staring at her. Dashta, what's up? Sakura asked with a blush. Nothing. It's just. You look very pretty today, Sakura-chan. Naruto said. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. She looked away a bit, smiling with her eyes softening as her cheeks heated up. Well, I mean you're always pretty. Naruto said, holding his chin, making Sakura's cheeks heat up more. But those clothes, well, they don't make you girly pretty, but they do make you look even cooler. Hot maybe. Naruto mumbled the last part to himself, but Sakura managed to hear it, making her cheeks glow. I get it. You don't need to continue. Sakura said, waving her hands up in front of her. Sumanai. Naruto apologized as Sakura turned around, holding her blushing cheeks. Why am I thinking like this? Sakura thought as her eyes became somber as she brought her hands down from her cheeks, which regained its normal coloration. It's like how I was with Sasuke, I think. Even though this is Naruto now, and he's changed a lot, but, have I not changed so much, or maybe at all? Sakura wondered to herself. You're a good person, Sakura-chan. Naruto spoke, earning her attention. Nani? Sakura asked, turning back to him. I sense that you have self-doubt and rising disappointment in yourself. You shouldn't feel that way. You're a good person, Sakura-chan. And I am happy to know you. Naruto said with a calm look. Sakura stared at him with awe and blushing cheeks. Baka. Don't just say things like that out of the blue. It flusters a person when they're not ready. Sakura said with a bashful, yet happy smile as she held her blushing cheeks and turned in place side to side. I guess I did right. Naruto thought with a smile, as he could feel Sakura's boost of joy. So how are you liking the outfits here? They make you feel fly, right? Naruto asked with a grin. Huh, fly? Sakura questioned. It's slang. Slang. So it's a saying. Yep, Naruto said with a grin and his hands on his hips. Oh, well, nonetheless, they are pretty unique. Sakura said looking to her own clothes. I just still can't get over the fact that you're not wearing orange anymore. Sakura said leaning a bit with her hands behind her back. Yeah, I still wear it, but thanks to Haruko-ne-chan, I don't wear it all the time. First it started with telling me only to get one piece of clothing that was orange, and so I start wearing different colored clothing. Maybe when I'm older I'll wear some orange pants or something. Naruto said with his right hand behind his head and his left index digit pressed against his chin. Haruko-ne, huh? Sakura smiled as she stared at Naruto, noticing the way he said Haruko's name and the shine in his eye. I guess you really like her. In a familial way, Naruto. Moshi. Naruto and Sakura turned their heads to the source of the voice. Hisashibari dane, Naruto. Kakashi greeted with a hand up as he had Ika in the other hand. It's good to see you again, Naruto-kun. Shizune, who was beside Kakashi and holding Taunton in her arms, said, smiling at Naruto. Ah, Kaka-sensei, Shizune-ne-chan. It's been too long. Naruto cheered with a happy grin. Kakashi was dressed in a white shirt, an open black jacket, black pants and shoes, and wore a doctor's mask over his mouth to hide it like he always did, probably for the fun of making people feel anxious to see what's underneath. Shizune was dressed in a similar fashion, but for a female of course. A white shirt under an open black jacket, a black skirt and black laced heels, but she also had a charm bracelet around her right wrist. Even Taunton looked dressed with an orange vest that had Naruto's face at the front. However, he picked up that Kakashi and Shizune were together, alone, if you didn't count Taunton. Naruto walked over and inspected them a bit more, catching their eye. He just grinned. Man, Kaka-sensei, never thought you'd enjoy spending alone time with the Hokage's aide, nay. Naruto whispered to Kakashi with a cheeky grin, making his sensei blush red, while Shizune looked to them in a questioning manner. Oh no, don't tell me that Baka's teasing them. Sakura thought with a frown and anime half-lidded eyes. You never really changed, huh, Naruto? Of course not. Can't a person just enjoy the company of a colleague? Kakashi said with a hand up, acting cool. True, but why Shizune all of a sudden? You never showed interest in spending quality time with her before, right? So why the change of heart? Naruto questioned with a grin. Well, because I have no one else to spend time with. Really? So not even the author of the Ika series? You know, I heard he's already planning another edition in the works. Naruto whispered. Really? Kakashi asked with new excitement. Too excited to notice the dull look on Shizune's face as she recognized that gleam in his eye. Naruto was calm, but on the inside he was grinning with a victory sign up, thinking. Wa katata tilde. I fibbed. I should ask him to confirm it though. Kakashi said, trying to regain his composure. Right now, but wouldn't that be rude to Shizune-ne-chan? Naruto questioned with his lips out. Well, Kakashi didn't know what to do as he had a sweat drop go down the side of his head. Naruto just gave a cheeky toothy grin as he managed to box Kakashi in. Suddenly he felt someone pinch his ear and pull on it. Can't you just let things be? Geez, Naruto-kun, I thought you actually grew up a bit since the last time I saw you. Shizune said with a frown and her eyes closed, before Naruto managed to pry his ear out of her tight grasp. Gomen, but I'm still young. 2 more years and people will expect me to take even greater responsibility, Ibeo. I'm just putting in a little fun before I lose out on my chance without even knowing it. Naruto said with a nervous grin as he rubbed his ear. Naruto then whispered into Kakashi's ear. But seriously, nice choice with Shizune-ne-chan. She's cool, pretty, a hard worker, energetic, plus you know what they say. The smaller the chest the better chance of a much fuller behind. Kakashi turned bright red at that last part with half-lidded anime eyes. Naruto grabbed the side of his mask and pulled on it a bit, releasing build-up steam, making him chuckle with a grin. He was then pinched and pulled on by the ear again, by Sakura this time, as the Pinkett and Hokage's aide sighed at his childish behavior. Baka, Sakura and Shizune said in unison. Naruto's eyes widened as he sensed something. He turned his head to see oh, not a good sight. Oh shit, Naruto said, earning everyone's attention. Yosh, a pair of voices cried. Who invited Guy-sensei? Naruto shouted. Lee, of course, Shizune said with an uncomfortable smile. Oink, Taunton oinked. Guy was dressed in a tight white shirt with the words Youth X Beauty in kanji, with a green with black trimming track jacket over it, the sleeves rolled up and the jacket open to reveal his shirt, a pair of green track pants with black dragon designs on each leg and white sneakers. Not good, Naruto said with worry. What? It's just Guy-sensei, Sakura said. It's not that. I'm worried because of who he is with, Naruto said with a nervous gritted frown as he pointed to none other than Koshi Aomi. Koshi wore a simple white, short-sleeved tight muscle shirt with the word, Datbeo. Across the chest, black biker shorts and black with white sneakers. Let us get this started. Max circulatory power, Koshi exclaimed with a toothy grin as he grabbed his powerful bicep. Who in the world is that? Shizune questioned with a surprise face on her own, Sakura and Kakashi's faces. Koshi Aomi. He's this world's version of Guy. He even cries youth with full gusto, along with lines like hot-blooded circulation. Naruto said with a frown, half-lidded eyes and his arms crossed. Oh dear lord, Sakura said with a frown and half-lidded anime eyes, with Shizune and Kakashi having the same expressions. She also released her hold on his ear. Well, maybe things won't go so bad, you know. Shizune said with a nervous smile, hoping, oh she was hoping, that she was right. Guy-san, it is an honor to be challenged by you of all people. Your invigorating, bold, youthful energy is aspiring. I can feel the heat of your amazing blood circulation resonating off you like a typhoon. Koshi exclaimed with a smile, sparkling eyes and his fist pumped. Yosh, I feel the same way with you my friend. The power you hold inside you, that of youth and unending confidence and determination, pure gusto. So much to describe the earth-shattering youth and hot-blooded nature you possess. If I was not prepared I would have passed out from the incredible intensity the moment I shook you hand. Guy exclaimed with his own smile and fist pumped, but had sparkles around his form. The two reared their hand back, before thrusting them as they gripped one another's hands with enough force that it literally caused a shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet. Luckily Naruto and Kakashi managed to hold onto Sakura and Shizune to keep them from falling or flying back, and the two slammed their elbows into the table in front of them and cried. Yosh, let's do it. Arm wrestling challenge. Of course I could be wrong, Shizune said with a frown and her eyes closed. Someone please be our referee, Koshi exclaimed with a smile. Everyone wasn't getting near them. Allow me then. Tomiko, who suddenly appeared from nowhere, said with her usual smile as she placed her hands over Guy and Koshi's interlocked ones. Tomiko-sensei, how did she get here from the north side? Man, she must be fast, Naruto said. Ready tilde, Tomiko questioned as Guy and Koshi grinned and brought their thumbs up as response. Go, Tomiko exclaimed as she released her hold on their hands as suddenly the two burst with aura. Guy with blue and Koshi with red. The two grunted with grins as they tried to overpower the other with their raw strength. They appeared to be even, but sadly for everyone else, their aura grew thicker as now everyone was sweat. Ah man, from what a friend told me, the temperature around Koshi goes up to 3 degrees Celsius for people. Mixed that in with Guy, and we're going to probably have a fire on our hands, Naruto said with his hands on his hips. Someone should probably stop them, Sakura said. Not me, I ain't getting near that, Naruto said. Not confident that you could stop it now, Kakashi teased in a calm, cool manner. If you're so confident in yourself you should go. Who better to take care of Guy than his eternal rival? Naruto said as he placed his hand on the back of Kakashi's back and pushed him forward. I'm going to need some help though. After all this seems like a two-man job, Kakashi said. Then make a shadow clone. You can do that, Naruto said with a grin. True, but. Good luck, sensei, Naruto said with a toothy grin and thumbs up. Kakashi sighed with his eye closed. He's punishing me for something. I can feel it, Kakashi thought. Shizune sighed as she walked up to Kakashi's side. I'll help, Shizune said. Maybe you shouldn't. Guy alone is pretty extreme, Kakashi said. Then I'll put him to sleep, Shizune said with a smile. Kakashi blinked to her, before giving her an eye smile. The two took a deep breath in and walked over. As much as I'd like to see the show, I'd rather be away from this aura as far as possible, Naruto said as he walked away with his hands in his pockets. Hey, wait, Sakura chased after Naruto. The two were now walking side by side in silence. Sakura wasn't used to this. She was used to always having something to talk about with Naruto. When one subject ended, a new one came up. That's how it was with Naruto. However, now he was being silent. Sakura was wondering to herself if she should start the conversation. She thought it over and decided to do so. With a blush she was about to say something, but then she heard Naruto whistling. She looked to him to see him whistling a tune, honestly, pretty damn well. Then, surprisingly, he started to sing. Wind by Akabashi, otherwise known as the first Naruto ending of the series. Cultivate your hunger before you idealize. Motivate your anger to make them all realize. Climbing the mountain, never coming down. Break into the contents, never falling down. My knee is still shaking, like I was 12. Sneaking out the classroom by the back door. A man railed at me twice though, but I didn't care. Waiting is wasting, for people like me. Don't try to live so wise. Don't cry cause you're so right. Don't try with fakes or fears. Cause you will hate yourself in the end. Don't try to live so wise. Don't cry cause you're so right. Don't try with fakes or fears. Cause you will hate yourself in the end. Sakura's eyes shined as she stared at Naruto. This is the first time he sang in front of her and he sounded just amazing. You say, dreams are dreams. I am not playing the fool anymore. You say, cause I still got my soul. Take your time baby, your blood needs slowing down. Breach your soul to reach yourself before you gloom. Reflections of fear make shadows of nothing, shadow of nothing. Naruto closed his eyes as he started remembering old memories. Still or blind, if you see winding road. Cause there's always a straight way to the point you see. For some reason he thought of Sasuke with that line. Don't try to live so wise. Don't cry cause you're so right. Don't try with fakes or fears. Cause you will hate yourself in the end. Naruto started to whistle the tune louder, gaining others' attention. It had such volume and was lovely to hear. Naruto stopped as he tapped the side of his leg with his fingers a few times, before he sang with such volume and soul. Don't try to live so wise. Don't cry cause you're so right. Don't try with fakes or fears. Cause you will hate yourself in the end. Don't try to live so wise. Don't cry cause you're so right. Don't try with fakes or fears. Cause you will hate yourself in the end. 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 Naruto finished, still having his eyes closed. If he hadn't learned English, he wouldn't have understood the words he was singing, but for some reason, he felt he would have known what they were about even if he didn't know English. He couldn't help but think of his old self when he sang the lyrics. Was that how I really was like? Naruto wondered to himself, even though he knew that was exactly how he felt when he was younger. When he opened his eyes, he noticed everyone staring at him in amazement. The girls were staring at him with hearts for eyes. Naruto blinked his eyes, before looking to Sakura, only to flinch a bit to see her staring at him with shining eyes, a blush and hearts around her form. Naruto looked to the side with a frown and stoic eyes. Yar days. Naruto simply spoke. Naruto grabbed Sakura's hand, surprising her as he marched away, with her trying to keep up pace, because he was fast now. Naruto, how come you never told me you could sing? Sakura asked. I'm embarrassed by it, Naruto answered without turning to her. But why? You were great. You sound so different when you sing. Sakura said. Yeah, well, when your loving godfather who is a perverted sage laughs at your talent to sing, play guitar and dance, you feel like an embarrassment of a shinobi. Naruto said. Oh Naruto. Sakura now felt saddened. And she also wanted to beat up Jiraiya for making Naruto feel embarrassed for his talent. Wait, you can play guitar and dance? Oh come on. Is there anything he can't do? A random guy screamed with sadness. Naruto growled with gritting teeth as he walked faster, causing Sakura to hurry the pace of her legs to keep up. Naruto, wait up, you're too fast, Sakura exclaimed. Naruto turned his head to her, to see she was actually running to keep up with him. Naruto immediately stopped, but Sakura was still running, so he quickly released her hand and picked up his arm, catching her, causing her to stop running. She bounced off his arm, but he grabbed her before she could fall back. She looked up to see him holding her. Gomen. Naruto apologized with a calm tone and expression. No problem, Sakura said with red cheeks as she stared at Naruto with a bashful, yet loving eyes. Naruto noticed this look that he has seen before, but they were from the girls who liked him, as more than just a friend. Naruto grabbed Sakura's hand again and took her behind a stand where it was back to back with another so they had some privacy, sort of. Naruto released her hand and stood still with his back facing her. Sakura remained silent as she stared at Naruto's back. She was a bit nervous at just staring at his back. Did I do something wrong? Sakura-chan. Hi. What you whispered to me days ago. You said you love me. Naruto said, surprising her, causing her to blush. I want to know. Naruto turned to her with a calm, stoic expression. Do you love me, as more than just a friend? And familial sense? Naruto asked. Sakura glanced to the side as she blushed red. She was so embarrassed, but she couldn't help but gain a smile, albeit a bashful one. She looked back to him and nodded. Hi, Aishiteru wa, Naruto-kun. Sakura confessed. Naruto's expression broke into one of shock and disbelief. He searched within her eyes and sensed her emotions to detect any lies. He found none. Sakura-chan. Naruto was speechless. He didn't know how to respond. This is what he's always wanted since he was a child, but now, he wasn't sure how to feel other than shocked. Did he want this now? Especially since now he has 8 girlfriends. There you are. Naruto broke out of his stupor state to see the two he was trying to find. Demetra-chan. Yan-chan. Naruto spoke, causing Sakura to turn to see the two Venus members. Those two. Sakura thought with a dull, yet annoyed expression. Yan was wearing a red with gold trimming long kippah that stopped above her ankles and had a long slit on the right side to reveal her right, slim yet toned leg, and it had a golden design of a dragon on the right side of the kippah. She also wore black laced heels and a golden bangle around her right wrist and multiple gold bracelets around her left wrist and forearm. Demetra was wearing a buttoned purple blazer, golden floral design on the left shoulder of it, white dress shirt under the blazer, a golden necklace around her neck that had a golden whirlpool emblem tied to it with rubies studded around the edges of the emblem, a purple pencil skirt that stopped at her knees and had a slit on the left side to reveal more of her left leg. We've been looking for you. Demetra said with a small smile. I've been looking for you both too. After I bumped into Minerva, I've been trying to find you too. I've been everywhere, except the south side of this festival. Hell, I went to the north side twice. Naruto said with a smile as he walked past Sakura and stopped in front of the two, taking in their new clothing. Whoa, you two look beautiful. Naruto said with a smile and blush. Thanks. I was going for that. Yan said with her own smile and blush, along with Demetra. Yan noticed Sakura staring at the three with a jealous look. Jealous, aren't you? Yan teased with a smirk and her hand on her right hip, making Sakura blush and turn away. Yan sighed with a frown. How pathetic. Shinatsu had more guts than you. What was that? Sakura shouted as she pushed Naruto and got in Yan's face. Say that again, I dare you. Sakura shouted with gritting teeth and angry anime eyes as she shook her fist in front of Yan's face. Gladly. How pathetic. Shinatsu had more guts than you. Now get out of my face. Your monstrous breath is irritating my sense of smell. Yan said in a calm, stoic manner. Sakura growled with anger as she felt ready to punch Yan, shooting lightning through her eyes at Yan, who did the same. Oh no, this is a familiar sight. Naruto thought with a frown. However, he wasn't thinking of Azuki and Yan's rivalry, but his own with Sasuke. Sakura looked and acted just like he used to with Sasuke, and Yan was acting just like Sasuke, but colder and insulting. He acted quickly. He wrapped his arms around their necks and pulled them away from each other. Now, let's not fight. It's a time for celebration, aren't I right? Naruto said with a smile. Trying to keep conflict out of the equation as always. I've always respected that about you, Naruto. Demetra thought, still smiling. She started it. Sakura exclaimed, pointing at Yan. It's your own fault for acting so violently. Yan said with her eyes closed and arms crossed, causing Sakura to growl with gritting teeth and her fist up and shaking. I don't care who started it. Last thing I want is for a fight to break out with this many civilians around. Now act like real women. Naruto said with a stoic expression. Excuse me. The two exclaimed with annoyance as they looked to him, only to become silent and worried as Naruto gave them an annoyed, stoic glare. Sumimasen. The two girls apologized, turning their heads away from him and one another. Plus, commanding authority with only few words and a look is an admirable trait for a leader. Demetra thought. Good. Now let's go have some fun while the sun is still out. Naruto said with a smile as he started walking, keeping the two in his arms and keeping them from grabbing the other's throat while Demetra followed. Sakura glared at Yan, while the Chinese maiden kept her eyes to the side. Yuchen de Mu Zu. Yan muttered in her native tongue. What was that? Sakura questioned with an annoyed glare. Oh, don't worry, it's nothing important. Naruto said. He leaned his head to Yan and whispered to her. I know you called her a stupid sow. Be happy I didn't throw you under the bus. Naruto said with a frown. Yan smiled as she placed a hand on his cheek. You're sweet. Yan said with a smile as she gently grasped him by both his cheeks and kissed him on his lips, surprising Naruto and Demetra, while Sakura flinched and cried in shock with wide anime eyes and her jaw dropped as she slid away from Naruto's grasp. Yan pulled back and licked her lips with delight while Naruto stood up straight with a dumb smile and blushing cheeks. Sakura growled with anger as she slapped Naruto's arm with all her strength, but instead of breaking it, it just knocked him out of his stupor state. Ow. What? Naruto looked to her as he rubbed his arm. Sakura just turned her head to the side with slightly gritting teeth and her arms crossed. Her right hand shook a bit with pain. Damn. It's like hitting a wall of iron. How did he get so durable? Sakura thought to herself. Suddenly she heard Naruto burst with laughter, making her turn to see Naruto laughing with tears in his eyes as he pointed in a certain direction. Sakura looked, only to cover her mouth as she started to giggle and then laugh. A bit away from them was Himegami, licking a big lollipop in hand and a bag of candy wrapped around her other arm, while Sasuke was carrying all her new items, which were candy, and stuffed animals, and what looked like a goldfish in a bag. Hell, he even had a box with a cake inside on his head. He was not happy at all. Oh my Kami. That's killing me, Naruto exclaimed as he held his gut and hunched over with laughter, while Sakura laughed beside him. What are you laughing about, Fox Baka? Himegami questioned as she and Sasuke stopped in front of them. I love you, Imouto, Naruto said with a grin. Where did that come from? Himegami questioned with an embarrassed blush. I never thought that I would live to see the day that Uchiha Sasuke would be used as a girl's own pack mule. Naruto said as he laughed more, causing Sasuke to growl with anger at Naruto. Very cruel of you. I thought you two were friends. Himegami said with her eyes closed. We are. And this is how friends act. Naruto said with a cool smile and calm half-lidded eyes as he had his hands in his pockets, only to pull out his phone and take a picture of Sasuke's current situation. What did you just do? Sasuke questioned with narrowed eyes. He just took a picture. Himegami answered. Hello, screensaver. Naruto said with a chuckle as he saved the humiliated Sasuke as his phone's screensaver. Suddenly he dodged a Chidori sharp spear, that Sasuke managed to shoot as he balanced the things from that hand onto the other. Have to admit, a pretty impressive feat. Oi, watch it. The girls gave me this phone. And it cost them a lot. Naruto shouted, but Sasuke shot another Chidori that Naruto dodged. Cut it out. What weak lightning? Yan said with her arms crossed and her eyes closed. What was that? Sasuke questioned as he stopped his jutsu and glared at Yan. I was just wondering how someone who was once considered Naruto's equal could be so weak with such a powerful element in his possession. Yan said. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at her. He walked over, placing all the stuff into Naruto's arms. Hey, Naruto shouted as Sasuke walked up in front of Yan. Now that's a funny sight. Himegami said with smile as she stared at Naruto. Shut up, Naruto shouted. I am no equal, Sasuke said stopping in front of Yan. I'm fully aware of that. After all, nowadays you are a lesser. Yan said with a smirk. What a bitch, Sakura thought with a glare. And what makes you think I don't have the strength to defeat you? Sasuke questioned, daring her to answer. I don't like to repeat myself, but since you're somehow slower than your own lightning, I guess I have no choice. You are a lesser, Yan said. Sasuke's eyes shifted into Sharingan. Yan was just calm as she stared into Sasuke's eyes. The two suddenly started radiating a cold aura, as if a mist of ice was surrounding them. Sakura shivered as she hugged her chest, rubbing her arms. Yar yar, Naruto said with a half-lidded eyes. Naruto, what's happening to you? Sakura exclaimed. Naruto turned to her, but when he looked down to himself, he noticed he had a warm, illuminating golden aura shining around himself like rays of the sun. Sakura inched her hand over to him, feeling it get warmer and warmer as her hand reached closer to Naruto. You're so warm, Sakura said with a red blush. Oh, I guess that's because of my bloodline, Naruto said nonchalantly. Huh, Sakura looked to him. Sasuke's head perked up with his Sharingan deactivating as he turned his head to Naruto. Bloodline? Sasuke questioned. Naruto looked to Sasuke, keeping a calm composure. Wait a minute, Naruto. Do you have a Kekkei Genkai? Bloodline limit? Sakura questioned loudly. Are you always so loud? Yan questioned with her eyes closed and her arms crossed, ignoring the animated glare she earned from Sakura as the pinkett raised her shaking fist and gritted her teeth tightly. Sasuke glanced between the two. Reminds me of Naruto and I. Sasuke thought before looking back to Naruto. Actually yes, Naruto does have a Kekkei Genkai. Demetra said, earning the others' attention. A number of people here know the Uzumaki traits. They have a great longevity, chakra capacity and life forces. I've even heard they have great stamina. That's true. Naruto's stamina is incredible, Yan said with a smirk, causing Naruto, Demetra and Himegami to blush at that comment, with Kodama having dull eyes at that explicit compliment. From what is heard, certain Uzumakis possess unique abilities that most others in their clan don't. One of Naruto's appears to be his natural heat source, I suppose. Demetra explained. Yeah, that's true. Ever since like last week, I've had this ability to adapt to any temperature in the environment. I never feel cold, but then again I don't think I feel too hot either. Or maybe I do and it just feels good. It's like a high, Naruto said with a smile, blush adorning his cheeks and drool down the side of his mouth as he moaned with delight. Sakura just stared at Naruto with a weirded out expression. You are so disgusting, Himegami said with a dull look. Sticks and stones Imouto. Sticks and stones, Naruto said with a cheeky smile. Sasuke just stared at Naruto, trying to sense any signs of a lie. I feel like it's a lie, but it's hard to tell. Naruto's a natural liar thanks to all the experience he's had as a troublemaker. Sasuke's eyes glanced over to Demetra. And this other one. I can't tell anything from her. She has a perfect poker face. It's near impossible to detect a lie from her. Her composure, her stance, everything about her are the traits of a perfect soldier. Now why isn't there people like her in Konoha? Sasuke thought. Oi, Uchiha. Sasuke looked to Naruto to see he had a stoic expression. Hasn't anyone told you it's not polite to stare, especially when it comes to a woman? Naruto rhetorically asked with a calm, stoic composure. Sasuke stayed silent as he stared at him. Sasuke turned his head with his hands in his pockets. Finally, you're in one place. They turned to see Azuki walk over with her arms crossed. And you found Sakura-san, and the China bitch. Wonderful to see you too, violent monkey. Yan said with her eyes rolled, not paying the glare from Azuki any mind. Yo Azuki-chan. Naruto greeted with a grin as he put the stuff Sasuke gave him back into his arms, making him groan with annoyance. How's your day been going so far? Naruto asked. Boring. Why? Naruto asked with confusion. Because you left, Azuki said with her eyes closed. Naruto blushed and smiled. He walked over to her, grabbed by the shoulders, surprising her, as he then kissed her on the lips, surprising her. Sasuke and Sakura were also surprised, because this is obviously a sight they never thought to see. Especially after Yan just kissed him on the lips. What the hell? Naruto leaned his head back and looked into her eyes, smiling. I love you, Naruto said with a smile, making Azuki blush red as she looked to the side. Be baka. We're in public. Azuki said, feeling embarrassed, but Naruto just grinned with a blush on his cheeks. Sakura growled as she glared at Azuki. Must be killing you, huh? Yan teased with a smirk. Of course it is. Look at the rage building in her eyes. Himegami joined with her own smirk. Fuck off, Sakura shouted turning to the two. Geez Sakura, we're guest here. Show some respect. A voice spoke. They all turned to see Yamato and Aki walking to them. Yo, Yamato Taiko. What's up? Or is it Tenzo-san? Naruto greeted. Yamato is fine. Don't need another person to call me a name I've given up. Yamato said with a hand up. Yamato wore a simple suit of a black blazer, black slacks, black shoes and a white dress shirt fully buttoned, while he did not have the Happyri-style forehead protector. Aki just wore a dark blue blazer, a dress shirt underneath with both the blazer and dress shirt unbuttoned enough to expose Aki's entire cleavage, a black pencil skirt with a slit on the left side and black heels. She still wore her necklace with the gold eye with green jeweled pupil. Aki-chan, you look great. Naruto said with a grin as he walked over to the brunette with a grin, making her blush. You should respect your senseis by calling them by their positions. Yamato said as he put on his ghoul face for old time's sake. Yakamashi. I can talk to Aki any way I want. She is very precious to me. Naruto said with a stoic, yet annoyed expression as he brought up his hand pointing at Yamato. Yamato, Sakura and Sasuke looked surprised to see that Naruto was no longer affected by Yamato's infamous, ghoul, face. Besides Yamato-san, I asked Naruto to call me that. Aki said with a light pink tint on her cheeks. Really? Since when? Yamato asked. Aki looked to the side as she blushed red and Naruto's cheeks turned red. Yamato looked between the two, before his mouth gaped and eyes widened in an exaggerated way. Sasuke and Sakura gained widened eyes as they noticed the red blush and fluster expression on Aki's face. They didn't. The Dobi didn't. With her. Sasuke looked to the back of Naruto. He then looked to Himegami expecting an answer. Once she noticed Sasuke looking at her, she answered. They did. But she wasn't the first. Himegami said to Sasuke, causing his eyes to widen with pure shock. Goddamn, was Sasuke's only thought. Himegami felt someone grab her shoulder tightly. What are you whispering? What's going on between them? Tell me everything, Sakura said with a narrowed half-lidded eyes and a flat, thin frown. I think your eyes have gotten greener, Kodama said, turning her head to Sakura with a stoic expression. You too, Yamato stuttered with his expression remaining on his face, while Aki closed her eyes as her cheeks became even redder. Naruto, what did you two do? Yamato started interrogating Naruto with his ghoul face. You have no business asking me those questions. Butt out on people's personal lives, Yamato, Taiko. Naruto said with a stoic, yet stern tone as his eyes were shadowed. The others looked between them, as apparently they were now in a standoff, to see who the more intimidating man was. The two continued to stare at one another, one pair of eyes shadowed and the other pair wide. They resonated an intimidating aura that alerted the others that shit might go down. Am I taller than you? Naruto asked with a now curious look on his face. Oh yeah, I think so, Yamato said with a normal expression on his face. Everyone couldn't help but face vault at the sudden change of mood. Well, all except Aki. Hey Uchiha, don't drop my stuff all over the floor, Himegami shouted as she was back on her feet with a ticked anime glare. Relax. Nothing is broken, so don't get annoyed over trivial things. Sasuke said with a frown as he was back on his feet as well. Trivial. Those stuffed animals costed 6,000 to 12,000 yen, $53 to $106 each. They're collectibles. Haimgami shouted. You paid that much for 20 stuffed animals. What are insane? Sasuke questioned. I am passionate. And besides, how the hell could you not notice? You were with me the whole time. I didn't care about your little spree, so I didn't bother paying attention to the purchases. Well, aren't you a perfect gentleman? Haimgami said with a stoic expression and her arms crossed. Oh, aren't they cute? Naruto said sarcastically with a smirk. I think Sasuke has found his match. Yamato said with a tired smirk. So how tall are you? Yamato asked Naruto. Last I checked, I'm an inch shorter than Cha-Cha and she's a full 5 foot 11 inches. Naruto answered. Nani, you're that tall. You're even taller than Kakashi-senpai. Yamato exclaimed with an over-exaggerated shocked look. Get out. Huh, I guess I sprouted even healthier than I thought. Naruto said, surprised that he was even taller than his sensei. He's taller than me. Yamato looked up to him. He's actually looking up to him. He looked to Naruto's chest to notice some signs of muscle, and they looked impressive. He's beaten me in mass. Yamato thought with a frown. Oi, quit staring, Naruto said with a stoic demeanor. He's even commanding more authority than I could. Yamato thought with a frown and defeat in his eyes. He's officially surpassed me in everything. But he can't do my unique intimidating demeanor. Yamato thought, trying to gain back some pride, despite how insignificant. By the way, Yamato Taicho, since neither Yamato nor Tenzo are your real names, what is your birth name? Naruto asked. Well, I could tell you. Yamato said with a smile and a pair of eye smiles. But then I'd have to kill you. Yamato said with his ghoul face. Naruto stayed silent as he gained a stoic expression and his eyes were shadowed. Yoi. Good, Naruto said as his hair started to rise, causing alarm for everyone. I've been itching for a fight. But, are you really prepared to suffer, Taiko? Naruto's eyes were revealed to show that his sclera became pure black, his iris blood red and shining as his pupils became slit. Everyone now looked shocked, with Sasuke, Sakura and Yamato displaying terror from the ghostly, demonic sight. Naruto raised his voice as he bared his fangs as fire came from his mouth. Yamato gained an anime-scared expression and turned ghostly white as he slid away from Naruto with his hands up. Ha, I finally got you, Naruto exclaimed as his face and hair went back to normal, as he now had a grin and pointed at Yamato as he burst with laughter. Everyone just looked to Naruto with disbelief at his act, then sighed, all except Yamato whose eyes was twitching. He's completely destroyed me. Yamato thought as he fell to his hands and knees. I am bested in every sense. The student has surpassed in every category. What a beautiful and cruel day. Yamato thought as he had anime tears run down his cheeks. What's wrong, Yamato-san? Aki asked as she knelt down next to him with concern on her face. Oh, don't worry too much, Aki-chan. He's just feeling defeated because I finally turned the tables on him. Naruto said with a reassuring smile as Aki looked to him. He then grinned with his eyes closed as he placed his fists against his hips. Don't feel too bad, Yamato Taiko. Nowadays, nothing scares Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto proclaimed with pride and cockiness. As that's so, a voice spoke. Naruto's eyes opened as he sweated a bit, knowing whose voice that is. Naruto's head slowly turned to see the intimidating expression of Yuka Amato. I'm surprised. Naruto-san. Yuka said with a dark, intimidating smile and her eyes were open, yes. Open. Shit just got scary, as they displayed sadistic intentions as they shined a bit, but with a violet gleam instead of her natural honey yellow color. Naruto shook with pure fear, with an anime face being the perfect reflection to boot, as he started turning ghostly white. Once Yuka brought up her kunai to his cheek, Naruto screamed with a gawked mouth, or at least he would have if his voice didn't go mute out of terror. And now Naruto slid back away on one foot with the other leg raised and his hands up as his back slammed into a pillar, causing it to shake and crack from impact. Naruto slid down to the floor, knees up as he wrapped his arms around them, and now shook with pure terror. And that's how you properly scare Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato-san. Yuka said with her expression now returned to normal as she had her ever-present smile and eyes smiled. Everyone just stared at Naruto, still in terror, in shock. The Konoha shinobi looked to Yuka, who just continued to smile like nothing happened. This girl is scary, they thought. They all then heard laughter as they looked to see Kengo walking over, holding his gut as he burst with laughter, pointing at Naruto, while Furin, Minerva, Kai and Hinata were behind him. Furin shaking her head with her fingers pressed against her forehead and Hinata had her hands over her mouth as she stared at the state Naruto was in. Oh Kami, I love you Yuka-chan. Kengo cheered as he wrapped his arm around Yuka's waist, bringing her close and started smooching her neck. Oh Yusui-kun. Yuka giggled as she placed her hand on his shoulder as he continued necking her. Oh, for the love of your in public. Either get a room or go in the school's locker rooms. Himegami said with her hands on her hips. Don't give them any suggestions. Furin said with a hand up. Sasuke looked to Naruto again and looked back to Yuka. I like her, Sasuke said. She's taken, Kengo said as he continued to neck Yuka. How she distills fear into people is an art. And that right there is her magnum opus. Himegami said with a smirk as she and Sasuke looked to the still ghost white Naruto. At least so far. She's definitely earned my respect. Sasuke said with a smirk. Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke her crush's name before she ran towards him. As she ran past Sakura, the Pinkett then ran over as well. However, they both were beaten to the punch. Naruto-kun tilde. Cha-Cha suddenly glomped him into a hug, causing Hinata and Sakura to skid to a halt. Oh Naruto-kun, what happened? Did mean ol' Yuka-senpai scare you again? She's so mean tilde. But I'm here for you Naruto-kun. I always will. Cha-Cha said with a pout as she had the side of Naruto's face into her breasts that were rubbing his face. Sakura and Hinata had anime eyes and pouts. They looked down to their chests then to Cha-Cha's to see she easily outclassed them, causing them to hang their heads in shame. Oh Cha-Cha-chan, when did you get here? Naruto questioned, finally knocking out of his scared state. The power of Cha-Cha and her feminine wilds. Lucky bastard. Naruto heard someone mutter, making him look to see Kiba pouting at the sight of him and Cha-Cha. Naruto also noticed Shino, Neji, Tenten, Fu and Uruchi behind him. Oh hey guys. Naruto stood up, picking Cha-Cha up with him, as she had hearts coming out from her head. Sadly though she gained a pout as he got out of her grasp and walked over to Tenten. Tenten-chan, are you alright? Naruto asked. Yeah, why do you ask? Tenten asked, genuinely confused. Well earlier I saw Takaru running from Sirius-san, who was also being chased by an angry, jealous Haruko-ne-chan, who in turn was being chased by Bakali, so I was concerned that they abandoned you. So I want to make sure you're alright at that possibility. Naruto said. Oh, thanks. Tenten said in surprise as she blushed. He was concerned. For me. Tenten thought as she looked to her feet. Well, I did feel lonely. Tenten said bashfully as she blushed red and her foot twisted in place. We managed to find her though, so no worries. Uruchi added. Oh good, I'd hate to have someone precious to me feel alone. I know what kind of hell that can be. Naruto said. I'm precious to you? Tenten asked with surprise. Of course. I mean, I know we seem more like acquaintances. Actually, to be honest, a lot of my friends from Konoha are more acquaintances than friends. Okay. That really stabbed at his shinobi friends' hearts. But you can't really blame him. I mean that is the truth. But you all still matter to me. I'd sell my soul for you guys nonetheless. So be it friend, acquaintance or associate, you're precious to me. Naruto said with a grin and a pair of eyes smiles. Tenten stared at him with shock as her eyes shimmered. All of the Konoha natives stared at Naruto in shock, but those of Tenbi smiled at him, knowing how sweet his heart is. Tenten started to blush red as she looked to the ground with soft, touched eyes and brushed back some imaginary hair behind her ear. You're sweet, Tenten said looking up to Naruto, who continued to smile at her with his eyes closed into eye smiles. Everyone looked to Tenten to see how she was looking at Naruto. Tenten's eyes softened and shined as she gave a small laugh and felt her toes curl. No way, she has a crush on him now. The Konoha natives mentally shouted with shock as their eyes were wide in an over-exaggerated style and their jaws dropped greatly. They all looked to Naruto in shock, who was still smiling with his eyes closed. How did he do that? This is normal, Himegami said with a shrug. This is normal. The Konoha natives screamed with shock. Naruto looked to them in confusion. Well, Naruto looked to see Kakashi and Shizune, with Taunton in her arms, walking over to them. Shizune's hair was messy. Looks like our little Naruto is a romantic now. Kakashi said with an eyes smile. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion. He looked to Tenten, to see her looking away as his entire face was red. Oh goddammit, how do I keep doing that? Naruto thought as he looked to the side with a stoic look. Yep, he still has that secret. Kengo joked with a smirk. Oh not this again, I don't have a secret. Naruto exclaimed. Am I really that obvious? Tenten thought with wide eyes as she was now producing steam from the top of her head. He has to have a secret. He has 8 chicks after him. Kiba mumbled as he was on his hands and knees with anime tears drops hanging from his eyes. What did he say? Naruto glanced to him with a dull glare, causing Kiba, along with Sakura to flinch. The tone of Naruto's voice sounded stern and dangerously close to getting pissed. Dude, his hearing increased now. Kiba thought with new fear. Ma, Naruto, didn't think you'd be so busy while we were apart. Kakashi teased with an eye smile. You're one to talk, Naruto said with a smirk, catching Kakashi's attention. Suddenly he disappeared in a golden flash, shocking all the Konoha natives. That move, Kakashi said breathlessly. Shizune turned her head to see Naruto looking to her with a smirk and mischievous eyes as he held his chin. She did not like his look. Shizune Ne-chan, your hair's all messy. Naruto said. Oh, yes. Wait, why didn't you tell me? Shizune exclaimed at Kakashi. The copy nin chuckled nervously with his eyes closed and a hand up. So you two have been together this whole time? Naruto questioned as he leaned in a bit. Yes, Shizune said, but when Naruto grinned, she connected the dots. Messy hair. Spent time with a handsome masked man all day. Oh boy, no. I mean, I was with him, but it's not like that. So you're saying Kaka-sensei isn't attractive? Naruto asked with an innocent look. No, he is attractive. Very attractive, Shizune quickly said. Every girl's dream, right? Naruto questioned with his eyes closed and cupping his chin between his thumb and index. Yes, every girl's dream. I mean, Shizune lost her voice as she heard a couple of the others chuckle and laugh. Ahi. Stop putting words in my mouth. Shizune shouted at Naruto. All the while poor Kakashi was blushing red. His powers are growing stronger. He's an even greater threat. Kami, please let the torture end. Kakashi thought as he dropped his hands to the side. Naruto noticed Kakashi's hand fell behind Shizune's behind and took the opportunity. Your hand's going a little low there, Kaka-sensei. Getting a little close too. Naruto said. Huh. Shizune turned her head to see Kakashi's hand near her behind. Ahi. What do you think you're doing? Shizune shouted as she turned to Kakashi. Oink. Taunton oinked in agreement. I wasn't doing anything. I swear. Kakashi quickly said with his hands up in defense as Shizune growled at him with a red blush. Shino. Kiba whispered to the Aburame. Yeah. His powers are growing stronger, aren't they? Kiba asked. Yeah. Should we be afraid? Kiba asked with rising fear. Very. Shino answered. Naruto chuckled with a grin, but suddenly someone pinched his ear and stretched it, causing him to cry in pain. Ow, ow, no, wait, Ne-chan. Naruto cried. Uzumaki Naruto, why are you being so rude? Haruko questioned with her eyes closed and her expression annoyed as she had her other hand on her hip. I wasn't. I swear. Naruto exclaimed, but Haruko pulled on his ear more, making him cry a bit in pain. I was just having a little fun, ya know, Ne-chan. Naruto said nervously. Haruko sighed at her brother's antics. She released his ear, making him whine as he held his ear from pain. I'm sorry about my brother's rudeness, Shizune-san. Haruko said with an apologetic smile and bow. Oh, don't worry about it. But thank you for your kindness. Shizune said with a smile and bow with taunton oinking in agreement. Whoa. Haruko turned to see the Konoha native staring at her in shock and amazement. What you just did with the baka, took skill. Kiba said. Not even Sakura can discipline him that effectively. Sasuke said. And she's usually the only one who even bothers. Tenten said. Sakura blushed and looked to the side with a nervous grin. Oh, it's nothing really. It's actually very simple, Haruko said with a smile. Trust us, it's not. All the Konoha citizens thought with dull looks. But I will admit, that despite how much he changed in attitude and composure. Sup Takaru. Naruto greeted his friend, who he just noticed was there. Sup. Takaru responded. He really hasn't changed from being a handful. Haruko said with a smile. That's not true, he's become an even bigger pain in the ass. Kengo said. Oh, thank you for opening my eyes Yusui. Here, accept this gift as my thank you. Naruto said as he flipped Kengo the bird. Oh man tilde, that sucks tilde. I got you the same thing. Kengo said raising his own bird. Naruto and Kengo laughed with the others laughing or smiling in amusement. Haruko-san. Oh you've got to be kidding me. Takaru said with a frown. I have finally found you my youthful flower. Lee cried out as he ran over at top speed, only to get effortlessly clotheslined by Naruto again. Naruto. Haruko shouted. What? He was going to invade your personal space. Naruto said with a stoic, yet stern look. Gomen, Haruko-san. Lee said as he was on his feet and bowed apologetically to her. It's all right Lee. Just, please take it easy. Haruko said with a small smile and a hand up. Yeah, girls actually like guys who take things easy and are calm. Calms them down themselves. Kengo said. I see. Lee said as he was writing the advice down in a small notebook. Is he really writing this down? Naruto questioned with a frown. You would have done the same, wouldn't you? Takaru questioned. Maybe. Then again I'd probably wing it. Naruto said. Ah. Lee. Guy appeared with Koshi by his side. It warms my heart to see you gaining advice from a master of love. Guy said with a grin. Well I don't know about master. Kengo said rubbing his nose in a cocky manner. Nonsense Yusui-kun. Your love for Yuka-chan is the most pure any love can ever be. You are more than a master my friend. Koshi exclaimed with a thumbs up. He is great, isn't he? Yuka said, snuggling up to her boyfriend. Ma, Yuka-chan tilde, I wouldn't be the man I am without you in my life. Kengo said with a grin and blush. Lucky. Minerva mumbled with a pout. Guy-sensei. Where have you been? Lee asked. Why, with my new friend here. Guy said with a grin as he slammed his hand on Koshi's shoulder. After you had left, I bumped into this youthful individual and had an excellent conversation with him. I even challenged him to an arm wrestling contest to strengthen our new bond. Although our match had gone undecided, we had decided to settle on an eating contest. Koshi added. And he had won. He is pouring with youth. Guy complimented. But my hot-blooded circulation is not as razor-sharp and heated as yours, Guy-san. Koshi complimented Guy back. Eating contest? Naruto questioned. It was the only thing we could think of to get them to stop their arm wrestling contest. It was like their hands were glued together. Shizune said with a tired frown. The two slammed their hand against one another's and had their other hand on the other's shoulder as they grinned. Kami, just become blood brothers already. Naruto joked with a tired frown. We already are. Guy and Koshi exclaimed as they showed bandages over their hands. Already? But you just met. Naruto and Tenten exclaimed with shock. Guy-sensei. This Haruko-san. Lee introduced Haruko. I see. Guy said, walking over to Haruko. He then suddenly grabbed both her hands and said with a smile. Please, take care of Lee. Well actually Guy-san, Hey wait. Takaru exclaimed. I'm afraid it is Sakura-san all over again, Guy-sensei. Lee said with his head hanging. I see. Guy said, pulling back from Haruko as he cupped his own chin. But I will not give up. I will earn Haruko-san's love and defeat my new rival. Lee exclaimed. What the? Takaru shouted with an angry anime expression. Excellent, Lee. Never give up. Guy said with a grin as he wrapped his arm around Lee. I won't, Guy-sensei. I will never give up on winning Haruko-san's love. Lee said with a grin and anime tears. Win? Naruto questioned, through gritting teeth. A red menacing aura surrounded him, surprising the others. Naruto. Tenten spoke up with a hint of fear. Oh no, Azuki said, knowing where this was going. Well, now things will actually get fun. Yan said with a smirk. You don't say you'll win someone's love. You earn it, because they let you. Don't treat my sister like a trophy. Naruto growled with anger as his red aura increased. And now he's in protective brother mode. Well, it was nice knowing your friends, Himegami said with a smirk, earning the others' attention. Takaru. Hold my jacket. Naruto said as he started taking off his jacket. Sorry man, but I need someone to hold mine. Takaru said with a stern expression as he already had his jacket off. Screw it then. We're going anime style, Naruto said as he grabbed his jacket and threw it into the air. Everyone looked to Naruto with worry, but the Konoha natives' eyes widened as they finally got to see a good look at Naruto's muscular physique. Holy shit, he's got pythons. Kiba said as they all noticed how muscular Naruto's biceps were. Hinata, Sakura, and Tenten blushed red as they saw his muscles. Soho tilde T. Fu whispered as she and Cha-Cha had hearts for eyes, drools going down the sides of their mouths, red blushes and hearts surrounding them. Naruto started marching over towards Lee and Guy with a stern, annoyed, stoic expression. Naruto, wait, Haruko called out. Takaru tilde kun tilde tilde. A voice cried. Oh no, Takaru said with new worry. Suddenly Lee and Guy were knocked into the air, bowling pin style as Syria had charged right through them. Holy Izanami, Naruto exclaimed as he managed to jump out of the way to avoid the same fate. I found you tilde tilde. Syria cheered as she jumped at Takaru and hugged him tight. Love guided me to you as always, my handsome knight. Syria said with a seductive look as she held a nervous Takaru's cheeks. Oh boy, even when she loses she never gives up. Got to admire that, Naruto thought with half-lidded eyes and his hands to his hips as Guy and Lee were reacquainted with the ground. In a very hard manner. What youthful love power that one possesses. Guy said as he and Lee laid on the floor with swirls for eyes. Yes, Guy-sensei. I admire and respect her very much. Lee said with a smile. Naruto sighed and shook his head with a smile. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned his head to see Kimi, with a Kyuubi mask wrapped onto the side of her head, extending Naruto's jacket to him. Here's your jacket, Kimi said with a smile. Ah, arigato Kimi-chan, Naruto said with a smile as he grabbed his jacket. So how was Sai? Naruto asked. He was nice and very funny. Kimi said with a smile and her hands behind her back. Really? Naruto questioned with a look that said, no friggin' way. You're pulling my leg. He even gave me a nickname, right Sai-san? Kimi said turning to Sai who had cotton candy in one hand, a stuffed Naruto doll wrapped in his other arm and wore an orange bandana that says, Dadbeo, on it. I call her Otoheim, Art Princess now. Sai said with a smile. Oh, it fits. For once. Naruto said with a smile. Sai-san even taught me some lessons in drawing. Look. Kimi showed off a drawing of Naruto and Sai, but while Naruto looked perfect, Sai still looked less appealing, but still an improvement from her previous character drawings. Hey Tilda, not bad. Naruto said with a grin. Yeah, that looks just like Naruto. Takaru said, putting his jacket back on. Actually, I've always known how to draw Naruto-kun perfectly. Kimi said with a proud smile. Oh, makes sense, since you've had a crush on him, even though we always thought he was a work of fiction. Takaru said, making Kimi giggle and blush. Wait, what does he mean, work of fiction? Neji asked. Around here, we're considered part of a book that's a work of fiction. Sasuke answered bluntly, getting all his fellow Konoha shinobi, except Sakura, to look at him with wide anime eyes. Shocked me too. Explains a lot though, Sasuke said with a stoic tone and expression. What the hell? Everyone thought with disbelief. Is that what manga are? Shizune asked, remembering the last and only time she viewed Naruto's lifestyle in this world. Yep, Takaru answered. I don't think Choji heard any of that though, Sai said as he turned his head to Choji and Anaho, who were behind him. Anaho was pouring honey from a bottle she had on a caramel-coated candy apple. Here, try it Choji-kun. Anaho said with her cat-like smile. She called me Choji-kun. Choji mentally cheered. Choji leaned forward and took a bite of the now honey-poured, caramel-coated candy apple. Oishi tilde tilde. Delicious tilde. It's so sweet it should be a crime. Choji cheered with shimmering eyes as he held his cheeks. I know, right? Anaho said with her cat smile and a pair of eye smiles. Guess they're in their own little world. Sai said. Takaru and Haruko noticed Choji blushed red as he looked to Anaho, who was blissfully unaware of what was happening with Choji. Oh, well I'll be. Takaru said with a smile as he put his jacket back on. They look like they could be a cute couple. Haruko whispered to Takaru. However, they looked to Naruto to see him possessing a stoic expression as he stared at the pair. Depending if Naruto lets Choji live long enough for that day. Takaru said. I still don't know how to feel about this. Naruto said to himself. Haruko and Takaru sighed with relief. Good. Choji lives. They thought in unison as they sighed with relief. Geez, you're all crowding the center of this place like sardines. They turned to see Minori, with Tsunade and Jiraiya walking to them. Yo, Minori-chan. Naruto greeted with a grin and hand up. You didn't bother dressing up a bit for today, principal. Furin questioned, yet somehow expected this out of her. What's the point? Sure, it's a festival, but I came as Minori Rokuju and this is how Minori Rokuju looks both on the inside and out. Minori said with a grin. You can say that again. All the Tenbi residences thought with dull looks. Besides, Minori suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. You always like the way I look, don't you Naruto? Minori said with seductive eyes and smile as she crossed her arms underneath her breasts and pushed them up a bit. Naruto's nose squirted blood as he smiled dumbly, but he quickly woke up from his perverted daze, as he turned and covered his nose. Yar yar. Kono Onna. Good grief. This woman. Naruto muttered as Minori grinned with superiority. Oh come on. Don't act like you don't like what she did. Jiraiya said, stopping next to Naruto with a grin and his hands on his hips. Who says I don't, you old codger? Naruto said with a dull look to Jiraiya as he took away his hand to show that there was no more blood coming from his nose. By the way, nice threads. Jiraiya was wearing a white muscle shirt, under a black blazer that had the sleeves rolled up under the elbows, blue jeans and dark brown shoes. He also had a gold necklace around his neck with the gold kanji for fortune untied to it. Remember, Tsunade is dressed in a white with dark blue lining and trimming spaghetti strap top which revealed a good portion of her cleavage and had a 4 blue-eyed grass flower designs on the left side of her top with blue markings that looked like blowing wind on it. She wore an open white dress jacket over the top, a royal blue pencil skirt with a slit on the side and black open-toed laced heels. In case anyone needs to be reminded. I know, right, with a look this great, the ladies won't be able to keep their hands off me. Jiraiya said with a grin as he held his chin between the space of his thumb and index, which were extended. That could have been possible if it wasn't for that wart on your nose. Naruto teased with a smirk as he pointed at the wart on the left side of Jiraiya's nose. Oi, it's not noticeable, Jiraiya shouted with a pissed exaggerated expression. You wish. It's like a red flag. Minori exclaimed as she and Naruto laughed with grins on their faces, causing Jiraiya to slump with a sad anime face with an anime tear hanging from his left eye. He felt such low self-esteem at the moment that he decided to ask from the most beautiful, and the nicest of all the women in the large group. Aki-chan, you don't think my deformity is that noticeable, do you? Jiraiya asked with a hopeful grin as he appeared in front of Aki. Well, to be perfectly honest Jiraiya-sama, I couldn't stop staring at it when I first met you. Aki confessed with some reluctance as she had her mid-finger joints at her bottom lip. Jiraiya suddenly was sitting on the ground with his arms around his knees and a gloomy aura surrounding him, while Naruto and Minori laughed their butts off as they had one of their hands on one of Aki's shoulders. Nice one, Aki-chan. That was perfect, Naruto exclaimed as he continued to laugh with a grin. That's my girl. Didn't expect you to ever be so blunt, Minori exclaimed as she also continued to laugh with a grin. I didn't mean to hurt him like that. I was just being honest, Aki said with a small frown and her eyes turned to black dots, as she felt guilty. The Konoha natives looked to Naruto and Minori with tired eyes and frowns. She's like a female Naruto, they all thought. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stopped laughing as he turned his head to see Ino marching over towards him, with Shikamaru and the Finian twins trying to catch up with her. Once she made it over to him, she slapped in across his face, shocking everyone. After a moment of silence, with everyone staring in shock, Ino suddenly screamed with pain as she held the wrist of her now red hand from the pain of slapping the very durable Naruto. Do Shida know what's up? Naruto asked with a stoic expression as he rubbed his cheek. Don't you act all innocent. I can't believe you changed into such scum, Ino shouted with a pissed expression as she pointed at Naruto, surprising everyone. What are you talking about? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as he remained stoic. Oh, don't go acting all cool after the deceitful acts you've taken, Ino said with a pissed anime expression. Shikamaru, do you know what the hell she's talking about? Naruto asked, pointing at Ino. Not getting involved, man. It's your problem. And a really troublesome one at that, Shikamaru said with his hands in his pockets. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion. Ino, what's gotten into you? Choji asked. What's gotten into me is him, Ino shouted pointing at Naruto. May want to rephrase that, Kengo muttered. This jerk has been too timing, Ino shouted. Nani? The Konoha residents questioned with shock, minus Jiraiya and Tsunade. You heard me. This jerk has been dating 8 girls at the same time, Ino shouted, shocking the Konoha residents, again except for Jiraiya and Tsunade. Oh yeah, that's not a big deal to us, Takaru said with his hands behind his head as Syria still did not release her hold on him. The Konoha natives questioned with shock. Yeah, it's been going on like that for a while, Syria said. That's not true. Demetra-chan and I aren't official, Naruto said. What, you mean you're aware of this? Ino shouted. Yeah, Uruchi said. Why is this allowed? Ino questioned. It's not like it's any of our business. Besides, they all are okay with dating the same man, Himegami said with her arms crossed. Unbelievable, Ino shouted. Ino, from what I remembered, weren't we told that Naruto had a harem of girls when Jiraiya-sama showed us he was here this whole time? Shikamaru reminded his friend and the others in case they had forgotten. Oh right, I almost forgot, Kiba said. Yeah, but this many, Ino shouted. How long have you bastards been watching me? Naruto shouting making his friends flinch. Not long, Jiraiya said, being the only brave one to speak. Hold on, so you all are okay with this, the girls he's dating are okay with this, that's it? Ino questioned earning nods from all the Maken world inhabitants. How did this start? Ino questioned. They all just looked to one another. I don't know, Azuki said. It just happened, Yan said with a shrug. How? Well then how do you explain how you're okay with this Mr. Pervert? Ino questioned, turning to Naruto. Okay, 1, even though I find them all super attractive and get lewd thoughts here and there. That comment made Azuki, Kimi, Cha-Cha, Furin, Aki, Yan, and Demetra blush red while Minori just grinned. I'm not in it for sex. I don't know. Naruto turned his head as his cheeks turned red. I guess I'm just too scared to wake up in the morning and see that they're gone. I mean I know people say I should choose and all, but when they make me feel so special, so loved, I just can't help but not choose one when they're all so great and I love them so much, Ibeo. People may say it's wrong, but I just feel something different than what they might, ya know. Naruto said as his cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, and his lips puckered out as he rubbed the back of his head. His Konoha friend stared at him with shocked eyes. The look he had, the tone he spoke with. He sounded so genuine. You're really in love with more than one girl, Ino said with shock. Leave it to Naruto to have something so complicated, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Lucky bastard, Kiba said as he and Lee had anime tears going down their eyes as they shook their fists. It's not luck. Besides, it's a lot of work to make 7, and hopefully 8. That made Demetra blush red. All happy and satisfied. It's tough work, Naruto said. True. And we love you for that Naruto-kun tilde. Cha-Cha chimed with joy as she, along with Kimi, Azuki, Furin, Minori, Aki, Yan and Demetra got close to him, with Cha-Cha, Kimi, Furin and Aki hugging him. Lucky bastard Tilda. Kiba and Lee whined as they had gritting teeth and their fists shook more. Leave it to Naruto to do things the most complex way and make it seem easy. Jiraiya said with a smile. Hinata and Sakura did not like this idea. The boy, no, the man they love has a relationship with at most 8 women. The fact that he's in such a relationship did not sit well with them, especially since they have feelings for him, but as they saw the smile on his face and noticed how happy the girls are with him, they couldn't help but feel a bit tolerable with it since they all seemed to be genuinely happy. Although that didn't quell their feelings for him, and somehow, even though normal girls would just walk away now, they were not normal and vowed to continue their pursuit of him, even if it meant the large possibility of sharing him. Oh, that just did not sit right with them. Oh, Tsunade-sama, Cha-Cha called out. Tsunade looked to the white-haired young lady. Naruto-kun told us about the CRA. Could we all marry Naruto-kun if we wanted to now? Cha-Cha asked, shocking the others. I suppose, but. Great. Cha-Cha cheered as she held Naruto tighter. Hold on. I'm not getting married. At least not yet, Naruto said. Ah Tilda, why not? Cha-Cha whined. I just don't think it's time yet. Just wait until I become 19 or destroy Mayanaka Moon Shikai. Whichever comes first, Naruto said. Cha-Cha whined with a pout. That's too long. But, okay. Cha-Cha said with a grin as she rubbed her cheek against Naruto's own. That'll only work if they are in our world. Here, I'm not sure. Tsunade thought. That can't happen here, but, once I bring both worlds together, I know I can do it in just a few years. Naruto thought with new determination. He was suddenly overshadowed, causing him and his girls to turn their heads to see a towering Hulk-like figure with wounds all over his body. Holy crap, he's huge, the Konoha natives thought. Naruto walked up to the towering person with a stoic expression. The tall man raised his fist, alerting the others, before bringing it down upon Naruto. Naruto slammed his fist against the large person's own, causing a small shockwave. Yo Kai, how have you been? Naruto greeted Kai Kuragasa with a smile. Not bad. It's good to see you again, Naruto. Kai said with a smile. Guess you heard I was leaving for a month, huh? Naruto said as he retracted his fist and had his hands on his hips. Yeah, Principal Minori called up my sensei to let me know, so I came all the way here with him. Your sensei? Who's that? Takaru asked. Someone you should know. Takaru turned to see Akaya. Oh look, Mr. Sparkles finally showed up. Naruto thought with dull eyes. Akaya wore a simple dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, a black tie, black slack and black dress shoes. Akaya pointed his thumb upwards as a man flipped into the air and landed in the center of the group. I have arrived. A man who looked like an adult version of Takaru, with some fuzz on his chin, spoke with pride. Sensei. Aki spoke. Dad, Takaru shouted with shock. Junior. Takaru's father cheered as he ran over to his son, pushed Siri off of his son and hugged him. It's so good to see you again. You have grown. Quit it, Dad. And I go by Takaru, not my middle name. Takaru exclaimed, trying to push his father off of him. Uncle. Anaho cheered with a smile. Uncle Takeshi, it's good to see you again. Haruko greeted Takaru's father, Takeshi, with a smile and bow. Takeshi wore an open green with yellow-green diamond print kimono that was open to reveal a black dress shirt, hakama blue pants and a pair of sandals. Ah yes. It is good to see you too, Haruko-chan. Takeshi said with a smile on his face as he released his son and crossed his arms. Hello sensei. Aki greeted her old teacher with a bow. Hey old man. Minori greeted with a grin, wink and fist up. Minori-chan tilde. Still the young, informal firecracker as always I see. Takeshi said as he walked over to his old students. And Aki-chan, you've grown nicely. Takeshi said as he slapped Aki's breasts, making her blush red and flinch, while everyone had their jaws dropped. Jiraiya's own dropped as he gained a nosebleed from the sight of Aki's breasts bouncing from being slapped. Damn old man. Takaru thought with annoyance of his father's action, but they all felt the air surrounding them run cold, shocking them. Suddenly Takeshi's arm was grabbed tightly, making everyone turn to see it was Naruto. Naruto. Takaru spoke his friend's name with some new fear. Connecting the dots, he knew his father made a grave mistake since Aki is one of Naruto's girls. Naruto's hair started to rise as his eyes were blank and visible despite the rest of his face being shadowed. The ground beneath him cracked apart, shocking everyone, and if that wasn't enough, orbs of element from the earth itself started to rise into the air. Don't you ever touch Aki-chan like that again. Ever. Naruto said as he tightened his grip on Takeshi's arm, making him groan in agony as he felt his arm getting crushed. Naruto-kun, wait, Aki exclaimed. That's enough, Haruko exclaimed. Calm down, Minori said nonchalantly with a calm expression and half-lidded eyes as her hand moved faster than the eye could see as Naruto's hair fell back into place and his face revealed to be more relaxed and eyes returned to normal. What did you do to me? Naruto asked. I just summoned my natural heated element to my fingertips and hit you at the most relaxing pressure points to calm you. Don't think of it like an instant stay in a steam room. Minori briefly explained. All the Konoha natives stared at the two in shock. They couldn't believe how strong Naruto truly was, and all he did was show a bit of rage and crushing a man's arm a bit. What his full extent of power was is a scary thought, as much as how much of a powerful person Minori proved to be in that instant of calming him own. Those of Tenbi just sighed with relief, already knowing the power behind Naruto. So you're Naruto, Takeshi said. I've heard of you as the man who defeated Oken, or Yamato Takaru as they called him. Have to say I'm amazed, Takeshi said with a smile, but Naruto stared at him with a stoic expression. I can see you really care about Aki-chan, seeing as you were ready to cripple me for what I had done. You really never changed your habits, huh sensei? Minori said with a smirk and shrug. Nope. Anyway, I'm happy she's in your hands now, Takeshi said with a grin. And also in the hands of an alpha male. Aki's always had a turn on for the alpha male type, Takeshi said with a sly grin, surprising the others at what turned on Aki, while the brunette's entire face turned red. Sensei tilde. Aki whined as she started smacking her fists lightly against the side of Takeshi's head. What? It's true. Takeshi defended himself, while not defending himself physically. Would explain a lot, Takaru said with a tired smile and arms crossed. Seeing as how she fell for Naruto and all, Kengo agreed with his own tired smile as he nodded. Well, I don't think I'm really considered the alpha male type, Naruto said with a blush and scratching his left cheek with his finger. Takaru and Kengo appeared next to him with their arms crossed and having half-lidded eyes and frowns on their faces. Well, I mean I may get a little aggressive from time to time. Takaru and Kengo leaned closer to him. Okay, maybe a lot, Naruto said with a pout and his hand to his hip, as the other still held Takeshi's arm. Takaru and Kengo leaned in closer. Alright, so I may get territorial with the girls I love and get pissed off and beat people I don't like and want to kill anyone who touches and flirts with my girlfriends. Whatever, Naruto shouted with annoyance. Heh. Takaru and Kengo laughed with toothy grins and eye smiles. Sasuke and Sakura stared at Naruto's interaction with Kengo and Takaru. They seemed to be real close friends. Sai spoke. With how territorial and demanding you get, you could make the girls do anything on a single whim, or even for a perverted fantasy. Kengo joked with a grin. Like even make them play dress up or role play, especially with tight lingerie. Takaru joked with his own grin. Suddenly Naruto released his hold on Takeshi and wrapped his arms around Takaru and Kengo's necks, choking them a bit from the strength and pressure. Yakamashi Yuto Shisa, Ero Bakas. Naruto growled with a pissed anime expression, talking through gritting teeth. I feel that's how best friends very much act, yes, Sai said to Sakura and Sasuke. I guess, Sasuke said. Sakura stayed silent as she stared at the three with somber eyes, but she smiled to see Naruto happy. He seems to be very happy here, with all of them. Sakura thought with a smile as Naruto released his hold on Takaru and Kengo as a smiling Yuka appeared before him with a kunai to his face, causing the blonde to back away with his hands up and an uneasy look on his face. Anyway, this part of the festival seems boring. Let us take it to the south wing, Takeshi exclaimed, thrusting his fist into the air. Why? Takaru asked. Why, there resides a large area where many are dancing and also a large banquet is in the same area. Takeshi answered with a smile and a shine around him as he had his chin in between the space of his extended thumb and index. Banquet, Choji and Anaho exclaimed with new joy and excitement. All right, the two high-fived. Let's go Choji-kun. Anaho cheered as she grabbed Choji's hand and started running towards the south side of the festival. She's touching my hand, and she called me Choji-kun again. Choji thought with a red blush as his eyes were shadowed. Hey, wait up, I'm hungry too, Fu exclaimed. Me too, let's go Takaru-kun, Syria exclaimed as she grabbed Takaru's arm and ran off. Syria, hold on, Haruko shouted as she ran after Takaru and Syria. Yay, let's go eat, Cha-Cha cheered with her fists thrust into the air as she ran off. I agree, let us reinvigorate ourselves with the finest nourishment this world has to offer. Lee cheered with a fist pump as he ran off. Let's go Uchiha, I'm starving, Himegami said with her hands on her hips as she walked off. TCH. This woman, Sasuke complained as he followed Kodama, still holding her items. Guess there's no time to waste, Uruchi said with her hands behind her head as she walked off. Soon enough everyone started to head towards the south side of the festival. Naruto sighed as he put on his jacket, but smiled as he was happy everyone was getting along. Hey Naruto. Naruto turned his head to see Ino looking to the ground with her hands together. Sorry about slapping you, she apologized. No worries. I'm just happy that you cared so much. Naruto said with a smile, making Ino smile at how understanding and forgiving Naruto was. Now that she thought about it, yeah, he's a catch. Once they all made it to the center of the south side of the festival, they heard music and saw people dancing. There were also large banquets and buffets around with all kinds of delicious foods, like sweet meatballs, juicy steaks, all kinds of different fish cooked in different ways like poached, fried, etc., desserts like sundaes that are somehow still cold. Anything that's a food, you name it. Whoa Tilda, there's so much. Anaho chimed with her cat-like smile as she and Choji stared at the buffet with shining eyes as they felt excited. I don't know which to try, Choji said as he started drooling. Oh, Anaho grabbed a plate and quickly placed 20 sweet meatball, then grabbed a small dipper spoon of sauce and poured it on the meatballs. Naruto ni-sama taught me how to make some tasty stuff and what tastes even better when you mix them together. Try this Choji-kun, Anaho said with her cat-like smile as she extended the plate to Choji. Choji blushed red as he looked to Anaho. He took one of the meatball and popped it into his mouth. His eyes suddenly widened. You my Tilda. Delicious, Choji cheered with starry eyes. Great, huh, sweet meatballs taste even better with tangy mango sauce poured on it. Anaho said with her trademark smile and a pair of eye smiles. You're a genius Anaho-chan. Choji cheered with a grin as he ate more, making Anaho giggle with a blush at the compliment while Manji meowed in agreement. Takaru and Kengo cheered with sparks in their eyes, their fists pumped and their cheeks reddened. Miko girls. They cheered as they noticed that there were also girls dressed as Mikos, with some of them having their cleavages exposed. Sugoi Tilda. Takaru cheered with a grin. This is just too good. Kengo cheered. However, they suddenly turned around and took deep breaths in through their noses as their eyes were closed. I am taken. I will not be consumed by temptation. They both chanted with shaking fists as they tried to resist the pervy fantasies and desires with all of their might. Our boys, Yuka said as she gently clapped her hands together twice. It's nice to see that they really are trying, Haruko said with a smile. They then heard sounds of a camera making them turn to see Jiraiya was taking pictures of the Miko girls. He noticed the girls staring at him with frowns. What? It's research. Jiraiya defended himself. We envy you, Lord Jiraiya. Takaru and Kengo exclaimed as they bowed on their hands and knees to Jiraiya with their heads pressed against the ground. At ease, men, Jiraiya said with a smile and hand up. Suddenly Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya's camera and crushed it in the palm of her hand. No tilde tilde tilde. Last time I checked, none of these girls are 18, you old pervert. Tsunade said with a twitching eyebrow and her eyes closed as her hands were on her hips. 18 and over, Jiraiya thought as he turned from her and started taking out an extra camera from inside his jacket. His eyes glanced to Aki, and as if on cue, her breasts bounced on their own, making him grin and giggle perversely. Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. Jiraiya thought with perverted glee. Say, Aki-chan, why don't you change into a Miko outfit and dance as well? Jiraiya suggested, causing Takaru and Kengo's jaws to drop as blood shot from their nostrils. However, the feeling of perversion faded when Naruto appeared behind Aki with his arms crossed as his whole face, but now white eyes were shadowed and his hair rising. It's just a suggestion, of course. Nothing major, Jiraiya said with a now nervous grin. I guess that would be fine, Aki said with the tip of her finger against her chin. Jiraiya, Takaru and Kengo had excited, exaggerated expressions on their faces. Maybe that's not a good idea, Naruto said with a calm, stoic expression. Why? It's just a change of clothing and dancing, Aki said to Naruto. Trust me, you can dance without the outfit. True, but what do you have against the clothing? Aki asked. Well, Naruto looked down to Aki's breast, feeling his crotch tingle as he stared at Aki's cleavage for a moment. I mean you'd look nice in it, Naruto said looking to the side, making Aki blush. But just trust me, don't, Naruto said as he gave a stoic glare at his pervert of a godfather. Aki looked to the ground as she thought things over. If he thinks I look good in it. Aki then grabbed her breasts. I'll wear one later. Come on Takaru-kun, let's dance, Siria chimed as she grabbed onto Takaru's wrist. Wait. Come, let us share a passionate dance of youth Haruko-san. Lee cried as he took Haruko's hand. Wait a minute. Haruko exclaimed. Takaru and Haruko were suddenly dragged to the dance area, but as they stopped and were brought close to their partner, they were surprised to see that instead of Siria or Lee, they were with each other. They both blushed in surprise and were rightfully confused on what had happened. Takaru and Haruko turned to see that Lee and Siria were holding each other tight and pretty close. You're not Takaru-kun. And you are not Haruko-san. What has happened? Takaru and Haruko were majorly confused, but then they heard a whistle making them turn to see Naruto smiling at them with his arms crossed as Golden Asura's hand was out and waving to them. They smiled at the blonde, happy with what he did. You can always count on Naruto. Takaru said with a smile. Yes. Yes you can. Haruko said with her own smile. The moment they turned to one another, they blushed red as they stared into each other's eyes. We're pretty darn close, don't you think? Takaru said with a nervous grin as his eyes looked away while his cheeks reddened. Yes. Yes we are. Haruko said looking down to the side with a bashful smile as her cheeks became hotter and turned a deeper shade of red. But, Takaru looked to Haruko. I don't mind it. Haruko said with a bashful, yet cute look, her cheeks still red hot. Takaru looked to her with wide eyes as he felt his whole face turn red. Should I lead? Takaru asked as he looked to the ground, except his line of sight was covered by Haruko's H-cup breasts. If you can. Haruko said look down as well. The two slowly started to dance, via waltzing first. Naruto just smiled, happy to help the two, but then he noticed Kiba, Neji and Shino staring at Golden Asura's hand with wide eyes. Well he knew Neji and Kiba were, but it was hard to tell with Shino, because, sunglasses. Naruto quickly retracted Golden Asura's hand as he turned his head and whistled a short tune. Oh, yo, guitars. Naruto said as he walked away without looking suspicious, despite his three friends already seeing a part of Golden Asura. Naruto walked up to a music stand selling guitars. Mind if I try one? Naruto asked. Go right ahead. The girl vendor with short brunette hair said with a smile. Naruto took one of the guitars and strummed it to see how it sounded. After a little tuning, he closed his eyes and started to play a new rhythm, catching the attention of other people in the surrounding area, before he sang a quick song. Just something I made up for this moment, so imagine any kind of guitar rhythm that will fit the lyrics the best you can. The waves so cold. To my chained soul. I suddenly see a vision of beauty. Such a beautiful smile. I go for a century's mile. Just to have you turn to me so elegantly tilde. To my chained up soul. Your heart's my goal. We reach out and grasp so gently. Sealed with a kiss. My heartbeat takes a miss. Once separate I speak so lovely tilde. You hold my heart. Never break apart. Your warmth is so enchantingly. In this warmth so pure. Now I know for sure. That I want you. To love, me tilde tilde tilde. Naruto finished playing the short song, and once he opened his eyes, he looked surprised to see all the guys have their jaws drop, while women stared at him with hearts for eyes and arousal. Naruto's friends from Konoha. Safe to say they were rightfully shocked. Where did this come from? Is this a new skill he picked up in this world? Oh, if only they knew. Naruto chuckled, feeling embarrassed as he placed the guitar on the counter in front of the female vendor. Thanks for letting me use it. Naruto said with a grin. No problem. It's yours if you want. The brunette girl vendor said with hearts for eyes and her hands interlocked together as hearts floated from her head. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle bashfully at how much this vendor and others appreciated his talent. Naruto decided to walk away and find something to do. He noticed Azuki standing alone with her arms crossed. A thought came to him. Naruto walked over to her with his hands in his pockets. Azuki noticed that he made it to her. Once stopping in front of her presence, he took out his hand from his pocket and extended it to Azuki. May I have this dance? Naruto asked. Nani? Are you serious? Azuki questioned with a red tint on her cheeks. Yeah, of course. It's our thing after all. Naruto said with a grin. I'm surprised you're still able to say that so nonchalantly after I danced with that Leandre guy. Azuki said looking to the ground. Hey, the past is the past. Besides, I've been trusted with your heart, haven't I? So why talk about a guy who never had a chance? Naruto said with a smile. Azuki looked to him for a moment, before smiling at him. Yeah, Azuki said as she extended her hand and took Naruto's. Let's go do our thing. Azuki said with a grin and fist pump. Suddenly Naruto sent her spinning like a tornado towards the dance area, then flashed to the center where he grabbed and dipped her with one arm. I'll lead. Naruto said in a husky, sexy tone and half-lidded eyes as his face leaned closer to Azuki's own blushing face. Okay. Azuki said with a dumb, dreamy smile, clearly losing herself to her boyfriend's charm. Naruto stood them both up and spun Azuki away while holding her hand and brought her back, wrapping his arm around her waist as they waltz a bit. He spun her away, holding her hand again, brought her back and dipped her, before spun her a bit away again and then spun her around in place, before bringing her back and lifted her into the air and spun around 360 as he held her up. He bounced her off his hand and caught her in his arms and dipped her again, making her laugh with joy. The men of Konoha stared at Naruto in shock as their jaws dropped comically. He can dance? Shizune questioned with wide eyes. Yep, he can. Jiraiya said. Pretty funny that Naruto of all people could do this, huh? Jiraiya said with a grin. You knew he could dance this whole time? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. Yep. A girl named Shizuka helped him. He used to just jump around like an idiot. Jiraiya said with a grin. And did you know he could play guitar and sing? Yes, I did. Although I laughed, because of how unexpected it was. Jiraiya said with a smile. Why would you laugh, you idiot? Hasn't the thought occurred to you that something like that would hurt his self-esteem? I honestly never thought of that. Jiraiya said. You baka. Tsunade said with her eyes closed and hands on her hips. What? I'm not an expert on kids. Jiraiya said. Even though you pretty much raised 3 by yourself. Tsunade said looking to her teammate. Touché Harem. Touché. Jiraiya said with a frown. Jiraiya suddenly grinned as he took a picture of Naruto and Azuki as they were in a special dancing position. Azuki's back rested against the front of Naruto's body, with the blonde's left hand on her hip and right hand on the side of her torso as they grind their hips in place. Nice. Naruto spun her away, then spun her around him from behind, tossed her up in the air, making everyone look in awe as Azuki spun in the air. As she descended, Naruto caught her and moved her around to his back, taking her from one hand to another, and dipped her in front of himself, making her giggle with glee. He spun her away, still holding her hand, spun her around in front of him and to the other side, before bringing her close to him, as he brought his face to her neck and gave a deep sniff as he brought his mouth to her ear and kissed it, making her laugh with a red blush. Naruto then spun her far away from him, making her seem like a tornado as she spun all the way across from him, but Naruto suddenly appeared on the other side in a golden flash and grabbed her effortlessly with an arm and dipped her to the side, making her laugh with glee, while he smirked with his eyes closed and his other hand on his hip. Naruto brought her close and waltzed forward, spun her away, brought her back, spun her in place, tossed her up a bit, causing her to spin, caught her, and held her on his side, and spun around as he kept her feet off the ground, stopped, spun her away and brought her close, with her face in front of his and kissed her lips, before spinning her like a tornado in place, and lowered her, making her bend her knees as she continued to spin like a tornado, before rising her back up, and then tossed her into the air. As she continued to spin, suddenly Naruto appeared up above her in a golden flash, grabbed her by the waist and brought her close, bringing the front of her torso to his own, before they flashed away back onto the floor as Naruto dipped her, bringing his face close to her own, smiling as she sweated a bit, but still smiled. Azuki suddenly cupped his cheek and kissed her, both of them closing their eyes as everyone cheered and clapped their hands at their dance. Still knows how to shock a person. Takaru said with a smile and continued to clap his hands. That's Naruto for you, Haruko said with a smile. Everyone from Naruto's world looked in pure shock and disbelief. The men still had their jaws dropped. Jiraiya just laughed, but was immediately smacked by both Minori and Tsunade, which sent him skidding forward onto the ground at their combined strength, despite it technically being light hits from them. That wasn't something to laugh at, baka. Tsunade said. Some role model he can be. Peeks on women and laughs at someone's skills. Minori said with her arms crossed. I know, right, Tsunade said with a smirk. Ow. My face. Jiraiya mentally whined. Kai Kuragasa watched the two with a smile and his arms crossed. So Kai. Takeshi spoke as he stood next to Kai. Is that her? Takeshi asked. Yeah, she's in good hands though. Kai said, still retaining his smile as he saw Naruto stood back up, picking up Azuki with himself. Do you love her? Takeshi asked. I don't know. Honestly, I liked her for her looks before, but then I fell in love with her personality, but Naruto, he had more time with her. He got to see the real her. He fell in love with the girl underneath the mask. I think I just fell for the mask itself. Kai said with somber eyes. I was a fool, but the kind of fool who still cares for her as a person. I see. Takeshi said looking to Kai. Do you wish for a second chance? Nah, I told you, I fell in love with the mask. I'm just sad that I didn't get to know underneath it. Hell, I don't think I cared for underneath it, but Naruto did. He got to see everything that is the unique person known as Azuki Shinatsu. I never did. That's what pisses me off so much. That I never got the chance and that I was stupid enough to only be in love with a mask. I actually feel happy to see her happy with the right man. Kai said with a bright smile. He suddenly heard sniffing, making him turn to see his sensei with crying anime tears with his fist shaking. Kuragasa, you truly have grown into a strong young man. Takeshi exclaimed with pride in his student. Thanks sensei. Kai said scratching his cheek with his cheek. Naruto and Azuki were walking to the others, who were either cheering or still in shock. Naruto's arm was wrapped around her waist with her body being pressed against the side of his body. Azuki couldn't help but smile. She truly does love her boyfriend. Still as nimble on your feet as ever, Fox Baka. Himegami said with a smirk and her hands on her knees. Sasuke, who was still holding her stuff, was right next to her with his mouth gaped, so she graciously pushed the bottom of his jaw back up, closing his mouth. Thanks, Naruto said with a grin as he rubbed the back of his head. Dance with me now, Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha cheered as she sped past everyone and grabbed Naruto in the blink of an eye, causing Azuki to spin and fall on her bottom. Azuki moaned with pain as she rubbed her tailbone. She noticed a pair of hands making her look to see it was Kimi offering both of her hands to Azuki. Are you okay, Azuki-ne-sama? Kimi asked. Azuki couldn't help but smile as she took her hands, as Kimi used all her might to lift up Azuki. Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, it's Cha-Cha after all. Azuki said as she turned to see a grinning Cha-Cha spinning a now dizzy Naruto around, who had swirls for eyes, in the center of the dancing area, while everyone watched with amusement. She's always been the one who was the craziest for Naruto, after all. Azuki said as she and Kimi stared at Naruto and Cha-Cha with smiles as their mocha-skinned teammate grinned as she hugged the still dizzy Naruto close, rubbing her cheek against his own. I'm next, Yan said with her arms crossed. Oh hell no, Kimi's next, Azuki shouted. Kimi looked to Azuki in surprise with anime eyes. And why's that? Yan questioned with a half-lidded gaze. Because she's one of the top 3, and as one of them, she is allowed to dance with Naruto before anyone who is fourth and after. Azuki said with her arms crossed. Am I really allowed to skip like that? Kimi said to herself with a blush on her cheeks and her fingertip pressed to her lip. Is this some sort of law you created just now? Yan questioned as she narrowed her eyes at Azuki as she walked over towards Azuki. Does it matter? You came way too late anyway. Azuki said as she walked over towards Yan. Oh no, not again. Kimi said with worry. So what number would that make me? Yan questioned as she and Azuki continued to walk towards one another. Let's see. 4th would be Furin, 5th I would believe makes Principal Minori. Oi, I'm number 1. Minori shouted with a pissed anime face at a high volume and her fist thrust into the air, causing people around her to flinch at her sudden action. This woman definitely is like Naruto. Neji said with a frown and his arms crossed. Aki would be. Let me stop you there. Yan said as she and Azuki stopped in front of one another. Last I checked, I'm the one who dated him 4th. Last I checked he fell for Furin 4th. Azuki said. Oh so now it's ranked on falling in love, huh? And how would you know this? Have you been keeping an eye on him everywhere he goes? Now I see why they call you Hawk. You really like to stalk your prey. Yan said as she and Azuki glared at one another with lightning coming from their eyes, colliding with one another. Oh no, Kimi said with new fear as she and the other sensed a dark aura coming from the two, as if walking towards the two would be the equivalent of going into the beast's den. Man, the girls in this world are scary. Kiba moaned with fear. Yar yar. Naruto spoke as he walked up next to Kimi with Cha-Cha having her arms wrapped around his neck with a wide smile on her face as heart came from her head and popped only to be replaced by more. Those two can't decide to let things go for one day, can they? Naruto said with his hands in his pockets. It's only been a few months, but you should know them by now. Kimi said with a smile to Naruto. True. They are my girlfriends after all. Naruto said with a smirk as he looked to Kimi. Naruto. Naruto looked to see Azuki and Yan walk up to him. Fix this. What number am I? Yan asked. What are you talking about? Naruto asked. This monkey. That earned Yan an annoyed glare and gritting teeth. Says I am number 6, when I should be number 4 because I was the 4th one who dated you. And she says she's the 1st, when she should be 3rd, from what I've heard from Cha-Cha. What? Azuki shouted as she glared to Cha-Cha. I kind of boasted. Maybe, a little. Cha-Cha said with a nervous smile. Azuki growled with a twitching eyebrow, making Cha-Cha chuckle with a nervous grin. Wait, are you two having an argument by placing my love for all of you in number form? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. They nodded in confirmation. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Naruto said shaking his head lightly. Azuki and Yan glared at him as they growled. Don't look at me like that, that's your own fault. Naruto said with a stoic look, keeping his hands in his pockets. Would this mean that I'm number 1? Cha-Cha asked with a small smile and anime eyes. The Konoha native stare at Naruto in surprise and amazement that he was so calm in a situation like this with having, admittedly, 2 frightening women, while those of Tenbi saw it as nothing new since they were used to it. Whoa, dude's got guts. Kiba said with shock at how brave Naruto was now in the presence of 2 scary women. Around here, we call that having balls. Kengo said with a smirk. I like that, Kiba said with a grin. Holy shit, I just remembered you always have a dog with you. Kengo shouted, pointing at Kiba. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody noticed. You see, Akamaru saw this kitten that looked like she was made of blue fire, and it was with her. Kiba pointed to Fu who was eating a sundae from the buffet. Oh you mean Fu. I guess she was supposed to watch Matabi and the others. Where are they now? She left them with, well, a very muscular guy who also was cross-dressing. Kiba said with an uncomfortable look. Oh that must have been the boss of Macaroon Mansion. Naruto and Azuki Senpai work there. Kengo said. Hey Fu, where are the baby bijus? Kengo asked the mint-haired teen, making all the Konoha natives look to him in shock. Baby Biju. They all thought with shock. Oh, they're somewhere between the south and west side. Fu said with a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth. Naruto, what is this about baby Biju? Jiraiya asked, rubbing his face from the injury of it surfing against the stone ground. Oh that. Naruto started rubbing the back of his head. Well you see, somehow Mayanaka Moon Shikai, pretty much, stole chakra of the Biju and spliced them with humans. You mean the Biju hybrids? Yes. Lee asked. You know of them? Syria asked, turning her head to Lee. Oh right, I forgot. You all spied on me. Naruto said with a stoic look, but they could tell he was annoyed. His friends from Konoha chuckled and smiled nervously as they looked away from his gaze. Anyway, yeah, they came from them. I stuck my hand in their chest and ripped them out without killing them. It was like my hand was that of a ghost. Naruto said nonchalantly with a hand up. They came out as eggs made of their original being's body. Once they hatched, they appeared as baby versions of the originals. They're a piece of the original tailed beast spirits. I don't know how they attained them and the chakra, but my guess is they somehow infiltrated the Akatsuki base. Those of Konoha were now worried. The terrorists from this world are now identified as more dangerous than Akatsuki. To steal chakra from kidnapped tailed beasts from the most dangerous terrorist group from their own world without being noticed immediately puts them far higher than Akatsuki. How many do you have? Tsunade asked. The first 3. Naruto said. Do you know how many of the tailed beast chakra they have? Tsunade asked with new worry. They have all but the 8th. Naruto said with a stoic expression. Immediately everyone got worried. The Maken key members were a bit uneasy, but they had known the truth. They even knew about the Jinchurikis that were kept alive. Naruto, are you sure they have yours too? Fu asked with worry. They'd be stupid not to. I mean they did operate on me. No doubt they had to have collected Kurama's chakra. Naruto said. Kurama, is that the Kyuubi's real name? Kakashi thought. You told them my name, you baka. Kurama screamed with rage. Excuse me, Fu. Neji spoke, earning the mint-haired mocha-skinned girl's attention. You said Naruto saved you earlier. From the same people, yes. Neji asked, earning a nod from Fu and the others' attention. Does that mean, the other Jinchuriki that the Akatsuki had captured, are they alive as well? Neji asked, shocking the others. Fu looked to the ground with a sad expression. Yes. From what Naruto has told me, the Jinchuriki from 2 to 6 are still in their capture. They're right now being kept alive only to be milked. Fu said, shocking all the Konoha natives. Naruto had somber eyes. Naruto, you never told me this. Sakura said. How can I? It's a sensitive subject. Naruto said. But they're just like you. You could have told us. For what reason? I already promised myself that I'd save them someday, but now is not the right time. Naruto said. But they're Jinchuriki. You could have saved them as well back then, especially with the strength you possess now. No, I couldn't. It would have been too risky. Naruto said. But. You really have a problem. Yan said with her eyes closed. Excuse me, Sakura exclaimed. You're questioning something you have only discovered. We've known for a while, but we do not question it, because we don't know all the details. You're acting like you know what's best with a situation you don't know anything important about and with a, because it's the right thing to do, attitude. You really are something, Yan said with her arms crossed and eyes still closed. Yan, please, Naruto said with a stoic, yet stern tone. This is a situation that could affect everyone. Sakura argued. Then what about Naruto and Fu? Don't you think it's affecting them the most? Yan asked, causing Sakura's eyes to widen. That's my point. Naruto should feel affected by this so much that he should. Sakura, that's enough. Naruto shouted, causing her to flinch as she and the others looked to Naruto to see pain in his eyes. What part of I couldn't were you unable to understand? When I said I couldn't, I mean I couldn't. Naruto said with shadowed eyes. I'm not strong enough. It was hard enough getting Fu out of there without being recaptured and you're scolding me for not trying to save all of them. I wanted to, but the Kyuubi told me not to because of how risky it was. Naruto said, shocking everyone. The Kyuubi convinced him not to. Tsunade thought with shock. Interesting. Jiraiya thought with a serious expression. Naruto tightened his fist. Don't you think I felt disgusted and horrified? People who are just like me, who have suffered for the sake of keeping their homes safe, who have been scorned, ignored and hated are now being used as cattle to be milked for their chakra. The thought of them being used as weapons angers me and what's worse is that I'm still too weak to save them. Any of them. Naruto growled as his fist burst into red flames, surprising those of Maken and Venus. Only a certain number of them had seen this color of flames before. The thought of others using them who have suffered long enough as nothing but weapons for their own gain. Naruto's flames disappeared as he had a somber look upon his face. I feel as though I finally understand the Biju. All the Konoha natives stared at Naruto, shell-shocked by his words. I want to destroy Mayanaka Moon Shikai and liberate my brethren. The only difference is that Mayanaka Moon Shikai is a danger to everyone and not just my own people. Naruto said with closed eyes. Everyone stayed silent. For the Konoha natives, from what Naruto had said, they now view the Biju in a new light. They had never thought of it that way. They always saw them as dangerous monsters, but now with how Naruto explained it, it sounds like they were more of monsters by seeing them as nothing but monsters that could be used as weapons. That's also how a Jinchuriki feels. Jiraiya thought. They feel the same pain as the Biju. The only difference is that they have shorter lifespans. For the Biju, they have lived for centuries. Despite all the pain given to them, it is that pain that allows a Jinchuriki to understand a Biju. I don't know whether to be happy that Naruto truly understands them now, or feel saddened. Jiraiya's eyes became somber as he stared at Naruto. Poor Gaki. Everyone stayed silent. You want to touch my breasts to feel better, Naruto-kun? Cha-Cha asked, causing everyone to look at her in shock. Sure. Naruto said. What? Oh hell no. Sakura shouted. Not in public. Damn it, Cha-Cha. Azuki shouted. I'll give her an A for guts. Yan said with dull eyes. Take it, Naruto. It's an offer no man can refuse. Jiraiya said with his camera ready, but Tsunade snatched it away and crushed it as well. Heim tilde. Jiraiya whined with anime tears. Do it, man, do it. Kiba said with an excited grin and shaking fists. I agree. Kengo said with a smirk and his arms crossed. Oh, for the love of. Neji said with a frown, eyes closed and arms crossed. She's really bold. Tenten said with wide exaggerated eyes. Her flames of youth are amazing, tilde. Lee cheered with a shaking fist and steam coming out his nose, earning a dull, annoyed look from his teammates, minus Guy Sensei who nodded in agreement. That's Cha-Cha Ne-chan for you. Fu said with an embarrassed smile and sweat drop. I like her hot-blooded attitude. Koshi said with a proud smile and fists to his hips, while his adopted son, Kaiomi sighed. These girls are very bold. Bigger sluts than the ones back home. Sai said with a smile, but suddenly he was electrocuted by Himegami and Yuruchi, causing him to be charred, and fall to the ground. I was going to punch him for that actually, but, Ino looked to Himegami and Yuruchi, before jumping to them and wrapping her arms around their petite frames. I like you girls. Ino exclaimed with a toothy grin, causing Himegami to sigh with annoyance and Yuruchi to chuckle nervously with a blush as she felt one of Ino's boobs press against her. Get away from me, Himegami said with annoyance. She heard Sasuke give a small chuckle. What's so funny, Uchiha? Kodama questioned with a twitching eyebrow. Just glad to meet a girl with common sense after all these years. Sasuke said with a smirk looking to Himegami. Kodama blinked her eyes at him, before smiling with her eyes closed. You know, Naruto, if you want to fondle a bigger pair to make you feel better, you can do mine. Minori said with a grin, pointing at her own breasts, shocking the others and making the men's nose bleed, minus Neji, Shino, Shikamaru and Sai. Principal. Furin shouted with shock and distaste for Minori's suggestion. Oh, or mine. Aki spoke up, causing all the men's noses to shoot out hoses of blood. Aki-sensei. Furin exclaimed with shock at the school nurse's sudden bold action. Oh my. Yuka said with a smile and her hands clapped together. How scandalous. Minerva said with her own smile. Do you want to feel my breasts, Takaru-kun tilde? Syria chimed with a smile as she got close to Takaru. No, that's fine. Takaru said with his hands up as Syria got closer. There will be no breast touching. Haruko shouted, getting in between Takaru and Syria. Oh poo tilde. You're just saying that because you want Takaru-kun to feel your breasts. Syria said, making Haruko blush red, along with Takaru, but the male of the pair had blood shoot out his nose and fainted. Take. Haruko exclaimed with worry as she knelt down and picked him up a bit, but she then noticed that Hinata's entire face was red with her eyes shrunk and she wasn't moving. Excuse me, Neji-san, but I think your cousin is not feeling well. Haruko said to Neji, causing him to look to Hinata to see her state. Hinata-sama. You're so caring, Haruko-san. Lee said as he knelt in front of her and grabbed her hand with his right as his left was on his left pectoral over his heart. Oh, well thank you, Lee. Haruko said with a nervous smile. Back off. She's mine. Takaru shouted as he reawakened with a pissed exaggerated expression. Say Aki-san, Minori-san, I'm pretty depressed. Do you mind if I? Before Jiraiya could finish, he was shot in the bottom by a golden fireball, causing him to scream as he jumped into the air, holding his bottom. That was a warning shot, you old fart. Naruto said with an annoyed expression. See what you did, Cha-Cha. Azuki said to her eccentric roommate. Yep. Cha-Cha turned a bad mood into a good one. Everything is back to normal. Cha-Cha cheered with a grin, eye smiles and peace sign. Everyone looked to her in surprise before laughing at how her unorthodox suggestion changed everyone's mood so significantly. She's a strange one, Yamato said with a smile. Yes, she is. She somehow has an uncanny ability with groups, just like Naruto. Demetra said with a small smile. I hear ya, Yamato agreed. Anaho and Choji looked to the group in confusion. What was happening? Anaho asked. I don't know, I was paying more attention to the food. Choji said. Same here. Holy crap, you two ate like half of the buffet already. Takaru shouted, making everyone look only for them all to have comical shocked expression. Sorry, we couldn't help ourselves. Anaho said with an embarrassed blush and her cat smile as she rubbed the back of her head. The food was really tasty. Choji said with his own embarrassed blush and smile as he patted his belly. Oh wait, didn't you say there was more nearby, Fusan? Anaho asked. Yeah, Macaroon Mansion has their own banquet over near in between the west and south side from here. Fu said, only for Anaho and Choji to bolt, leaving a dust cloud as they headed over to find the banquet. I think they're in trouble. Fu said. You mean the cooks, right? I hear you. Choji's bad enough, but now with this girl, I feel sorry for them. Ino said with a frown and half-lidded eyes. Well then, Naruto said as he put his hands in his pockets with his eyes shadowed. He started walking away, following Choji and Anaho's trail. Naruto, where are you going? Ino asked. I'm going over to the banquet to help. Naruto said. You're going to stop Choji and that girl all by yourself? Ino questioned with a dull look. Naruto stopped. Stop them. No, Naruto said, confusing the others. I'm the head chef of Macaroon Mansion, and I figure it is my job to prepare cooked meals for the populace. Naruto said as he turned to them with a grin and jabbed his thumb to himself. I mean I am the best chef around, Datbeo. Naruto turned away and continued to walk. Wait up, I'm hungry too, Cha-Cha exclaimed. Me too, Kimi exclaimed as she hurried. Oh Kimi, I still owe you a dance later, right? Naruto asked turning his head to his girlfriend. You remembered. Kimi cheered as everyone else decided to follow them. Of course, you're my girlfriend after all, Naruto said, making Kimi blush and smile. I think someone needs to help Neji with Hinata. Takaru said pointing to the Hyuga cousin. Neji was trying to snap Hinata out of her stupor state, but Sakura walked over, and picked up Hinata and now carried her away in her arm like a wooden board, since she is as stiff as one now. Couldn't you carry her some other way? Neji asked with a tired, annoyed tone and expression. In this state, afraid not. Sakura said pointing to the still stiff as a board red Hinata. The group was now walking past what looked like a games area, with those normal games like hit the bottles, fish for goldfish, and get the rubber frogs in the rotating lily pads, remember those, like from Adventure Land. God, I love those games. Naruto noticed Choji in line for the high striker game, better known as the strength tester. He noticed Anaho on the sidelines, so he walked up to her. I thought you guys would be at the banquet by now, Naruto said as he reached for Manji, still atop of Anaho's head, and scratched the kitten's chin, getting a purr out of him. Well, we were making great time, but I stopped and noticed that. Anaho pointed to a large cute plushie of Kurama. I thought it was so cute I wanted it. Then Choji-kun decided to play and get it for me, Anaho said with her cat smile, turning to Naruto. I see, Naruto said looking to Choji. I just really want it, because it'll remind me of Uni-sama. Naruto looked to Anaho in surprise to see her looking at Choji. I'll miss you when you leave, Anaho said with somber eyes, but kept a smile. Naruto suddenly hugged her, surprising her. I'll miss you too, Imouto. I love you, Naruto said with a smile. Anaho couldn't help but smile and hug him back. Everyone looked to the two with a smile. Choji noticed this, and couldn't help but smile at the two. She really does love him. Like he was her real brother. Choji thought. Okay, next, a game vendor said. Right. Choji earned a new look of determination as he slammed his hands onto his face, causing a small shockwave, surprising the surrounding people as he retracted his hands back and stared ahead with determination as a pair of red handprints were on his face. I'll win this. For her. Choji thought as he walked over and grabbed the mallet, but he struggled a bit as he tried to lift it up. This hammer's pretty heavy, Choji said to the game vendor. Of course it is. It's for ability users, the vendor said with a smile. Choji groaned as he stared at the mallet. He glanced over to Anaho to see her giggle as she waved over to him with enthusiasm. This will not stop me, Choji thought with new determination. Choji sent chakra to his arms as he now had the strength to lift the mallet up. Choji marched over to the hit point of the high striker. He lifted the mallet up high, conjuring up all the strength he could and swung it down, slamming the head of the mallet onto the lever, causing the puck to rise. Everyone looked, but sadly the puck only went halfway. Choji had a shocked anime look as he watched the puck descend down back to the lever. Oh tilde, poor Choji-kun, Anaho said with a frown as Choji now had his head hanging. Here you go, sir. The game vendor said as he extended to Choji a stuffed doll of Naruto. You're much stronger than a lot of guys I've seen. That fat must really be muscle. The vendor said. Everyone from Konoha stared at the vendor with shock and worry. Muscle? Yeah, I guess so. Thanks, Choji said as he took the stuffed doll and walked towards Anaho, surprising his friends that he didn't get mad. Sorry I couldn't win the Kyuubi doll, Anaho-chan. Choji said, handing the Naruto doll to Anaho. You're strong, Choji-kun, Anaho exclaimed, surprising Choji. It's like he said, a lot of guys aren't as strong as you. But, I used my chakra to give me strength, Choji said with a frown. Then that would mean so would others with element if you couldn't lift the mallet with your own strength. Naruto said. See, you are strong, stronger than a lot of people here. I'm so proud of you, Anaho exclaimed with a reassuring smile, shocking Choji, causing him to blush. Besides, Anaho smiled down at the small doll of Naruto in her hands. I like this one even better. I wanted a doll that would always remind me of Nisama when he's gone, and this one looks just like him. So I love it even more, Anaho said with soft eyes and a happy smile as Manji tried reaching for the doll. Arigato, Choji-kun, Anaho said with a cat-like smile, making Choji smile and blush, but she suddenly got on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek, shocking the Akamaiki along with Naruto and his fellow Konoha 12 comrades. Choji looked to Anaho, who continued to smile at him. Ino looked between the two as she started getting a smile on her face. I think there's something going on here, Ino said to Shikamaru with a sly grin as she nudged his chest. Shikamaru just sighed. Troublesome, Shikamaru said with closed eyes. Damn it, even Choji is getting attention from a really hot girl. What's with the Dobi and Akamaiki hooking up more than me? Kiba growled with anger and envy as he bit into the collar of his jacket. Shish, don't say that out loud, you guys, Yuruchi said to Kiba, Ino and Shikamaru. You see, for a while now, Naruto has seen Haruko-senpai, Himegami-senpai and Anaho-san as sisters, as if they were his own blood, and well, he generally gets overprotective. Yuruchi whispered to the three. That explains why Naruto close-lined Lee when he ran over to Haruko-san, Kiba said, remembering earlier when he and the other Konoha nin met Haruko. Oh, so, Ino said as Shikamaru and Kiba stared at Naruto. Naruto was just stared at Choji, whose face turned all red while Anaho laughed, saying he looked like a tomato. He had a stoic look upon his face as he stared at them both. After a few moments, he sighed with his eyes closed. Yuruchi sighed with relief. I think that's a good sign, Yuruchi said. Great. Things can now get even more troublesome. What a drag, Shikamaru said with his eyes closed. Haruko-san, allow me to win a prize for you in this strength tester game, Lee said. No, that's fine, Lee-san, Haruko said with a hand up. Get in line, Cha-Cha exclaimed as she sped past them and pretty much charged right through the line of people, now being in the front of the line, grabbing the mallet and lifting it over her shoulder with ease. Cha-Cha strutted over towards the lever of the high striker, swaying her hips with her right hand on her right swaying hip. Stopping in front of the lever, Cha-Cha raised the mallet up high and slammed the head down onto the lever, sending the puck skyrocketing into the bell, causing it to ring a deafening noise along with a shockwave, causing everyone to cover their ears. It even made some people, like Anaho, have swirls for eyes. The ringing noise lasted for a while. Once it lessened enough, everyone pulled their hands away from their ears as they stared at Cha-Cha, who was humming as she spun the mallet above her head with just her fingers. You win, the game vendor said as he took down one of the large Kyuubi stuffed animals and gave it to Cha-Cha, who grinned as she took it. She turned around and tossed the mallet in the air, as it spun and landed onto the ground, head first, causing the ground to shake a bit, making a few people lose their footing. Cha-Cha laughed with a grin as she walked over to Anaho. Here you go, Cha-Cha said with a grin as she extended it to Anaho. Huh, Anaho questioned, tilting her head as a question mark appeared above it. You said you wanted it, so here you go. But you won it, Anaho said. It doesn't matter to me. I just wanted to show off, Cha-Cha said with a shiny grin. Okay, Anaho said as she grabbed the doll, but then extended it to Choji. Here. Huh, Choji questioned, looking to the toy. I have this doll, and you can have this, Anaho said, showing off her Naruto doll. Why would you give me this? Choji asked. Well, I don't know when I'll see you again, so I want you to have this so you'll always remember today, Anaho said with a cat smile. Choji's eyes widened as his cheeks turned red. Choji slowly reached for it and grabbed it, but he also touched Anaho's hand as he felt sparks. I like her, Choji thought as he felt his heart aflutter as he stared at Anaho's smiling face. Cha-Cha looked to them both with a growing smile, but then she noticed the stoic look Naruto had as he stared at them both. Cha-Cha appeared to his side and rested both her hands on his shoulder. Yar, you're not going to do something rash, are you, you lovable Ni-san? Cha-Cha whispered with a smile. Nah, Choji's cool, Naruto said as his eyes looked to her. Really? So you'd be okay with them? I said he was cool. I didn't say he earned it yet. Naruto said looking back at the pair. Ah tilde, you can be so stingy when it comes to your sisters. Cha-Cha said with a smile. Hey Naruto, why don't you try it? A random male student asked. Me? Naruto questioned with surprised eyes. Yeah, come on. A male student cheered. Yeah, do it man. Another male student said. Try it Naruto-sama. A female student cheered. Suddenly everyone started to cheer for Naruto to try the high striker. Nah, that'd be overkill. Naruto said with a grin and scratching the back of his head. Don't be such a lady, Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard a voice that was very familiar. Naruto slowly turned his head to Kiba as he had a stoic, stern look on his face. Oh shit, Kengo said with new worry. That's not a good look. Takaru said with worry as well. Hey, Naruto-kun isn't a lady. I should know. I've seen it. Cha-Cha shouted as she pointed at Kiba. Wait, what? Kiba said with wide eyes as he and his friends of Konoha stared at Cha-Cha with wide eyes and red blushes, with some having their jaws drop. Oi! Naruto spoke as his voice echoes, making everyone look to him to see a menacing aura. Anata wa nani o watashi ni denwa shimashita ka? What the hell did you call me? Naruto asked with a stoic tone. All the males in the area gulped. Did you just call me a lady? Naruto questioned as he walked over towards Kiba. All I was saying. Shinmoku. Silence Naruto spoke as wind picked up just from him speaking as he stopped in front of Kiba, showing how tall he was as he looked down at the Inuzuka who was 5 inches shorter than the blonde Uzumaki. I asked you, what the hell did you call me? Naruto repeated himself. Kiba just stared at him with wide, scared eyes. I don't like repeating myself Kiba. And I dislike repeating myself a second time, so don't make me do that. I want a solid answer. Naruto said with a stoic stare. Kiba was actually scared now. I did call you a lady. Kiba answered, but out of fear. Why? Naruto asked. Because you won't take the challenge. Kiba said. Oh tilde. Naruto said. Naruto continued to stare down at Kiba. The whole area was consumed with silence. Everyone was staring at the event with wide eyes. His friends from Konoha were frightened by what would happen next, because this wasn't something they expected at all. The way Naruto was standing, the look on his face and the aura surrounding him. It looked like a complete different person in the skin of their friend. They were scared of him as well. The students of Tenbi gulped because they knew Naruto is the strongest around. Especially after hearing he had defeated Oken, or better known as Yamato Takaru, they knew he should not be trifled with. Those of Maken Ki and Venus just waited. Same with Kuragasa, Kai Aomi, Koshi and Takeshi. They all knew to wait it out. For Maken Ki, Venus and Kuragasa, they knew the type of person Naruto was. Even to this day he held the title of the most unpredictable person to know. However, they knew he wasn't going to punch Kiba in the teeth. He was too big for that. Naruto continued to stare at the now sweating Kiba. Kiba have never been so scared in his life and he had been in a life and death situation before, but this, just staring at this person who he once knew as Uzumaki Naruto, the class clown, village idiot and dead last of their graduating class, but now someone who is, the exact opposite scares him. He felt like he could shit a brick any moment now. Fine, I'll take the challenge, Naruto said, before turning around and starting to walk away. Kiba gave a sigh of relief. Oh good. For a second there, suddenly Naruto grabbed Kiba by the side of his jaw, pressing his thumb into a certain point in his lower jaw. The natives of Konoha looked in shock as they saw Naruto holding Kiba up on his tippy toes with just one hand effortlessly. Let me tell you something Kiba. I will brush off any insult that comes my way, but there are 7 things I will not take lightly, and will guarantee a high chance of an ass kicking. When people insult my loved ones. When people spit on other people's beliefs. When people disrespect those who have died with honor, putting in their beliefs. When girls are belittled and disrespected. When someone insults my whisker marks. When someone touches my ramen. And finally, when my masculinity is insulted. I take those to heart. Naruto said with shadowed eyes. I will let this go because we are nakama. But you ever call me something relating to femininity again, and I will beat you faster than you can say, ouch. Understand. Kiba shook with fear and was sweating bullets. You remember what I said earlier about repeating myself, right? Naruto asked, causing Kiba's eyes to widen with fear. Hi. Wakarimasu. Wakarimasu. Yes. I understand. I understand. Kiba cried with fear. Naruto lowered Kiba on and placed his hand on Kiba's shoulder. Glad we came to an understanding, my friend. Naruto said with his trademark toothy grin and eye smiles as he patted a dumbstruck Kiba's shoulder, before walking away. Kiba slowly descended to the ground with exhaustion. Everyone from Konoha were all dumbstruck. What the hell just happened? That was on their minds. Such a bipolar situation. Shino placed his fingertips onto the side of his head and retracted it back as he looked to see something he never expected Naruto to do to him. I perspired with fear. Shino, causing everyone to look to him in shock. Naruto scares Shino, without his anger directed to the Aburame. Now they knew shit had gotten real. Things changed. Sugoi Tilda, a female student said, earning the attention of the others. He's so manly. A female student spoke with shining eyes as she held her cheeks. Shug. So cool. Another female student said with hearts for eyes as she interlocked her hands together. He's gotten even sexier. Another female student said, cupping her right cheek, with hearts for eyes and hearts appearing around her head. Man, he's gotten even cooler. Damn it. A male student said with anime tears and shaking his fist. I can't compete. Hell, who am I kidding? I never could to begin with. Another male student said as he was on his hands and knees. Naruto-san is still the best in Tenbi. Another male student said with anime tears and his fist pressed against the bridge of his nose. Naruto just strutted over towards the high striker. Hey, could someone hold my jacket? Naruto asked as he started taking off his jacket, alerting the surrounding girls. Oh, me, I can do it, a girl exclaimed, waving her hand up high. No way, trust me with it. I'm way more careful than anyone else. And just like that, girls were arguing on who would get the honor to hold Naruto's jacket. Naruto just had a raised eyebrow. To this day, he still was in disbelief at the influence he had around here, especially with the girls. Hell, he wasn't the only one. The Konoha natives thought they'd see all the Biju in one place and live before seeing girls fighting over just holding Naruto's jacket. I mean, it's just his jacket for Pete's sake. I can hold it, if you'd like. A mahogany-colored haired girl said as she was next to Naruto. It was Kumi Amiyo, the young second year who was brainwashed by Kamigari to wreak havoc with her Maken, Nafila. Thanks, Kumi-chan, Naruto said, handing his jacket to her. You remember me? Kumi asked with shock as she took the jacket, causing all the other girls to whine. Yeah, I do. Can't forget someone like you. Especially after that letter, Naruto said, referring to the love letter she had Takaru deliver to him. Kumi looked to the ground with an embarrassed look and red blush. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder and smiled at her, making her blush more at his kind gesture to her, before he headed for the high striker. She looked to his jacket for a moment, before smiling, happy to be trusted by him, even though she never got the chance to be close to him like Kimi, Cha-Cha and Azuki have. Naruto placed his right hand on his left trapezius muscle as he rolled his shoulder. Good luck, Naruto-san, the game vendor said with a smile. You got an extra one of these on standby? Naruto asked, stopping in front of the strength tester. Yes, but why do you ask? Just to be on the safe side, Naruto said as he started rolling the other shoulder with his left hand on his right trapezius muscle. Naruto stretched his arms to the side over his chest one at a time, then snapped his neck side to side to relieve any stiffness. Everyone stared at Naruto, with the girls blushing as they saw his muscles. His powerful biceps, his well-chiseled back that you could see very well since his undershirt was now clinging to his body tightly, and of course his nice toned glutes that clenched up a bit, making the surrounding females' cheeks glow redder. Naruto's body was the definition of perfect. Anyway, the mallet is right here. Don't need it, Naruto said, interlocking his fingers and stretching his arms forward with his fingers snapping. The others looked surprised as he brought up one pinky. He's not really suggesting that, Neji said. Trust me, it makes sense, Uruchi said. Naruto took in a deep breath through his nose. I have to hold back as much strength as I can so as not to overdo things, Naruto thought. Naruto's eyes widened a bit in a serious way as he thrust his pinky down onto the lever, only for the puck to shoot so high that it slammed into the bell so hard that they both were sent sky high, shocking everyone. Damn, still too much strength, Naruto cursed. Guess he's still too strong, even when holding so much back, Takaru said as he and the others watched as the bell was flying in the air. Well, what did you expect? He tossed a creature that dwarfed a tailed beast, Kengo said as he and the others still watched the bell, as it then started to descend. The bell started to descend at a high speed, and knowing Geo Force, it's going to destroy the ground below, leaving a crater. However, the only problem is that Kimi was right under it. Kimi's eyes widened as the bell came closer. Kimi! Cha-Cha screamed as everyone got worried. Sasuke's eyes shifted into Sharingan as he quickly gave the stuff he was still holding for Himegami to Kiba and ran over to save Kimi. Golden Asura, Naruto quickly called out. Sasuke glanced to Naruto, but suddenly noticed that something was up in the air. Sasuke looked only for his eyes to widen in shock as he saw the silhouette of an extremely muscular being, managing to grab the bell and disappear faster than the eye could see. Sasuke skidded to a halt as he had a look of pure shock on his face. Are you okay, Kimi-chan? Naruto asked as he stopping in front of his petite girlfriend. Naruto-kun, you saved me. Daisuke. Really like, love, Kimi cheered with hearts around her head as she hugged Naruto. Wah. How did he do that without moving? Kiba questioned with shock as he and the other Konoha natives were confused. And why am I holding this crap? Kiba shouted. Don't you dare drop any of that. Himegami threatened with lightning sparking from her fingers as her eyes shifted to golden iris with slit pupils. Kiba gulped and shook with fear, not daring to disobey the petite blonde. Sasuke shook a bit with shock. Was he the only one who noticed the being? No. From the looks of those from Maken and Venus, they seemed to have noticed, but didn't show any concern. Did that mean they knew what that thing was? But one thing Sasuke couldn't help but think was. What was that thing? Did Naruto summon it? Where did the pup go? Syria asked. Suddenly something slammed into the stand from above, causing the sound of glass breaking to be heard along with a male screaming. They all looked to the stand to see it was a knock-the-bottle stand, and the puck was crushed into the ground, with shattered glass bottles around the area. The male game vendor poked his head out and looked at the damages. I guess this means you won 2 games in one go. The male vendor said as Naruto chuckled with his hand scratching the back of his head. Wow, you really have gotten stronger. Someone spoke, making Naruto turn to the person. Hey, Kenway, what's up man? Naruto greeted his trainer with a smile. Kenway was just dressed with a simple white undershirt, with a black with white trim zip-up sweater, blue track pants with white lines on each side, and black with white sneakers. Oh, a lot, Kenway said with a shrug. I'll take the Kyuubi plush please. Cha-Cha said to the high striker vendor. That large Naruto plush please. Kimi said to the knock the bottles vendor. So just asking, how's progress on making the new armor weight? Naruto asked. Armor weight, Sasuke thought with new interest. If it wasn't for Tengoku no Mon providing me with new material, I wouldn't have reached near completion at this point. Kenway said with a smirk. Already, sweet, Naruto cheered. Look, I won 7 more stuffed Naruto dolls. Kimi said with a smile, but that was covered as she held a total of 8 large Naruto plushies. How did you do that? Syria asked leaning down to Kimi. My bet is her spirit. Yan said. Spirit, Sasuke mentally questioned. By the way Naruto, I've made a new machine to test your strength. Kenway said. Where is it? Naruto asked. I have it in my mirror world. Naruto turned to see Tien-san sitting atop of a stand selling beverages with one leg over the other and a smile on his face as he had his arms crossed. Tien-san wore something different for once instead of his black suit. He wore a red short-sleeved Hawaiian shirt with golden floral design with green leaf stems, blue jeans and brown shoes. Mirror world, Sakura questioned. Tien-san jumped down, only to go into an orange mirror, completely vanishing, shocking everyone, minus those of Tenbi and Venus. Yep, Sakura screamed as she jumped, turning to see Tien-san was suddenly standing next to her with his arms crossed. My Maken allows me to access mirrors at will. Tien-san said as he created an orange mirror in hand as he used it to block an angry punch from Sakura, causing a shockwave as the pinkett brought her hand back and waved it to ease the pain. That also means accessing a mirror world. Pretty freaky inside it really. Tien-san said. What's it look like? Cha-Cha asked. Any of you seen the American movie Doctor Strange? Tien-san asked as the mirror in his hand vanished. Everyone just stared at him with confusion and stoic looks. Only Kenway was the one to raise his hand. Just look up Doctor Strange, Mirror World on your phone. You'll understand. Tien-san said as he put his hands in his pockets and walked over to Kenway. Just say the word and I'll bring it here. Tien-san said with a smirk as he stopped and turned his head to Naruto. Bring it out. Naruto said with a smirk and his hands in his pockets. Oh no, Azuki said with tired eyes. Here you go, Kimi said extending a large stuffed Naruto doll to Azuki. Thanks. Azuki taking the doll, but she then looked at it with a raised eyebrow, wondering why the heck she took it, but ignored it as she walked over to Naruto. Naruto, you can't be seriously thinking of trying it out here. Azuki said. Yes I am, Naruto said with a smirk. You're going to overdo it. You never know. Besides, I'm physically starved for training today. Naruto said with a grin. I'll just call my aide to help get it ready when it comes out. Kenway said taking out a walkie-talkie. Soto, we're going to set up the crusher. Meet at the designated spot. Got it boss. Wait. Soto, that loser who called me a cosplayer on my first day of class. Naruto shouted with annoyance. To be fair, around here that was everyone's first thoughts since you're considered a work of fiction in this world. Kengo said. Shut it, Naruto said. Excuse me, what is a cosplayer? Lee asked. A person who dresses as a fictional character. Syria answered with a smile as she then took out her phone. See, this was me last year cosplaying as Yoko Littner from Gurren Lagann. Syria said with a smile as she showed Lee a picture of her sexy cosplay. So youthful Lee screamed with wide anime eyes and blood shooting out his nose, before he fainted to the floor. Lee-kun. Syria said the taijutsu expert's name with concern. Well, lead the way. Naruto said. The group followed Kenway to a spacious center to see Soto leaning against a pole, whistling a tune. His sienna hair grew to extend to his mid-back, but now it was tied in a ponytail, and his hair was also spiked back a bit, with bangs over his forehead. He wore a glossy black jacket rolled up to the sleeves, a white shirt underneath with a red outline fist on it with the words Sucker Punch in bold letters, sucker atop of the fist and punch underneath it, black jeans and white sneakers with red trimming and laces. He also had a glossy black belt with a golden belt buckle with a ruby in the center of it, and he had twin golden bracelets around his right wrist. He also has brown eyes. I didn't mention that in the second chapter. Soto noticed the group walking over. Hey, cosplayer. Soto said with a grin. Don't call me that, Naruto said with a dull look. Yeah, I know you're the real deal. Still, that's what I remember you as at first. Soto said, pushing off of the pole. So you work for Kenway now, huh? Takaru asked. Yep, extra credit and I learn a thing or two about building kick-ass machines. Soto said. Tiensen snapped his fingers as a giant orange mirror in the center. A large machine that was basically a giant black iron block held up by a gray machine, reminding everyone of the lever mechanism of a forklift, connected to the sides of the iron block and a control panel at the bottom of it. Holy shit, Takaru said. The Crusher. Designed to personally torture superhumans, like Naruto Uzumaki. Soto said with a grin. Ha, very funny, Naruto said with a dull look. So I guess I stay under it, and you use that control panel to operate the works of this thing, making the workout more intense or lightening it up if someone is being pushed too far. Naruto deduced. Damn that brain of yours. Soto said as he trekked over to the control panel. Well, time to have some fun. Someone hold my. Hey, wait a minute, where's my jacket? Naruto questioned as he finally noticed he didn't have his jacket on. Right here. Naruto turned to see Kumi Amio with his jacket in her hands. Oh good, I got worried there. I'll take it off your hands if you want. Oh, no, I'm fine with it, really. Kumi said with a reassuring smile. Arigato. Naruto said with a smile before walking over towards the machine. Kumi sighed dreamily with a dazed dreamy smile and half-lidded eyes. Have you been following us? Azuki asked with a raised eyebrow, but her question fell on deaf ears as Kumi was too deep in a daze as she fantasized about Naruto. Naruto walked right under the enormous iron block, cracking his neck side to side with his right hand on the right side of his neck. Go ahead, Naruto said with a grin. How many? Soto asked, getting on the controls. Any amount, Naruto simply said. 6 tons it is, Soto said with a smirk as he placed the weight at 6 tons, shocking the Tenbi students and Konoha natives. The only ones who had no fear were those of Maken and Venus. Here we go. Soto activated the machine, causing the enormous iron block to drop towards Naruto. Naruto! Kakashi shouted as he and the Konoha natives were frozen with fear. No! Sakura screamed as she and Hinata ran over, but the iron block stopped, shocking everyone, while the members of Maken, Venus and the previous generation of Maken smirked as they all saw Naruto yawning with a hand hovering over his mouth as his other hand effortlessly held the iron block up. Whoa tilde, a few random students said with shock and amazement. Is that all? Naruto questioned with a smirk. How about a little more? Fine then. Times 5, Soto said with a smirk. That's 30 tons, Jiraiya said as he and Tsunade stared at Naruto with serious expressions. Soto put in the exact weight, but all the machine did was make a noise, like a drill screwing in bolts, as Naruto held the weight with no effort, still possessing a smug smirk. Well, I'll be. The Gaki actually has gotten some more meat on those bones, Tsunade said as she and Jiraiya smirked. All the while the others of Konoha had wide exaggerated eyes and small mouths as they stared at Naruto's effortless feat. Alright then. Times 20. Soto grinned sadistically with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Everyone gasped, while Naruto's friends stayed calm, but still attained wide eyes as Soto put in the exact weight. That's 600 tons, Yamato shouted. Not even Tsunade-sama can lift that much. Shizune shouted with shock and new fear. Naruto. No, Sakura yelled with fear as Hinata screamed beside her as Soto put in the official command. Suddenly the sides of the iron block that were being held by appendages were making a revving gear sound, sounding like a car burning rubber, as steam came out from the sides. What? Soto exclaimed. He suddenly heard a voice making him look to see Naruto still holding the block over him with one hand while the other held his phone as he was watching a video on it. Naruto noticed the look everyone was giving him, especially Soto. What? Can't a guy watch an episode of Stardust Crusaders on his phone? Naruto rhetorically asked with a smirk. Holy crap. A random male student screamed with amazement. He's so strong. So cool. A girl exclaimed with her hands interlocked together. Sugoi. Naruto. A male student cheered with his fist thrust into the air as everyone started cheering. 600 tons. Who would have thought? Haimgami said with slightly wide eyes and her fists to her hips. Honestly, I'm not surprised after the whole labyrinth incident. Kengo said with half-lidded eyes and his hands behind his head. Yeah, I hear ya. If Naruto can lift something that makes the Kyuubi look like an ant, I'm not entirely shocked if he lifts a mountain on his own. Takaru said with a smile as he scratched the back of his head. That's Naruto-kun for you. Yuka said with her ever-present smile, clapping her hands together. Kuragasa stared at Naruto with wide eyes, but then felt a hand on his shoulder making him look down to see it was his sensei. It's not on who's the strongest. It's how you act in the fight. Takeshi said with a smirk, earning a smile and nod from his student. While everyone else was either cheering or unaffected, those from Konoha started at him with exaggerated shocked expressions and wide eyes. Damn it. Soto shouted with anger and gritting teeth as he shook his fists. Yaro tilde. I hate how cool he is. Sure, he is the Uzumaki Naruto, but I hate how much more cool he has gotten since coming here. Damn you tilde. Soto thought as he shook with rage. Suddenly electricity coursed through the control panel. What the hell? Soto spoke. Suddenly the iron block started getting heavier, shocking Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth a bit as he tried to hold the enormous iron block over his head. Something's up, Yan said with narrowed eyes. What's wrong? Sirya asked. Naruto's arm shook. I think the weight's being increased. Demetra said. Kenway. Something's up, Soto shouted. Kenway turned to Soto as everyone's attention was on them. Kenway hurried over to see the control panel acting haywire. Something's going on, but I'm not sure what the consequence is. Soto said. Kenway examined the control panel, only for his eyes to widen. Oh my god, Kenway said. Suddenly Naruto dropped his phone as he was forced to hold the iron block over his head with both hands, shocking and worrying everyone. What's going on? Naruto called out. The machine, it's increasing the gravity of the iron block itself. Kenway shouted. What? But that thing originally weighs 50,000 tons. Soto shouted. And it's only increasing more at a rapid rate. We're already nearing the 100 mark. We have to act fast. Kenway shouted. Naruto-kun. Kimi shouted with fear as Naruto gritted his teeth, trying to stay strong. Soto, the tools. Kenway shouted as he crouched down. Got it. Soto exclaimed as his left hand shined green. Maken. Storage realm. Soto shouted as a mechanical glove with a green orb on the palm and mechanical arm brace around his forearm. The green orb shined green as a tool bag appeared and was handed to Kenway. It's going over 100. Got to work fast, Kenway said as he quickly opened the toolkit and took out a drill, starting undrilling the bolts on the side of the control panel. 150. Soto shouted. Naruto started hunching over a bit, finally showing signs of struggling. Naruto-kun. Sakura and Hinata ran over to help, but Takaru and Kengo quickly grabbed them, wrapping their arms around their waists, keeping them from going any further to help Naruto. Oi, let go Baka, Sakura shouted as she punched Takaru into the ground. Takaru-kun, Takaru-sama. Sirya and Anaho shouted with worry for the guy they love. How Naruto takes those as an art. Takaru said with swirls for eyes. Sakura-san, stop, Haruko shouted as she ran over and grabbed Sakura by the shoulder. But Naruto. Forget it, you'll get crushed, Kengo shouted. Think about it. Naruto was able to hold 600 tons over his head effortlessly with just one hand. Could you do that feat? Haruko said, causing Sakura to show fear. No, not like this. Sakura turned her head to see Naruto started to hunch over with his eyes shadowed. 200. Soto shouted as Naruto's shirt starting to tear apart. I can't believe it. He's going to get crushed and once again, I'm useless. Naruto. Sakura started to shed tears. Suddenly a few people ran past her. We're coming Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha shouted as she, Kimi with Violet Haze, Azuki and Yan ran over to help. Yameru. Stop. Naruto shouted causing wind to pick up, forcing the four to stop. None of you are close to being strong or fast enough to help me. I refuse to have any of you die with me. Naruto shouted. But we'll die without you. Kimi said as she started to cry. 300. Soto shouted. Naruto gained a steely gaze. I'll take the chance, Naruto said as he started hunching over more. 350. Soto shouted. Naruto gritted his teeth as his shirt tore apart more. Akaya stared with a calm look, but with how his eyes shook, you could see he was getting worried for the blonde. He noticed Demetra's fist shaking. He looked to see her expression. Her teeth were gritted as her eyes shook. Good. She knew running in to help was not a smart option. She knows it would be futile. Yet still, the pain in her eyes, feeling so useless. Demetra's eyes were narrowed as tears started to form. She's never felt this sort of hell before. I'm sorry, Demetra, Akaya thought with a frown and closed eyes. Nah, Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke as she started tearing up. Please no, Kimi whispered as she shed tears. Naruto grunted with some pain, but he noticed a tear hit the floor, causing him to see that Kimi, Hinata and Cha-Cha were crying. He managed to notice that Aki and Demetra were tearing up as well. Naruto's eyes became serious as a few small streams of flame started to appear around his body, as he started rising up, shocking everyone. 400. Soto shouted, but Naruto managed to stay up for a while. However, after a few moments, he started hunching over again, and now was on one knee. That's it, Minori shouted as she and Tsunade started running over, but suddenly orange mirrors appeared in front of them, and once they ran right back out, causing them to trip. What the? Minori noticed the orange mirrors, which meant one thing. You, Minori shouted, turning her head and pointing at Tien-san. You know you can't do anything. You nor Tsunade. Despite how powerful the two of you are, your efforts will be futile. Only Kenway can help him, and from the looks of it, it doesn't seem he's going to make it in time. No need for you two to die. If Naruto goes, then we'll still need muscle for the future. Tien-san said in a calm manner with a calm expression. You bastard, Minori shouted as she got up and grabbed Tien-san by the collar of his shirt. I ought to kick your ass for saying that. Hell, I'll kick your ass from keeping me from my man. Minori shouted with pure anger, but Tien-san remained calm. Azuki shook her fist. Principal, I hear where you're coming from, but my father always taught my siblings and me that in times like this it's always better to keep more men from suffering a definite or highly possible death. But still, I want to punch my brother, only to get some rage out, at how useless I feel. Azuki mentally cried as she started shedding many tears. Naruto, please don't die. 450. Soto shouted. Damn it, where's that error? Kenway shouted, feeling extremely pissed as he couldn't find the problem quick enough. Naruto trembled as he started hunching over. Come on, stay strong, stay strong. Naruto though, but suddenly his eyes widened as he felt it. He was nearing his absolute limit. He was now nearing the ground. He looked down to his phone to see that his phone was up to the part in Stardust Crusaders where Steely Dan was boasting that his stand, the lovers entered into a girl's ear and was using her as a hostage, so if Jotaro attacked him, then he'd hurt and or kill the innocent little girl playing ball with her friends. He remembers that. He really doesn't want a smug villain's face to be the last thing he sees, especially when he's acting smug to his most favorite anime character of all time. Yar days. Guess this is really it. I'm going to die. And all because of my ego. Damn it. Naruto glanced over, managing to see everyone fearful, shocked and despair-ridden faces as they watched him suffer and about to die. I'm sorry everyone. I never wanted you all to suffer like this. Guess a man would rather fail and die in front of a clan of smug enemies instead of his allies, friends and loved ones watch him die with despair in their hearts. I always wanted to die on my feet, honestly. Guess life is full of surprises. I wanted today to be one of your best days because you're all here for me. Guess I screwed up. Gomen. Naruto tilde. Naruto heard one of the girls scream. He noticed the pain in the faces of the girls who love him. Kimi-chan, Azuki-chan, Cha-Cha-chan, Furin-chan, Minori-chan, Aki-chan, Yan-chan, Demetra-chan, Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan. I know you all love me so dearly, and I'm making today the worst day of your life. Please forgive me, Naruto thought, closing his eyes for a second, but when he reopened them, they widened in shock as he managed to see from afar, none other than Wabisuke Hayato. Wabisuke stared at Naruto with his usual calm, stoic expression and his arms crossed. Naruto continued to stare at Wabisuke with wide, shocked eyes at the fact that he came to the festival. Wabisuke suddenly spoke something that caused Naruto's eyes to widen further as he read his lips. Are you really going to die here? Naruto's eyes became serious as his iris suddenly turned gold. What's this thing wrapped around me? The lovers from the JoJo anime on Naruto's phone shouted. So you didn't notice. Kakyoin tied Hierophant's tentacle to your stand's leg as it escaped. Jotaro said as he pointed at Steely Dan. Like how the tables were turning in the anime on the phone, so was the same with Naruto's current situation as the iron block stopped moving, shocking everyone. Nani? A random male student questioned with shock. What just happened? A female student asked. Is he? 465. Soto said with shock. Suddenly the iron block started to rise, causing everyone to gasp. I refuse to die here, especially in front of you. Looking like a fool, Naruto thought with new determination as he was now actually rising to his feet as golden flames came from his body, completely disintegrating what was left of his shirt. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto chanted as he rose to his feet, managing to lift the iron block high to keep it from crushing him. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at Naruto. The muscular physique of his torso tightened and defined as streams of golden flames flowed and orbited from and around his body, his hair rising and his eyes blank while the space around it was shadowed. Safe to say he definitely looked intense old school anime badassery styled right now. Naruto growled as he felt all eyes on him, but he felt he couldn't keep up this miracle for long. Yorushite kudasai. Please forgive me, Steely Dan cried on Naruto's phone. Jotaro slid his index against the rim of his hat and spoke. Ask forgiveness from Enyaba, the woman you killed. We never had any intention of forgiving you. Jotaro spoke in his strong, yet calm serious voice. Naruto was able to give a small grin as he knew what was going to happen next. Guess he could take a page from his favorite character and do an unorthodox move to save his own sorry ass. Guy-sensei, maybe we can help if we. Forget it, Lee. The 8 gates may be the most powerful technique to exist, but even it has its limits, including when it comes to strength at this caliber. Guy said, placing his hand on his student's shoulder. Perhaps no assistance of any kind is needed. Kai Aomi said, catching the other's attention. Suddenly Naruto started to roar. That soon sounded like a tiger in the end as he managed to push the iron block off of himself, and right before it came back down, Naruto cocked his arms back as his hands tightened into fists. At this point, Steely Dan said he'd give Jotaro all the money he got from Dio in advance just to let him walk away, despite wasting the one he was given moments ago. Jotaro called him truly the lowest scum in history and that what he has done cannot be repaid with money. Once Star Platinum appeared, Naruto's eyes shined gold as he and the stand gave a cry. Aura aura! Naruto screamed along with Star Platinum as they both sent their punches. Star Platinum punching Steely Dan and Naruto punching the enormous iron block. The latter's attack caused a shockwave, bouncing the block off of it. Naruto then continued his chant as he sent a blinding barrage of punches. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto continued repeating as his blinding barrage of punches was starting to create a dent in the iron block above the block. Everyone was staring in pure shock, but none more than those from Konoha as they are literally seeing Naruto punching so fast that it makes it look like he has numerous arms. Aura! Naruto screamed as he finished his barrage, but then brought both arms back as he built up his Muko energy, combination of chakra and element, into his fists, causing them to burst with gold fire, before slamming them into the iron block once more. Su and Heigashi Suibaku Ken. Twin fiery hydrogen bomb fists, Naruto screamed as then flames broke through the iron block, going right through it with a plume of fire coming from its top before the block broke off its hinges and flew into the sky. Everyone stared up at the block in shock. They all felt dumbstruck by the sight. And now it started to descend. Soto. Kenway quickly grabbed the brunette and threw him into the air, rocketing him towards the iron block as it came down at a fast speed. Store away. Soto shouted with his Maken glove hand outstretched, glowing green as it absorbed the giant iron block. Soto grabbed the arm brace of his Maken, but now he realized a new problem. Who was going to save him from falling to his death? Soto screamed as he started to fall straight down towards the ground, but an orange mirror appeared below him and absorbed him, before teleporting to the ground, where Soto popped out of the mirror, like a gopher formed the ground, and fell face first onto the earth. There. See. Like I said, the problem would solve itself. Tiensen said, but that only made Minori growl louder with more anger. Found the problem. Kenway spoke, getting everyone's attention. Look at that. Kenway had a tweezer in hand as at the end of it was a charred fly. Apparently a fly somehow managed to get into the control panel and became a conduit for two opposing wires, causing an electrical current that reacted violently to one another, leading to a chain reaction which resulted in the machine's malfunction. Kenway explained. Okay. I've heard of weirder things on how shit could go down. Kengo said as he finally released Hinata. Naruto-kun. Kimi spoke as she looked to her boyfriend. When all eyes were on him, everyone noticed he was sweating profoundly, panting as he was hunched over with his hands open and shaking. He remained on his feet for a few moments, before falling to one knee and a hand on the ground. Here's your receipt, Jotaro said on Naruto's phone after beating Steely Dan, dropping a piece of paper with his name on it as he turned and walked away, ending the episode with a to be continued on the bottom left of the screen. I'm probably going to get one for this big ass block after this festival is over. Naruto thought as he panted. Maken. Debugger. Valhelm. Aki spoke as she quickly ran over to her boyfriend's side and scanned his condition only to gasp in shock. Oh my lord. Naruto-kun. Your bones are severely cracked, your muscles are completely torn apart and some of your blood vessels have popped from the pressure. Aki announced his condition, causing everyone to gain shell-shock expressions and silently gasp, with some being audible. Oh. Is that all? Naruto said. Quit the tough guy act, you idiot. Uruchi shouted with a shaking fist held high above her head. So how much did the idiot manage to lift? Soto asked, walking over to his boss. Look for yourself, Kenway said, pointing to the control panel. Once Soto made it over, he gave an audible sound of disbelief. F. 526 times Earth's gravity. Soto screamed, making everyone gasp. I'm probably not good at math, but that is a real lot, right? Syria asked. Honestly, it should be physically impossible. After all, that iron block weighed at a complete total of 50,000 pounds. Times that by 526. Kenway said. Wait, seriously. I mean, I know Naruto can lift a huge-ass creature with the Kyuubi not being as big as its thumb by the tail, but that. Takaru questioned with shock. Let's see. If Kurama is over 100 meters tall. Kimi started with her index resting against her chin. 360 when he stands on his hind legs. Cha-Cha added with a smile and finger up. And he still was not able to be as big as the bigger monster's thumb, and if we put into account that the base of his body is like that of a ginormous red fox, then, calculating, that means back then Naruto was able to lift 23.5 million tons. Kimi and Cha-Cha said with smiles and a finger up. Nani? Takaru and Kengo shouted. And now, with 50,000 times 526 that makes it, Cha-Cha spoke as she and Kimi thought it over once more. 26,300,000 tons. Kimi and Cha-Cha cheered with wide smiles and a finger up once more. That means Naruto broke his record by lifting 2,800,000 more. Kimi cheered with a grin. That much. Kengo and Takaru screamed with shocked, exaggerated faces. Suddenly everyone started to cheer at this amazing feat. Naruto friends had different reactions than the crowd of students and vendors. Those of Maken, Ki and Venus knew about Naruto's ascension into demigod stature, so they figured his strength would be extraordinary, but they never expected him to be this strong in general now. But of course they knew that he only succeeded in the end because he was forced to overexert himself to stand a chance, but the thought that even now he could still get stronger is a grand game changer. Tiensen smirked at how useful Naruto keeps proving himself to be. Definitely an ally worth keeping in touch with. With him, Mayanaka Moon Shikai will no doubt have trouble. Those of Konoha. Well, what can you say? They are shocked beyond belief. This officially changed everything. Months ago, Naruto was just a clone creating, stamina freak, and a loud, annoying one at that, who only really used the Kage Bushin and the Rasengan, along with several variations of it, which are powerful jutsu, but nothing really to consider huge or a name giver. This on the other hand, no one back in their world can measure to this caliber. Naruto is now officially the strongest shinobi in their village. In their world, still unclear, but honestly the answer is leaning more towards yes. All they could do is stare at him with shocked wide eyes and gaped mouths. With the condition you're in, it looks like you forced the gates of your body's limitations open, overexerting yourself to survive. How you're still able to be on one knee is extraordinary. Kenway said, rubbing his chin. Suddenly the sun shined brighter, catching some of the others' attention, but what really caught everyone else's attention was that the rays were shining down mainly on Naruto, like a spotlight. Naruto stopped panting and took in a deep breath through his nose. The sweat on Naruto's body shined as he felt himself starting to get rejuvenated. Naruto was now finding the strength to slowly stand up, shocking everyone. His muscles reconstructed, the cracks of his bones being filled up once more, and his blood vessels repairing themselves. Naruto now stood up proudly, with his muscles staying strong and defined as the sweat from his body shined, making Naruto have a godly appeal as he stood up straight, looking into the sky with his eyes on the sun itself. Arigato, my goddess, Naruto whispered. Everyone stared at him with amazement. Those of Maken, Ki and Venus smiled. To the people of Konoha, they now could see the truth as plain as day as they watched their blonde soldier stood tall and proud, smiling as the sun blessed its rays upon him. The loud, unruly blonde, knucklehead of a midget ninja had finally grown up into a man. Naruto bent over and took his phone in hand. Naruto-kun tilde. Naruto looked up only to flinch as he stood back up seeing his whole clan of fangirls running up to him. That was so manly. But dangerous. Please don't do it again tilde. You were so amazing though. Chato Mat. Not so close. Naruto said with a nervous grin and hands up as the girls were no invading his personal space. Heimgami sighed. Leave it to the fox Baka to do the impossible. Heimgami said with a smirk. I keep forgetting how popular he is. Minerva said with a smile as she held the top of her sun hat. I can see, but I think his old comrades still have a hard time believing. Kai Aomi said with a smirk and semi-crossed arms as he held his chin with his left hand. It was true. All of Naruto's friends still stared at him with shock, but none more than Sasuke. Sasuke was staring at him with pure shock that soon started to develop anger. It wasn't at the fact that Naruto was stronger than him. He knew he was after becoming an experiment for his kidnappers. It was the fact at how strong he is that angers him. Naruto had just broken the record in physical strength, lifting more than all of Konoha. Hell, probably even all village residences could lift all together all by themselves. His eyes were becoming bloodshot as his wide eyes stared angrily at Naruto. The blonde dummy was just grinning with his hands up as girls invaded his personal space, as if the hell he just went through did not matter anymore. Like none of it was important. The thought made Sasuke's blood boil as his eyes shifted into his recently awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke stared to growl with gritting teeth as his Sharingan started to spin, but suddenly he felt something flick the side of his head, causing him to blink as he turned his head to see Himegami by his side. You're really going to lose control over this? Kodama questioned with a raised eyebrow. Sasuke wanted to shout, but as he saw the look in her eyes, he calmed down. His eyes changed back into their original onyx color as he closed them and turned his head away from her. That's what I expected, Himegami said with a smirk and her eyes closed. Back off. The two looked to see Cha-Cha and Kimi in front of Naruto, with Cha-Cha in crane position and Kimi having violet haze out, both of them scaring the crowd of fangirls, making them step back in fear of a fight with the two Maken key members. Azuki sighed as she walked over to Naruto. I figured something like this would happen. Azuki said. Here. She extended a new white with black trimming undershirt to Naruto. You knew I'd tear my shirt apart? Naruto questioned as he took the shirt from her hand. With you, it's to be expected. Azuki said with a smirk and her arms crossed. Naruto chuckled as he grinned at her, before putting the shirt back on. Ah tilde, did you really have to give him a shirt? I always like a shirtless Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha whined. That's enough reason to give him it. Azuki said with half-lidded eyes, causing Cha-Cha to pout. Where's my jacket again? Naruto asked. Here. Kumi Amio said, appearing in front of him, extending his leather fur-collared jacket to him with a bow. Arigato, Kumi-chan. Naruto said with a smile. He called me Kumi-chan again. Kumi thought with a smile and blush. Kimi pouted at the sight as she remembered Kumi's feelings for Naruto because of that love note she wanted Takaru to give to him for her. Although she was confident that Naruto will always love her, she can't help but not want any more girls in the group, because it could mean less time with Naruto, the original that is, since he could easily clone himself. Once Naruto put his jacket on, one of the Konoha finally got out of their stupor state and spoke. That person was Ino. How do you do that? Ino exclaimed as she walked over to Naruto. What? You mean my strength? I just gave it 110%. Naruto answered. Maybe she is referring to how you are able to move so easily now, because I can see that you are now 100% healed. It's amazing. Aki said standing up with her Maken still out. No, I'm talking about this. Ino grabbed Naruto's right sleeve. My jacket. What about it? Naruto asked. Do you not see it? Ino questioned. Naruto just shrugged. Look. Ino moved the sleeve, showing off Naruto's muscular arm, but when she covered the arm again, it looked thinner. How in the hell does your jacket make you look thinner when you have a body like that? Ino shouted. I don't know. Special material, Naruto said. Suddenly a loud audible growl enveloped the entire area, causing everyone's eyes to widen. What the hell was that? Ino asked with wide, shrunk iris eyes with building fear in her voice. She heard Naruto moan, making her look to him to see him rubbing his stomach. Yar days tilde. So hungry. I've never been this hungry before. Naruto said with a frown as he was now starving. That was your stomach. Ino screamed with shock as everyone stared at Naruto with disbelief. I guess that makes sense. Being a demigod, he's got so much energy, that when it's all used up past his limits, he'll be a starved little baka. Now the only problem is, how much can a demigod eat? Himegami thought with dull eyes. Okay. Someone had asked, how muscular Naruto's body is in the reviews, so allow me to explain how I see how his body portrayed in the series. His muscular body is, well, I don't really know what the proper name for the type is, so I'll just give a description with a few examples. For one, the prime example I had for his body was the artwork body for Orochi K, Amugen. Character, which is something you can see on Google Images, which looks similar to Gai Tendo's body artwork from King of Fighters 11. Dio's Part 3 body, which is Jonathan's body, from JoJo Eyes of Heaven, not the manga or anime, has a good shape, especially when it's a costume that has him shirtless or as the one of his appearance in Part 6, which is special outfit F in the game, but his pectorals and abs are more like Black Arm, Zephyrs, the main antagonist and leader of the Neo Marines from One Piece film, Z. Although if I have to give a best examples, it would be like Orochi K's body that looks similar to Gai Tendo's artwork for King of Fighters 11. And Statue Legend Star Platinum. Those last two I just mentioned seem like the best examples. Now when it comes to Naruto's clothes, when he puts on his jacket and pants, his muscular body looked to have shrunk. Like when they come off, you see his muscular body, which intimidates you at how tight and strong they look, but when they're put on, his body looks sleek, like he has a swimmer's build, or better yet that strange One Piece phenomena where we know there are characters, like Sanji for one, that have muscular bodies and yet when they put on clothes, they look to have thinner bodies, even in the arms. Am I the only one to notice with a few selected characters? Maybe I am. So yeah, kind of like that. Muscular body. Then when clothes come on, looking like he doesn't really have one as muscular. This'll be the same with future characters in my story as well. Oh yeah, even though the jacket and pants hide the true physique of the body, Naruto's undershirt can still show his muscular chest and abs at times. I wish I knew how to upload drawings so I could give you all a perfect examples of what it looks like, but this is the best I can give. Unless someone tells me how to do so, like do I upload through printer and how? Or do I need one of those tablets with a pen to draw on a site and upload through DeviantArt? Or what? Any help would be appreciated, but besides all that, just look this stuff up on Google Images and you might get good examples. Definitely check out Orochi K and Statue Legend Star Platinum to get a good understanding of Naruto's body. Also Orochi K's pants and shoes, which are the only article of clothing he has on, as the best way to imagine Naruto's pants and ankle boots, minus the chaps of course, and the leather pants are slim where they meet the boots, looking like they're one in the same. Sprite Forms pants is also acceptable. I hope this helps, and thank you for your patience in reading this. Oh, and he's got a nice tight ass, to Minori's liking, which can be seen by staring at the seat of his pants. Can't forget that. Naruto and his friends continued walking. Naruto rubbed his stomach with closed eyes. Man, this sucks, Naruto said with a frown. So you're a little hungry. Quit complaining, Shikamaru said. And here I thought you really changed, Ino said with a shrug. If only you knew what I really was and why I am this way, then you'd take back those words. Naruto thought with half-lidded annoyed eyes. By the way, Kimi-san, what was that thing you used? Ino asked, earning Kimi's confused attention. You know, that summoning technique back there. Summoning? Kimi questioned. I think she means Violet Haze, Cha-Cha said with a smile. Oh. Violet Haze? Ino questioned. What in the world is that? Choji asked. Actually, I was also curious on what that purple being was, Yamato added. Well, she's my spirit. Around here, if you're strong enough, you can gain a spirit, but it can be rare. Spirits are supposed to be manifestations of your mind, soul and body working together. I'm not physically strong, but my soul and mental strength and will are strong enough to make Violet Haze. She can do anything with increased strength and power. Kimi briefly explained, but then she screamed with her hands on her cheeks. What happened? Uruchi questioned. I forgot Violet Haze could erase things with her left finger. I could have helped Naruto-kun back there, Kimi exclaimed. Not really. That thing was just getting heavier and heavier at a fast pace. No disrespecting Violet Haze, but I don't think she would have been much use in that situation, even if she is faster than Golden Asura and Horus. Kengo said. He is right, Demetra agreed. Golden Asura, Horus. So I'm guess this means you've seen more before, Ino deduced. 6 so far. Mine, Kimi-senpai's, Takeru's, Naruto's, Wabisuke's, and even the leader of Mayonaka Moon Shikai's. Kengo said. Wait, Naruto has one too, Ino exclaimed. Yeah, and the thing looks like it's on steroids, Kengo said. And, you also said Wabisuke has one too, Sakura asked with a frown. Kengo nodded. It was really dangerous, able to take some punishment and dish out a good amount all the same. Takeru said, cupping his chin in his hand as he remembered the fight with Wabisuke atop of Amanohara. I got to go use the bathroom, Naruto spoke as he started walking away. See you guys in a bit, Naruto said with a wave, as everyone stared at him. In reality, Naruto didn't need to use the bathroom. He was looking for someone special he saw earlier. Naruto walked around, looking around for Wabisuke. He concentrated, trying to sense him, but all he felt were the signature of others. He's lowering his energy. Sneaky bastard, Naruto thought. He quickly brought up a hand, grabbed a rock, accidentally crushing it. Naruto looked to the pieces in hand, letting them fall. He looked over to see space between some stands. Naruto smiled as he walked within the space. Naruto walked deeper with his hand in his pockets, but he took his left hand out and grabbed another rock thrown at him. You know, you'd make one hell of a shinobi, Naruto said with a smirk. Not my favorite occupation, Wabisuke said, tilting his hat as he leaned against the back of a stand with his arms crossed. So what's up? Naruto asked as he released the rock and put his hand back into his pocket. I just came to say my farewell. That is until we meet again, Wabisuke said. Quite the gentleman, Naruto said with a small smile. Gentlemen don't soil their hands with blood. Not unless there's something important to protect to that person. I should know. My favorite series' first hero was the best gentleman to exist and he kicked vampire ass, Naruto said with a grin. Wabisuke just stared at him with a mute expression. Hey, if I can exist in a different universe, why can't Jonathan Joestar? Naruto said with a shrug. Mirror dimension. Both worlds are still technically in the same universe. It's just they are put in separate spaces, keeping them from being whole. Yeah, I remember the history lesson. Which reminds me, You got your power by meeting the legendary warrior, Susanoo, right? Naruto asked, getting a nod from Wabisuke. What was he like? Calm, reserves, but at the same time it seemed he had a humorous side to him. He was definitely the epitome of a true warrior though. I felt so much pressure, that I'm shocked that I was able to survive as I felt that I lost my ability to breathe. So it was literally a breathtaking experience, huh? Naruto said with a grin. That a joke? Wabisuke asked. Maybe. It sucks, Wabisuke said. Not that far off though. Meeting your ancestor who so happens to be a deity, one of the big three no less, is a pretty damn unique experience, Datbeo. Naruto said with a shrug. So true. Wabisuke said with a smile and his eyes closed. So he told you everything. About how Tsukuyomi got pissed over his breakup with my goddess and wanted to take away the power they gave to humans as a gift. Pretty nasty divorce there, Wabisuke commented. History's worst case, Naruto said with his hands on his hips. You know, my goal is to bring both worlds together. Naruto confessed. Wabisuke looked to him in surprise. Shocking, huh? Naruto said with his hands behind his head. Actually, I'm more shocked at the fact that this surprised me. This is you were talking about. Wabisuke said, making Naruto grin. You know it's suicidal. This was a decision made by the gods, eons ago. In order to achieve this goal, you'll have to defy them, with Tsukuyomi being your greatest threat. I already know. And if they have a problem, I'll find a way to persuade them. In a violent manner. I'd rather do it in a peaceful manner, but with Tsukuyomi, I won't hesitate to clock him. Naruto said with a serious expression as he slammed his fist into his palm, causing a small shockwave, which startled and worried nearby bystanders. Gutsy as always, Wabisuke said with a smile. That's how Uzumaki's roll, especially this blonde maniac, Naruto exclaimed with a proud grin and pointing his thumb to himself. Wabisuke chuckled. By the way, saw how much I can lift. Guess it's clear I'm the physically stronger of us both. Naruto boasted with a grin. True. However, I'm faster, Wabisuke said with a grin as he brought up a hand to show that he had Naruto's wallet, Gama-chan in hand. What the? Naruto shouted, checking inside his jacket to see it was indeed Gama. Why does everyone keep taking Gama-chan? Naruto shouted as he snatched Gama out of Wabisuke's hand. Gama was then consumed by golden flames, meaning it was put in Naruto's seal. Can't keep her safe anywhere. Naruto grumbled with his arms crossed, looking to the side, while Wabisuke continued to smirk. Guess the other two decided to stay behind. Would cause some panic if people were seeing two Hanadas and Kibas walking around. Wabisuke said. I hear you. Sakura pretty much has to be holding a deep grudge when it comes to you guys. I just sensed earlier how much hatred she has for you. Understandable, Wabisuke simply said with his eyes closed. By the way, before I forget, I hope I'm not stepping out of line, but who is it you trying to protect? And how did it all start? Naruto asked. Wabisuke had somber eyes, looking to the ground. Naruto stayed silent as he stared at Wabisuke. Make sure this doesn't reach her ears. Wabisuke spoke. Naruto knew who he was talking about. If you ever see Hanahime's back when it's bare, there's this large crystal in it. Naruto stared at him with wide eyes. Years ago, when I was a child in my grandfather's dojo, Toshiyuku and Shiki came to the dojo to seek out powerful students. My grandfather was no match for them, or at least for Toshiyuku, and sadly they set their eyes on Hanahime when she showed off a glimpse of her power instinctively. The moment he put that crystal on her back to siphon power, I went mad and finally summoned Renzoku Kurai, Continuous Dark, and actually managed to defeat Shiki, but Toshiyuku was still too strong for me. I was too scared to lose her that I willingly gave him my services so I wouldn't lose her. Iwao followed, for what reason I wasn't sure, but he became a true friend that day. How old were you when this happened? Naruto asked. I was 9. Wabisuke admitted, shocking Naruto. I was lucky that Renzoku Kurai cannot be replicated like other Maken when made contact with Toshiyuku's stone fist. It's what made me an eye-catcher. That'll do it. So are there more weapons like that one? Naruto asked. Yes. Shiki's Karatori Te no Atsumari, Reaper's Gatherer, for one. Damn, that's still a mouthful. Naruto thought with dull eyes. The only other I know of is called Skullbringer, but its function and user is still a mystery to me. Wabisuke said. Huh, you know, you're something else. Here I thought I was selfless. Naruto said. Or, is it, you're in love? Wabisuke closed his eyes as a blush appeared on his cheeks. Well, I'll be damned. Oh, wait, the hat, why is so precious? Naruto asked. She gave it to me when we were kids. Wabisuke said, tilting his hat. And you were ready to kill me over a scratch. Now that's real love, man. Naruto said with a smile. Thank you. Although, I don't know how someone like you could show your love for multiple women. It's a difficulty, but it's worth it. Naruto said with a shrug. Polyamory relationships are a strange one. Wabisuke said with a small smirk. Is that what they're called? Good luck screwing the law. Polygamy abolished those types of relationships I believe back in 1945. Wabisuke answered. Yar. Do I have to deal with some heat? Naruto said with a pout and his hands behind his head. I can't imagine how the parents will feel about this. Wabisuke said with a smirk, causing Naruto to turn ghostly white, making Wabisuke chuckle. It's actually nice to have a normal conversation for once. Yeah, I'll admit, this was fun, Naruto said with a smile and his hand on his hips. I'll be heading out. I can sense your old flame is coming by, Wabisuke said, pushing off against the wall. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion. Sakura. Huh, seriously? Naruto questioned in surprise. Then you better get out of town. From what I can tell, she hates you with a burning passion. I can understand that. I did kidnap you and reveal that you were the one who complimented her forehead as Sasuke. You did what? Naruto screamed with shock. Naruto tilde. Sakura's voice called out. Is that why she's all gaga for me now? Naruto questioned. Apparently so, Wabisuke said with a shrug. To think it was always this easy, Datbeo. Naruto said with a tired and gloomy tone as he looked to the sky with his right index pressed against his chin. Perhaps, it was better she heard the truth from someone who wasn't you. Wabisuke said with a smirk. Naruto blinked his eyes to him, before grinning. Wabisuke extended his hand to him. It was good to see you again, my friend. Wabisuke said with a smile. Naruto smiled as he extended his hand and grabbed onto Wabisuke's. It was good to see you again too, my brother. Or is it cousin? Naruto said with a grin, making Wabisuke chuckle as they shook hands. Then they suddenly brought their arms closed, hooking them around one another. A new piece for tomorrow. Naruto shouted with a grin. And let it shine for a new future. Wabisuke said with a smile. Naruto grinned to Wabisuke with a chuckle while Wabisuke smiled at him. The two unhooked their arms from one another and took a few steps back, both had not ceased smiling at the other. Ima no Wakare, Uzumaki Naruto. Wabisuke said with a smile and tilt of his hat as he walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Ima no Wakare, Hayato Wabisuke. Naruto said with a smile. Farewell for now. Naruto turned and walked away with his hands in his pockets and a smirk on his face. There you are. Naruto turned his head to see Sakura. Can't keep away from me now, huh? Naruto questioned with a calm expression, making Sakura blush in embarrassment. Why did you come out of that small a space? Sakura asked. She then gasped. You didn't. Hell number. Get your mind out the gutter. Naruto shouted with an anime expression. TCH. Naruto started heading back to where the others were waiting. Wait up. Sakura called out as she hurried to catch up to him. Naruto and Sakura were now walking side by side. Sakura was blushing with her hands behind her back and interlocked as her eyes were looking downward and a bashful smile was on her face. Naruto was just calmly strutting with his hands in his pockets and a calm stoic expression on his face. Sakura couldn't help but blush as she walked beside him. She glanced to Naruto to see the calm, stoic expression on his face. The way he looked and how he walked was just so cool. She looked back down to the ground as her cheeks were still red. My heart. When I was like this with Sasuke, my heart would always beat too rapidly and loud, but with Naruto, just walking beside him, I feel so calm. Why is it that he has this effect on me? Sakura thought as she closed her eyes and held her heated cheeks. Sakura-chan. Naruto spoke. Yes, Sakura responded, looking to the blonde. Have you been training? Naruto asked. Yes, I built up my chakra reserves and can now land an even deadlier hit. Sakura said with a proud smile as she flexed her bicep and gripped it with her hand. But your taijutsu, is it the same as always? Naruto asked. Well, yeah. Not good, Naruto said with his eyes closed, making Sakura gain a gloomy expression and her shoulders slump. Tsunade Ba-chan's strength is amazing, but just throwing your fists around and evasion can get you so far. What would really work is if you put in a few different martial arts techniques into the blend. Martial arts. Wait, you mean completely change my fighting style? But Naruto, strength has gotten me far. True, but pure strength alone never guarantees victory. In fact, from thinking back on how I saw you fight months ago, you actually waste too much energy with each swing of the fist. Naruto said, making Sakura hang her head with depression as her shoulders slumped more. What you need is to control that strength of yours. Naruto said. What do you mean? Sakura looked to him curiously. Well, you're strong. Super strong. It's one of your most extraordinary abilities. Naruto said, showing some amazement. Naruto tilde, you're making me blush. Sakura said, turning away with an embarrassed, yet flattered smile as she held her blushing cheeks. The thing is though, is that you'd be a better fighter if you managed to control it perfectly into your moves. Naruto said. Huh. Sakura turned to him with curiosity. Think of it like this. In a fight, you step forward to your opponent and send a right hook. By putting enough strength into the joints of your fist, you could slam it straight into the temple of your opponent. With that sort of precision mixed with your strength, you could leave a nasty mark, causing a massive concussion, or even destroy some blood vessels. Naruto explained. That much damage? Sakura questioned as her eyes widened. Of course you'd need proper control. You see, if you just swing like you always do, all you'd be doing is wasting your energy. Your chakra, your stamina, all being wasted. With the right techniques and timing, you can use a portion of your powerful strength to land quick yet precise strikes. That way, you can break down your opponent without wasting so much energy. You could become a contender. Naruto said. Oh tilde, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Sakura said, holding her chin. Also, you should learn how to counter attacks and holds. Naruto said. Any suggestions? Sakura asked. So judo and aikido could help. Definitely learn some grapple moves. You got the strength to put someone into submission. Naruto suddenly stopped, alerting Sakura. Send a punch at me. Naruto said. Huh. Just trust me. Naruto said. I don't know. Sakura said. You're an idiot. Naruto said. That successfully pissed off Sakura. I don't want to hear that from you. Sakura screamed with a pissed anime expression and tick mark on her forehead as she sent a punch at Naruto. Naruto leaned his head to the side, dodging the punch, and then he grabbed her wrist and bent her arm by pressing his hand against the cubital fossa, and then finished by spinning her around and pressed against his own body, with her arm securely kept against her back and his arm wrapped over her throat, keeping her locked in a grapple with her back against his front. Sakura gasped at how easy Naruto had detained her. You see, Naruto whispered, with his hot breath tickling her ear, making her blush from the sensation. If you learn things like this, you'd be a force to reckon with, Sakura-chan. I could teach you myself sometime. Naruto whispered, causing Sakura's cheeks to turn red and her eyes to widen as she was getting anxious at the close proximity she had with her blonde crush. Naruto released his hold on her and started walking away with his hands in his pockets. After a few steps he noticed Sakura wasn't moving. Turning his head, he could see that she was frozen in the same spot with her cheeks red. Oi, you coming? Naruto spoke up. Sakura was still frozen. Sakura, Naruto called out, getting her to snap out of her trance. Huh, oh, right. Sakura hurried over. The two continued to move on, back in the same position as before their conversation. So, Naruto. You're really going to miss the girls you've been with here, huh? Sakura asked, looking down to the side, feeling dejected at the thought of others being with him and not her. Yeah. And you've said your goodbyes personally, right? Did they cry? Sakura asked. Naruto looked to her for a moment, before staring ahead thinking of his girls. Short lemon scenes. Naruto was lying on the spacious bed making love with his roommates in a four-way. His right hand on the right leg of Kimi, who was sitting on Naruto's face, moaning with a red blush as she felt her boyfriend's tongue go in deep her majesty. The fingers of his left hand dug into Azuki's vagina, along with Cha-Cha's right hand's fingers as the redhead was moaning, sitting on his stomach with her back against Cha-Cha, the mocha-skinned beauty's breast squished against the back of Azuki, and the blonde male's member digging deep inside her pussy. Sugoi Azuki-chan. Your pussy is so sensitive. Cha-Cha said with a grin. Cha-Cha. Tilde, don't say such embarrassing things tilde. Azuki whined. She suddenly moaned as Cha-Cha's left hand gripped her left breast. These breasts are so full. They just feel so stimulating as I hold one of them in my hand, and they look scrumptious. I'm going to try one. Itadakimasu tilde. Cha-Cha chimed as she suddenly took Azuki's breast into her mouth, causing her to moan with sudden pleasure. Cha-Cha. Naruto. You're both driving me crazy. Azuki exclaimed with gritting teeth as she was feeling intense pleasure from both her roommates. Cha-Cha pulled on Azuki's breast, sucking on it more for a moment, before releasing it with a pop. Naruto-kun and I are going to fuck you in so many ways you'll be babbling on what hit you for weeks. Cha-Cha said to Azuki's ear, with her hot breath tickling it. Cha-Cha then suddenly squeezed Azuki's left breast before biting down onto Azuki's nipple, causing her to scream as she suddenly lactated and came just as Kimi orgasmed all over Naruto's face. In the security committee room, Furin shivered as she was lying naked against one of the tables, with a shirtless Naruto sucking on her majesty, with his tongue digging deep into her. Naruto-kun. We really shouldn't be doing this in the meeting room. Oh tilde. Furin whined with teary eyes. Naruto pinched Furin's clitoris, making her cry with pleasure as he slowly pulled his head back with his tongue slowly sliding out, making the student council president cry with even more pleasure, until it completely slid out. Don't sweat it, Furin-chan. There are no meetings today. Naruto said with a smirk and husky voice. Besides, Naruto unzipped his pants, letting loose his member. He leaned over with his left hand resting next to Furin's head. Furin looked to him to see him smirking face close to her own. It's even more fun when there's a chance to get caught, nay. Naruto spoke softly in a seductive tone, making Furin blush red, before he inserted his member into her, making her cry loudly with pleasure. In Minori's office, the principal herself was leaning forward against her desk, naked, as Naruto, shirtless, was drilled into her from behind. That's right. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop, you handsome bastard. Minori cried as Naruto pounded into her, as he squeezed her rear cheeks tightly in his hands. Sugoi, Minori-chan, you just feel so damn good. You're such a gem. Everyone's so crazy, never giving you the time of day. Naruto said, grunting as he pounded into Minori. Well then, I probably wouldn't have fallen for you, baby. Minori said with a seductive smirk. Naruto increased his pounding, making Minori moan. As his hips were blurring, Minori panted with her tongue out. She suddenly gave a wolf's howl as she and Naruto came simultaneously. Goi tilda, Minori said with a grin and dreamy eyes. Naruto pulled out of Minori, only to grab her by the waist and spun her around, so now she was lying back first against the desk as the blonde then slammed his member into her, making Minori cry with pleasure and her tongue out. Minori quickly wrapped her hands around the back of Naruto's neck as he pounded into her again at a blurring pace. Minori-chan. I just love you so damn much. Naruto shouted with gritting teeth as he continued to furiously pound into his lover. I love you too damn much too, Naruto. I love you so much, that I can't live without you. Minori cried with her tongue out and teary eyes. I can't live a day without you. How can I survive a month? Naruto shouted. It's okay. You'll live, but for now, let's just focus on now. Don't let me go, Minori said as she brought Naruto closer, into a hug. Oh Minori-chan, Naruto cried as he increased pace. The two moaned very audibly as Naruto increased pace, drilling hard into her. The two moaned even louder as they felt they were ready to burst. Minori-chan, Naruto screamed as Minori screamed loudly as they came together. Minori quickly locked lips with her blonde lover as she felt him fill her up. I love you. I love you. I love you, Naruto-kun tilde. Late at night in Aki's office, everything was ready thanks to special light bulbs. Aki was dressed in only a pink with dark purple lining bra with the pads being heart-shaped that only covered her nipples, her nurse's hat on and a pair of lacy white heels. She was on her hands and feet as a naked Naruto pounded into her with no mercy. Naruto's teeth were grit as the veins on his neck and one on his forehead throbbed. Aki-chan is so tight and wet. She's really turned on by this. I'm surprised this was all her idea. Naruto thought as he continued to pound into the nurse with his hips going at a rhythm faster than the eye could keep up with. His hands were squeezing Aki's ass so tightly, increasing her pleasure. Aki all the while had her tongue out as her eyes were almost rolled up to the back of her head. Sugoi, Naruto-kun is pounding so hard into me. He's taking advantage of me without mercy, and with everything I see in red. I love it, Aki thought as she suddenly screamed and came all over Naruto's still pounding member. Aki's limbs wobbled as she was about to fall to the floor, but Naruto quickly wrapped his arms around her waist as he lifted her up off her feet and was now holding her up on his own, continuing to drill into her. Aki's breasts were moving sporadically as she was pounded into hard by the man she loved. Her saliva flying out of her mouth and off her tongue. Her love juices was spilling out with each thrust into her. Naruto suddenly landed onto one of the beds, with Aki hitting it first, now laying front first against the bed as Naruto's hands quickly gripped her breasts, squeezing them tightly. Aki cried with pleasure as Naruto continued to drill into her, all the while groping her savagely. Sugoi. Aki thought as she was relishing being ravaged by her blonde lover. Naruto growled with pleasure as he increased the speed of his thrusts and the rhythm and power of his groping hands. Aki was going insane. Naruto then suddenly bit down on her trapezius muscle, causing Aki to cry loudly with pleasure as she and Naruto orgasm immensely and her breasts lactated with much milk. Naruto-kun, I shiteru wa tilde. At a disclosed location, on a bed lied Naruto and Yan, completely naked. Naruto had his arms wrapped around Yan's naked body as he drilled into her. Pant, you really couldn't keep away, huh? Yan said. I just figured you wanted a personal night to get your feelings out of the way. Naruto said with a grin. Baichi, idiot, you really are too sentimental. Yan said with a smile and red blush. And you love that about me. Naruto said with a grin. Well, that and when I'm rough. Like this. Naruto pinched Yan's clitoris and suddenly twisted it as his fingers lit with hot, golden chakra, causing Yan to give an audible cry with her tongue out as she felt the painful and overly stimulating pleasure. Short lemons over. Yeah, they pretty much cried alright. Naruto said with a perverted look on his face and red blush as he scratched his cheek with his finger and giggled perversely. Oi, what's with that stupid look on your face, baka? Sakura screamed with a pissed anime expression. Sugoi tilde. So cool. Tenten exclaimed with sparkling eyes as she stared at Cha-Cha's Maken compressor. I know, right? Before Tengoku no Mon came along, all I could do was grow stuff like rocks, wooden boards and cans, but now. Cha-Cha's arm glowed and grew to giant size. I can grow parts of my own body. Cha-Cha proclaimed proudly with a grin as Tenten cried with amazement. Sugoi. Tenten cheered. Miss President, what's your Maken? Tenten asked with excitement as she quickly appeared in front of Furin, causing the president to flinch in surprise with a blush over her cheeks. Well, my Maken is called Habaya. It's a bow that shoots arrows of light at a targeted opponent. With small orbs created by the bow, and placing them on my target, my light arrow homes on them. Before Tengoku no Mon, I was only able to shoot one, because of how much element it can consume to make it, but now is different story. Furin explained. Shug tilde. Can I please see it? Tenten asked with sparkling eyes and her hands interlocked. I suppose so. Furin said with a bead of sweat going down her head. Naruto and Sakura made it back to see Furin summon Habaya, with Tenten screaming with excitement at the sight of the shining Maken. Ikuzo. Let's go, Naruto said, continuing to the intended destination. Naruto-kun. Furin exclaimed her boyfriend's name as he continued to walk. Wait up. Cha-Cha exclaimed as the group continued onward. Took you a while, Kiba said. Man's gotta go, he needs to go. Naruto said with a shrug. So, Tenten's been drooling over the Maken around here, huh? I wouldn't say I was drooling. Tenten said with her arms crossed. More like getting hyper. Cha-Cha said with a grin, that Fu shared, making Tenten blush red in embarrassment. You know Tenten-san, I don't think you've asked about my Maken yet. Minerva said with a smile as she appeared by Tenten's side. Naruto glanced at the two with worry. Oh, I didn't, Tenten said. What's your Maken then, Minerva-san? Tenten asked. Oh hell no, Naruto thought with stoic expression and a half-lidded glare. My Maken is called Jingu, Aegis. With it, I have control over dimensions. I can anything, even a body part or an entire person into a different dimension. Minerva explained, surprising the Konoha natives. Shug tilde. Tenten said with amazement, sparkling eyes and her hands interlocked. Wish to see a demonstration? Minerva asked as the tip of her index finger glowed. Sure, Tenten cheered. Don't you dare, Naruto yelled with annoyance. Oh hell no, Takaru exclaimed as he and Kengo covered their eyes, along with Kaiomi, confusing the others. With a wave of her finger, Minerva had used her Jingu Aegis to steal all of the clothes of the female Maken key members, along with Minori and Aki's. Naruto acted quicker than the eye could blink as he sent barrage of punches at all the men of the group. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto cried as he sent his male friends flying and quickly summoned a golden tail courtesy of Kurama's chakra, and had it loop around the ones still standing, in time for the girls to realize what just happened. The only males who did not suffer were Takaru, Kengo and Kaiomi who had their eyes covered and Tien-san who jumped into a mirror he made on the floor and vanished away, before Naruto laid the smack down. The girls of Maken Ki and Aki screamed as they tried to cover themselves. Minori just whistled a tune with her hands behind her back and Cha-Cha who chuckled with a toothy grin with her hands behind her head as well. Minerva-san. What the hell? Anaho screamed. It is the will of the master of lingerie. Minerva simply said with a smile. She's a total pervert. Tenten shouted with a shocked exaggerated expression as she and the rest of the females from Konoha had the same expressions and red blushes on their cheeks. All except Hinata. She fainted with her face being neon red. Oi, give them back their clothes this instant, Minerva. Naruto shouted with a pissed expression. Minerva gave a small scream, while retaining an open-mouth smile. Naruto-san, can be so scary tilde. Minerva whined. TCH. Naruto's eyes were shadowed, but he kept his pissed-off expression with gritting teeth. Naruto-kun is protecting us from being seen. Such a gentleman. Aki thought as she stared at the blonde who stole her heart. But, I'm exposed and, Aki's hands were slowly inching away from her body. Do I really want him to stare at me, like this, in public? Aki thought, surprised by her actions as more of her completely bare form was being revealed. Aki closed her eyes tightly as she separated her arms to reveal her naked form. Go ahead, Naruto-kun. You can look to me all you want. Aki thought as her cheeks were red. Thank the kamis. Haimgami's voice spoke. Aki's eyes opened wide as she noticed everyone who was naked had their clothes back on. You really are a piece of work, Minerva. Haimgami said with her arms crossed as Minerva rubbed the back of her head and stuck her tongue out. Can we look now? Kengo asked. Yeah, everyone's decent, Naruto said with his arms crossed. Kengo and Takaru sighed with relief as they uncovered their eyes, while Aomi had already uncovered his eyes and was eating a Pocky stick. The other men moaned as they got up to their feet. What happened? Why are we back on our feet after such a barrage? Shino questioned. I healed you all, Naruto said. That fast? Ino questioned with shock. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, rubbing his cheek out of habit from being punched, despite being healed afterwards. What the hell, Naruto? Kiba shouted. You couldn't have chosen a less violent route. Neji questioned with irritation and his arms crossed. I was in a panic. The girls were bare. I figured if you guys were unconscious or had your eyes swollen then there wouldn't be anything to worry about. Naruto said in a calm tone and a stoic expression with his hands in his pockets. Kind of an unorthodox solution, but I guess that works. Yamato thought with a dull expression. No, I was so close to see Aki-chan's precious jubilees. Damn it. Jiraiya cried as he was on his hands and knees with a gloomy aura surrounding him. Haruko-san was bare. I can't believe how close I was, yet fate chose differently. Lee said to himself as he was on his hands and knees with a gloomy aura surrounding him like Jiraiya. Yar yar. You guys piss me off. Naruto said with annoyance, but kept his stoic expression. Ow tilde, my face. Kuragasa whined as he sat up, rubbing his cheek. I can see why you wish to surpass him so badly. He's such a challenge. Takeshi said to Kuragasa with a smile and fist pump as he rubbed his cheek. That's Naruto-kun for you. Such youth. Guy cheered with a fist pump. Such a hot-blooded nature he has. Koshi said with a smile and fist pump. Geez man, you're so sensitive. Kiba said rubbing his neck. You couldn't have let us get a little peek. Kiba muttered. Naruto grabbed him by the collar of his jacket and brought him closer. Say that again. Naruto said with narrowed eyes and a pissed sneer, making sweat with fear. Oh oi, why do you still have that around your finger? Furin exclaimed. They all turned to see Minerva twirling a pair of panties in on finger, while she smiled. Whose underwear is that? Haruko questioned, pointing at the undergarments. Suddenly Anaho screamed as she realized she was one pair too short. Give it back. Anaho cried with a hand over her short shorts and her other hand trying to take back the underwear that Minerva had in hand. Choji's face turned red with steam coming out his nose and then fainted. Minerva giggled with her hand over her mouth as she returned Anaho's underwear back where it belonged. Naruto sighed as he grabbed Choji by the shirt with one hand and lifted him up to his feet, but he seemed unconscious. Is Choji-kun alright? Anaho asked with concern as she scooted over with anime eyes and a cat-like mouth. Naruto suddenly shook Choji back and forth in his hand in a blurry motion for a moment. Once he stopped, Choji's face was no longer red, but he was dizzy with drool hanging from his mouth and his head titled to the side. Where am I? Choji questioned, still feeling dizzy. Yeah, he's fine, Naruto plainly said with a stoic expression. You can be so cruel, Ni-sama. Anaho whispered while everyone looked to them with sweat drops. Well, let's move on. Naruto said as he handed Choji over to Anaho, who was now supporting him to his feet. Naruto walked away, but two pairs of breasts squished his back. Naruto-kun tilde, were you secretly excited when you saw your girls naked, huh? Cha-cha chimed with a grin. I bet you were having such naughty thoughts of us, weren't you? Minori teased with a smirking grin. Naruto was trying to keep a straight face, but his cheeks were burning red and his eyes were widened a bit. Aki moaned as she watched Cha-cha and Minori tease Naruto. Aki-sensei tilde. Yuka chimed with a smile as she appeared on the left side of Aki. We noticed what you did a few moments ago when you were bare. Minerva said with a smile as she appeared on the right side of Aki. New respect for you tilde. Yuka and Minerva chimed with a peace sign, causing Aki to cry out with embarrassment as her cheeks were burning red. I didn't mean I didn't, well actually I did, wait. No tilde. Aki cried with pure embarrassment. The women around here are such perverts. Tenten said as she was crouched in front of Hinata, being held up a bit in Neji's arm, fanning the poor Hyuga girl to cool her heated body temperature. Oi, Fu-san. Ino spoke, earning the mint-haired Kunoichi's attention. Is it always like this? Ino asked. Pretty much. It takes some time to get used to it. Fu said. It's not easy though. I bet. Sakura said with dull eyes and a frown with her hands on her hips. Fu chuckled with a toothy grin. Life never gets dull here. Tiansen said with a smile, appearing beside Fu, making her scream from being startled by the red head. Finally the group made it to see a large banner up high saying, Macaroon Mansion Banquet. Man, there are a lot of banquets at this festival. Yamato said. Everybody loves Naruto, what can I say? Minori said with a smile and shrug. Naruto groaned. And they all cooked without me. How mean. Naruto said with a pout. But this whole festival is for you to enjoy. Azuki said. Still, I wouldn't have minded helping out a bit, even if this is a day for me to just relax. Naruto said with his eyes closed as he stuck out his lips out. Suddenly a loud audible growl was heard making everyone's eyes widen. But now I only care about eating, so let's go. Naruto said as he hurried his pace, with the others following. Oh by the way, be prepared. Anyone who pervs out too much is getting a smack to the skull. Naruto warned. What is the need for such a warning? Shino asked. Just trust me, Naruto said. Hello masters and mistresses. Maids of Macaroon Mansion greeted the newcomers with a bow. Holy wow. Hiba cheered with a huge grin as he and the other guys blushed red at the sight of all the maids. Now this is a true sight. Is this what all the female employees wear? Jiraiya asked. Unfortunately, Azuki said with a frown. Ah tilde, don't be like that Azuki-chan tilde. You look really good in your maid outfit. Naruto said with a grin. Urusei Baka, Azuki shouted as she punched Naruto in the cheek. We need one of these in Konoha. Jiraiya exclaimed proudly and with great desire. Denied, Tsunade said with an irritated frown and a twitching eyebrow. Oh, Naruto-sama, it's you. One of the maids cheered. Naruto-sama. He's here. Hooray. The maids cheered as they ran over to the blonde head chef with plates of food in their hands. Hey, Azuki shouted as she was pushed away by the crowd of girls surrounding her boyfriend. Naruto-sama, it's so great to see you again. We've held down the fort as you ordered. We've even made dishes with your skills. Please, try mine. No, try mine first. No, mine. Me first. No, me. Ladies, please calm down. I'll be happy to try out all the wonderful meals you've prepared. After all, I'm starving from a previous workout. Naruto said with a smile and his hands up. Hi tilde Naruto-sama tilde. All the maids chimed with wide smiles and blushes on their cheeks. Hiba fell to his knees and slammed his fists into the ground. Damn it, why is it that Naruto's got an army of ladies at his beck and call? Not one girl has glanced my way all day, especially when he's around. It's just not fair. Hiba whined with anime tears. The section that Macaroon Mansion had acquired had long tables with many plates, silverware and napkins, while on the sides were the cooking stations, where the maids cooked the meals. To-san. Anaho cheered as she ran over to a certain spot. Teshin, now dressed in an open black vest with gold lining and long white pants and a pair of sandals, turned his head, still chewing his food as his daughter jumped at him and hugged. Teshin swallowed his food before greeting his daughter. Hello Anaho. Teshin greeted his daughter with a smile. That's her father. All of the Konoha natives thought with shock and jaws dropped. Choji turned ghostly white and gulped as he saw the size of the man. What are you eating? Anaho asked looking down at his plate. A chicken breast with some nice sweet and tangy sauce. I think the sauce was made from a fruit. Teshin said. Can a friend and I have some? Anaho asked. Of course. Teshin said with a nod. Choji-kun. Come try this. Anaho called out. Choji was sadly frozen in place. Naruto smirked as he decided to be a good friend and pick up Choji by the collar, walk right over as the Akamichi was literally lifted off the ground by his blonde friend, all his weight carried by one hand, until he was in front of Anaho and Teshin. He gets nervous easily, Naruto said to Teshin. I see, Teshin said. He's tilde huge tilde, Choji thought as he sweated, looking up at Teshin, and the giant of a man was just sitting down. How does someone as cute as Anaho have a father like that? Kuragasa wondered. She's adopted, Takaru answered. Of course. Everyone who didn't know said with half-lidded eyes. Takeshi was staring at Teshin. Never thought I'd see him again. Takeshi thought with his arms crossed. Man, you must be really intimidating Kushia-san. Someone spoke. Across from Teshin and Anaho was a handsome male with blue shaggy hair and a calm expression, sitting next to Tomiko. Oh, hey it's you. The man who took on the army of lizard whales back at Okinoshima. Anaho exclaimed with her cat smile. Lizard whales? Kakashi questioned. Yep. That's me. Allow me to introduce myself once more, even though it's a hassle. Ketsugaya Toshinobu, second-class general of Tengoku no Mon. Ketsugaya introduced himself once more with his ever-present cool smile. You're the second-class general. It's an honor to meet you Toshinobu-san. Naruto said as he gave a respectful bow to the brunette. All the Konoha natives stared at Naruto with speechless shock. Did Naruto just show proper respect to someone of higher rank? Shizune questioned still in shock. It's a shock for us too. Quite the rare occurrence, Himegami said with her fists on her hips. So why are you here Ketsugaya-sama? Tien-san asked walking over with a smirk and his hands in his pockets. Well, truth be told, I wanted to hang back and watch the koi swim in the pond, or even lay on the grass and watch the clouds, but since the others decided to join Lon, I was dragged along as well. Ketsugaya said with a cool smile as he then took a sip from his glass of wine. After a moment, he separated the glass from his lips and sighed. Geez Louise. Coming here wasn't worth the effort, but sadly here I am. Oh great. Naruto said with a dull expression. Another Shikamaru. Ino said with a dull expression as well. I feel your pain man. Shikamaru said as he took a seat at the long table. You came here all on your own. Ino shouted. You my Tilda. Anaho cheered as she had taken a bite of her father's chicken. It's so tantalizing that it's making my taste buds dance. Anaho exclaimed with a cheery tone and cat smile. She then cut up another piece. Here, Choji-kun, try it. Anaho said as she extended the piece to Choji's face. Once Choji caught a whiff of the chicken, he finally came out of his frozen trance. He noticed that Anaho was extending it forward, looking ready to feed it to him. Choji's eyes widened, but then he got fearful as he glanced up to Teshin, who was looking down at him. Choji gulped, but when he looked at Anaho's cute smiling face, he couldn't help but blush and accept the piece she offered him. Once he took the piece whole, his eyes widened exponentially as he tasted the incredible meal. Umai tilde. Choji cheered with his head shot back. It's great, right? Anaho said with her trademark smile. More than that, it's incredible. Choji cheered. Teshin-sama. Teshin's just fine. Teshin said. Where did you get this? Choji asked with excitement. They make it over at the cooking stations. Here's a menu. Teshin said, handing Choji a rather thick menu. The Akamaiki opened it up, only for his eyes along with Anaho's to sparkle as they cheered with great joy at all the amazing food to try. Oi, Toshinobu-sama. Naruto spoke as his friends made their way over to sit. Ketsugaya looked to Naruto. You said all the generals are here. Naruto questioned. Yeah, they just went to get their meals. Ketsugaya said. I'm back. A thick male voice shouted as he slammed a large plate full of meat drenched in a smooth golden sauce. Everyone looked only to be shocked to see an 8-foot muscle of a man. The man had a long wild mass of spiky fiery orange hair that extended to the back of his knees, with the part atop his head spiked up, and the hair also had black streaks all around it, making the hair look like that of a tiger's body. The man had a thick angular face with fiery orange 3-pointed beard with 3 black stripes at each point, wore a pair of sunglasses, and wore a short sleeves white shirt with the words, Courage. And Power. On his chest with Courage. Atop of Power. And an X between the words, yet it seemed too tight on him as it looked that his extremely muscular body was ready to rip it apart. He wore long black jean shorts, black sneakers and a black band wrapped around the left bicep. Did I mention he was extremely muscular? Like Toriko level of muscular. Holy hell, he's gigantic. Everyone thought with shock. The man turned his head to see everyone looking at him, but his attention was suddenly on Naruto. Blonde spiky hair, cerulean eyes and whisker marks. You are Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? The Golden Boy, the giant man said, pointing down at the blonde. Golden Boy, not the best nickname, but yeah, I guess that's me. Naruto said with dull eyes. The giant man reached his hand down at Naruto, causing his friends to worry, but Naruto remained calm, as he felt his left hand gripped tightly by the man. Well, it's nice to meet you. The giant man said with a huge toothy grin as he shook Naruto's hand at a blurring pace. The name's Ayumu Kai, or Kai Ayumu since Japanese people usually put last names first. I'm the 4th class general of Tengoku no Mon. The man now known as Ayumu introduced himself proudly. Nice to meet you, Naruto said. He comes on a little too strong. A soft-spoken voice spoke. Once Ayumu released Naruto, he leaned his head over to see a slim-framed person covered in bandages. Or from what he could tell anyway. The person was sitting on the chair next to the standing Ayumu. The person wore a black zip-up hoodie with the hoodie over his head, blue denim jeans with the bottoms rolled up and beige loafers. His hands, ankles and face were all completely bandaged, which gave the impression that the person was covered in bandages from head to toe. What seemed to not be covered up with his right eye, which revealed a light crimson eyes, and some of his hair was unbandaged as jet black, yet glossy bangs were over his forehead. Mummy Man. Naruto said the first thing that came to his head. Hey, that's a good nickname, but his real name is. Before Ayumu could continue, the bandaged person snaked around the side of him and ended up in between him and Naruto. He moves like a snake or an eel, Naruto thought. The mummy man extended his hand to him. Renshi. Akaku Seoru. 5th class general of Tengoku no Mon. I go by Akaku. The man now known as Akaku introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Akaku-sama. Naruto said as he shook his hand. What the hell happened to you? You got into an accident in a fire or something? Naruto asked. Nah, he just likes wearing those bandages. Take him off and the ladies can't keep their hands off him. Ayumu said with a grin. I'm not as attractive as Lon Senpai. Akaku said. Yeah, well, who is? I mean the guy made all of Tenbi's females drool upon his debut here. Naruto said, releasing Akaku's hand. I feel so bad about drooling over someone who wasn't Naruto-kun. Kimi muttered with shame. Me too. Cha-Cha said as well with a pout, feeling shame just like her best friend. Well, speak of the devil. Ketsugaya said with a smirk, turning his head. Everyone looked, only for the girls' eyes to widen as they all saw who they thought was the sexiest man alive. Lon sat nearby sipping a cup of tea as he petted his lion who laid next to him. Lan was dressed in a buttoned-up long black dress coat, with a midnight blue dress shirt underneath and silver tie, long slim pants, black leather shoes, a pair of black dress gloves and a black bolero hat on the table. Lan separated the cup from his lips before speaking. It is good to see you all again, my friends. Lan said in a gentleman tone. The women of Konoha cried with amazement and arousal as they all had anime open-mouth grins and wide anime eyes. Ahi. Shizune cried with jovial arousal with Tsunade drooling as she stared at Lan. Kakashi and Jiraiya looked to them with frowns and half-lidded eyes. Oh my Kamis. He's gorgeous. Ino exclaimed as she felt on cloud nine just staring at Lan with her hands interlocked and hearts appearing around her head. Lan stood up and made his way over with his lion walking beside him. And he's got a pet lion. Like something out of my romance novels. Ino cheered with excitement. It's nice to meet all you new faces. I am Lan Leandre, head general of Tengoku no Mon. It is an honor to meet you all. Lan said, resting his bolero over his heart and bowing to them all. No, the honor is all ours. The women of Konoha said in unison, bowing to him. As they rose up they all had hearts appearing around their heads as they smiled at him. My Kami, just look at them. Not even 30 seconds and he's got them all wrapped around his finger. Jiraiya said with a frown and his arms crossed. He's even got Tsunade, and she's usually turning men down. Jiraiya thought as he glanced to his fellow Sannin to see her giggle with a wide smile and eye smiles. Yar yar, Naruto said with a dull expression. He then noticed all the girls from Maken, Aki and Minori turned away with blushes. Must resist temptation. Haruko whined as she tried her hardest. There's no one sexier than Yusui-kun. There's no one sexier than Yusui-kun. There's no one sexier than Yusui-kun. Yuka repeated over and over again as a mantra. That's our girls, Kengo said with a tired smirk as Naruto laughed at the sight and Takaru chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Oh, wait, so far we've met all, but 3. Takaru said. Oh yeah, where is he? Naruto asked. Naruto suddenly noticed a poker card floating in front of him. What the? Naruto was about to grab the card, but suddenly a huge row of card flew past his face. Whoa, Naruto exclaimed as the row flew around him, Takaru and Kengo, and soon flew into the hands of a new man. Cards. Kengo shouted, remembering the green-haired man from Okinoshima. Yuka gasped as she noticed the cards as well. Kengo took out an acorn which glowed green and was now replaced with his training sword, held tightly in his hands. Seek and ye shall find. The new man said as he played with the cards in hand. Luckily it wasn't the green-haired young man from Okinoshima, but the man did look rather shifty. The man had long silver hair that passed his shoulders, his eyes were gray and he had a thin sharp jaw. He wore a wide-brimmed bolero hat, a buttoned-up long black dress coat, red dress shirt underneath with a black pinstripe tie, a gray scarf hanging loosely from his shoulders, slim black pants, leather black shoes and fingerless leather gloves with the back of the hands exposed. I'm guessing he's the third one. Takaru spoke up. Yes, this is an old friend of mine. Goto. Lan introduced the third general of Tengoku no Mon. Uzumaki Naruto. The Jinchuriki of Kurama, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato and his wife, the red-hot-blooded habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. Wielder of the might Golden Asura. Goto said in a calm manner, shocking everyone who didn't know of Naruto's lineage. And of course, Goto slammed the bottom of the cards against the table. Well, let's just keep those last two a secret, shall we? Goto said calmly. Naruto stared at him with a stoic expression. Let me ask, Maelstrom. Do you intend to take my title as third-class general? Goto asked. Take your title? Naruto questioned, narrowing his eyes a bit. Oh yes. Akaku snaked around behind Naruto, and tilted his head to the side, now being on the right side of Naruto's head. You see, anyone can challenge one of us generals to take the position. However, Goto is probably taking about the future, since you see, one must have extensive knowledge, excellent battle experience and political knowledge and skill. So far you have them, but you're still too green to face against one of us. Akaku said. With all due respect, Naruto-san. Shouldn't I be a part of Tengoku no Mon before I even consider taking the title of general? Naruto questioned, turning his head to Akaku. Yes, and you may join at any time. In fact, you can join now. You are more than qualified to join. Akaku said as he spun around and away from Naruto. Wait, I could join at any time? Naruto questioned. I'm not gonna bullshit here. We all know your skill set. IQ of 198 and growing thanks to your clones, superior strength, endurance and an extraordinary healing factor that honestly surpasses even those of your bloodline. You also have a silver tongue. You're very good at politics, and from what I've learned recently, you've been made valedictorian of your class. Skillful indeed, Goto said as he patted the bottom of his cards against the ground. Naruto stared at him with a stoic expression. I've been made valedictorian? Naruto asked Furin as he appeared in front of her. Oh, yes, I wanted to surprise you. Guess it's been exposed. Furin said with an embarrassed smile. Yes. Naruto cheered as he then grabbed Furin by the waist and lifted her up. I'm valedictorian. Naruto cheered as he spun Furin around, making her giggle. All of his friends stared at him with shock. No way, Ino thought. She looked to her Nara teammate, sitting at the table, staring wide-eyed at Naruto. That means he's nearing Shikamaru's level. Naruto put Furin down and suddenly brought her close and gave her a deep, long kiss with plenty of tongue. Safe to say those of Konoha were surprised. Furin was pleasantly surprised, but returned the kiss nonetheless. Naruto's hand slowly rubbed up Furin's back and slowly smoothed down, smoothing over her tailbone and meeting her rear. He rubbed her bottom before squeezing it, making her squeak with surprise. Naruto pulled back a bit, but Furin's lip quivered for more, so she grabbed the back of his head and brought him back in for one more. The Konoha natives were staring in utter shock. Except for Jiraiya, who was feverishly writing down this research down in his data book, and Hinata had fainted after seeing Naruto squeeze Furin's butt. Damn, Ino and Kiba said breathlessly as they continued to stare. Sakura was grinding her teeth as she stared at the sight with burning rage and envy that the student council president was making out with her crush in such an admittedly sexy way. Sasuke and Himegami looked to her with half-lidded eyes. They looked to one another and shook their heads. Okay, I'll admit it. The Gaki's gotten good, Tsunade thought, holding her chin with the tip of her thumb and her index finger. She looked to see Shizune, Kakashi and Yamato to see them have exaggerated wide eyes with the two who did not wear a mask, had their jaws agape. Such kids. Then again, this is Naruto scoring. Naruto pulled back from Furin, but she had her teeth gently bite down on Naruto's bottom lip, so he had to pull back with a bit of effort. Once separated, Furin sighed dreamily with a dazed expression. Holy shit. Takaru cheered as he jumped onto Naruto's back, wrapping an arm around his neck, surprising Furin out of her daze. My best friend's a genius. Takaru cheered, thrusting his fist into the air with a grin, making Naruto grin himself. Furin got out of Naruto's hold and cleared her throat as Kengo came by. Congrats. I guess cheating with those clones really did the trick for that mess you call a brain. Kengo said with a smirk, tapping the side of Naruto's head. Shut the fuck up, Yusui. Naruto said in an amused tone and grinned as he lightly punched Kengo's arm. Kengo just grinned and rubbed his arm. Congratulations, Nisama. Anaho cheered as she and the rest of Maken Ki with Venus went up to congratulate him. Naruto-kun. You're so amazing. Kimi cheered as she jumped at Naruto, hugging him tight. That's my man. Cha-Cha cheered as she jumped to Naruto as well, hugging him tight with her breast squishing his face. Lucky bastard. I wish that was my face. Kiba thought with anime tears as he bit the collar of his jacket. Azuki got up to him, pulled him away from her other roommates and gave him a deep kiss for a few moments before separating. I'm so proud, Azuki said with a proud smile, making Naruto blush. Hey, I want to kiss him. Cha-Cha whined with a pout. Me too. Kimi whined with a pout as well. Please don't, we'll be here all day. Himegami said, making the others laugh. Looks like I'm no Fox Baka anymore, Haimouto. Naruto said with a grin. Think again, foolish brother. Himegami said with a small smile and closed eyes as Naruto chuckled with a toothy grin. Way to go, Naruto. Fu said with a grin. Naruto smiled as he suddenly wrapped an arm around her form, bring her into a one-arm hug, surprising her. Arigato, Fu-chan. Naruto said with a smile and a pair of eye smiles. Fu couldn't help but blush red as she had a bashful smile on her face. Her friends just grinned and smiled with amusement at her expression. Her too. Seriously. Sakura, Ino, Tenten and Kiba thought with the Haruno and Inuzuka feeling annoyed. Once Naruto released Fu, he was suddenly brought into a tight hug by Haruko. Oh, I'm so proud of you, my little Otudo. Haruko said with pride and tears of joy, and she hugged Naruto tight. Nei-chan, you're actually crushing me. Naruto choked out with exaggerated anime eyes as Haruko continued to unintentionally crush her brother in her death hug of love. Sakura stared at the group. They were all so happy and showing Naruto such unconditional love. As Haruko released Naruto, allowing him to breathe, as she blushed with embarrassment with her tongue out and scratching the side of her head, Sakura could see the happy grin Naruto had on his face. She's never seen this kind of happiness beaming off him. They're my family. Naruto's voice echoed through her head. Sakura's eyes softened as she could see that love he spoke in this moment. They really are your family. Sakura thought as she stared at the blonde who holds her feelings. I want to be a part of that, someday. Sasuke placed all of Himegami's things on the table, and walked over. Naruto looked to him with curiosity as he stopped in front of him. He was surprised when he saw Sasuke extend his hand to him. Congratulations, Dobi, Sasuke said, surprising Naruto and the others. Naruto smiled as he grasped Sasuke's hand, but then he brought him closer into a bro hug. Thanks, Tem. I appreciate it, Naruto said with a smile, while Sasuke remained uncomfortable that Naruto was showing him brotherly affection. So Naruto, guess this means you'll be challenging Shikamaru to see who's smarter. Choji spoke up. Yeah, right, like I'm confident to try and outsmart Inara. Naruto said as he separated from Sasuke. Guess he really does have a brain. Shikamaru joked with a smirk. Screw you, Naruto said with a grin. So kid, Goto spoke, earning Naruto's attention. Let me ask, will you be joining Tengoku no Mon and take my title? Goto asked, playing with his cards. Nah, I still got academics to worry about. I'll give you a call in a few years, and hold on to that title for me. Naruto said with a grin and a wink. Besides, if I devote my time to you guys I won't have time for these guys. Naruto said referring to his friends, making them smile. Well then, get something to eat and pull up a chair. More the merrier, Goto said turning his attention to his cards as he shuffled them in hand. Everyone just seemed dumbfounded by Goto's change in attitude. Your friend's strange, Lon-san. Syria whispered to the head general. Yes, he is pretty unique. Lon said with a smile. Well, I'm getting something to eat. I'm starving, Naruto shouted as instantly vanished, surprising the others. Naruto, the smartest person in class, I never thought those words would match. Ino said still shell-shocked with an incredulous tone and her hand hovering over her mouth. Yeah, it's shocking, Tenten said. No Tenten, you don't understand unless you were a part of our graduating class. It's like if Lee suddenly became a master of ninjutsu, greater than the Sandaime. Ino exclaimed, shocking Tenten. See, that's what I'm saying, Ino exclaimed pointing at Tenten's face. So, are you all gonna stand around or will you join us? Tomiko asked with a smile. Everyone just shrugged and took their seats. After a few moments, one could not hold in something any longer. Okay, I will just say it myself, no one is freaked out Lon-san has a lion with him. Shino questioned. Everyone just looked to him with wide anime eyes, then to Lon and his lion, with the pair already back at their spot. Honestly I think everyone's attention was more on Lon-san than his lion. Yamato said. Everyone. Lon spoke up, catching everyone's attention, especially the now blushing girls. Please, he has a name. Aurelio. Lon spoke as he gently scratched behind his lion, Aurelio's ear. Oh, so he's named after the Italian and Spanish form of the Roman Latin word Aurelius which means golden. Naruto said as he placed his large, wide plate on the table. Exactly, Lon said with a gentle smile, but then he noticed the massive amount of various different meat on his plate. That's quite the quantity, Lon commented. I got more coming, Naruto said making his friend's sweat drop. Naruto clapped his hands together. Itadakimasu, Naruto said with a grin. He then started eating at a speeding pace, shocking everyone as he was eating like he was a Saiyan from DBZ. Yes, like Goku, Vegeta and Gohan at the World Martial Arts Tournament to be specific. More please, Naruto exclaimed as the meat was all gone, causing everyone's eyes to bulge. You just got that food. Takaru shouted with shock. Yar days tilde, so hungry, Naruto whined with a frown as he rubbed his growling stomach that was hurt all over the area. Nandato, everyone screamed with jaws dropped. My, what a stomach you have there, Naruto-kun. A new person spoke as a strong hand rested on his shoulder. You must have worked up an appetite my little chef. Naruto turned only to grin to see it was his boss, Catherine aka Guro Fujioka, the Obe of Tenbi. Hey mistress. Good to see you, Naruto exclaimed with a huge grin. What the hell? All the men of Konoha thought with shocked and disturbed exaggerated expressions on their faces. It's nice to see my head chef is back, but so sad that he'll be gone as quick as he had returned. Catherine said with a pout. Sorry mistress. Blame Minori-chan and Ba-chan for that. Naruto said pointing his thumb in Minori and Tsunade's direction, the two sitting side by side. Oi, get 6 bottles of sake here, stat. Minori called out, waving her hand. Oh tilde, so this beautiful young blonde is your grandmother is that right? Catherine said as she walked around the table, winking at Jiraiya along the way, making the white-haired Sannin shiver with disgust. Now how in heavens do you look so young? Tell me, are you using some special lotion? Catherine asked with the tips of her fingers hovering over her mouth. Sorry, trade secret, Tsunade said with proud smirk and her arms crossed. Well I am jealous of you, honey. You have lovely skin, Catherine said with a smile. Why thanks you. I love your hair and that lipstick looks great on you, Tsunade said with a grin. Why thank you, sweetie, Catherine said with a smile. By the way, who's the hunk over there with the white mane? Catherine asked pointing her thumb to Jiraiya, worrying the toad hermit. Oh that's just my old perverted teammate, Jiraiya, Tsunade said with a smirk and wave of her hand. Well, It sure is nice to meet you, cutie. Catherine said seductively as she appeared in front of the frightened Jiraiya, holding his chin in her hand. Jiraiya screamed and fell out of his seat, making some of the women, and even Naruto burst with laughter. You know Naruto talks about you two all the time, Catherine mentioned, catching the Sanin's attention. Naruto's eyes widened anime style at hearing this. He keeps talking about how great you two are. How his grandfather is the gutsiest and greatest shinobi he's ever known and how his grandmother is the greatest leader there is. Oh, he looks up to the two of you so much, I think he would kill anyone for taking bad about you. Catherine said with a smile on her face. Really? Tilda? Tsunade said with a delighted smirk as she and Jiraiya looked to the blushing Naruto with smirks on their faces. The boy there was so heart-stricken that you weren't around. I just wanted to wrap my arms around him. He looked ready to cry. Tilda. I think he missed you both the most. Catherine said with a teary eye and frown. But now I'm happy he has you two back. Catherine said with joy and a bright smile. This just made Tsunade and Jiraiya grin and laugh at how much Naruto had missed them, while Naruto's eyes were shadowed and his cheeks turned red as he had a toothy frown on his face. Well, now isn't that sweet? Never knew the kid loved us to death. Jiraiya said, standing up with a huge toothy grin. Please, Catherine-san, tell us more. Tsunade said with a grin as she placed a hand on Catherine's shoulder. Please stop. Naruto softly begged with a hand covering his face. Didn't help that his friends laughed and giggled at the tender moment and his embarrassment. Here you go, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked to see a beautiful cake in front of him, given to him by one of the maids, who had short dark hair. Arigato, Nanao-chan, Naruto said, turning to the maid with a smile, making her smile and blush, but once Naruto turned back to his cake, it was gone. Naruto exclaimed with shock. Naruto heard a sigh, making him look to see Anaho smiling and patting her belly. You ate my cake already? Naruto screamed with a shocked, exaggerated expression as everyone looked to her with bulged eyes at how fast she ate the entire cake. Oh, Anaho noticed what she had done. I'm so sorry, Nisama. It just looked so good. Anaho said with anime tears and regret. No, it's fine. I've come to expect that with you and sweets. Naruto said with his head hanging. That didn't make Anaho feel any better. She ate faster than Choji. Faster than any Akamichi. Ino thought with bulged eyes and a gaped mouth. Ino looked to Choji to see him staring at Anaho with sparkling and affectionate eyes. I think Choji's found his match. She's beautiful. She's nice to me. She even eats better than me. She's amazing. Tilda. Choji thought as he felt his heart flutter. Suddenly there was barking as Akamaru jumped at Kiba. Hey, Akamaru, how have you been? Kiba said with a grin, getting a bark from his best friend. So he's yours. He was such a sweetheart. So well behaved. Catherine commented with a smile. I know, right? Kiba said with grin. Suddenly Syria squealed. So Tilda cute Tilda, Syria exclaimed with sparkling eyes as she pointed to something traveling on the table. Everyone looked only for the girls to squeal as they saw Matabi riding on a round bowl, trotting with her head held high, traveling along the table. Kawaii Tilda. All the girls and Aki exclaimed with blushes as Matabi rode along the table, avoiding meals effortlessly. Matabi bounced off the ball and onto Anaho's arms. Meow. Matabi meowed, making all the girls squeal at her adorableness. I don't believe it. Kakashi said with wide eyes, or since he usually has his Sharingan eye closed. That kitten. She looks exactly like the Nibby. Yamato exclaimed, pointing at Matabi, who was reaching her paw up to Manji, who was extending his paw down to Matabi. Yep, she's one of the baby Biju. Fu said with a grin. And what an appropriate name too. Jiraiya said with shock. Incoming. Goto said, taking his hands and cards from the table as Shukaku came charging down the table eating all the food he came across. Ayumu quickly took his plate of meat off the table, but Shukaku jumped up and was about to eat the meat, but he suddenly was in Naruto's arms. Yar days. You're a real handful, Naruto said as he held the mini Aikibi. Shukaku growled that he missed out on some meat, that he took it out on Naruto, by biting his middle finger. Naruto screamed with an anime face. Fucking damn dog, Naruto shouted waving his hand, trying to get Shukaku off. Naruto, watch your language, Haruko shouted. Sorry, Nei-chan, but he started it. Naruto said pointing at Shukaku. I don't care who started it. Because I'll end it, Haruko shouted as her energy spiked, surrounding her in a menacing purple aura, which shocked those of Konoha and worried her friends. For Naruto, his eyes widened in an exaggerated manner, as he shook and sweated with fear of angering his elder sister, and the glare she was giving him wasn't helping. Sumanai, Naruto said as he instantly had his head hanging in shame and his hands on his lap. He also somehow managed to get Shukaku off his finger, with the baby Biju sitting on the table. Shukaku chuckled mischievously, but he whined as he was suddenly bopped on the head by the tip of Haruko's bakken. Don't go thinking you're off the hook either. Behave yourself or else, Haruko said with a stern tone, making Shukaku whine and cower. Everyone from Konoha looked to the tamed and cowering Naruto and Shukaku, then to Haruko in amazement. Wow tilde. They all said in amazement, making Haruko blush red. Oh come on. Can't a sister disciple her little brother? Haruko said with embarrassment and an embarrassed smile as she rubbed the back of her head. But to discipline both Naruto and a miniature Shukaku, Haruko-san, you are amazing. I wish I had your sense of authority. Shizune said with amazement and sparkling eyes. You truly are a gem. Yamato said with a smile. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Hell yeah, now that's a woman, Kiba exclaimed with a grin and fist pumped. Agreed. You are amazing Haruko-san. Lee exclaimed with anime tears of joy and his hands clasped together as he felt his heart flutter. She truly is youthful. Do not let her go, Lee. Guy whispered with a grin and anime tears. Please stop tilde. It's nothing really, Haruko said as her cheeks were red hot. Did you really need to bop it on the head? Shikamaru questioned with a raised eyebrow. Are you kidding? I'm with Haruko. That pooch can be a real monster sometimes. Azuki said. Yeah, like one time he actually stole Furin's panties straight in the middle of the day at school. Cha-Cha said with a smile, making everyone had blushes, with the men having blood shoot out their noses. No tilde. Furin cried with tears of embarrassment. Two maids then ran over, panting as they stopped next to Naruto. Gomen tilde. We tried to keep an eye on him, but he was so fast. One of the maids, a brunette with pigtails and glasses said as she continued panting. He can be such a handful. The other maid with a spiky pixie-cut hairstyle said with a small frown. No worry ladies. Shukaku can be a handful. I'm happy you at least tried your best. Naruto said with a smile as he petted Shukaku atop his head. Hi tilde. Arigato Naruto-sama. The maids cooed with smiles and red blushes. He's got it made here. Why is he okay with coming back? Tilde. Kiba mentally whined. Anyo. Ladies. Kimi spoke, earning the maids' attention. Do you know where Isobu is? Oh yes. He's behind the counter over there in an aquarium. The pixie-cut maid said as she and the spectacled pigtailed maid pointed to a certain counter. Arigato. Kimi suddenly flashed away in a flash of purple, shocking everyone as she appeared on the other side of the table and ran over towards the counter. Isobu tilde. Everyone just stared at her retreating form with shock. How did she, when, Kakashi was babbling. Element and chakra in one body. Makes a person do unpredictable things. Naruto said with a shrug. Sasuke shook a bit. Damn it, is this really what these two powers can do, and with no real effort at all? Sasuke thought with annoyance that this short girl that's into Naruto could use a technique like that without even thinking. Isobu. Kimi cheered with a wide smile as she knelt down in front of the aquarium with Isobu swim up to her with an eye smile. Kimi took Isobu into her hands and cuddled up to him. I missed you so tilde much. Did you miss me? Kimi cooed with a smile and blush, as Isobu cuddled up to her making a strange, yet affectionate noise. Kimi couldn't help but giggle. Isobu, Matabi, Naruto, you named them? Sakura asked. Actually they share the same name as the real ones. Naruto said. The Biju have their own names. Tenten questioned with shock. Well yeah, they were created by Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Raikudo Sennin. Naruto said. Nani? Everyone from Konoha exclaimed with shock. That's right, Kimi said as she returned with Isobu in her arms. The tailed beast themselves were once part of the Shinju tree and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya was a being from another world who ate the fruit of the Shinju to gain chakra. She was the mother of the Raikudo Sennin, Hagoromo, and his twin brother, Hamura, who was the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. When she learned that her children had chakra, she fused with the Shinju tree to take it back, becoming the Jubi. After her battle with her children, Hagoromo sealed her and the Shinju into himself, becoming the shinobi world's first ever Jinchuriki, but on his last day, he used the Banbutsu Sozo no Jutsu, creation of all things technique, to split his mother into 9 separate entities, the Biju, who were made to carry on the will of Hagoromo-sama and help contain peace in the land. Kimi's eyes then became sad. Although, sadly they were treated horribly and thought humanity was filled with selfish jerks. Kurama-kun was the one who felt the most hate. He's really sensitive. I am not. Kurama yelled within Naruto, in a very childish manner. I feel bad that they weren't shown love, but with these little ones, we can't help but love them so much. Kimi said with a happy smile as she scratched Isobu underneath his chin, making the mini-san be happy. Everyone from Konoha looked to Kimi with shell-shocked expression on their faces, before turning to Naruto. I was surprised as you guys were, but that's our history. Naruto said with a shrug. He then started scratching Shukaku atop his head, making the mini Aikibi purr with delight as his master pleased him. Everyone was still in shock. The Raikudo Sennin, a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya said, still in shock. Actually that makes sense. Jiraiya was now out of his stupor state, sitting back onto his seat, laying back in a calm manner with his arms crossed. I don't believe it. All that. Shizune said, still in shock. Well, guess that explains why not everyone has chakra. Tsunade said with her eyes closed and her arms crossed. And explains why the gold and silver brothers survived in Kurama's stomach and devouring contents of his stomach. Naruto said. Naruto, you know of the gold and silver brothers? Yamato questioned with shock. The Kyuubi's real name is Kurama. Sai asked. You see that? Now they know, you douche. Kurama screamed. None of you are allowed to say Kurama's real name. Just keep calling him Kyuubi. He's real sensitive, Dadbao. Naruto said calmly. Stop saying that crap. Kurama screamed at being called sensitive again. So you all know everything here? Kakashi asked. Yep, Kimi said with a smile. Do you by any chance know what happened to the ancestor of the Hyuga clan then? Neji asked, interested to know of this forgotten twin, who happened to be his clan's ancestor. He went to the moon. Kimi answered nonchalantly, making everyone look to her with wide exaggerated eyes. How the hell does that work? Ino exclaimed. He was like half space alien, so he probably had a bunch of kids, took half of them to the moon and left half on Earth to live as the Hyugas. Cha-Cha said with a smile. So there are Hyugas on the moon. Kiba said with a blank stare. Actually he called his clan up there the Otsutsuki clan. The ones abandoned on Earth probably wanted to differentiate themselves from Hamura that they adopted the name Hyuga. Either that or they were a bunch of bastard children who took up the name, because they didn't know of their father. Naruto theorized. My clan originated as bastard children. Neji said with crossed arms and his eyes closed as his eyebrow twitched, while Hinata, sitting beside him, had wide exaggerated eyes and a small mouth. Well, look on the bright side. You're not a ba. Naruto had to stop himself, because technically Neji is now a bastard child. You know, with his father and all. Being a bastard child isn't all that bad. I mean, look at me. Naruto said with a grin. Neji just gave him a look. I mean the me now, not the old me, Dadbao. Naruto said with a dull look. Here you go everyone. Catherine exclaimed as maids came and placed large meals in front of them all. Complimentary on the house. Catherine said with a smile. Thank you, mistress. Naruto said with a grin as a whole smorgasbord was put in front of him. Shukaku was already digging in. It's a shame that once we got you back, you're already leaving us once again, Naruto-sama. Nanao said sadly with a melancholic expression that was shared with her fellow maids. Trust me, I'm not happy leaving for another month too. I mean, I don't like being away from work this long. I have a duty as the head chef and crap keeps coming up. Naruto said with a frown as his fist shook. Wow, Naruto-kun seems so passionate about his job as a chef. Hinata thought with a blush. I respect you so much, Naruto. You respect the life of a chef so much that I can feel it's killing you to be away. Truly you have become a true man among men in the months since I last saw you. Shoji thought with pride in his friend as he shook his fist and shed a tear. Ah tilde. Is something wrong, Shoji-kun? Anaho asked. No, just feeling pride in my friend. Thank you for asking, Shoji said, making Anaho smile. Nonetheless, today is a celebration to show appreciation to someone who always thinks of everyone before himself. Catherine said as she walked around the table and was now next to Naruto, placing her hands on the blonde's shoulders. Thank you for always being there for us, Naruto. You are the best chef that anyone, even this little hoe, can ask for. Catherine said with a smile as she then kissed Naruto on the cheek. Here, here. All the maids cheered with smiles as they clapped. Ah tilde, Mistress Tilda, you're all making me blush. Naruto said with a bashful grin and blush on his cheeks as he rubbed the back of his head. The men of Konoha said with disgust. Dashta, Naruto questioned with a stoic yet intimidation expression along with a deadly red aura, radiating with killer intent. The men suddenly broke into messes of sweat with fear evident on their faces. Do you guys have a problem from me getting a kiss from my mistress? Naruto questioned with a questioning yet deadly tone as he pointed a finger to them. Well, you know man, to see you allow a man to kiss you. Urusei, Kiba, Naruto said as Naruto got serious, making Kiba gulp. My mistress is a woman. Not a man. Do you even know what the definition of gender is, yeah, men have dicks, women have. Haruko nay. Haruko suddenly bonked Kiba on the head with her bakken. Arigato. Naruto thanked his sister. What the hell? Kiba questioned, rubbing the aching head. Next time choose your words carefully in the presence of women. Also, you are incorrect. What you explained was a person's biological sex. Gender, by definition, is the consciousness of a person determining them as male or female by reference upon social and cultural differences as part of their character. In other words, if my mistress feels she is a woman, then she is a woman and I will treat her as such. Naruto said calmly with his stoic expression as he pointed to Kiba. All the women around Naruto's age sighed dreamily, while Catherine smiled, happy with Naruto's belief. Well, to me, I say man. A newcomer said, coming to the table. No one asked you, General. Naruto and Minori said in unison. Geez, why don't you two just tie the knot already? Jen joked with a smile. Where have you been anyway? Minori questioned. I just met up with Kenway. He needed help bringing over something important. Jen said, still smiling. My new weight armor? Naruto asked, feeling eager to get his new set of weighted armor. Hold your pants on, you little asshole. Karenbo shouted as it was being carried in Jen's hands. Oh no, not the thing again. Naruto said with annoyance. The fuck is that? Kiba exclaimed as he leaned away. This wonderful work of art is Karenbo. I made him myself. Jen proclaimed with a proud smile. With pieces of junk you found lying around. Minori teased with a smirk. Oi, he's a top-class elemental gauging and Maken detecting work of art. Show some respect. Jen complained. I would, if that thing could take Naruto's energy without exploding. Minori said with a smirking grin. Hey, like that doesn't happen to you either, toots. Karenbo said, pissing of Minori while making some of the guys burst with laughter and the females blush. Naruto, kill that thing. Minori ordered. I don't know. It's just too easy nowadays. Naruto said with a shrug. Excuse me, Jen-san, but did you just say it's also a Maken detector? Tenten asked. That's what he said. Open your ears. Karenbo yelled. Oi, show some respect, damn toaster. Naruto said with a stern tone and slightly gritting teeth. Yeah, that's right. You see, Karenbo here is designed to check one's compatibility for what type of Maken is suited for one person, depending on their unique elemental affinity, or by the attitude of a person. I myself then make the Maken. Jen explained proudly. An imitation, not the real thing. Minori said. Still, I do some damn fine work. Jen said with a proud smirk as he rubbed the nostrils of his nose with the back of his index finger. Whoa tilde, wait, you mean you can make Maken? Tenten asked with shock and amazement. Jen grinned at her and winked as he gave thumbs up to confirm things. Sugoi tilde, can you teach me how to make Maken? Tenten asked as her eyes sparkled. Sorry little lady, that's not going to happen. Karenbo exclaimed. Sadly the toaster's right. You see General is able to make Maken, because he possesses a unique ability. Minori said. Ability? Tenten questioned. Black element. It's what allows Jen to make imitation Maken with his own hands. Yamato Takaru wanted it, but General slipped right through his fingers. Akaya informed as he then sipped some tea. Oh, that sucks. Tenten moaned with disappointment. I mean that's good for you, but, well, it would have been cool to make one of these weapons with my hands. Tenten said with a melancholic expression. It can be done. All you need is some element transferred into your system. Akaku said. Yeah, and then have some of the black element coded into your DNA. Ayumu said as he chewed on his meat. Can that be possible? Tenten asked with piqued interest. With the technology we have, I'm sure it is. Lan said, making Tenten's eyes sparkle and her cheeks heat up. Well, it would be nice to pass on some teachings to another generation. Jen said, holding his chin. I don't believe it. I might be able to create Maken someday. Tenten mentally cheered. Awesome. The brunette grinned with joy. Making Maken's not easy. After all, there are different types. Jen added. Different types? Tenten asked. Besides the 8 original Maken there are internal Maken, external Jingus as well if you are including ours. Demetra said in a calm manner after sipping some tea. I see. I need to know more if I'm ever going to become a Maken blacksmith. Tenten exclaimed with new determination as her eyes sparkled and she pumped both her fists. Maken blacksmith. That is what you're called around here, right? Tenten asked. That's right. Jen said with a nod and a smile. Okay, so first thing I need to know. What are internal Maken? They sound complex. They are. Takaru has one and it took me like a month to finish it. They're not as easy to make like external Maken. Jen said as he took a seat. See, external Maken are like cha-chas, which are objects that can contain and channel element. Furin gave an example as Cha-Cha grinned with her fist, now covered in compressor, tightened. Internal Maken. Like mine and Takaru-kun's are made to be absorbed. They become a part of us, so it's way hard for people to take it. Syria said with a smile. And of course they work differently. You see, while external ones are considered unique as they handle things in the usual way, guns that can shoot, swords, gauntlets and even armor, but internal acts differently than combat-oriented weapons. Usually they're more strategic and are good for utility purposes. Yuka explained. Like switching yourself or another object with one you've touched beforehand. Kengo added. Or overflow a person with so much energy that their body can't take it and they go into overload. Takaru added with a smile. Or my specialty, inverse. It can reverse anything, like a person's will to fight, the direction an object or person it approaching, Heck, I could probably even reverse a person's descent after they fall off a building. Syria explained with pride. Whoa tilde. So cool tilde. Tenten exclaimed with amazement. She wasn't the only one amazed. So were the rest from Konoha. It can also do something else. Very special. Would you like to see Tenten-san? Syria asked in a sort of mischievous manner. Sure. That'd be great, Tenten said with excitement. Syria then looked slyly at Naruto, Takaru and Kengo, and it was at this instance that they knew what she was planning. Oh shit, Kengo said. No, Takaru screamed as Kengo and Naruto quickly got out of their seats and sprinted away. Nigaru da yo, Naruto screamed as they sprinted away. You three can't escape tilde. Not when Syria's powers have increased. Syria said with a wink as she stood up and brought her hands together to make a heart shape. Inverse tri-beam tilde, Syria proclaimed as 3 beams of pink energy shot from the open speak between her hands, shocking everyone. Try what now? Kengo exclaimed. Before him, Takaru and Naruto screamed as they were hit by the beams, causing them to glow pink and burst with light, forcing the others to cover their eyes. After a few moments, a growl was heard. Damn it, Syria, a female voice screamed. Everyone uncovered their eyes, only for their jaws to drop, with some like Lon, Goto and Akaku to just have wide eyes, as they were all staring at a pissed-off Naruto, with disappointed Femme Takaru and Femme Kengo on both sides of the changed blonde. Even their clothes have changed to be more feminine. You're pissing me off, Naruto screamed. Whoa, baby, Jiraiya screamed with a toothy grin. Holy living. Damn, Kiba said with a shocked expression. That's unique, Shino said. Wah, how, huh, Sakura babbled with shock. You can even change genders. Tenten exclaimed with shock. Biological anatomy, Naruto screamed with annoyance. And clothes too now, Syria said with grin, a wink and a sideways peace sign over her left winking eye. Femme Takaru still wore a simple white shirt with a black jacket over it with the sleeves rolled up enough to show her wrists and forearms, revealing a black angle covering the right wrist and half of the forearm with a chain hanging from it with a silver cross at the end, and on the left was a silver watch, but now the shirt was a little more tight on the torso, especially the breasts. The blue jeans were now blue jean short shorts and the black with white sneakers still remained the same along with the black belt around her waist with a golden cross with wings as the belt buckle, and a chain tied to it that led to her left pocket, and the green ascot wrapped around her neck. Femme Kengo was dressed with a tight simple white shirt as well with the navy blue open zip-up hooded sweater still the same with the sleeves rolled up a bit. Now instead of dark blue jeans, it was now a dark blue short jean skirt. White sneakers were the same. She also still had a silver angel wing cross necklace and a bangle around his left wrist with a silver chain hanging off it with a cross on the end of it. Naruto now wore a tight white with black trimming undershirt that was definitely tight on the breasts, a slim black leather jacket with fur collar and the red flame within the sun ring emblem on the back, but now it was now cut in half at the hem, stopping under the breasts. A short black leather pencil skirt with a slit at the right side, and long black knee-high combat boots. The necklace and gloves remained the same. Safe to say, they looked pretty damn sexy. Especially Naruto. Oh my gosh, Naruto, you actually look hot as a girl. Ino exclaimed with shock. Shut your lips, Buddha pig. Naruto said with annoyance, pointing at Ino. What the hell did you call me? Ino yelled with an angry anime expression complete with gritting teeth, but the moment Naruto growled at her with a pissed stoic expression she became meek and shrank in her seat. Female Naruto was not to be messed with. Well, on the bright side, at least we can feel our own boobs. Femme Takaru said with a smile as she squeezed her own breasts. True. There are advantages when you're turned into a woman. Like how seeing yourself naked technically isn't breaking your promise because it's your body. Femme Kengo said with a perverted grin and nosebleed, with Femme Takaru having the same expression. The boys of this world are so weird. Tenten thought with a dull expression. Oh yeah, perfect perverts. Sakura thought with a dull expression. Yep, these two are the old fool's libido incarnate. Tsunade thought with annoyance. I don't believe it. A perfect eye. Jiraiya exclaimed with a huge toothy perverted grin as he stared at his godson, goddaughter at the moment, assets. Everyone looked to him, while Naruto's eye twitched. Jiraiya suddenly appeared next to Naruto, jumping around as he had his hand over his eye in the camera shot hand gesture, seeing through the hole as if videotaping Naruto. Technically he is mentally photographing his, her look. Her breasts, her curves, her legs, her breasts, he long flowing hair, her ass, her breasts, her beautiful face, her breasts, her breasts, her breasts. Did I mention her breasts? I need to record this moment for the future. Jiraiya exclaimed with a grin as he took out a camera. Disgusting pervert. That's your godson. Or, at least he was. Tsunade thought with an annoyed expression and twitching eyebrow. Suddenly she felt the air thicken, and soon enough, everybody else. Everyone flinched when they saw a clearly pissed off Naruto's hair start to rise and part as it floated in the air in 9 separate locks, making her hair look like 9 tails. Jiraiya was shell-shocked, and when Naruto turned her head to him, only seeing white circles as the rest of the face was shadowed, he swore he saw a ghost in front of him. Kushina. Jiraiya spoke, before Naruto slammed a rising uppercut straight into his throat, making him spew blood from his mouth, before he rocketed into the sky, shocking everyone as they all stared up to see the great perverted Toad Sage rocket into the air. Suddenly the earth shook, causing everybody to flinch as they saw Naruto, with her hair still in 9-tail form and her eyes completely white as now only the top half of her face was shadowed, showing off she had a deep frown. With every step she took, she shook the ground, causing everyone to stare at her with wide fearful eyes. Syria tilde. Naruto spoke in a threatening tone as steam came out her mouth as she exhaled, causing Syria to shake like a leaf with a nervous open-mouth smile as the busty blonde made her way over to the wrestling pop star. Some of the people got out of their seats and moved away as impending doom was making her way through, and from the way that hand was constantly clenching into a fist, they knew no one, friend or foe, would be safe. Naruto extended her hand forward and grabbed Syria by the left breast and squeezed it hard, making her scream in pain. Change me back into a man, or I'll destroy every part of your body. Starting with these, Naruto yelled as she gripped both of Syria's breasts and squeezed the living dickens out of them, causing her to scream with major pain. All the women cringed with pain as they held their breasts, feeling a sense of pain with the pinkett popstar. All right, I'll change you back. Syria screamed with wide exaggerated eyes as floods of tears shot out her eyes. She quickly pressed her finger atop of Naruto's head as it shined pink, engulfing Naruto in a form of pink light, and once it vanished, Naruto was now back to being Naruto. Naruto released Syria's aching breasts and put his hands in his pockets. Yar days. Naruto said as he walked away. My breast hurt so tilde bad. Syria said with a pained frown and her eyes closed with tears hanging off the side of them as she held her aching breasts. Syria-san, do you mind changing Take-chan and Yusui-kun back to normal? The way they're getting excited like this is unsettling. Haruko said with a frown as she stared at her boyfriend and her best friend, who were ogling their own busts and groping them. Well, I prefer Takaru-kun to be my knight in shining armor, and I don't see that with as he is now, so okay. Syria brought her hands together to make her heart sign again. Inverse duo beam. Syria exclaimed as 2 beams of element shot at Fem Takaru and Fem Kengo, engulfing them in light as they changed back to normal. Ah man. The 2 complained as they couldn't feel the sweet softness of their breasts again. Ah, it's too bad. I really wanted to spend another night with a female Yusui-kun. Yuka said with a smile and blush as she held her left cheek. What a tantalizing idea, Minerva said with a red blush and nosebleed as her hands were interlocked. By Kami, these 2 are major perverts. Shizune thought with wide eyes and a hanging jaw. You know what? I'm done talking. I'm starving. Naruto exclaimed as he took in a deep breath and blew some light golden fire on his meals, reheating them, before he stopped, gave a prayer. Itadakimasu. And started chowing down faster than the eye could see. It was like there were 3 Narutos eating at the same time. Like staring at Siamese twins. Man, he was hungry. Takaru said. So am I, Kengo said. And so they all dug in and enjoyed their meals, talking to one another, all having a nice time. After about half an hour, Naruto sighed with relief as he patted his, somehow still tight and muscular stomach as there were piles upon piles of dirty dishes in front of him. Everyone stared at the mess with wide eyes as shocked expressions were all shared, except for the maids, they were tired as hell from serving their sweet Naruto-sama. Oh man, that was excellent. Perfect banquet. I think that'll hold me over for now. Naruto said with his trademark grin. Hold you over? You mean you're not even full? Everyone screamed with shock and gobsmacked anime expressions with their jaws hanging. The 5 generals laughed at this. Your kind, really is hilarious. Goto said as he held his head laughing his ass off. Guess you have the stomach of an entire army now. Akaku said, smiling underneath his bandages. That's how it should be, Ayumu exclaimed with a huge toothy grin. Well, I will say, I wish more people had your stomach. I'd be rich by now. Catherine said with a smile. Oh, I don't know if any of you heard, but there's going to be fireworks at 8 and judging by the sun setting, it's pretty soon. Catherine said. Seriously? Fireworks? Anaho exclaimed with excitement. Best place to be would be a little north from here where the concert stage is. Catherine informed. There's a concert, everyone of Maken Key exclaimed. And no one told me tilde. How rude. Syria complained. It was now getting dark as everyone, Naruto's friends from Konoha and those of Maken Key and the staff, which now included Jen and Tomiko, was traveling to the concert area. Wow, to think that if it was still May, Beetlejuice could be seen if you look closely enough when the sun sets. Naruto said with a smile as he saw that the stars were starting to come out. Still stuck on space travel, huh? Kengo said. Yeah tilde. It's pretty rad. Naruto said, still smiling. Space travel? Shino questioned. Oh hell yeah, it's amazing. The stuff people can do around here, it's totally crazy. Naruto exclaimed as he got in Shino's face with a big grin, surprising the now uncomfortable Aburame. You see in the year 1981, on April 12th. There it is, Syria proclaimed pointing to the stage as the band finished. Syria gained a gleam in her eyes. She then broke into a sprint. Syria tilde. Syria leapt into the air, doing a straight flip, and once landing she screamed. Launch. As she burst into the sky as her clothes flew off. Whoa, what the? Kiba screamed. Her clothes. Tenten screamed with a red blush. Syria landed onto the stage, gracefully, shocking everyone as she took the mic. Smirking as her back was to the audience, she twirled around to face them. Hello out there my wonderful fans. Syria proclaimed through the mic. Everyone went crazy, cheering, especially the males as they drooled and blushed over Syria's outfit. Syria was wearing a skin-tight sleeveless maroon leather bodysuit, with a heart-shaped hole in the center of the chest, revealing a gracious amount of cleavage, and had frills poking out the sides of the waist, long black fingerless leather gloves, and long black high-heel boots. She had heart designs at the top of the boots, the back of the gloves and down below where her private place was. Kiba, Lee and Choji had nosebleeds while the rest of the men had red blushes, minus Naruto. Jiraiya was busy taking pictures with a special zoom-in camera. Sorry to keep you all waiting. I didn't mean to not give you all a show earlier, but here I am now. And I'll sing my #1 song for all of you. Syria proclaimed proudly, making everyone go crazy with cheers as she started to sing. How many of those do you have? Naruto asked Jiraiya, pointing to his latest camera as he was busy taking pictures of Syria on stage. Also you know she's 17, right? Is she? Takaru asked. Shish. I'm not sure, but no need for him to think she isn't of age. Naruto whispered to Takaru. How did she even? Was she wearing all of that underneath or did she store it somewhere and got dressed super fast? Tenten questioned, still in shock. Not sure. Syria-san can be a mystery when it comes to being prepared for her fans. Minerva said with a smile. I just wish she'd be as dedicated to doing missions. Yan said. You know that's not really an accurate statement. Demetra said. Still, she always seems more excited about this stuff than doing work with Venus. Yan said with a shrug. Yeah, well, I don't blame her. You can't be doing serious stuff like that all the time. Naruto said with his hands on his hips. I've never seen this many people at a concert. Ino said. Do you guys even have concerts back in your village? Yuruchi asked. Not ones on this scale. Ino said. How Syria-san get that far by jumping over that many people? Tenten wondered. She's just really strong. The Finian twins answered. Okay, they just plain freak me out. Tenten thought with an uneasy expression as she looked to the twins. Is there something wrong? The Finian twins asked. Really tilde creepy. Tenten thought with a sweat drop. She's actually pretty good, Sakura said with a smile after listening to Syria for a while. So she's a singer, Ino said. Actually she's a pro wrestler, but she used the popstar hook as an angle for her career. She was so good with it that she earned a record deal. Kengo briefly explained. Wow, she's actually more skilled than a lot of people back home, Ino said. Naruto-kun is super skilled. Cha-Cha said. Yeah, but we usually pay no mind to him. Ino said. Cold. Takaru and Kengo said in unison. Naruto-kun tilde. Garrett suddenly appeared as she tackled Naruto into a tight embrace from behind, and Naruto, being the powerful and durable demigod that he is, did not move a centimeter from impact. Not a muscle or any micro movement at all. He was that durable and strong. Oh, hey Konoha-san. Oyasumi, good night, Naruto said. Oyasumi, Naruto-kun, Garrett said with a smile and red blush. Another girl, Tenten questioned with a twitching eyebrow and frown. Actually they aren't in an official relationship. They're just friends. Although, Konoha-senpai is definitely head over heels for him. Kengo said, as Garrett stuck her tongue at Azuki and Yan, annoying the hell out of them. Oi tilde, Naruto-san. Naruto turned his head to see the manga club at a booth selling manga and all the gorgeous things otakus love. Yo tilde Fumio, Osamu, Chiko-chan, what's up? Naruto greeted the trio of the manga club. He walked right over, dragging Garrett with him as she refused to let go of him, but unfortunately she was thwarted by Azuki, who pulled her off by her hair. Just spreading the word and experience my friend. Fumio, the headband-wearing leader, exclaimed with a proud smile and his arms out. Great to hear, Naruto said with a huge toothy grin. So how are those JoJo books treating, Naruto-sama? Osamu asked with a smile. They're fantastic. Best work I've ever read. Naruto exclaimed with a grin and his arms thrust to the sides. He actually bothered to read something? Hiba questioned with surprise. Fuck off. Naruto shouted back with an annoyed stoic expression. I see the whole gang is here. Fumio said with a smirk. Hinata-sama is more beautiful in actual person. Osamu said with hearts for eyes and hearts appearing around his head as he had his hands interlocked. Naruto actually read a book willingly. Hiba said. Well yeah, how do you think he became valedictorian? But besides that, what they're talking about is different. Takaru said. Yeah, manga is literally a book filled with pictures and has words scattered around here and there as dialogue for characters. Kengo elaborated. Okay, well that makes sense. Should have known Naruto likes the easy stuff. Hiba said with a smug grin, only to yelp in fear as a golden kunai whizzed past his head and ended up between Tomiko's fingers, who caught it effortlessly. What the? Oh yeah, he can create weapons with his own energy. So far it's just been kunai. Takaru said. Seriously. Okay, I need element. Someone give me some, please. Tenten exclaimed. So how far are you at JoJo? Fumio asked Naruto. I finished part 3, Naruto said with a smile, but then he started to cry. I just wished Kakyoin didn't die. Naruto whined with a deep frown. Hi, it hurts me too, Osamu said taking off his glasses and wiping away an actual tear. Naruto, who would you like to have survived? Caesar or Kakyoin? Fumio asked. Oh tilde, good question. Chiko said. Kakyoin, Naruto said. Really? Chiko asked in surprise. Yeah, I mean, Caesar's sad has to without a doubt be the saddest death to like 90% of the JoJo Crusaders, but to me, Kakyoin's death hit me personally pretty hard. Not only was he killed by Dio, the rotten motherfucker, but he, well, kind of reminds me of someone in a way. Naruto said as he remembered Wabisuke. Also, as much as I hate to admit it, Caesar's death was kind of predictable and was something to keep the story going, by giving Joseph die-hard motivation to end the Pillar Men as soon as possible, instead of waiting it out a bit to gain an upper hand. Plus when it came to Caesar, his death was pretty much necessary to help Joseph in the end against Wham, while Kakyoin's was pretty damn pointless because Jotaro could move during time stop, so there wasn't really anything to worry about there since the truth would have been revealed anyway. Which in my opinion, a sacrifice that had a pointless result in the long run is sadder than a necessary one. Chiko and Osamu stared at Naruto with shining and teary eyes, feeling proud of Naruto for embracing the path of an otaku. Tilde, I understand your point, but I don't really agree with it, but I will say that I agree with you on a sacrifice of a great character in vain is a sad thing. Fumio said. Oh yes, I'd like to give you something, Naruto-sama. Osamu said, ducking under the counter for a few moments, but when he came up in his hand he had the complete box set of part 4 of JoJo, Diamond is Unbreakable. For you my friend. No way tilde. Yes. Now I have something to keep me busy for the whole 3 hours of Kakashi-sensei's daily tardiness. Arigato. Naruto cheered with a huge grin, taking the box set. 3 hours. Shizune yelled as she looked to Kakashi, along with the others. Hey you know how the road of life can be. Kakashi said with a nervous eye smile as he rubbed the back of his head, but he still earned a smack in the arm by Shizune. Ow. Kakashi said, rubbing his arm. She's surprisingly strong. At least it's never 4 hours. Yamato said with a dull expression. HMPH. Not bad, but I got you something better Naruto. Fumio said with a proud smile. He ducked under the counter as well and as he came back up he gently slammed on the table 4 figurines. Ta-da! Jotaro and Dio with Star Platinum and the world. Naruto shouted with shock as he stared at 4 figurines. Yep, I figured a true manga and anime fan like yourself would appreciate this. This way you can reenact the fight between them all you'd like. Fumio said with a cocky smile as he rubbed the bottom of his nose. So cool. It looks just like the real thing. Naruto said as he bent down to stare at the figures with stars for eyes. His girls of Maken giggled at his enthusiasm. He's like a kid in a candy store. Haruko said with a smile. Geez, he's an even bigger fanboy of the series than I thought. Kengo said with a frown and an eye closed as he scratched the side of his head. Give him an A for passion there. Takaru said with an amused smile. I have something for you too, Naruto-kun. Chiko said with a smile. Naruto was busy eyeing the Jotaro figurine as his hand slowly reached over, desiring to hold it in his hands. Chiko quickly ducked under the counter and then quickly came up and gently slammed something on the table, earning Naruto's attention. Oh, the first 3 seasons of the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure anime. Thanks Chiko-cha. Naruto's eyes suddenly became wide as he stood up, noticing something written on each DVD box. No way. Naruto said in shock as his hand was up and trembling. Are those? Signed by Hirohiko Araki. Naruto screamed with shock. Nani? Kimi and Cha-Cha exclaimed with shock as they quickly appeared beside Naruto and squealed with amazement. No way, Cha-Cha exclaimed, taking the DVD of Diamond is Unbreakable. It is. It's his official signature. Kimi cheered with amazement as she held the DVD box of Phantom Blood and Battle Tendency, both parter of Season 1, for those who don't know, high up. How did you get these? Naruto asked with shock, holding the DVD box of Stardust Crusaders in his hand. I kind of left and be for a while, Chiko said with a blush as she scratched the back of her head. I wanted to give you these as a memento, ya know. Chiko said as she pulled back some strands of hair behind her ear. What about the rest of the seasons? Kimi asked. I only had enough money for these, Chiko said. Well, they're more than enough, Naruto said with a smile. Arigato, Chiko-chan. Naruto thanked the braided pigtail brunette, making her blush red as her eyes looked down to the ground. Kimi and Cha-Cha saw how much this moment meant to Chiko, so they sighed, but with smiles. Go ahead, the two said in unison, surprising Naruto. Naruto looked to them, earning a nod from his girlfriends. Naruto looked to Chiko. He leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, shocking the spectacled student. Once Naruto leaned back with a smile, Chiko stared at him with starry eyes, but then her whole face turned red as steam popped out of her head and she fainted with a smile on her face. Damn, he's got skills, Fumio admitted as he looked to Osamu. The reason I said there are more seasons of the JoJo anime, despite Part 4 still being the recent addition to the series, is because I don't want to put a specific year into this story. I got the feeling that when Part 9 finally makes its debut in Ultra Jump, I'll still be in the middle of this story. So that's the route we're going with. Also, with the fact I mention Eyes of Heaven in Chapter 10 as if it was new, well, let's pretend the people in this story had to wait a little longer. Everyone from Konoha stared in surprise. They're still not used to Naruto's skills with the ladies. At least he got permission this time, Takaru said. He's like this world's version of Sasuke, Kiba said. If he was straight, Takaru said, but instantly covered his mouth. He could just feel the menacing glare from Sasuke boring holes into him. I'm sorry, it was just instinct, Takaru quickly said with his hands up in defense and fear etched on his face. However, everyone else just laughed. Those of Konoha were laughing full force, because of how plausible that sounds with Sasuke behavior towards his old fangirls. Ino, Sakura and Kiba laughed the hardest. Kiba, obviously because he loved hearing Sasuke earn such a wicked burn for always acting so cool, but Ino and Sakura were laughing hard because just thinking about all those times he has rejected them for so long and hearing this, the one thought that came to their minds were, that explains a lot, and with that laughter ensued on how that was the first thought that came to mind. I think everybody loves you, man, Kengo said with a smirk. Well, minus Sasuke of course. What's so funny? Naruto asked as he, Kimi and Cha-Cha came back. Takaru accidentally made a Sasuke joke, Kengo said, making Naruto burst with laughter. You wouldn't find that funny if the joke was about your sexuality, Sasuke said with an annoyed stoic expression. Not gonna happen. 1. No one's going to say that to my face, without a punch to the molars, and 2. I chased around this fine piece of woman while you pushed her away. So that makes me more hetero than you, Naruto said with a smirk, referring to Sakura when he said, fine piece of woman, making her blush red and look surprised by Naruto's reference to her, and sounding so casual about it, like it was obvious. However, Azuki reprimanded him with a hard slap to the arm. Ow, what? Naruto questioned as he rubbed his arm. Azuki just crossed her arms and glanced to the side, glaring a bit at Sakura, but when the pinkett noticed her, she gained a smug smile on her face, surprising Azuki as she then gave a victory sign and sticking her tongue out. Safe to say, Azuki was pissed, if giving Sakura the finger is any indication. Where's your stuff? Shikamaru asked. Huh, oh, don't worry about that, Naruto said as he raised a hand up as golden fire appeared out of it, and when it vanished, in its place was a Jotaro figurine. I reworked the seal with Kurama's help, making it a storage seal now. Upon a mental command and some Muko energy I can put them away in my seal, so no one else could take or damage them. Damn man, Shoji said as he and the rest of the Konoha natives were amazed. Yep, and Uzumaki without a doubt, Jiraiya thought with a smile and his arms crossed as he remembered how incredible Uzumaki's were with sealing jutsus. What are these anyway? Ino asked as she was about to touch it. Careful, it's a collector's item, Naruto said, confusing Ino. It means it's super important to him and other JoJo fans and otakus, Kengo said with his arms crossed. What's an otaku? Ino asked. A big fan of manga, anime and all those related to them, especially when it comes to certain characters from them, Kengo answered. Alright, I've been hearing this for a long time. I've been given a simple answer of it, but what is manga in general? Neji questioned. Flames surrounded the Jotaro figurine, but when it vanished, in his hand was now a book with a blonde man and dark-haired young man looking ready to kick each other's asses if their fists up to one another was any indication. This is manga, Naruto said, showing it off as he then opened the book to reveal Jotaro and Dio's battle. They're just stories made by people. All of them are illustrations with words, usually put into bubbles as a way of dialogue and seeing a character's thoughts, all of which produces a plot for the reader to follow along with. Naruto briefly explained. Oh, that makes sense, Hiba said as he and a few others observed manga. HMPH. I don't see what's so exciting about it, Neji said. Oh, then how about this? Naruto suggested as the manga in hand flashed with golden flames, and once vanished, it revealed a special manga in it. Remember this uppercut? Naruto asked with a smirk. Huh, is that me? Is that our fight in the Chunin exams? Neji questioned with shock. Hell yeah, I could just read my victory all day. Best part is, it isn't just all words, Naruto exclaimed with a grin as he laughed, irking Neji, who groaned with a twitching eyebrow. So mangas usually have fights in them? Choji asked. Not all the time. There's romance, science fiction, even mystery. Naruto ni Sama's is just in a category of battle manga, Anaho answered. And manga is usually made into anime. Check this out. Fu showed off a video of Naruto against Sasuke at the Valley of End, right when Naruto punched Sasuke in the gut and then delivered a combo of punches, sending him flying. That rubbed the Uchiha the wrong way. Damn, not bad, Hiba said with a smile. Although nothing will be compared to the real thing, like Nisama and Wabisuke-san's fight atop of Mount Amanohara, Anaho said with cat smile. Wait, you mean you got to see them fight? Tenten asked. We all did, Minerva said. We tried helping when Naruto was unconscious, but well tilde. We had our asses handed to us, Yan said with her eyes closed and arms crossed. She surprised those of Tenbi, because they know her as the proud type, but to admit the outcome like that so quickly was indeed a shock. Yeah tilde, but when Nisama woke up, it was awesome, Anaho exclaimed, jumping into the air. The mountain glowed with golden fire. Nisama cut the sky in half with his new Maken. He and Wabisuke summoned their spirits and duked it out, with punches, sword slashes, and then the spirits grew big and then the sky rained panther made of purple lightning. My favorite part was when after Nisama got hurt by Wabisuke-san, a whole army of Naruto Nisamas broke out of the ground and sent a whole barrage of punches, sending a rising storm of fireballs at Wabisuke-san. It was so tilde cool, Anaho said with shining, sparkling eyes at remembering the fight. Every one of Tenbi and Venus remembered the battle vividly. After all, who could forget witnessing a battle like that? Every one of Konoha were, of course, shocked. What was that part about lightning panthers raining from the sky? Kakashi questioned. Youthful, Guy said breathlessly with amazement, while Lee's eyes sparkled with new excitement as he stared at Naruto. Of the group, Kai Kuragasa, Kai Aomi, Koshi Aomi and Takeshi weren't paying attention to the conversation, but were instead enjoying Siria's music. Siria had just finished another song. Everyone cheered for the pop princess. Thank you, I love you all so much, Siria said into the microphone as she waved to her adoring public. Suddenly the sky exploded, causing everyone to look up to see that the fireworks had started. Everyone was in awe as they stared up at the show. The fireworks were in so many different colors and illuminated the sky so brightly. After a while, the fireworks turned into images, like that of Kurama, chibi faces of the five Kage, some of Naruto's enemies like Orochimaru, Pain and Madara, Naruto's own parents, his friends of Konoha and various symbols from his world like the Uzumaki symbol and Konoha symbol. Naruto smiled as he stared up at the sky, but his smile only grew when he looked to all of his friends. Here he was all together with them, enjoying what has to be so far, the best day of his life. Meeting his goddess was the best moment, not day, so that loophole allowed a pass. Just being together with all his friends, the people he calls his family, it just felt great. No, not that word. That's not enough to describe the jovial sensation he had within himself, but then again, what could? Today, really is a perfect day, Naruto thought with a wide smile as he looked back up to the sky to see a firework explosion of his face appear with a peace sign next to it. Naruto then came up with a new idea. But who says it can't get any better? Ah tilde, is that it? Anaho whined as the fireworks stopped. Nah, they're just loading up the next batch. I spared no expense for today. The sky is going to be blazing, Minori said with a proud grin. Haruko noticed Naruto was whispering something to Takaru and Kengo. The two gave a thumbs up to the blonde, before they vanished. What are they planning? Haruko wondered. Well, now that that's over. Siria was prepared to sing once again, but she felt a hand on her shoulder, making her turn to see it was Naruto. Siria-san, sorry to interrupt you before your act, but, do you mind if I take the mic for just a few minutes? Naruto asked. Siria smiled as she also noticed the guitar in his hand. She nodded as she handed him the mic. Knock 'em dead, Siria said with a wink as she gave Naruto a playful punch on the arm. Arigato, Naruto said with a grin as he rubbed his arm. Damn, she's gotten even stronger. Naruto thought as Syria walked away. When she noticed Takaru was on stage, taking one of the instruments from a band member, she gave him a wink and blew him a kiss, making him chuckle nervously as he moved away from the kiss she blew. Kengo rolled his eyes as he was on drums. Naruto chuckled a bit. Turning towards the audience, he spoke into the mic. Yo. Naruto spoke into the mic, earning everyone's attention. It's Naruto. A male student exclaimed as everyone suddenly cheered. What is he doing now? Yamato questioned, feeling a little uneasy, because when Naruto is up to something, it never really ended well. He's going to rock. Fu exclaimed with a grin and a rock and roll hand gesture held up high. This girl is strange. She's like Naruto, but for some reason my Kikaichu are acting up when she is close by. Shino thought. I know it's a little weird to see me up here, but I wanted to show my gratitude to everyone here. Everyone treated me so nice, with so much respect, and you all care for me, it just makes me so happy. Naruto said with a toothy grin as a lone tear of joy went down his eye. Everyone was feeling so touched, especially the friends he's made at Tenbi. I really can't put to words how gracious I am for all the love I've been given, so, I guess this song from one of my favorite bands can say it all. Naruto said as he attached the mic onto a stand and firmly gripped his guitar. Naruto turned to Takaru and Kengo to see that they had already tested their instruments, earning thumbs up from the two, confirming that they were ready. Naruto turned back with a smile. Look up Thank You by Homemade Kazoku and listen to it, because that's the song that's going to be played. Personally, I recommend Thank You. Reborn, same song, just sung and played better. Feels like it's more live than the original. Japanese lyrics first, then English, like always. Naruto brought up 3 fingers, then counted down with them, and once he made it to 0, he quickly strummed his guitar. Itsumo sasite kururu hidotachi ni. Higuro no omoi wo kometa repusodi. Apura shiishan no kamochi yo tadoke. Itsumo arigato hontu arigato. Tado doko ni I tat kimi no sanzai ni kansha shidaru yo. Teizagare no maki ga akaku somaru koro nanajanaku michi wo arut ida. Yuki kao hito no myor ga masu gogo. Nantonaku tachido matmita. Patsuri ta ieta kokura no sukama. Yumaru yu ni yugoita keitai no mana. Kimi wa hatori ya nai horamina. Tagai ni sasiat yuku no sa. Fuante na marai ga kawaku ni and ida boku ni mukit. Nani mo iwazu ni sato te wo sashi nobit kuru kimi ga ida. Kanashimi ga hanban ni nata yorokobi wa nibai ni fukurunda. Gyaku no tachiba ni natara sugusama. Soba made cake sukuru tachikata. Itsumo sasite kuru hidotachi ni. Higuro no omoi wo kometa repusodi. Apura shiishan no kamochi yo tadoke. Itsumo arigato hontu arigato. Tado doko ni I tat kimi no sanzai ni kansha shidaru yo. Far away, far away. Tuku hanarit itamo nagareru toki no nakada. Tomo ni sugoshita hibi no kyoku wa. Keshite kiru kodo wa nai no sa. Nakama yakazoku yakoibito soshite dieta subit no hitobito. Arigato. Mina no okage da. Mata ashita kara chikarazuyoku fumadesuru. Hito wa daramo hatori da wa ikite ikyashanai. Tagai ga tagai wo itsumo ke ashiai. Raikai deki nai toki wa hanashiai. Hara kakeru garai warai itai. Na no ni, naze ko toki ni kanashiai. Kizu suko no tte ki ga shanai. Bakabakashi hodo kimi ga suki da. Terakusai kido chato honki da. Itsumo sasite kuru hidotachi ni. Higuro no omoi wo kometa repusodi. Apura shiishan no kamochi yo tadoke. Itsumo arigato hontu arigato. Tado doko ni I tat kimi no sanzai ni kansha shidaru yo. Kido mina igai to shida men to mukit. Nakanaka kuchi ni dashite iinakut. Dakido hontu wa itai kus ni. Nanaka ga jama shite mina suyogit. Toki ni wa sarakata shite sute yu. Katoba ni wa fushigi na chikara ga yadoru yo. Kanton na kodo sa jabun kara mazu hajime yu kido dekiru yo. Naruto gently strummed his guitar as he remembered his experience at Tenbi. The friends he's made, the battles he's experienced, and all the love he gave and received. It all made him have the biggest smile on his face, but also made him want to cry that he will be apart from them. Furumakeba, I'll be there. Just forever kimi ga ite kareta yu ni. Furumakeba, I'll be there. Just forever kimi ga ite kareta yu ni. Itsumo sasite kuru hidotachi ni. Higuro no omoi wo kometa repusodi. Apura shiishan no kamochi yo tadoke. Itsumo arigato hontu arigato. Tado doko ni I tat kimi no sanzai ni kansha shidaru yo. Itsumo sasite kuru hidotachi ni. Higuro no omoi wo kometa repusodi. Apura shiishan no kamochi yo tadoke. Itsumo arigato hontu arigato. Tato doko ni I tat kimi no sanzai ni kansha shiteru yo. English lyrics. Naruto brought up 3 fingers, then counted down with them, and once he made it to 0, he quickly strummed his guitar. This is a rhapsody full of the emotion I feel every day. For the people who have always supported me. Let my appreciation reach you. Thank you for everything, thank you so much. No matter where you are, I'm grateful to you. I was walking down the street at the time when the sunset stained the town in red. In the evening when the crowd of people passing by grows bigger. For some reason I stopped and stood still. Your cell phone manner filled the void in my heart. You're not alone. Everyone supports each other. I was anxious about the instability of the future. And without saying anything, you softly held out your hand. My sadness halved, my happiness doubled. And I swore that if ever our positions were reversed, I'd run to your side right away. This is a rhapsody full of the emotion I feel every day. For the people who have always supported me. Let my appreciation reach you. Thank you for everything, thank you so much. No matter where you are, I'm grateful to you. Far away, far away. Even if we're far apart, no matter how much time goes by. The memories of the days we spent together will never go away. Friends and family and lovers and everyone I've ever met. Thank you. It's thanks to you that I can walk on strongly to tomorrow. Nobody can live alone. Everyone cares for each other. When we don't understand something, we talk it out. I want to laugh with you, so hard that I have to hold my stomach. So why do we put each other down like this sometimes? Without realize how much we hurt each other. I like you so much it's ridiculous. Embarrassing but true. This is a rhapsody full of the emotion I feel every day. For the people who have always supported me. Let my appreciation reach you. Thank you for everything, thank you so much. No matter where you are, I'm grateful to you. Surely everyone's strangely shy about looking someone in the face. We can barely put it into words, barely say it. Though we really want to. Something gets in the way and we end up pretending to be strong. Just come out and say it sometimes. Words hold a mysterious power. It's a simple thing to do, start with yourself, surely you can do it. Naruto gently strummed his guitar as he remembered his experience at Tenbi. The friends he's made, the battles he's experienced, and all the love he gave and received. It all made him have the biggest smile on his face, but also made him want to cry that he will be apart from them. Turn around and I'll be there. Just forever, like you were there for me. Turn around and I'll be there. Just forever, like you were there for me. This is a rhapsody full of the emotion I feel every day. For the people who have always supported me. Let my appreciation reach you. Thank you for everything, thank you so much. No matter where you are, I'm grateful to you. This is a rhapsody full of the emotion I feel every day. For the people who have always supported me. Let my appreciation reach you. Thank you for everything, thank you so much. No matter where you are, I'm grateful to you. Naruto was playing the last notes in the song with a smile on his face and his eyes closed as he felt the music. He felt joy and lyrics in his heart. How it burst with rhythm and soul and yet soothed it with love and gratitude. He felt tears shed as he felt the love of his friends, his family, beating within his heart. He never felt more peace in his soul, but also great sadness that he must leave. Once he was done, Naruto exhaled with a big smile on his face, but he noticed that everyone was silent. He looked to the crowd to see them staring at him in awe. Naruto was blushing red as he glanced side to side. He grabbed the mic and brought it to his mouth. That's the end. Arigato. Naruto said, feeling embarrassed now. Everyone was silent for a few moments, but then the whole area exploded with cheers. Ow, my ears. Takaru shouted as he and Kengo covered their ears. Naruto stared at the crowd with a shocked expression and wide eyes. They loved him. They loved his talent for playing music and singing. He just couldn't believe it. He couldn't help but smile and cry tears of joy. His heart fluttered with so much joy, he couldn't contain himself. Arigato, Datbeo. Naruto screamed into the mic with a huge toothy grin on his face as everyone continued to cheer for him. With his friends, everyone from Tenbi, Venus and any other people from Tengoku no Mon in the area, clapped and cheered for him. Kimi, Cha-Cha, Fu, Azuki and Anaho were giving it their all to cheer for the blonde they all loved so much, while the others were more reserved, but still cheered loudly. All the while everyone from Konoha were dead silent with shock. All of them shared the exact same expression. Shocked, wide eyes and jaws dropped. After a few moments, Kiba, of course, made the first response. How the hell does he keep doing this? Kiba screamed as he fell to his knees with his fist held up high, before falling to the ground and pounding the ground with his fists. Akamaru whined a bit as he tried to comfort his master. How? When? What? Ino couldn't think straight after that performance. He was amazing. Tenten cheered with sparkling eyes and a huge smile. Yep, who would have guessed he's always had this talent since his training trip? Cha-Cha said with a grin. What? Seriously? Ino shouted with shock. Why didn't he show this earlier? He was afraid. Azuki said with her arms crossed. When she noticed all eyes were now on her, her own eyes looked anywhere to avoid eye contact as she blushed, so she was looking to the ground. On our first date, mine and Naruto's, he told me that on his trip he learned to dance from a girl named Shizuka from a village having a dance festival, and he learned to play guitar from a man named Aika. Surprisingly, after learning to dance, Naruto had improved in footwork, and with learning to play guitar he became more patient. Understandable. Learning to play an instrument, even a guitar, takes much practice and of course patience. Plus, even the great Bruce Lee admitted that dancing is a great way to improve footwork, especially when it comes to dodging an opponent's attack. Tien-san said. Who is the Bruce Lee? Is he a legend? Lee thought with shining eyes. Naruto felt that if he had revealed this before, then everyone back at Konoha would insult him, saying that he ruined music and dancing for everyone. Azuki said with a sad look. Everyone felt saddened by this, but the Konoha natives were also shocked by this. I never knew Naruto was actually so self-conscious. Kakashi thought, surprised by what he heard. And it didn't help that you laughed at him, you friggin' pervert. Azuki shouted, pointing accusingly at Jiraiya, making the pervert sweat a bit as all animosity was on him. Well, could you blame me? It is pretty surprising to learn that Naruto of all people would learn and benefit from this. I never meant any harm by it. Jiraiya said with a nervous smile and scratching the back of his head, but then Minori grabbed him by the collar and started bonking her fist atop of his head repeatedly. You moron. You should know any better that laughing at a kid is messed up. Especially when it's Naruto. Just because he acts happy all the time, doesn't mean he can't be sensitive after the lifestyle he had, baka. Minori reprimanded Jiraiya as she continued to knock her fist atop of his head. Alright, I get it, but I'm no expert on kids. That's no excuse, because it's supposed to be common sense, you old fool. Minori shouted as she increased pace and power of her fist, making the perverted Sanin cry from the pain. Tsunade wholeheartedly approved of the beating, if that smile on her face was any indication. Oi, what the hell? Azuki shouted with annoyance as she stared at the stage. Everyone looked to see the female students jumping on stage to get to Naruto, freaking him and Takaru and Kengo out. Oh boy, Naruto said with worry and fear of being jumped. Go for him, not us, Takaru shouted as he and Kengo made a break for it. Fuck you guys, Naruto shouted, flipping off their retreating forms as the women then charged at Naruto. I'm out, Nigaru da yo, Naruto screamed as he ran off, being chased by screaming women who wanted a piece of him, as if he were a huge rock star. Stupid whores. Get away from my man. Azuki shouted with anger. Yeah, Kimi and Cha-Cha screamed in agreement as they, along with Yan, Furin, Minori and Aki were pissed. Demetra was calm, because she was confident that Naruto would survive. Ah, I really am loved, Naruto said with a smile appearing behind Azuki, startling the red head. And Demetra was right. How'd you? Sakura was baffled. I used a mirage, got away for a second enough to create a clone to take its place. Naruto said with a shrug. A mirage? What's that? Sai asked. A technique I picked up from my battle with Wabisuke, thankfully with Kurama's help. Naruto explained. But what is it? Neji asked. It's a simple technique where the user surrounds themselves in element, or in Naruto and Hayato's case both element and chakra, which Naruto has named Muko, beyond energy, around their body and sends a mental command for it to act out. It disappears from either when the command has been accomplished, or when another energy source comes in contact with it, whether it be a person or an object. It also disappears after being attacked. Think of it like a regular Bushin clone. Demetra explained. Her friends were rightfully confused on how she knew this. Naruto explained it to me. Yeah, it's pretty much an illusion even an Uzumaki can perform. Especially one who's a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi like me. Naruto said. Wait. Was it the fact that Naruto is an Uzumaki and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is the reason why he couldn't do a regular Bushin? You got to be kidding me. That means even our kids might have the same problem. Sakura thought, but then she blinked her eyes as she realized the last thought that popped in her head. Iaia. Did I really just think of having kids with Naruto? What's with me? Sakura thought with wide eyes, a gaped mouth and holding her blushing red cheeks. What's going on in her head? Ino thought, looking to her friend. Naruto noticed Takaru and Kengo made it back to the group. Thanks a lot for having my back, guys. Naruto said with annoyance. Hey, you've survived worse than that. Kengo said. I don't think so. Being raped to death sounds like a hell of a way to go. Naruto said with a dull look. Suddenly the fireworks started again. There we go, Jen said with a smile as everyone looked up at the show. Naruto smiled as everyone stared in awe once more. His eyes glanced to Azuki. He reached his hand over and gently grasped it, making her look to their interlocked hands and smile to him. Suddenly the two were tackled to the ground by Kimi and Cha-Cha. Naruto couldn't help but laugh as Azuki, Kimi and Cha-Cha hugged him with grins on their faces. Yep, today's pretty much perfect, Naruto thought with a huge grin. It was the end of the day. The festival was coming to a close, which meant everyone had to say goodbye to their favorite blonde. At least for now. By now everyone was at the gates of Tenbi. Tsunade was ready to use a Tengoku no Mon ripple to head back to Konoha. Naruto stood with his hands in his pockets in front of the friends he's made. Guess I'll be leaving, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head as he looked to the ground. Thanks for, dealing with me. Suddenly he punched atop the head by Minori, surprising everyone. That's rude. It makes it sound like we were forced to have you around, Minori said. She suddenly brought Naruto into a hug, and then kissed him on the lips. Take care of yourself, Naruto. You're always welcomed here, no matter what, Minori said with a smile. Naruto stared at her with wide eyes. Suddenly her grabbed her and did the old dip and kiss, giving her a deep kiss that made the men cheer and whoop for him with nosebleeds, before he brought a nowadays Minori back up as she had a wide happy smile on her face. Gotcha. I'll come back as soon as possible when the month's up, Naruto said with a wide smile as he pulled back from Minori. You better, Minori said with a dreamy tone and eyes as she had a dazed smile on her face. Aki suddenly ran over and hugged Naruto tightly. I'll miss you, Aki said with tears in her eyes. All she heard was a muffled voice making her look, only to blush red as she accidentally had Naruto's face in between her breasts. Gomen, Aki quickly said as she pulled away. Naruto just smiled as he hugged her, surprising her, but she smiled and hugged him back. Naruto then kissed her on the lips, making the men envious that he landed the biggest bombshell in the school. I'll miss you so much. Thanks for healing me up all those times, Naruto said with a smile, making Aki blush red with a smile. Naruto separated from her and walked over to General. Thanks for Baransu, General. It'll really give me an edge where I'm going, Naruto said with a smile as he extended his hand to the Maken blacksmith, thanking him for making him his own Maken. It's an honor to have someone like you wield one of my creations. Especially since it's going to be used in a different world, Gen said with a smile as he shook Naruto's hand while holding Karenbo in the other. And you, Toaster, learn to treat people with respect, Naruto said with a stern, stoic face as he pointed at Karenbo. No promises, Karenbo shouted. Naruto couldn't help but grin at the Maken detector. I'm actually going to miss blowing this thing up, Naruto thought as he took his hand back from General. Thanks for teaching me, Tomiko-sensei. Good luck and keep Kengo in line. Yuka is too sweet on him, ya know. Oh, trust me, that won't be a problem, Tomiko said with a smile, making Kengo nervous. Naruto walked over to Kai Kuragasa and extended his fist to him. Kai smirked and bumped fists with Naruto. Train hard, Kai. I'll be looking forward to rematch to see how good you've gotten, Naruto said with a smirk. Deal. You better kick more ass then when you come back, Kai said with a smirk. No problem there, Naruto said with a grin. He then walked up to Takeru's father, Takeshi. Sorry about hurting you earlier, Naruto apologized with a bow. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad my son has a friend like you and that Aki and Minori are in good hands, Takeshi said, patting Naruto's shoulder and shaking his hand with a grin on his face. Oi, I need no man watching over me, Minori shouted. Naruto walked away and turned to Koshi and Kaiomi. Nice meeting you guys. We should get to know each other more the next time we meet, Naruto said with a nod. It was nice meeting you. Thanks for taking care of the problem, Kaiomi said with a smile, referring to Kusu when he mentioned the problem. My pleasure, Naruto said with a grin. Suddenly his hand was grabbed and gripped tightly as Koshi slammed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. It was an honor to meet you, Uzumaki Naruto. Along with Guy and Lee-kun, you are one of the most hot-blooded youthful people I have ever had the pleasure of knowing, Koshi said with a toothy grin. Naruto nodded and walked away to the generals of Tengoku no Mon. It was an honor to meet you all. I hope we get to work with one another in the future, Naruto said, bowing respectfully to them. It was a good thing to know you, Naruto, Lan said, bowing to Naruto. So humble, all the women in the area thought, feeling their hearts flutter. Yeah, it was nice to know you, Ketsugaya said with a smile. You got a good appetite. Next time I see you, we're going out to barbecue, Ayumu said with a grin. It was fun, Akaku said. Get strong. You're going to need it, Goto said, playing with his cards. Naruto just stood up and grinned at them. He made his way over to Venus, but not before high-fiving Tiensen. Later, Tiensen. Later, Naruto. Tien-san said with a smile as Naruto walked up to Venus. It was nice knowing you all. Naruto said with a grin. Come here. Yan grabbed Naruto by the wrist and now he was the victim of the old dip and kiss, making Minerva and Syria blush and look in awe of Yan's bold move. Once done, Naruto had hearts popping around his head as he had a wide smile on his face. Come see me as soon as you come back. Yan said with a smile. You got it. You know me and my word. Naruto said with a huge grin and thumbs. He turned to Demetra. Sorry to leave, but when I come back, well, how about you and I go on that first date? Naruto suggested nervously. Demetra smiled as she kissed Naruto on the lips, surprising him. It's a date, Demetra said with a smile, making Naruto blush red. Goodbye Naruto-san, Syria said with a smile and wave. Later Syria-san. Always shine bright, Naruto said with a smile, getting a grin from Syria. He then turned to Minerva. So long Minerva-san. Quit stealing underwear with your Maken. No promises, Minerva said with a smile, making Naruto smirk. So long Miss Lilu, Miss Ailalu. Naruto said with a bow, but then the twins jumped at him and hugged him, surprising him. Good luck, Ailalu said with a smile. Back home, Lilu said with a smile. Naruto's eyes softened as he gently hugged them back. Home? What does that mean? To be home, Naruto thought as he gently placed the twins back onto their feet. He walked over to Akaya. The two stared at one another in silence. Naruto extended his hand to the Venus commander. Take good care of them, Naruto said with a smile. I've been doing it long before you came around, Akaya said with a smile as he grabbed Naruto's hand. I'm just happy to finally be rid of you for a while, Akaya said with a grin and half-lidded eyes pointing a finger at Naruto. A whole month away from seeing your ugly face is going to a real vacation for me, Dadbao. Naruto said with the same expression, a grin, half-lidded eyes and pointing at Akaya. The two suddenly laughed at their exchange. Looks like they didn't hate each other's guts after all. Now Naruto made his way to the members of Maken Ki. The people he worked with and called a family. First Naruto walked over to Haruko, Anaho and brought them into a huge hug. You three were the best sisters a guy could ask for, Naruto said with a huge grin and teary eyes. Stupid fox Baka. You're making things difficult, Himegami said with teary eyes as she hugged him back. We'll miss you, Ni-sa Matilda, Anaho said with sad eyes and anime tears as she hugged Naruto tightly. No matter what happens, no matter where you are, we'll always love you. We're so happy to call you our brother, Haruko said with a sad smile and teary eyes. The three hugged Naruto tightly, making his smile widen as he finally let loose tears. Once done, he quickly wiped away the tears and walked over to Fu. Later Fu. Sorry I won't be around for you, Naruto said rubbing the back of his head. No worries. I still have Cha-Cha-Ne-chan and rest, so there's nothing to worry about there, Fu said with a grin. She looked at him with teary, yet loving eyes as she then jumped up to him and hugged him tightly. Thank you for giving me such a great life, Fu said as she let her tears fall. Naruto smiled as he returned the hug. You deserve it, Fu-chan. Fu smiled as she then gave him a kiss on the cheek and separated from him. Good luck kicking some shinobi ass, Fu said with a toothy grin and a fist up. You know it, Naruto exclaimed with his own toothy grin and fist up. Naruto walked over to Uruchi. Later Manaya-san. We should hang out more, Naruto said with a grin as he ruffled Uruchi's hair. Okay, just spare the hair, Uruchi said grabbing Naruto's hand and pulling it off her head. It really was nice meeting you Naruto-san, Uruchi said with a smile and gently squeezing Naruto's hand, before letting it go. Naruto smiled and nodded to her. He then walked over to Furin. Arigato, Furin-chan. It made me happy that you wanted to see me grow so much. I'll miss you with all my heart, Naruto said with a sad smile. Furin got teary-eyed as she jumped into his arms. No matter what, I'm so proud of you, and you'll always be the only man I'll ever truly love, Furin said with a smile and tears. I'll always love you as well, Naruto said, returning her hug. After letting go he turned to Yuka. Despite scaring the shit out of me all the time, it was great to meet you Yuka-san. You truly are one kick-ass shinobi. Honestly I don't think Anko has anything on you, Naruto said with a respectful bow to the violet-haired Amato. It was nice to meet you as well, Naruto-kun. I'm really happy you came here. You made my best friend happy, and I could never thank you enough for everything you did to her, Yuka said with her own respectful bow to the blonde shinobi. Maybe next time I see you we could spare, Yuka suggested as she stood up. No thank you. I'm not that confident in my skills, Naruto said as he stood up with a nervous smile, making Yuka giggle. Furin couldn't help but smile at the two people she loved the most. Take good care of Furin-chan, while I'm gone. I always will, Yuka said with a smile. Naruto smiled as he then walked over to his two best friends. The three stood there for a while. Naruto cleared his throat with his fist to his mouth. Thanks for being the best friends I ever had, Naruto said with a soft smile. Okay, that stung Sakura and Sasuke a bit. Trust us, it was our pleasure, Takaru said with a smile. You were one pain in the ass, but you were a true friend, Kengo said with a smile. Naruto stayed silent, but then he got a bit teary-eyed as he suddenly went forward and put his hands on one of their shoulders and brought them close into a bro hug. Takaru and Kengo put one of their hands on his arms. I'll be seeing ya, so neither of you forget, you stupid pair of perverts, Naruto said with a wide smile and teary eyes. I'll miss you, you idiot. I can't wait until we meet again. Just hope you don't hate me by then, you jackass, Kengo said with a smile and teary eyes. Like I could ever forget someone like you, even if I tried. Take care, Takaru said with a smile and teary eyes. The three grinned to one another, patting each other one last time, before separating. Now comes the hardest part for the blonde shinobi. Say goodbye to the three girls who loved him the most. Who he lived with. Who he laughed with the most. Who made him feel special and were always there for him the most. Naruto gulped as he stood in front of them. There's just so much to say. I mean, you three, Naruto sighed. I'll miss having you three with me all the time. I mean, it's going to be real hard waking up for a while, knowing you three won't be around to say good morning to me, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. He was suddenly tackled into a group hug by the three. We'll miss you too, Naruto-kun, Kimi said with tears running down her eyes. Mornings won't be the same without you, Cha-Cha exclaimed with a deep frown and tears running down her eyes. You baka. I wish you didn't have to leave, Azuki said with a gritted frown as she couldn't stop the tears running down from her eyes. Naruto had a wide, sad smile as he held the three tightly. Oh, Kimi spoke up as she, Cha-Cha and Azuki separated from Naruto. We also got you something. A going-away gift. Ta-da, Cha-Cha pulled out of nowhere, an outfit that looked awfully familiar. A new outfit we made. Your own Jotaro Kujo outfit, Cha-Cha said with a grin. Holy shit, it looks like the real thing, Naruto said with starry eyes. Well, if the real thing fit you of course, Azuki said. You three made this, Naruto said as he took the outfit in his hands. And with real gold, Naruto exclaimed with shock as he felt the chain and emblems with his fingertips, deciphering them to be real gold. He has held gold before and can tell the difference. Yep, the hat even has the tear at the back, but we managed to find a spell that could keep it from falling off, even during a harsh battle, Cha-Cha said with a grin. We knew it would mean a lot to you, Naruto-kun, Kimi said with a smile. So don't go messing it up too much, Azuki said with a smirk. Naruto smiled as his eyes became teary again. He put on the hat and found it fit perfectly, despite having no elastic in the back to keep it from falling off. Naruto couldn't help himself. He brought the three into one last group hug. I love you so much, Naruto said with a huge smile. The girls just smiled happily as they hugged him back, and let the tears fall once more. If we're all giving gifts now. Naruto pulled back from his roommates and caught a small golden box in his hand, tossed to him by Kenway. Inside there is your new armor. Just add some element in there and it'll come out, Kenway said with a smirk as Soto stood next to him. Good luck, Naruto, Kenway said, giving his blonde student a two-fingered salute. Sayonara, Kenway-sensei. It was a real privilege to learn all my martial arts from you and you've been a real helping making me stronger, Naruto said with a respectful bow. Kenway couldn't help but smile. Later, cosplayer, Soto said with a wave. Later, Soto, Naruto said. Naruto turned to his roommates one last time, and gave them each the old-fashioned dip and kiss, making them have wide smiles as they all had a dreamy look on their faces. Naruto's eyes became somber, but he still retained his smile as he started walking away towards his fellow Konoha shinobi. Oi, Minori shouted, earning Naruto's attention. All together now. Sayonara, Uzumaki Naruto. We all love you. Everyone cheered proudly with grins on their faces and teary eyes. Naruto stared at them all with a shocked expression. He couldn't help but smile as tears started coming down. He suddenly bowed to them all. Arigato. Thank you for loving me. I love you all, my friends, my family, Naruto screamed proudly. Everyone all became teary-eyed and happy that Naruto loved them all so much. I feel so bad that we're taking Naruto from all these people just to put him back in a place that doesn't really care for him, Shizune whispered to Kakashi, feeling bad for her little brother figure. I know. I feel guilty as well, but it's out of our hands. Besides, it'll be just a month, Kakashi said. Tsunade opened up the portal to the shinobi world. Time to go, Tsunade said. Everyone from Konoha were now entering the portal. Sakura was the last, besides Jiraiya and Tsunade, to enter the portal, but before doing so, she turned to Naruto one last time, with sad eyes, feeling bad that he was forced to leave, but she promised to make things different on the other side. Once she left, Naruto started walking over. How are you feeling, Gaki? Jiraiya asked. It's tough, Naruto said. Jiraiya placed a hand on his godson's shoulder, giving it a squeeze, showing that the Toad Sannin felt empathy for him. Jiraiya turned and entered the portal. I'm sorry, Naruto, Tsunade said with a sad expression, but Naruto suddenly hugged her, shocking the Godime Hokage. Don't be. I'll still have you there along with the perv, Naruto said with a smile. Tsunade's eyes became teary-eyed as she actually hugged him back. Once they separated, Naruto offered her to go first, making her smile. She could not believe he had actually become a bit of a gentleman. Once she went in, it was finally Naruto's turn. He walked over to the portal and stopped in front of it. He turned to everyone from Tenbi one last time and gave a two-fingered salute as he had a sad smile and shed a single tear. Sayonara. Naruto turned and left into the portal, finally leaving the world of Maken as the portal disappeared. Everyone got teary-eyed as they immediately already missed their favorite blonde. All hail the king of Tenbi! Kai Kuragasa shouted with a fist thrust into the air. Yeah, all the men agreed with a shout, before they all started to cry. We already miss you, Naruto-sama. The men cried. Stupid boys, Minori said, but then she got teary-eyed. They should learn to man up, Minori said with a pout as she tried to dry her tears. Yeah, weaklings, Azuki said as she wiped away her tears. Now all the girls were crying, but were all silent with their sadness, unlike the men. Naruto Uzumaki will indeed be missed, and will always be loved. Naruto finally made it out of the portal, now standing in the Hokage office. He never thought he'd be back here again. Everyone looked to him. Well, welcome back, brat, Jiraiya said with a smile. Yeah, welcome home, Naruto, Sakura said with a bright smile. Yeah, Naruto said, but didn't sound really into the warm welcome. Home? How come I don't feel warm now that I'm back?